Good morning, and welcome to the KNBR Morning Show with Brian Murphy and Paul McCaffrey on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
All right, one more day without the water boy. Hey, shout out Kerry Crowley for his 4 strong pinch-hitting appearances. Perhaps Farhan will call him up. Maybe give him a chance against a righty, even.
Why not? I mean, at this point, why not?
KC, go with Via Con Dios, kid. We'll bring back the water boy tomorrow. Marcus Boucher, who will be in with Papa and Lund today. Paulie Mac, I wish I had a positive message for you.
Well,
will you take 2 negative messages instead?
I'll take whatever you're given today on a Tuesday. I mean, boy, that was exhausting. I don't know. Last night.
Getting your brains beat in? Is that getting exhausting?
My brains beat in and trying to figure out who's out there tonight and come on up, Wade Meckler. I mean, listen.
Wade Meckler is a hell of a story. Unbelievable 8th-round draft pick last year, 2021, accelerated and dropped into the 2-hole like a lobster dropped into a pot of boiling water.
See, that's the thing, the 2-hole, man.
Just first of all, 8th-rounder from 2022 being in the bigs. I mean, that's, as Kerry so aptly noted, that's a rocket ship there, as the Giants are generally much more patient with their guys.
Shout out to Kinks Supersonic Rocket Ship. Murph, go ahead.
Well, if you want to start shout out the Kinks, or
I do want to shout out the Kinks. Often as possible.
Shout out songs from outside our demographic here. How about War slipping into darkness for the Giants?
Not a bad
buddy.
track too. And a good reference, yes, totally.
If you missed it,
my coffee almost came out of my nose. I wasn't expecting that one because slipping into darkness.
That's where they're at,
Good
buddy.
track, dude.
That's where they're at.
Well,
man.
You can kind of feel it too. Doesn't it feel that way right now? Like they are kind of sliding into oblivion. It just doesn't feel good
Should
right
we go
now.
to another ancient reference and say Paul Simon's Slip Sliding Away?
Another great track. Steve Gadd with that drum intro, dude. I love that.
Tampa Bay 10, Giants 2. If you missed it, there will be no song.
There hasn't been a lot of Denzel lately. If you've noticed, the overall kind of vibe of the last couple of weeks, we haven't been hitting Denzel, but not a whole lot of bombs away. It's been quiet on the soundboard.
Denzel's gone into hiding.
Yeah, he's shopping for it. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I know this is the what-if game, but what if Patrick Bailey doesn't hit that homer on Sunday? Where are we right now?
We're already in the darkness. We're still in the process
then
of
we're going to yet another old rock and roll reference. Then we're free falling.
Or I could go a little more contemporary. I'll give you Soundgarden. We'd be Black Hole Sun. You know what I mean? Really would be the Black Hole Sun.
Listen, we're happy for the kid Wade Meckler. What a story. He's you want to talk about the Rudy story where that guy, remember in the Fitz and Brooks intro, where they always had the janitors.
You're 5 foot nothing. Yeah.
100 and nothing.
Totally. That guy just yelling at Rudy. You're 5 foot nothing. 100 and nothing. The angriest opening for any show ever. This guy's yelling at you.
And by the way, they just dropped that on Fitz, you know.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah.
Who is 5 foot nothing, 100 and nothing.
You can really take objection to that open. Looking back on that, all of a sudden Rod Brooks is assigned the Wesley Snipes role. It's like, whoa, wait a minute. What are we doing out here? You know what I mean? Anyway.
Anyway, Wade Meckler is 5 foot nothing, 100 and nothing.
Yeah.
Did you hear the story that, and for people who missed it, if you missed it last night, the Giants, listen, we want the team to build from within. Patrick Bailey, Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt, Kyle Harrison, all these guys that we love. Wade Meckler is one of these guys who's just been rocketing through the minors. If you missed it, he started the year in High A Eugene, got on Polymac's Kinks rocket ship to Double-A Richmond, and then got on the rocket ship to Triple-A Sacramento, and then got on the rocket ship to San Francisco, and was called up really aggressively early. And in some ways, you like that. You like to see the homegrown kids rocketing through the system. But when you're struggling and you're kind of flailing around, it almost feels a little desperate. Happy for the kid and happy for his mom and dad and his bro. Check out his brother. His brother had a look last night. He looked like an actor. Who was that? Did you check it out at all?
Yeah, I don't know who you're trying to place, though.
It's kind of a wavy hair to him. There was I wasn't Paul Rudd, but there was something
like an aging, like an aging Andrew McCarthy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
I was never a fan of, by the way. This kid hanging out, just pissing people off.
Don't forget, he's now carved out a career as like a as like a super stylish like photo travel
you know what, bro? I'm not
photojournalist.
buying it. Get out of my face. I saw him in the paper. That'd piss me off too.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't want to hear about your travels to Afghanistan. Get out of my face, Holmes.
Exactly.
You know?
Why do I need McCarthy
Why
in?
don't you go cage match with Ducky or something?
I don't need McCarthy in Tanzania.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, by the way, did you hear that that cage match is off now with Zuckerberg and what's his name? They called it off.
What a shock.
Yeah.
And then there was some
cage match.
Yeah. Absurdities.
You know what I mean?
Absurdities.
Yeah.
But anyway, you're happy for the kid. The poor mom. Did you see the mom?
Yeah. Listen.
Did you see her after he struck out with the bases loaded?
Tough situation for this kid. I mean, come on, no pressure.
So I
just deliver.
That's where I tell the old story, right? Probably I got nothing but like old family stories that I drop out on you, like my dad calling for Swiss Miss Heidi and all that.
You know what? That's a good tradition, though. You got to keep doing that.
So before I'm even born, Paulie, my mom and dad and my brother Kevin and my sister Katie had a house down on East Blythedale in Mill Valley. It's one of those houses where it's like you have a back fence and the neighbor is over the back fence. I guess like Home Improvement. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Home Improvement?
Yeah, totally. What was that guy's name? The guy, that neighbor over there.
What was it?
You just look over the fence, you'd see his eyes. That's all you got.
We put him in Pop Culture Showdown.
I think you might be right.
Yeah. Tim Allen was from Denver.
Okay, right.
And we put that.
Maybe for the Super Bowl when they played with Peyton Manning or
Nuggets,
something.
NBA
Nuggets,
Finals.
was it? Wow,
Yeah.
wow.
And remember, he had that noise where he went like, whoop, or something like that?
Yeah.
That was kind of popular, actually, in the
Do
Pop
you
Culture
have a
Showdown.
neighbor that looks over the fence at you guys?
Well, my mom and dad did back in the mid-'60s. And famously, they had this, there was a woman on the other side who was very loud. And she was listening to a Giants game on a weekend afternoon. And her husband's name was Bruno. And my dad told this story with great relish through the years. That he said, you never lived until you have they wound up being great family friends, but they met because the mom, who was very loud and aggressive, she was listening to a Giants game, and she just shouted at her old man in the backyard, "Tough spot for a rookie to be in, eh, Bruno?" And my dad just thought that was hilarious, that there was this woman shouting at her husband about a tough spot for a rookie to be in. And I'm going to tell you, Paulie, in the Murphy family, that phrase is now like been carried through the decades.
Well, it can
be applied on anything.
Well,
You're in a traffic jam.
Hey.
Maybe there's a long line at the grocery store, or maybe you're overmatched in something. You say, "Tough spot for a rookie to be in." Hey,
Well,
Bruno?
did you break it out last night, that line?
I'm breaking it out right now.
I hope you broke it out. You got to turn your kids onto that so they can carry that on. It is a tough spot for a rookie, Bruno. I'll say it myself.
So they dropped this kid with the bases loaded. Now, here's my problem.
I have several problems, but go ahead, give me yours. Yeah.
So I've watched the Giants all year just worship at the Church of Platoon.
Oh, my God.
This is what they do. And they'd be like, yeah, and right now we're in the playoffs. If it ends, by the way, that's slowly eroding.
Well, we talked about Paul Simon,
Yeah. But anyway, and so they won't play Wilmer Flores against a righty. They won't play Austin Slater against a righty. They won't play... give me another left-handed batter. They won't play against the left. They won't play. Jock Peterson, but he is pretty bad against lefties. He's pretty bad.
But you're saying
they frequently won't play Lamont Wade against lefties.
Meckler's going to get that kind of clearance.
And Meckler got the clearance.
Meckler's going to come on through.
Meckler got the there
wow, bro. Nice pull trips, man. I don't know how you did that, but very good.
So when I saw you got Elliot Ramos on the bench, who's a righty.
No, let's let Meckler take care of this. It is kind of baffling sometimes. I mean, they're not.
And then afterwards, Gabe did this whole speech.
I know.
Yeah,
I see in the future. He'll be up there. It's like,
which
you're
is
killing me
great
now.
if that's what you're doing as a team. It's like it's these mixed messages.
Let me throw something at you. This is just a theory I have. Not even a theory. I wouldn't say it's that advanced. Excuse me. Have you noticed, or is it me, that I'd say in the last 10 days or so, is there a little bit of, there's like a little bit of punch that's kind of gone from Gabe's delivery, the way he's talking? Or have you picked that up? Like he's a little more. Yeah. I don't know. Let me see if I can articulate this. Like he's
really?
a little.
Is that what you imagine?
I do, because I study this dude. I hear his voice every day and every night, and listening to what he says throughout the season, multiple years now with Gabe Kapler. It just seems like there's a little bit of life that's left his.
That's interesting.
His vocal delivery. I don't know. I'm just keep an ear out for that, and tell me if you picked that up. Just seems like it's a little bit less.
Let me tell you what, though, the lash out is real on social media. If the Giants lose, you know what they're going after now? They're going after the burger and the coffee reviews. If you go into the comment, hey man, thanks for the loss. Can I get another coffee review?
That might even be part of the problem. Yeah. Maybe one too many coffee reviews. I like a good cup too, but let's focus.
Sneaky, weird decision to bat Meckler against the lefty.
Sneaky, weird lefty kid.
So anyway, the poor kid struck out.
Yep.
And
tough spot. Really was tough spot, Bruno.
Tough spot for
Shout out Bruno.
Well,
no
the key
question.
is the rookie.
Yeah.
Tough spot for a rookie to be in, Bruno?
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, there you go. You've now gotten another Murphy family story, and also we found out from many a texter, 408-650-925-510-916.
What are they saying?
Wilson is the name of the neighbor.
Oh, okay, cool.
Wilson.
Yeah, well, shout out
Not to be
Wilson.
confused with, obviously, the Wilson from Castaway.
And also, shout out
volleyball,
seldom discussed number 85, a man with 4 rings on his hand. Shout out Mike Wilson.
So Mount Wilson Moore is going to be Wilson the neighbor, Wilson the volleyball, Mike Wilson, and they got Woodrow. You can't do Woodrow anymore.
Let me just, Murph, plug your ears for a second. I'm going to talk to the audience. Watch me piss off Murph. Ready for this one? Murph, don't forget about the Fish classic, Wilson. That's the name of the song is Wilson. Yeah. Do you want me to tell you the lyrics to the song?
No.
The lyrics to the song are Wilson. That's
How about Russell? Does Russell make Mount Wilson more?
No.
Okay.
Curls ain't up there. No.
We're still looking.
Yeah.
Will Wilson, Giants farmhand, who may be hitting with the bases loaded tomorrow. Who knows?
How about Steve Wilson? I graduated high school with him.
I'll take him.
Yeah, good dude.
Shout out my man, the pride of Marin City, Ralph Wilson.
Okay.
How about that?
Yeah, we're going back now.
Who still works at Tam High, by the way.
Yeah.
One last thing I'm going to give you, too. Danny Emmerman, our little like, Generation Z, whatever that kid is.
Shout out Emmerman.
I think he's even younger than a millennial.
What do you call those guys?
I think it's Generation Z.
Is it?
I think Tommy and James and
they're all Z's.
I think little homie and all them, they're Generation Z's.
Right.
Here's what Danny Emmerman wrote last night, and now it's starting to follow. He says, here's what he writes. He says, I gotta get you this here. He says, darn it. Anyway, he said that the shine is starting to come off of the Giants. Oh, here it is. 16 hits allowed is one away from matching SF season high. I think they wound up giving up 18, right? He said the Giants' offense is still the big concern, but the shine of their bullpen game strategy is peeling off.
Well, this is exactly what we talked about, like months throughout this entire season, is when will the wheels come off? If you continue to push this kind of recipe, this bullpen game recipe, into down the stretch of a pennant race, I don't know how successful it's going to be, and maybe we're seeing it right now.
There you have it.
Okay. I mean, seriously, it's not that hard to figure out. We have been talking about this for months.
As the great John Favreau and Vince Vaughn said, there's the rub.
Well, there's the freaking rub. Yeah.
Right, there you go.
I don't like the rub either.
Well, listen.
I like a rotation.
Other than that, we'll try to give you guys a couple laughs. Yeah. Get you through your morning. It's a Tuesday morning. It's Murph and Mac, Paulie, Mac, and I here. Marcus back tomorrow, although he'll be with Papa and Lund today.
Marcus is becoming a high roller. Yeah.
In the rectangle now on the YouTube stream and on Twitch, you can see Triple E.
What up, y'all?
Who's now begun his birthday countdown.
What? Tell me, I'm not familiar with this. So what are we doing? We got to mark each day now or something?
Yes.
What are we having, like the 5 days of Christmas?
Correct.
Yeah, well.
That is correct.
I don't know if that's going to fly.
There he is.
I'm trying to figure out this rotation.
He's taking a big trip to New York, and he's going for the very first time in his life. He's
Makes
30.
me wonder, like, what are they paying this kid?
I know.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's no cheap trip. I mean, listen, you better bring a couple of bucks every step.
He paid for 3 days at Outside Lands.
And let me just give you the first piece of advice when you go to New York City. Fill your pockets with singles and fives because you got to tip every fool you come across. Guys getting the door, drivers, everybody needs a tip. The host at the restaurant you're going to, you got to tip his ass. So be ready with the cash, man. New York will drain you.
Yeah. By the way, how did we not add Brian Wilson to our Mount Wilson?
Yeah, Wheezy. Shout out Wheezy. Where do you think he is right now? Thailand on the beach somewhere?
Yes.
Where is he?
Yeah. Wasn't he going to go? When we talked to him, remember he was like going to go to Pepperdine, and then remember he thought he was thinking about going to Dubai or
God bless him. Why not, bro? You know what? He's young. He's single. He's got all this money. You travel the world, Holmes. Go nuts.
All right, we'll get to the guest list on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
So it's kind of sneaky good. It's just my thing.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The 49ers gave some injury updates yesterday. For all the news on that and an upcoming look at the rest of the preseason, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
3-2. Giants fans are into it. 2 down, bases loaded. 3-2 pitch. Meckler strikes out swinging. J.D. Davis, line drive, caught it first. A leaping catch by Yandy Diaz. And that ends the game. So 2 good swings for the Giants in the 9th inning. 2 lineouts. And for the Giants, probably just as well that the game comes to an end. The Rays take game 1 of this series behind an 18-hit attack. 10 runs and 18 hits for the Rays. They beat the Giants by the final score of 10-2.
Wow, great rejoin by Triple E. He's only got 1 day left on the board. He's 1 for 1 so far. Maybe we should have pinch hit him with the bases.
Well, good on Brian Murphy, too. At KNBR, Murph pulled this one out as a reference in the first segment. Just regarding the direction of Giant baseball, as of late, it has felt like they're slipping into darkness a little bit. A little of a black hole vibe going on out there.
Yeah.
I mean, they're trying. They tried to breathe some life in it with these new kids, and, you know, it didn't work out last night.
By the way, great text from our buddy Chris Kelly back in New York City, where Tripoli's going for the very first time in his life.
I'm so happy for you, man. I mean, it's
Yeah.
nothing like it. The second you step on the sidewalk in New York City, you're going to feel that electricity.
Yeah, life-changing, which I heard, by the way, I was at a little, we had a here comes the meetings again, probably the TAM boosters. We had a meeting.
Oh.
Here comes the school year. By the way, most kids are going back to school.
They are indeed.
In our district, it's next week.
Damn.
I think a lot of people are already back.
Next week in the middle of freaking August.
A lot of them are back already.
My kid's going back up to college next week, too. I mean,
College on the semester system, you get it. I was at a quarter school, which is totally different. You don't start till late September. Let me tell you what. Shout out to all the quarter school people who wander around their hometowns in September just looking for something to do because everybody else is gone. You're like, where's everybody? They're like, they're at school. You're just walking around in September. Cal Poly was quarters? Huh, okay. Well, UCLA was for sure. And we just like wander around.
Yeah.
Where's everybody? Paulie Mack's out of college.
It's like Walking Dead or something like that. Yeah.
But anyway, Chris Kelly sends in a great text. It's after over a month, it's not a slump. It's an organizational misdirection.
Shout out CK.
Which was a great text.
Yeah.
But the key to the text is also shout out that Mudvayne promo at 6:19 a.m.
Bro, that Mudvayne
All right.
promo upset the whole dynamic of the group. You should have seen what was going on. It should have kept that camera streaming during the break because we all got pissed.
Oh, man. Classic.
Shut up, Mudvayne.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Where's that gig, Triple E? Where's that show, Mudvayne? The one we just ran a promo for.
Mudvayne.
Yeah.
Maybe the only thing good to come out of last night was Dave Fleming in uni.
Well, that's always a treat.
Now, it was funny because they called him a bat boy.
Well, he's going double ear flap, too. He had the gum
You
and the
have to
double
now,
ear
yeah,
flap.
yeah.
Oh, is that standard issue? You
I
have
think
to.
so, for safety reasons, whatever. My question is, I didn't see him pick up a bat. All I did was see him run balls out.
I think I saw him.
Did you see
maybe
him
you're right,
did he pick up a
actually.
bat? Because that would be the money shot if he picked up a bat.
Good call. I'm not sure now.
Yeah, he brought out a rosin bag at one point. I saw him delivering baseballs to Bill Miller, speaking of college, my old dorm mate, Bill Miller. But yeah, he looked, that was class. He lost his the deal is he's in the fantasy football league with Brandon Crawford and that whole clubhouse. And if he finished last, you gotta. I've seen some incredible punishments through the years. You see this one recently? This went viral, Paulie, just last week. A bunch of guys in New York, the kid who lost their fantasy football league had to go sit in the bleachers at Yankee Stadium in a full Jose Altuve uniform. And dude,
now you're endangering the guy's safety. No, I'm not even kidding. Now you're jeopardizing this guy's
joke.
Yeah, seriously.
So it started. They ran a bunch of clips of it.
That's not even
and by
funny.
late in the game,
I'm already fearful. Yeah,
one guy was
you can't do that.
very aggressive in his face.
No, you can't be doing that.
Very aggressive. Like the guy was waiting for the Altuve guy to just make the wrong move, and he was going to swing. The Altuve guy, to his
totally
credit,
see that poor bastard. It's like walking into a firing line, dude. That's not you shouldn't be doing that, jeopardizing the guy's safety like that.
I mean, the kid was hamming it up for the camera and everything, but by the end of the night, like I said,
it's lawless out there. That's
dark.
the one last frontier still at Yankee Stadium. The bleachers, it's all bets are off out there. That's where all the animals go, Triple E. You might want to catch a Yankee game while you're...
He's going to the bleachers with his
for the
big
Red
cap.
Sox?
Are you going to wear
a Red Sox cap? See what happens.
Who would be the most hated Red Sox out there?
Probably. That's a great question.
Wade Boggs.
They gave
Big
the
Papi,
Pedro the Who's Your Daddy
Nomar,
treatment. They didn't like Pedro. Yeah, they probably don't like Big Papi a lot. I can imagine. I'd rather hear it from a Yankee fan though. That is a really good question. Who's the most hated Red Sox? Wow. Great one.
Couldn't be Clemens because he wound up pitching for the Yankees.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Really good question.
916 says they did see Flem pick up a bat. I did not. I was watching the game. I was on it. I didn't see it. I saw him deliver a lot of balls.
I thought I saw him pick up a bat, but then I started to question it when you said that. I don't know.
Anyway, so
yeah,
I gotta say, Flem working the gum in his.
He was working the gum
interview.
hard, and he was serious. He had that look on his face, like Flem means business tonight. Like he's committing to the role.
Yeah.
Were you? I don't know if you seem to be a lot more good natured than I today, which is good because you got to have some balance. You can't have two angry guys in here. But I'm a little. I don't know. Something about last night, Murph. Just.
Well, slipping into darkness.
Yeah, it just was like a culmination of all this stuff, and I don't know, this whole style.
This is the stretch we feared.
Yeah.
The good, the tough stretch of the schedule. By the way, don't forget, getting on a plane going down to Atlanta this weekend. All the Braves are doing is scoring about 15 runs a game.
Braves kind of frighten me.
Yeah.
You know?
And then you got to go to Philly next week after that. It's funny. Walter, behind the glass, my best friend, the friendship of the year, he said the Giants, this stretch will kill off the Giants and they will not make the playoffs.
Is that what Walter said?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, he's a realist.
And I was like, no.
Or a fatalist.
No, they're good. Because my big deal is there's no credible threat in the National League. Padres lost again.
No, you
last
I'm
night.
telling you with the Padres,
They
it's
lost
not happening.
again.
It is not
Let
happening.
me tell you who else is just showing no guts. The Arizona Diamondbacks lost again last night. They're going. So that's greatly clears the path for the Giants, is that two of these teams are just cashing in their chips already. Now, that leaves you with this.
But even that, though, even that whole philosophy where you got to hope is pinned on other teams' failures rather than your own kind of advancement, like that.
Well, yeah, you
know what I'm saying?
Don't get it twisted, as you like to say.
All up in the game.
I'm not saying that this is like something they can put as a feather in their cap.
Yeah, right, exactly,
I'm just
right.
saying,
Something to brag about. Yeah.
I'm only saying
you see the
only
D-backs lost. yeah.
I'm only saying, my only argument is that they might outlast these other teams who are even worse. I'm not praising the Giants that way. I'm just saying there's no credible threat.
I got you, man. It's funny.
Now, that said...
Bro,
we're
looking good, dude. The Padres lost. Yeah. You know?
I know, seriously.
Yeah, it's
but here's the deal. That said,
Murph, don't forget, they did bring you A.J. Pollock. I mean, come on. You can't say it's
By the
all...
way, with Matthias getting option last night, both trade deadline guys are gone now. Pollock and Matthias.
Hell of a boost we got.
I go back to the trade deadline when I wrote to Farhan. I said on Twitter, I said, bro, you're killing me. And there they are. Lance Lynn is 3-0 with a 2.00 ERA down in L.A. So here it is. It's 5 teams for 3 spots. It's the Phillies, who are now 2 games ahead of the Giants in the loss column. It's the Marlins, who are 1 back of the Giants. The Cubs, who are 1 back of the Giants. And the Reds, who are 2 back of the Giants. Of those 5, 3 make it. So let's say Philly makes it. Let's say that they're good. That leaves 4 for 2. Giants, Marlins, Cubs, Reds. And my argument would be that the Giants can be 2 of those teams. Giants can finish top 2 in Giants, Marlins, Cubs, Reds. I will say their schedule gets there's a little stretch of schedule in September that's not that bad. Like they play Colorado, Cleveland, and Colorado and Arizona for like a 2-week stretch. So, maybe they make some hay there. The only problem is you're finishing the season with 4 at L.A. and 3 against San Diego, although the Padres might stink by then, and then 3 at L.A., or 3 at home in L.A. So 7 of the final 10 are against the Dodgers, who, despite, all belief that they kind of did nothing to beef up their team and da-da-da, there they are.
There they are, where they always are, seemingly, for the last decade.
The Dodgers.
So do you think the Giants can be 3 of those 5 teams?
I mean, I guess.
Phillies, Giants, Marlins, Reds, Cubs?
I'd like to start seeing some evidence of that, though. I mean, they're not playing good baseball, obviously.
And then Yaz had a setback.
Yep. I know, that support.
Yaz had a setback.
Yeah.
And I don't know, you don't know who the hell's pitching.
No. Any
Although
given day.
it could be Kyle Harrison any day now.
That could happen today.
Could happen today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
And as Danny Emmerman so aptly
that
tweeted,
would kind of really right the ship,
shine
too.
is starting to peel off, is what he
it
said.
is,
So
a
there
little
you go.
bit. Let's be honest.
All right, let's get the guest list. As what I tell you, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Guest list here.
What do you need, Murph?
There it is. I found it.
Just look for the picture of Matt Barrows. Triple E decorates our guest list now as Murph holds up. Here you go. You can evidence for yourself on the stream.
Today, somebody on the YouTube stream where they can chat with us.
Yeah.
I'll try to do more of that too. They're impressed by how long I can hold the piece of paper. I said it's like planking.
Well, you know what? It's not. It is like it's like an advanced way of
You
playing.
did that with your Slusser picture.
I did, but I got to tell you, Murph, the thing that impresses me, it's not the amount, it's not the duration of Murph holding it out, it's the steady hand. See, my hand would be shaking if I was doing that. Murph is just steady as a diving board over there, which is
like
impressive.
Michael Corleone.
Yeah.
It's funny you say that because yesterday I played golf. Shout out Lincoln Park. Oh, good old Lincoln Park.
What do you want, the best views in San Francisco?
Pretty
you go
much.
out to Lincoln Park,
Pretty
yeah.
much.
Yeah.
And I was playing with the great Doug Acton, the great teacher, Doug, the pro. And he was, I've never used one of those laser shooters, Paulie. They have, Paulie, you can now tell how far your golf shot is if you use a little laser, like a little.
I feel like someone's got to do the Mike Myers, Austin Powers laser, yeah, with the air quotes, yeah.
But I've never used one before.
Yeah.
I've always just gone with yardage markers. And
Remember
stuff.
when laser pointers became like a thing?
Yeah,
Everybody was bringing those things around with laser pointers.
They've been problems at sporting events.
And concerts, too. Pisses people off. Yep.
And so he was letting me try it. And so I was shooting it, and I was like, okay, I got 191. He goes, give it to me. And I give it to him, and he looks. He goes, it's 116. I'm like, wait a minute, how did I get off by? Then we did another one. He goes, what do you got on the yards? I'm like, I got 164. And he goes, give it to me. He clicks it. He goes, Yeah, it's 141.
What are you doing?
I guess I'm aiming at the wrong thing. Is my problem.
I love this.
So I'm aiming.
We got to stream that next time.
So my point is that I guess my hand isn't steady enough with the laser.
Well, look at it now, though.
Whereas
This thing is
laser,
still holding it, by the way, all this time.
Whereas you're praising so maybe I need to use this hand. For
Hey, shout out to KNBR Murph too for going out and taking a lesson yesterday. All the greats do that. I don't know if you know this. Neil Peart, the late drummer of Rush, who's considered one of the great drummers on the planet of all time. Did you know, 30 years into his career, he started taking drum lessons again?
That's awesome.
How about that? I mean, that's just that just shows you, you're up there in good company, buddy.
You and I might want to take radio lessons. You know what I mean?
From who?
All right. Hey, it starts soon with one of our favorites, Ryan Vogelsong. Vogie.
I can't imagine he liked what he saw last night.
Well, poor Bogey's losing Buster in Georgia, too.
Right.
Buster's moving back.
Right.
How about that? So, Vogie's 650. That'll be awesome just to talk to him about baseball and life. Dwayne Kuiper at 7th. Poor Kuiper.
Well, it's like that with Kype.
Kype always hates doing the show after a bad game, but we'll talk to Kype. That'll be fun. The big hit at 8 a.m. Who knows? Niners or Giants. We'll figure it out. 8:20, cooler content. Then our 9 o'clock hour is a banger. Marcus Thompson at 9:15. He's great. Talk to him about the 49ers.
That is a nice 1-2 punch.
And Matt Barrows.
Yeah, both of them. Love those guys.
9:35. Yeah. And the picture today, the featured picture today, is Dwayne. Oh, that's Kype and Vogie and Barrows.
Something about that shot of Barrows, though, just kind of won me over. Nice shot.
If everybody can see in the, again, San Diego Padres City Connect font, Triple E has written that it remains his birthday month, and now he's doing a countdown.
Wow, that's pretty crazy stuff, man.
What if we just ignored his birthday on
I might
Friday?
actually do that. I might choose to do that. That's my choice.
His feelings,
freedom of choice.
His feelings might be hurt.
No, I've done enough for this kid as it is. Believe me. I gave him a dead show last week. That's all you get.
All right, Vogie at 650
bro,
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
San Rafael. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it got off to a rough start for everybody. I mean, 3 and outs for the whole offense the first 3 times, so I don't put that all on Trey by any means. That the whole offense was sloppy to start. That he had a real good second drive, leading there on the score. Made a hell of a play on the touchdown. I know it was almost a hell of a play for them with the pick, but that was the last guy on a bootleg. It flashed, and he put it on him, and that guy came in and tipped and made a good play, but fortunately Dwelly was there. Wish we got that short yardage so we could finish that drive. It was hard to not put him in the third.
Well, there he is, swallowing in the middle of his sentences, as always, Kyle Shanahan. Very fun. About the Niners, who will play Saturday against the Denver Broncos. So there you go. And that'll be a fun one to check out.
You got a kick time for me on Saturday, Murph? I don't have it in front of me. I'm actually curious.
5:30, but let me give you the exact one.
They usually do late afternoon, early evening kicks down there for the preseason. I think the heat is a factor in that decision.
You don't want to...
Sun. Yeah.
You just got Waterboy all riled.
Yeah, he don't want to hear that. No.
Yeah, it's a 5:30 kick.
Thank you.
5:30 kick against Denver. And then the following Friday, August 25th, they play the Chargers at 7 p.m. That'll be just a...
Oh.
Yeah, that one, they're just going to, empty the trash on that. Well, that's a poor choice of words.
But I know what you're saying. You'll see guys you'll never see again.
Yeah. I don't mean... I scratched that one from the record. By the way, Rich Gannon joins Papa and Lund today at 1:15. That's pretty cool. All right, 49er football. I mean, man, oh, man. Trey Lance. Holy moly.
The divisive Trey Lance.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. People now, it's like it's World War III out there over Trey Lance. Guy played a few series. It's like the end of the world. And it's a preseason game.
I guess this is...
Imagine if this happens during a regular season game. It'll be like a code red, a nuclear emergency.
I think this is all speaking to just... There's things people like to talk... I mean, people like to talk about this stuff more than, like, the games themselves. Like... Hey, what'd you think of Marcelino McCrary Ball? I don't care. Let's just talk about Trey Lance. I'm just saying, like, this one is fascinating to people. This one is fascinating.
Well, it's because of what they had to give up to get him to San Francisco in the first place with the draft. And after all that speculation that Mac Jones, I mean, it was a little controversial at the time based on there was like kind of a lack of experience even when he was drafted. He had not played a lot of football even at that point.
Let's also remember they had a starting quarterback at the time.
Yeah. No, it's been a curious ride for this kid, and part of me is really rooting for him to at least get out there and compete and show why the Niners were so high on him, because frankly, we haven't seen it yet.
No, we have not. So Kyle Shanahan did a press conference yesterday on the phone. We'll get some thoughts of him afterwards. He's usually pretty frank. He'll call out guys. So first one is on the almost interception. I watched that play a couple more times. People said he was slow to release.
We're talking about the one the
one in the end zone.
The Dwelly touchdown?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. If you watch it, I mean, if you're saying he's slow to release, I don't know.
Well,
it's pretty quick.
There's one angle. There's a field level angle I saw where I saw what he was seeing, which was he really didn't have anywhere to go. First of all, he kind of forced the ball in because all his guys were covered. So that might be why you are making that comment.
Let's hear what Kyle had to say after looking at the film.
Yeah.
Oh, it was scary, a lot of it, but I totally saw what he saw. I mean, the middle third safety cut the low cross, and there's a guy going behind him, and I mean, what I like is he didn't react, and he saw a hole and tried to rip it. And there was some guy coming from the backside that he didn't see, and but it wasn't a gun-shy throw. Those are things you learn from. I kind of like seeing him trying to make that play, regardless of the result. And obviously, we got a little bit lucky. It ended up being a good result, and I wouldn't have been happy if it was a pick. But I can understand what he saw rolling out to the left. Usually, when a middle third player cuts a route, there's someone's vacated in the middle third, and that corner was hesitant to get there, and so Trey didn't see him, and he let it rip, and those are things I want to see more of them. I mean, not picks and bad decisions, but just playing a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive, and I think that was one that he did that on, but also the other ones that I mentioned it on that weren't just lucky. They ended up being good.
Okay. So that's what we were just talking about, that there was something there briefly. It was a window that was closing. He did see a corner take another guy. It was an aggressive play. Listen, defense gets paid too. The guy made a nice break on the ball and made a nice read and all that, but Kyle's not killing him on that one. He's not killing him on that one. He's not saying this is why, blah, blah, blah. No, he's giving him a little grace publicly there. Now, in general, And it's true. I see. It's so funny. I kept telling that story to you about my DVR cutting off the first 14 minutes. So I missed that first series. It seems like that first series, it
was bad. No, it wasn't good.
And that's why I think people immediately began to form their energy.
Yes, exactly.
Right?
And there was some hope. I was one of those guys. Frankly, I was excited to see this game. I've been talking about it for a few weeks now. Like, I really want to see what both of these dudes look like running this Kyle Shanahan system. Let's get a feel for what these guys are doing. And to have the game start like that with 2 sacks, and it was just...
It looked indecisive.
Very indecisive. Right. Yeah, and it was just
I missed that. So I came in and I saw the part where he got better as the half went on. And that's what Shanahan actually talked about, where here's cut 2 here, Triple E, where Shanahan says he got better.
I thought he played a lot better as it ended. He came out, the first play was tough. The corner just keyed his 3-step drop and sat on it and did the right thing. He reset to go to the tight end over the ball, but we had one of our eligibles busted on the play and put 2 guys in the same spot. So he had to protect the ball and take a sack there. Another sack on the 3rd and 8 wasn't his fault. We kind of had a jailbreak on it, but the 2 ones after that, I thought he could have gotten rid of it a little before the sack. And a couple things, he just hesitated on a hair early in the game. But as it went, I think he made a huge 3rd down on the 3rd and 8. I think it was to Conley. Made a very decisive 1 and 2 minute that got us down there to Troy. And ended up doing some good things. I wish we would have converted that short yardage and kept him out there a little bit longer, but that's some of the frustrating things about preseason.
Yeah, that's true. Remember that was kind of underrated when they ran it on 4th and 1 and they got stuffed.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you would have gotten a chance for him to drive into the red zone again and see what he could do.
Yeah.
So I understand what he's saying. Like I said, I saw that 3rd and 8 where he did rip one over the middle to Conley and it was a first down. That was impressive. But I think when he's saying, I think what most people, the anti-trade crowd is saying is like, dude, we're now in year 3.
Yeah, it's time to see something.
We're still sort of treating him with baby gloves.
No, we are. And it's, part of that is because of how little he's played. And of course, his season-ending injury in week 2. So I wouldn't say baby kid gloves or anything like that, but at the same time, it is time to see something from this guy.
It's a
time.
man's great.
And the football, listen, NFL is cutthroat, man. This ain't sensitivity training over here. We need the best possible athletes in the best positions, and we need to see something from him.
More Shanahan. Did he think Trey hesitated on some throws?
It could be. Yeah, I've had guys who've had reps in a lot of games to come out and are hesitant at times too. I mean, that's also the hard thing about preseason. You don't get to play a whole game to work through those things. And there's a number of times last year that any quarterback we played with comes down there a little hesitant early. And I think he had a couple of those and a couple bad sacks, and our offense didn't get going and, kind of builds up. And I was glad that he was able to fight through that and make some plays there at the end. And I wish he could have stayed out longer, but we stuck with their plan and made sure not to panic and make any bad decisions for him.
So, again, it's kind of re-emphasizing what we just said is in terms of, he hesitates on some, and you're like, now it's year 3, you can't be hesitating. You got to
let it rip. You got to let it rip. Yep.
The shark, you're swimming with the sharks.
At a certain point, you got to just, clear your head, say, blanket, I'm going out here, I'm going to start gunslinging.
And hence people saying, and most of us saying, and I think everybody, and I heard, Papa, they put it on the Instagram yesterday, where it's just clear that Darnold's the better player.
Yeah, well, so far, yeah.
And so, I mean, we'll talk to John Lynch about that. What a signing. By the way, the guy who got me ticked off was the kicker, Jake Moody.
Yeah, you were pissed about that.
By the way, we're going to have him as player of the week in week 8 when he kicks.
Hey, what's up, Jake? Heard you guys were talking S. Yeah.
So here's Shanahan on the kicker, the 3rd round kicker, missing 2 kicks.
I know.
No, I didn't talk to him. I don't try to get involved in that head game. I mean, I feel like he missed a 58-yarder, which that's, I think, the first time I've ever attempted a 58-yarder, so I'm not going to make too big a deal about that. What's been cool is how good he's been at those in practice, but he definitely missed a tough one in the game. The 40-yard one is one that he's been great in practice. He missed it, obviously, but I'm not going to go there and try to ask him a bunch of questions because usually they're just going to make something up because sometimes guys miss, and I think he'll be much better next time and kind of really like he's been every other day we've been with him. Man,
I get it. He's going to be a good kicker. He's their guy, but it's funny. People, when he missed the 2, people are like, who cares? It doesn't matter. I'm like, yeah, it does. Yes, it does. It matters. Otherwise, what are we doing? So he's on my watch.
I got you. He's on your list. Yeah.
Tolbert had a little needle at us yesterday afternoon because they were talking about Moody. They were interviewing Mayoko. I was in the car, and Tommy said, he said, Maddie, can I get a little creative and say, are we experiencing the Moody blues?
Nice.
And Maddie had already tweeted that during the game.
Okay.
So Maddie said, well, if you check my Twitter timeline, Tommy, there it is. And then producer Tim came in with Knights in White Satin.
Okay. Yeah.
And Tommy goes, careful now. You play this 15 seconds longer, people will think they're listening to the morning show. Oh, that was pretty funny. Anyway, Shanahan, the last one is about pass protection. Now, this is the other thing that came out of this game that we didn't really talk about yesterday, and that is if these are their twos, where's the depth?
Yeah.
Mike, where's the offense?
Where's the offense, Mike?
Like if this is your depth, you got the depth is not looking too good.
Well,
so here's Shanahan on pass protection.
Okay.
Yeah, I was disappointed in the pass protections. They're bringing it to the back and the man coverage with the hug-ups coming, and we got to do much better in that game than we got to do much better going forward than we did in that game because we struggled in that area.
Yeah, that's not good, man. So I mean, Niners just went down to Las Vegas and got their freaking heads handed
by
to
the
them.
Raiders, no less, too.
By the Raiders. Yeah. So that's the deal. You know, how many preseason games do I remember in my life?
Very few, if any.
I covered 6 full 49ers seasons, a 7th. I covered most of the games. I remember 2. I remember we were in San Diego and Steve Young ran with his helmet off.
That was either 97 or 98. I remember that too.
And one year we had to go to Jacksonville for a pregame game, which is insane.
All right.
You try to keep those as geographically close as possible.
Yeah,
you see what they're doing. Vegas, Denver, Chargers, right? That's what you try to do because it's the preseason.
Yeah.
We had to fly to Jackson, and the Niners got steamrolled, obliterated. And then and everybody's like, oh, my God.
Yeah.
And then I think they went like 12-4.
I remember only one other preseason game, and the only reason I remember this, and it was either 97 or 98, I'm going to say. It was unusual on a bunch of levels. One, it was against the Miami Dolphins, which hardly ever happens where they would see them in the preseason, but they did this year. They came to the stick. And I remember it, Murph, because the infield dirt was still there, obviously, and hotter than hell.
Yeah.
That's why I remember that day, because my seats were in the sun with very little relief that time of year.
Where were you, Santa Clara?
No. It was at second 54 at the stick, but it was hot as hell. And that's the only reason I remember that. I don't even remember who won. I just remember being hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As 408 says.
So your point is a good point. Like, what's this really going to matter, like, in mid-September?
408 says he's the 3rd pick in the draft, and he looked terrible.
Yeah.
That's why we're all talking about him. True story.
All right, man.
408. Okay, guys. Well, I wouldn't say he looked terrible. I think that's an overstatement. Do you think he looked terrible?
I don't think he looked good. Terrible. I mean, he didn't look good. I'd say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. I guess I don't know what the deal is. I'm not as severe as others on this one. I feel like, okay.
What did you like then? What did you see that you liked?
I guess, again, because I came in the if you take him from the second,
better later.
If you just look at his second quarter.
It was all right. He was okay. Yeah.
Second quarter was pretty good.
Yeah.
Wasn't bad. But, man, I guess I should have seen that first series. But I understand the point. He's the 3rd pick in the draft, and it's year 3.
You'd like to see something.
Year 3.
Yeah.
That's correct. All right. Hey, Vogie, one of our all-time favorites, Ryan Vogelsong. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
I'm ready. All right, everybody, Paulie Mack saying good morning. Let's talk to Steve Moskowitz. He's our good buddy. He's cool enough to stop by the morning show and talk to me, talk to you in the audience about different kind of tax, regulations and advice, suggestions on how you could get a leg up. So let's bring him in. Steve, good morning. It's a Tuesday. How we doing on this foggy San Francisco morning?
Doing great, and I want to put your listeners' minds at ease.
Okay.
Paulie, a real common problem is people that just can't pay their taxes. Especially now, a lot of people are still suffering from the pandemic, and there's a lot of people now that for the first time in their lives, they can't pay their taxes. Although there's lots of people that they've had this problem for years and years. There's so many good solutions. We want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. But don't stick your head in the sand. Don't wait for one of these new agents to come and ruin your life, your family's life, your business. There's so many good solutions. Let us get a good resolution for you, and then you can have a normal life, even though you have some taxes you can't pay.
All right, Steve. Well, listen, great advice as always, and the simplest thing for you to do, and the first step would be to just reach out to Steve, have a conversation with him at no cost to you, of course. It's 1-888 tax deal. Talk to Steve about your situation, let him help you out, and then visit Steve online as well at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Listen to the fans for the right-hander Vogelsong. And Vogelsong tips his cap to these Giants fans. He's been waiting a long time to be able to do that. His first ever home start with the team he began his professional career with more than a decade ago.
Nice pull, Triple E. That'd be from 2011, huh?
Nice.
Ryan Vogelsong returned to San Francisco after playing in Japan. And then, of course, we know what happened from there. A couple World Series in 2012, 2014, and now the occasional chime where we say, hey, Vogie, can you hop on the show just to chew the fat with us? And he's like, yeah, sure. Why not? By the way, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Vogie, you're on Murph and Mac, buddy. What's up?
Hey, man.
What's going on, fellas?
How you doing? You doing good?
Hey, man, I'm hanging in there. I got no complaints.
All right. How's the summer of travel ball with the boy?
Oh, it's over. We're about ready to kick fall ball off here next week. So, yeah, no rest for the weary in these parts.
Now, do you guys, like in Northern California, we take like a summer tournament? Like we went to San Diego. Like they call it the World Series, Vogie. It's like not the World Series, but do you guys go to like some destination?
This last year was the first year we didn't. One of the nice things about being where I'm at is perfect game at East Cobb is like 40 miles. So we don't really have to go too many places. A lot of teams come here. So that's one of the advantages of being where we're at. There's a lot of good baseball here every weekend. So we've done the destination stuff, but this year we decided that we were just going to stay here. Same thing, like at the end, there's the Perfect Game World Series and everything here. So we just we stayed in-house.
Have you fully experienced Burnsy as the travel ball coach, Eric Burns?
I have not. I can assume that that's probably pretty entertaining.
Dude.
High energy, man.
Honestly, do you know nothing about it?
I don't.
Okay. Oh, okay. So he's got a team called Let Them Play, which, his whole, when he ran across the country, remember that? It was all for the Let Them Play Foundation, all that. So his team's called Let Them Play. It's inspired by the Bad News Bears in breaking training when they do their whole chant at the Astrodome. Anyway, dude, I'd highly recommend you follow him on Insta or something, dude. He's out of his mind.
He's a madman. No, he's nuts.
He's out of his mind.
Yeah.
I can only imagine. I've had some really good conversations with Burnsy when I walk away, and I'm like, I have zero idea what he just said.
Let me tell you, Vogie, here's how we're going to do it, man.
No, he does it with his son played on the 12U national team.
Yeah.
On the national team. And so anyway, if you follow him on Insta, he's a hoot. So anyway, you're a little more chill, I imagine, huh?
I've had my moments, but I try to kick back and relax a little bit. That's for sure.
Okay, all right, man. Well, we're checking in on the Giants. Unfortunately, I wish we were checking in at a better time. They've hit a little skid here, Vogie. Things are going the wrong direction right now. I wonder, when you look from afar and you see these losses piling up and the schedule getting tough and the offense going into hibernation, is there a way out of this? If you're in this clubhouse or if you're on a team going in the wrong direction, how do you start to try to turn this ship around?
Whoa, that's a very good question. Yeah, I mean, you just kind of lean on each other. You got to dig your heels in, and I think from experience in those situations, you can't try to do too much. You can't try to be the hero every night. You don't need someone to be the hero. Just try and play the game the way you can play it, make the plays you're supposed to make the pitches you're supposed to make. And, hopefully we know in the game of baseball, the ball bounces your way a couple times in an inning or a game and things start going in the right direction.
Is there something to like a schedule though? Like I know everybody in the bigs is tough. So like even if you're playing like the Rockies or whoever has a bad record this year, the Nationals, Mike Krukow always tells us, no, man, it's the big leagues. It's the big leagues. But is there something to a daunting schedule? Like they just played Bochy's Rangers.
Yeah, it's tough, man.
They got the Rays.
Yeah.
They got to come down and see you guys in Atlanta next week. I mean, is there something to that?
I mean, that doesn't make it any easier. That's for sure. I mean, Krukow's right. Like big leaguer's a big leaguer. But you get the Rockies of old there in the past, and that 7, 8, 9 looks a lot different than when you're facing a first place team. Especially what's kind of stinks is you always had that out with the pitcher at the back. So, but yeah, it definitely changes things when you're facing teams that are good and then are hot at the same time. Like it's tough, and that's where you got to kind of just try and stay within yourself, make the plays you're supposed to make the pitches you're supposed to hit, take good swings, have good at bats, and try and break it down to simple, stupid as much as you can. When you're out there trying to hit the big homer or make the really, really good pitch at the right time, that's when things kind of seem to spiral on you. I mean, fortunate for me, like we were either really good and cruising and didn't really have too many bumps, or we were really bad and there was nothing to it. So I never was really in the middle of the road one. 2011, but that season was kind of out of our hands with all the injuries that hit us. But you got to kind of dig your heels in and just kind of play simple stupid until things get rolling.
It's going to be a mental challenge along with a physical challenge for the Giants as they take on the Rays again tonight as a second game of 3. We don't know if this young kid, Kyle Harrison, is going to get called up. Seems like some of the beat writers who are close to the team.
Yeah, anytime really, it sounds
and Farhan himself said, we plan on calling him up.
Yeah.
The beat writers seem to think this is a good time to do it. This bullpen thing has been stretching him a little thin. I don't know, Vogie, if you followed him or got to see him at all, Kyle Harrison?
I have not, because I'm not working this year. I did have some conversations with Kyle early in the season after, the first, 4 or 5 starts in AAA, went kind of sideways on him. So I was paying attention to what's going on. Then I saw he was a little banged up, came back, had a pretty good start the last one. For me, I don't know what is a good time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the is there ever a perfect time? Probably not. I think I like the move last night, bringing up a kid that's just swinging the crap out of it and seeing if it carries over and lights a spark. But I think knowing Kyle and knowing the competitor that he is and how good he wants to be, I don't think there is a bad time for him. Obviously, if he's had 2 or 3 bad starts in a row and he's in a little bit of a scuffle mode, probably not the best time. But I think Kyle could probably come off of a bad start in AAA and come up to the big leagues and reset and be just fine. That's just me personally, what I know from Kyle. So I'd be excited to see it if it happens, and I think he'll do well.
I guess we did get a tweet last night from Alex Pavlovich that Jacob Junis does start today, so that leaves Wednesday day game as a possibility. We shall see. All right, Vogie, a couple more for you, man. It's good having you on. Good just catching up, hearing your voice. One was Boch. Dude, he just came into town this weekend. Whoo, boy.
Kicked a little ass and then
And it's kind of in a way, though, Vogie, it was like...
It really was interesting.
Because now the Giants are starting to go in the wrong direction. Then here comes Boch.
It was kind of a reminder of better days. And by the way, Vogie, as you would expect, man, the crowd reaction to his return, like the ovation they gave him, especially on Friday night. I mean, he just went on for several minutes. It speaks to the love affair, man, between this city and your old skipper.
And rightfully so. I mean, the guy, to me, he's legend. Obviously, I think he's legend in the game of baseball. I mean, guys that I play golf with around here, they ask me about Boch all the time. And I'm like, really? That's what you want to know about?
Yeah, right.
You don't want to know about Brian Wilson and the beard or Timmy Lipscomb.
Timmy, right.
You don't want to know about this stuff. And they ask me about Boch. The man's legendary. So no surprise on this end. And obviously the San Francisco fans are first class, always have been, always will be. So no surprise that they gave him that when he came back.
And for you, it was funny because we, on Friday we had him on, and to get ready, we played a bunch of that sound from that 2019 day when you guys said goodbye to him on the last day of the season. We played you, dude. Your speech 4 years later sounds pretty darn good, man. You nailed it. You talked about you said you have family here, but you were your family too. You remember those? Remember grabbing that mic?
Yeah.
I do, yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. I've had some good ones. I've had a few bad ones, had a few stinkers, But yeah, that was a pretty good one.
A couple stickers. All right, and then finally can't let you go without a thought on this whole, so if there's anything that's divided the fan base, it's the way the Giants have used their starting pitching. And, so theoretically they break camp with Webb and Cobb, DeSclafani, Wood, Minaya, and Stripling. That was 6 guys. We're like, we're feeling pretty good. Then pretty quickly, Minaya and Stripling fell out of the rotation. And DeSclafani's had some injury issues. And, all of a sudden now, Wood, too, they kind of demoted him. All of a sudden now you got Webb and Cobb, and that's it. So, and now they're trying to do like the opener and the bulk and the opener and the bulk and the opener and the bulk, and it's causing a buildup now of usage and tax on the arms and all that. So, Vogie, your thoughts as you see this thing unfold from afar and you look at a box score, and you see all these openers and then bulk guys and then openers and bulk guys. And like last night, for example, Tristan Beck was out there and he was getting hit and they kept him out there for a while, I guess presumably because they didn't want to burn more arms. Do you have a thought on all this?
Oh man, you guys do know that I want to be a pitching coach in the big league someday. Preferably with the Giants. So you're putting me in really bad situations.
You can be very.
Yeah, don't jeopardize.
You can answer any way you want,
but don't jeopardize future openings. Right.
Farhan's probably listening. He's like, all right, here we go. Where are we going here? No, yeah. I mean, I would like to be a big league pitching coach someday. So I'll hold my tongue a little bit, but I'll give you my opinion. And listen, it's not really an opinion. It's just tough. Very, very rarely do you leave spring training and the blueprint that you have set up works. And I think that's where what gets lost in the shuffle of our really good teams that won World Series, we all stayed pretty healthy. And that's not just as a starting staff. That was our bullpen guys too. And I think that was a credit to who we were as people that worked at our craft. And it wasn't just pitching and it wasn't just studying the hitters. It was what we did in the training room and the weight room in between starts to make sure that we were able to get on the field every fifth day. And for our bullpen guys, I mean, outside of Brian Wilson having Tommy John, those were our guys for the 5 years I was there. And that only happens because they were healthy. But they also went to post. So you can have this blueprint that you think is going to work in spring training, but very rarely does that thing work. And that's where the toughness and I don't know, you can only have so much depth, right? You can only put so many guys on your roster, and only so many guys are going to go to AAA and wait for someone to get hurt. And that's where it gets tough. You think you can, okay, we got plenty of depth. We got this guy. Well, now this guy's not performing the way that we think he was going to or he has in the past, which happens. It's a professional athletic game. Those things happen. So it's very hard to predict what you're going to get and health-wise, and that's what makes baseball and the 162 so great to me. And people talk about cutting the games back. I think the 162, the cream rises to the crop because you have to adapt and persevere through so many adversities during the season. So the cream has to rise to the top. So I don't think it's starter, bullpen, opener, whatever. I think it's just you have to figure out a way to get it done. And if that's the way they feel like it's best for them right now, that's the way they got to do it. Because you just laid it out to me. There's not a whole lot of options, right? Outside of Kyle Harrison right now. So you do what you try and run the best way you can, and you put out there what you think is the right move that night, and you roll with it.
All right. I hope Farhan liked your answer.
Me too.
So you get
because we want to see you come up, man.
Did you like it? What do you think? Did you like the answer?
I thought it was pretty professional.
I wanted the one where you said, I'm going to hold my tongue. That's the one I wanted.
Yeah, you're good, man.
See, that's why you guys call me on here. You just want me to get in trouble.
No, believe me.
No. We just want
Anybody
to
gets
hear
in
your
trouble,
voice.
it's going to be me. Don't worry
Trust
about
me.
it.
We just want to hear your voice, man.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys are, listen, I know life is life and people have to take care of their families, but you must be a little sad. We're happy that Buster's coming back. Maybe it was you, Vogie. Did you chase him away?
He's Murph's blaming Vogie, yeah.
It might have been, It might have been.
Yeah.
He swears that it wasn't, but he lies. So it could have been.
Yeah.
He just got enough of you on the golf course. That's
he's
it.
like, I'm out. That's it.
Well, I'm sure you still see him though. All right.
All right. Well, listen. Hey, I'm coming out there next weekend for Murph's deal.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah.
Hopefully, I see you guys around.
Yeah, man. You know
awesome
what?
Vogie.
Darn it. I'm going to be gone. I'm out of town. I got invited to that thing. Damn it! But you go and give Murph a big hug, man.
I am.
So,
Murph's my partner, man.
Yeah, that's
Murph's
awesome that you're doing that. I'm so happy to hear that. So we'll chase you down again, Vogie, and we won't get you in trouble. All right, bud?
Thanks, bro.
No, it's all good, man. I like it. I like the pressure.
Take care, Ryan. There he is.
All right, boys.
There he is, Ryan Vogelsong.
He's one of my favorites, man. What a great Giant. What a true blue, all heart, on
and
his
you
freaking
heard it
sleeve.
in his answer there, which was that he basically was saying,
he knows. I mean, come on.
You got it. Well, two things he said. One was, I'm going to hold my tongue.
Yeah, no.
That's number one.
Yeah.
And number two, he was talking about toughness, that to make it through 162. and how you have to have that physical and mental tough. And that was him, right? That was
no,
him.
no question. He epitomized that.
Yeah, so Mike Murphy's going on the Wall of Fame next week.
Awesome, man.
Yeah. So that'll be great.
What will it be? Do you know what kind of like? How will they? I wonder
they're
what
doing the wall. The wall on King Street.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so that's
so
what
cool.
do his whole thing, man. All right, guys. Well, listen. Hey, was it the Wade Meckler situation? Let's dive into that situation next on the Sports Leader.
See, that's why you guys call me on here. You just want me to get in trouble.
St. Helena. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, St. Helena's sports leader.
All right, let's talk about Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. Love it. Love the great pizza at Amici's. I also love their pastas and their salads. They're good. And the wings. So, we know how you get them delivered to your home. Fresh, hot, tasty, prompt, courteous, professional deliveries. Let's talk about making something bigger, like a catering menu for a larger event. So, you can still do your favorite food, just options for pastas and salads and flame roasted chicken wings in larger sizes, so your group can help themselves buffet style. It's a more economical way to feed a large group. So, while still offering Amici's full range of menus, you can have a corporate lunch delivered or food for a special event. It's all there at the catering menu. Ideal portion sizes for a larger group. So check out the catering menu at Amicis.com. And when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered event, Amici's delivers.
Great job, brother.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, there's our bat boy. Let's go, Walker! You know who that is? That's Dave Fleming, having the time of his life.
He looks like he's having fun.
There's Dave.
He's not going to get a lot of rest. What, he lose a bet or something?
Yeah, you finished last in fantasy football. You got to be a bet boy. So you're taking this pretty serious.
I got to hustle, man. You do not want to get in the way of the game. So I'm hustling, yeah.
Yeah, you got about a half a lather going.
I do. I'm going to be icing down after this. I may not make it up for the fourth inning. We'll see.
All right, well.
You're making the double flap helmet look fashionable.
Yeah, you are.
Abe suggested hit the showers, go in, get the post-game spread before I come up. What do you think?
John's happy. You know, he's without you, so don't worry about it. All right, go back to work.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
There it was, man. Fun stuff last night. Maybe the only good thing about the game last night, perhaps. And Wade Meckler getting his debut, which we'll talk about in just a second. But yeah, that was Dave Fleming who lost in fantasy football. If you finish last, man, you got to pay the price. I saw some guy had to go to dinner with recently on Twitter. Saw a guy had to go to dinner with a big stuffed teddy bear. He had to go to a fancy restaurant and have dinner with a teddy bear. Well, like a big giant 6-foot teddy bear.
I could think of worse things to do. That would be an experience. So just to watch people watching you. Look at that guy with the bear over there ordering a nice bottle of rosé.
What are we hearing here?
Well, this is Triple E, always with the keen ear. I referenced this early in the show. I forget why I said this, but you said something that made me shout out Ray Davies and his supersonic rocket ship.
That was it. It was
so
Wade
Triple E
Meckler.
pulls it out of the hat. Very
I said
nice.
he was on a rocket ship from Eugene to Richmond to Sacramento to San Francisco. So there it is.
Yeah, man.
And we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Yeah. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Okay, so let's go back to this now. Yesterday afternoon, you get the word that the Giants made a couple moves. They made a couple moves. That they sent down Mark Mathias, or they optioned him, I should say. Okay, you're like, okay, well, listen, this nice kid, Fremont, the whole deal, Cal Poly, we get it. But, you know, he's one of these Farhan kind of journeymen, and he calls him Johan Camargo. Now, Triple E, I should have told you this during the break, but can you dig in and find the Lee Hammer?
Oh, boy.
John Camargo. Because in 1970,
we should probably tell him who John Tamargo is.
Well, in 1979, the Giants had a backup catcher named John Tamargo.
John Tamargo.
And he hit a game-winning home run on opening day in 1979.
Yeah, man, with the orange brim. I'll never forget it.
Off of John D'Acquisto.
Nice.
Who was our in-studio guest back when we were living large in the other studio.
Yeah, well, enough said. Yeah.
And Lee, so we talked about that on an opening day broadcast one day. And that was Lindsey Nelson's first year broadcasting the Giants.
79.
Lindsey Nelson had a very distinct cadence.
And the plaid.
Lindsey Nelson with Giants baseball.
Totally, like an old school sportscaster, like you would.
Who was that show with Hank Azaria a couple years ago about a broadcaster that was really kind of profane and funny?
Oh,
it was on
man.
FX.
I never saw it, but I remember. I know what you're talking about.
He basically was doing Lindsey Nelson.
And Lindsey Nelson was just one of those throwback guys. He used to wear those plaid sports jackets and stuff.
That's like with the guy, the Hank Azaria character was sort of like a
live from Candlestick Park.
Yeah, well, he for years did Notre Dame football for years.
He did Mets baseball too.
Yeah,
he was play-by-play for the
Mets.
And
I remember.
Yeah.
In 1979, the Giants lost a game on a Steve Henderson walk-off home run for the Mets.
Yeah.
And I remember as an 11-year-old kid going on 12, pissed.
Yeah.
Because I swore that Lindsey Nelson was more excited that the Mets won the game.
You see what I mean? Yeah.
Steve Henderson with a home run and the Mets have won. The Mets have beaten the Giants. I'm like,
he forgot which booth he was in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He thought he was a Shea for a second.
Anyway, Lee Hammer used to do his impression of We got it. Here it is. So when I see Johan Camargo,
that's not the same thing, man.
Did you?
Yes. I bet a whole generation of Giant fans did. How could you not?
John Tamargo.
You know what?
John Tamargo.
Once again, here, let me see. I saw Johan Camargo. All I thought was
John Tamargo.
Shout out Lee Hammer, the one and only, man.
My day is made.
One and only.
John Tamargo.
Yeah. By the way, shout out to Camargo's really thick eye black. You don't see eye black like that every day.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
It was really thick.
No, he came in strong.
Looked like Groucho
Not
Marx.
these little adhesives everyone's wearing now. He just stuck his pinky in there and swapped it on.
Yeah. I'd say he took in 2 fingers.
Yeah,
double finger. He went index.
He was 2 fingers deep into that eye black.
So anyway, what? It's like, talk about, it's the old line, rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, man.
Yeah.
By the way, we just showed that to the kids, by the way, Titanic. That holds up. I still give it I still clapping here.
Wow.
Still clapping. It was still good 25
My
years
heart will
later.
go on, Murph.
Yeah,
You know
absolutely.
what I mean? Yeah.
A woman's heart is a deep ocean of secrets.
That's true.
I know.
That is true.
She says that.
You don't even want to know what's going on.
I always look at my chica there, and I'm like,
they got
that's
stuff
true.
you don't even want to know about.
And I told her, I said, I don't want to know.
Nah, believe me, you don't want to know. Yeah. The biggest mistake you make is, hey, tell me about. Believe me, you don't want to know, Holmes. You don't want to know.
The key to a secret marriage. The key to a happy marriage.
Keep moving forward. Don't look back.
Don't dive into that deep ocean of secrets.
By the way, I remember there was a great Sopranos where Christopher and Adriana were having that conversation. I don't know if you remember this. Just like kind of a throwaway scene where they were lying in bed and they were like smoking a butt and everything. And Christopher was like, so tell me about your past and everything. And she goes, well, she was talking about like how she hooked up with this kind of B-list rock star. And she goes, I didn't go to bed with him. I only blanked him.
Oh,
and then, yeah, if you know what I'm saying. And then Christopher winds up going, he called her a slut or whatever, like threw something across the room and stormed out. That's how it's going to end.
I understand.
Just leave it alone, man.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, let's see if I can find it on
That's
YouTube.
A funny scene there. So anyway, Camargo for Matthias. You want to talk about rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, man?
Well, I don't think
what are we doing here? Like, what is this?
I think let me speak for myself. I thought if a move were to be made over starting yesterday over the next 48 hours, talking about today and tomorrow, I expected Kyle Harrison. So
still could happen tomorrow. We don't know.
It could, and I think it probably will.
Jacob Junis starts tonight. Tripoli in my ear because he was gone for the last segment when we discussed that.
Where was he?
A good question.
I said, I did look up and see Little Tone sitting over there.
Good question.
See, Tripoli will just take a walk. He'll just go.
He said he had to get caught.
Well, that's what they all say.
By the way, the little crack in the foundation, Paulie, because he's on like a 2-week run.
Well, it's going right to his head now.
Guess what happened when I pulled into the garage today? He was only seconds ahead of me today.
Don't slip, Tripoli. You're doing so good. Going so good.
I was about a minute later than usual.
I don't want your mom to.
If I had hit one more green light, I'd have beat him by about a minute.
You got to improve this now. You got a good thing going now. Don't blank this up.
And you should have seen him walking out too. He just looked like a zombie.
Tripoli. Well, God only knows. What this kid's up to. He's on his way to New York.
The hood was up.
Yeah,
the face was dead.
I dig his hoodie though. His hoodie game is pretty strong.
Yeah, it is good.
This kid.
Anyway, then you hear the news that Wade Meckler gets called up. You're like, whoa. Okay, now those of you who are minor league heads, you know about this kid because he's been on. Who is it? Nicki Minaj, Starship. Starships are meant to fly. Whatever. Isn't that song from like 5-6 years ago? He's on a starship from Eugene to Richmond to Sacramento. It's just interesting that this was the time. And I'm going to say, and listen, I'm happy for the kid. I want him to be a part of the Giants. By the way, first look at him, incredible look, right? First of all, he's diminutive, right? Started out of the gate right away. Little Tony, little Wade. You know what I mean? Second of all, there's that little hustle gene in him. He's like running around. Everything's like fast. He's like running here, running there, running there, running here. Little like tiny guy running around like a little, If you're an old school guy now, I went Danny Gladden. Dan Gladden, 1986. Little mighty mite out in center field. Just wants to fight you, wants to run through a wall. Now, Gladden had longer hair. I will give you that. But I did throw it out on Twitter. I said, anybody getting Danny Gladden vibes? And some of the old heads were like, dude, I do see it. I got some love on that. They're like, I see the Gladden vibe. I do. No, not Lenny Dykstra. Little Tony just comes in my ear. He's like, Lenny Dykstra? No, we're talking Giants, buddy. It's all about Giants.
Lenny Dykstra.
It's all about Giants. Because other people said Gary Brown, who was the failed center fielder from Cal State.
That was a disappointment, yeah.
And there was another one. There was another
Gary
little
Brown.
Tiny,
wow, man.
Little tiny Giants.
Yeah.
Little tiny Giants running around. Now, this kid's an amazing story. All credit to him. He's now a big leaguer. He's made it in the show, right? Did you hear as a freshman this stat? As a freshman in high school in Esperanza High in Anaheim, California, 4'10", 75 pounds.
What? I didn't hear that.
4'10",
pounds. How's that even
pounds.
biologically possible?
It's not biologically possible.
At 14, how can you weigh 75 pounds?
Yeah. My kid right now, Rory, 5'3", 95 pounds. He's in 6th grade.
Yeah. What does he weigh?
5'3". He's skinny.
I'm surprised he's not over 100 yet. Yeah, it'll happen. He'll get a bit. Yeah.
We're trying to feed him milkshakes and everything.
Yeah, totally. Bulk him up.
Eat. He's one of these kids that doesn't eat.
What do you mean? Like, what's he?
He's like, put food in front of him. He's like, no.
What?
He's one of these kids.
What?
Remember, he just doesn't like food.
What is he? We got Candace cooking all that great stuff.
Yeah,
though.
I know. Well, we had.
He's lucky.
Ribs adobo last night with a tangy sweet.
Listen,
tangy sauce.
he's eating that.
He did have that.
I'll eat that. Candace cook. You know what? Let me come over for dinner. I'll show him how to do it because that sounds damn good.
You would have liked the chicken the other day with it was salmon chicken with a miso glaze.
Let me tell you something right now. You just set off a light bulb over my head that I might have to actually go to pursue because over in my house, over in the Casa de Mac, I do all the cooking.
Yeah,
and
you're good at it too.
Well, not really, but I just got to do it. We got to eat. So my buddies Rags, who I talk about a lot, his brother Brian, they're Filipino, and I grew up around those guys. I got turned on to chicken adobo. I started cooking it.
Yeah.
It's actually something I can pull off.
Good.
I can pull it off pretty well because I've been doing it a lot. You said ribs with these.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
I never even thought of that.
I have to ask Candace for more details. Yeah.
Candace, that sounds good. I might have to.
Chicken. Yeah, it was, and there was
ask
a tangy.
Her, all you got to do is ask her
there
this.
was a sweet and tangy sauce with it too.
Oh boy, yeah. Ask her if it's the same process of doing chicken.
Ask.
Yeah, that's all I need to know.
So anyway, shout out to Wade Meckler. Congratulations to him. Now it just felt, I don't want to say random, but they sent Matos down.
How do you feel about that, by the way? Yeah, we haven't mentioned that. Matos went down.
It's like the Casey Schmidt. He was playing deep. His defense seemed a little weird.
He was kicking balls all over the place. Yeah, it happened a bunch.
I think he's getting tired.
That's what
he's getting tired.
Your boy Casey Crowley was saying earlier in the show.
Was he saying that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't see that. So anyway, Meckler's up. Now, here's the big deal, and I know we got to get this in 1 minute because we got Kype. But here's the catch. And God bless Meckler and Danny Gladden and the whole deal. Bases loaded now, and he's a lefty.
And
they've brought in a lefty. And everything the Giants have told us forever is that unless you're an established star like, I don't know, they sit Brandon Crawford against lefties. So I don't even know who they bat. Conforto, I guess, they play against lefties. Point is this. In his very first Major League game, you would think they would go platoon. Hey, son, welcome to the bigs. It's time for us to send up a righty.
Yeah.
Even though it's Ramos, another rookie, it's a platoon advantage. And they set him up there. Now, part of me is like I'm happy, give the kid a chance, but it's also inconsistent with the messaging they've given us. So Gabe tried to explain it, and then Shea came after him a second time. So here's the first explanation. Danny Emmerman asked the first question.
I think Meckler has a chance to be a good hitter against lefties. You go back and look at his track record at the minor league level. He can draw a walk in those situations. He can slash a ball to the opposite field. He's shown really good bat control, and I think in our organization we want to develop some hitters that can face lefties and righties. So that particular decision was showing faith in a young player that we believe has a chance to hit lefties going forward.
I mean,
okay, so you said we want to develop guys who can hit lefties and righties. You're like, since when? You know what I mean?
I had a hard time. Yeah, seriously. No, that's right. Since what?
Starting what? Starting last night?
What world is this? What you're talking about?
Was that the moon landing last night? Was that the Eagle has landed last night?
That's a great.
So John Shea, being Johnny Shea, God bless Johnny Shea. He's the only guy out there trying to hold the truth to power. Speaking truth to power, he goes, well, that's not really what you guys do. What are you doing?
We believe that he's going to be productive against left-handed hitters. So in other words, we thought that Wade was the good option to hit a left-handed pitcher in that situation, and it's good for his development. So, obviously there are other areas to use your pinch hitters, and we had Slates available, we had Ramos available, we did not have Wilmer Flores available. And obviously Ramos got that at bat against Jock Peterson. So, John, we could have used Elliott there, and we felt like Meckler was the best option to hit that lefty.
You knew he was pissed because he said John.
Slate.
For Johnny Shea.
Yeah, Slate.
John.
Yeah.
We felt... Well, that's
the right question, John.
Well, listen, again, I'm okay with them developing everyday players, but that's not what they've been doing. So all of it's like, so anyway, wanted to get that out there.
No, it's not what they've been doing at all. You're 100% right.
So, anyway. By the way, other people, there was, because of the goggles, a little Kelby Tomlinson vibe. So I'd say if Kelby Tomlinson and Danny Gladden had a love child, it would be Wade Meckler. God bless him. I hope the kid sticks. We want him. We love the homegrown kids.
Hey, if nothing else,
love them.
916 gave me a good laugh in the middle of that cut where I just happened to look over and the text line goes, I'm getting strong John Holmes vibes off of Meckler.
We got to get going. We got to get going. John, that's very good there. Hey, by the way, it was thank you, everybody. Brockmeyer was the show with Hank Azaria.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Dwayne Kuiper next. Power Hour, the sports leader.
This is Lee Hammer.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
All right, everybody. Paul and Max saying good morning. Hope everybody's feeling good today. You wake up at a certain point in your life. You wake up in the morning, everything starts to hurt. Your joints, your neck, your ankles, shoulders, knees. Throw in any other joint pain, areas that I might have missed here. But that's why I want to talk to you about QC Kinetics. It's the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. It's now open right here in the Bay Area, where you can achieve lasting relief with your joint pain without surgery and without prescription drugs. Probably the most important things right there. Regenerative medicine actually uses highly concentrated healing agents from your own body. Now, these treatments can restore and repair damaged tissue in all your aching joints so you can move around without the pain. Again, there's over 100 QC Kinetics clinics nationwide. They've treated thousands of patients. They've had great success, and you could be next. Give them a call. Set up an appointment. You can call 877-70-REGEN, 877-70-REGEN. You get the free consultation. Again, locations right now in Pleasanton, coming soon to San Jose. 877-70-REGEN.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Mac to catch up with Kype.
Sponsored by NorCal Honda. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. 680 AM.
All right, poor guy. Kype's always like, don't give me a blowout the night before I got to go on the Murph and Max show. We're trying to have some fun. Hey, Dante Whitner going to join Tolbert and Copes today at 2:50. That should be very, very good. All right, Kype, so we won't start with all the negative, gloomy stuff. Let's have some fun and talk about Dave Fleming as a bat boy. Good morning, Dwayne.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
All right, good.
Yeah. How are you?
I've been listening the last half hour. I mean, look, Dave ended up being the story, and the post-game wrap, we had a lot of fun with our boy Dave. You know, it's a simple rule. If you finish last, we got really caught in a bad spot last year where part of the fun of the fantasy football draft is actually being at the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And last year, it just so happened that the 4 broadcasters had a function for the community fund where people bought tickets to hear the 4 of us in person tell old stories. And it happened to be on the night of the draft. So we didn't get the draft. And we finished last. So the deal is you got to be a bet boy if you finish last. And, you know, we had just a couple of opportunities to do it in spring training. I wasn't going to do it. For one reason is they retired Pablo Sandoval's uniform. So there wasn't any uniforms available for me. And you know, Dave's the younger in shape guy, so, you know, he was the perfect choice. And he wasn't in spring training very much due to college sports that he was doing.
Yeah.
So basically, you know, the players are really simple. If you don't do it, you're not in the league. And Dave said, all right, well, I'll do it. He had one stipulation. He said, I won't do it when Bruce Bochy's here.
Okay.
Well, that's okay.
I cannot let Bruce Bochy see me with a double flapped helmet on.
Yeah. I get it.
So he chose last night, and it was a good night. I mean, everybody enjoyed it. We had the MLB Network on one of our monitors, and I think they showed him more than we did.
Yeah.
Really?
It made MLB. It made the MLB website big time.
Yeah. So it turned out to be a big hit. You know, players loved it. Gabe loved it. I'm not sure how many of the fans knew what was going on, but he had to work hard. I mean, he came up to the booth to work in the uniform. and when we walked in to do the wrap, the first thing Mike said was, Flem, you did a great job. You need a shower now.
Oh, man.
Stinky Flem.
And Dave's like, yeah, you're right, I know. He said, I worked up a lather down there. He said, it wasn't as easy as I thought. He got some help. Austin helped him. And but all in all, you know, in a game like that, you need a little levity, and he provided it. And he worked 3 scoreless innings, so nothing was laid on him.
Right. He did good.
Yeah,
he didn't trip and fall. You know, that would have been the all-timer, right? And
Murph, you did that once.
He had a microphone on, so
yeah.
You know, we picked up the conversations he had with Bill Miller, which was great. Bill Miller said, hey, now that you're doing this, why don't you call balls and strikes for an inning? And Dave's like, no, you don't want to see that. So, you know, so all that was good stuff. I'm not sure it's ever been done before. And I mean, look, quite frankly, doing this and getting the approval went all the way to Manfred's office.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it's not just something that you can, well, hey, let's grab somebody out of the stands to be a bat boy. All the way to the commissioner's office. And part of it was because we interviewed him and he had a microphone on, you know, and you want to be discreet because you never know what could be said.
Right.
So everybody checked the boxes and off Dave went and he was smiling the whole time. So, and I know he had a good time.
He was, and he looked. It was funny, and when you guys did that interview with him, yeah, he was serious as a heart attack. He's like, I gotta go do my work.
He really was.
So,
well, yeah, he was afraid that he was missing something, and he didn't want to catch the wrath of whoever, umpire, manager, the other bat boy, Austin. So he did not want to be on with us for very long. Let's put it that way.
Wasn't Mario Alioto served as a bat boy a little bit back in the day?
Well, yeah, when he was, 14 years old.
Yeah.
And then he became the clubhouse guy when he was 18 or 19.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you guys don't know that story, but the visiting clubhouse guy at that time got killed on a hit-and-run driver in Scottsdale.
Oh, my God.
And they needed to find a clubhouse guy right away, and it was Mario who had worked in that clubhouse as a teenager, and he got the job.
Man, and here he is, and now he's bowing out.
He had the best.
Yeah.
He had the best food after the games for the players.
Yes.
Because his mom cooked them.
He's told us, the pasta from Nana.
Yeah.
That's so great. All right, well,
Murph got lasagna from Costco.
Right. Speaking of Murph, he's got
Cleveland.
Yeah.
In Cleveland, we got the wieners that were left over from the concession.
Well, that's no good.
Good mustard, though, right?
Well, still.
Cleveland mustard's famous.
I looked at the spread the players had after their game in Oakland.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Lobster tails.
No.
What?
Oakland?
Yeah.
Lobster tails?
Not this
Lobster
team.
tails and steaks.
Okay. Wow.
Was it under the Haas ownership or
surfing and turfing?
No. I mean, Mikey, their clubhouse guy's been there for
Mikey
1,000
Thalblum.
years.
Yeah, I've known Mikey. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's a good
Yeah.
dude. Oh, you're talking about the Giants visiting clubhouse. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So he teed him up.
He's awesome.
And I wanted to just jump in the middle of it and say, hey, you want to hear an old story from an old ball player? We got wieners in Cleveland.
Yeah, right.
Sometimes we got 5 and sometimes we got 25.
Yeah.
But nobody wants to hear it.
Oh, man. All right. Well, we've avoided talking about the barrage, 18 hits by the Rays last night. But the big story was Wade Meckler. That's the big story. And it's great. Congratulations to the young man. What a story. 4'10", as you said on the show last night, the broadcast, as a high school freshman. 8th round pick last year. Now in the bigs. That's, as Kerry Crowley so laid out this morning, that's a rocket ship. Like, that just doesn't happen, right? And so anyway, your analysis of the whole move, the really, really, really rapid development of Meckler, and then sending down Matos at the same time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not very often where we get to say about a player, well, he played in college last year.
Wow.
So that's how fast-tracked.
Yeah.
And you know what? He didn't do it with a lot of notoriety. I mean, when you're that size, you don't get a lot of notoriety. Not at first. You get it by producing. And he produced. He hit at every level. He played hard at every level, made contact at every level, and just flew from one spot to the next. Look, I'm the first to admit, never heard of Wade Meckler until we had a meeting with Farhan right after the trading deadline, the 4 broadcasters. And Farhan said, well, one name that came up all the time from other teams is they wanted Wade Meckler. And I had to scramble to do some research to find out who Wade Meckler was. And that's the first time I heard of this young man. And then from that on, I followed him every day. And every day he was getting 2 or 3 hits. And then the next day he was going to AA, and then next day, he's going to AAA. So I took my brother Glenn to the game yesterday, and we were sitting in the dugout, and here this little guy walks up the steps. And Glenn follows our minor leagues more than I do. And he's like, well, that's Meckler. I said, come on, that's not him. He said, that's him. So we stopped, we introduced ourselves. He had no clue as to who I was or who Glenn was, which is fine. It's our job to make sure that he knows eventually who we are. He shook our hand, and he gave me a handshake. It hurt. So he's a strong little guy, and we were really all looking forward to his at bats, because he's the perfect example of a grinder.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we always talk about grinding at bats. This guy's a grinder. Inevitably, the 6'5" guys, they're never called grinders. Just because their size keeps them from that vocabulary. and they may be grinders. It's always these little guys that are grinders, and he's a grinder.
He did. He got a tough deal in the first at bat. Glasnow's, an all-star. He's a phenomenal pitcher. He's a tough one, but he worked a full count and drew a walk, and then we got to fast forward to the big moment where he gets the bat with it's 6-1. So but game's still going, and he gets the chance to hit against a lefty. Glasnow's out.
Was not surprised at all.
Okay.
Was not surprised at all, and I wasn't surprised because they have the data of what this kid did in the minor leagues against lefties. And, so here he goes. And, the fans were into that at bat.
Yeah.
Because he fouled some pitches off. He took some close pitches. He took some pitches that I would have taken. And they were called balls by Bill Miller. But I didn't want anybody else to hit at that time, unless Bonds was available, than Meckler. So, and I'm glad he had a chance to take the at bat. It didn't end up well, but he had a grinding at bat, and quite frankly, we don't see enough of those now out of this lineup.
What if I offered you Elliot Ramos as a righty?
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have had a problem with that either.
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, they know the history
of
this kid, and the history of this kid is he's grinded out. He's probably going to get a walk, or he's going to put it in play, and he didn't get either of those. And when you're down 5, you obviously expect a little more, but he grinded it out, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, agreed. And listen, one game, we're looking forward to more. His numbers were insane. It's quite a story. The story is even deeper. People should read about him. He, was one of those guys, he was told by Oregon State to leave. Like they told him, we don't have a spot for you. And he stuck around. And it's like he came on as a walk-on. He's just an incredible grinder, and we look forward to more. Matos, though, we were just saying right before you came on, was he tired? Did he get tired? I don't know. That's just a guess. He's only 21. He came up with great thrills.
Defensively, Murph.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's not a spot that you can regress. And it happened actually pretty quick. We knew that that's pretty much what the organization was thinking when 3-4 days ago, Slater was in center and Matos was in left. And I even called Mariana in our PR department. I said, Mariana, would you double-check to see if that's not a mistake? And she double-checked. She said, no, that's not a mistake. Well, that's an indication there that they were not that happy with how he was progressing defensively. And he just needs to get better at it. He's made some really great plays. But a couple of those plays that he made were because of bad jumps, and he made up for it with his speed. He's going to be a really good player. He is. And it's hard when you're 21 years old, unless you're Ronald Acuna. It's hard to stay in the big leagues without them adjusting to you, and then your average starts to dip, and then you start worrying about it, and it keeps going down, and you need to hit the reset button. Happened with Casey Smith.
Mm-hmm.
The one guy that it didn't happen to is Patrick Bailey, where his started to go down, but then he picked it up again.
He did.
And of course, we know the value of Patrick Bailey is more than just what he does at the plate. His real, true value is what he does behind the plate. So Matos is going to be back. This is Ramos's time. He's had a number of different opportunities at this level, and after a while, those opportunities run dry. And this is his time. So if there's a lefty out there, and even if there's a righty, you're going to see him get some at bats instead of Luis Matos. So we'll see what happens. But the offense needs to get clicking. Look, they win an unbelievable game on Sunday. And you want to ride that game into the next day. And, now they face the hottest pitcher in the big leagues the last month. And so we knew that was going to be, you were going to have to win another low-scoring game. And the openers, it didn't work. So, but they can hit. I think they're 73 wins now. And, when you look at their lineup, it doesn't overwhelm you like the Rangers lineup or some of the other lineups like Atlanta. But, boy, when they step in the box, they swing it. And, Mike and I were kind of rolled our eyes a little bit. The Giants strike out a lot. Well, the Rays struck out 12 times last night, and the Giants, I think, struck out 8 or 9. But you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
No, it's true.
You couldn't tell because they got 18 hits.
That's it, yeah.
They got 5 hits that were routine ground balls between first and second.
That's true. That is true.
So what that tells me is you've got one team that's grinding out at bats and willing to go the other way, and you got another team that's really struggling offensively, and that's not happening. But you also have to have hitters that fit that mold, and right now the Giants are just struggling.
Do you think, as far as the pitching goes, Dwayne, is there that Kyle Harrison excitement really got to us? Susan Slusser mentioned it Friday. John Shea wrote about it over the weekend. Now they've announced Jacob Junis will start tonight, so that's off the table. But is the buzz at the park that it might happen Wednesday or at all?
No, it's not going to happen Wednesday.
Darn it.
I think they feel like he needs another start. His last start, he walked the first 4 guys.
Right. Yeah.
So I think they want to see him clean that up a little bit, and then he'll be here. There isn't any doubt he's going to be here, but they just they don't want it to be a potential disaster if he does come here, because there's been so much focus on. There's been as much focus on him as there was on Joey Bart.
Yeah.
And we know how that worked out. So I'm not telling you guys to back off a little bit, but let's give this kid a chance to do something when he gets here, as opposed to just rolling him out. I told Paulie Mack when you were gone, Murph, about a guy that I played with, and nobody remembers this, but his name was David Clyde.
I remember the name.
David Clyde was a high school phenom in Dallas. And he pitched on a Saturday. The Rangers drafted him, and he pitched his next game in the big leagues a week later. And it ruined him. I mean, they filled the stadium.
Yeah, right.
50,000.
Yeah.
And David Clyde was never what David Clyde should have been. So, it was a trick, right? It was a way to get people in the park. And I'm not saying that that's what happens with Kyle Harrison, but you do have to be careful with young guys that you don't want to hurt them.
It's all very true, and we got excited. We thought maybe because it was late August now or mid-August that they'd put in enough time, but
he got hurt, and he'd be here if he hadn't gotten hurt.
Yeah, maybe that's the case.
And I think that set him back about a month.
It was one was Tristan Beck stayed out there a long time last night. Were you wondering, was Gabe just asking him to fall on the sword, kind of like Alex would on Saturday?
Well, I think once you hit a certain number as to how much you're behind, then you kind of want somebody to eat up some more innings. If that's a 2-run game, then it's probably a different story. But those guys in the bullpen, they know what their responsibilities are. And all of them have accepted it. I mean, Alex Wood you can tell is a little grumpy once in a while about what happens. Mm-hmm. But they all accept it. And it's not about, you need everything to be working. You at least need pitching and defense to work, or pitching and hitting. You got to have 2 out of the 3. And but the one thing that could really drag you down is if you're not hitting, because you're not leaving your seats. You're not getting out, standing up and cheering. Mm-mm. And they know that, and I think they're probably grinding a little too hard right now.
They are in the Rays, and then they've got to go to Atlanta this week.
Schedule's tough, yeah.
One after
another. And then you got to go to Philadelphia, and then Atlanta comes here.
Yeah.
Yep. It's going to be tough.
You got to play your tail off to at least play 500 against those teams.
Right.
By the way, bad news.
You don't want to get sucked in and all of a sudden start, dropping big chunks. Because they're going to be in this until the end.
Well, because, we were saying, remember last week I asked you about playoff fever. And, I know it's not what people are feeling right now in this skid they've hit in the last 10 days, 9 days or whatever. But they still do own the wild card here, Kype, which is amazing. The second wild card, not even the third. And so I guess it comes down to Philly, the Giants, Miami, the Cubs, and the Reds. I mean, and until Arizona and San Diego do something, they both lost last night. So can you be... and give Philly one of those spots. Can you be one of 2 teams out of the Giants, Marlins, Cubs, and Reds? That's it.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. You play the Reds head on for 3 games. Mm-hmm. So you can you can help take care of your situation with them. But, I mean, look, we're in a position now where if the Dodgers are playing one of those teams you just mentioned,
yeah.
It's hard to say it, but you become a Dodger fan.
It is hard to say, but it has happened through the history of the world.
If you're 3 games behind, then it's different. But if you can't catch the Dodgers, then you better cheer for them to beat the Reds, to beat the Phillies, to beat the Cubs. And Mike and I have been doing that.
You don't really cheer for them. You cheer for the other team to lose, right?
Yeah, there's a distinction.
Well, you can put it any way you want, Murph.
Right.
Hey, by the way, before we let you go, we should shout it out. Alyssa Nacken announced she's pregnant with a baby due in February.
That was a big secret that we weren't allowed to say.
Pretty neato.
Oh, my gosh, and is she ever thrilled? I mean, think about this. You got a woman that's on a major league staff. And I thought about it when I was walking behind her in the batting cage yesterday. Not only do you have a woman in a major league uniform as a major league coach, and now you've got a pregnant woman in uniform as a major league coach.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's awesome, man.
Yeah.
It's awesome for every little girl who is remotely interested in sports.
Yep.
Because here you go. You got an example of what can happen.
Yeah.
And we are so happy for her because she's an absolute joy to be around.
She is.
She really is.
I've done a couple of things with her. She's fantastic. What a great person. You can see why Gabe hired her.
Yeah.
She's smart, and she knows her stuff,
Yeah,
too.
good energy, too. By the way this is going with all the, the way they're accelerating the youngsters, will Farhan call up Alyssa's baby?
Look at you. All right.
Will he call up?
See, Kype, he's trying the new material. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I'm really on board with Murph, and then there are other times I'm not.
Well, it swings like that, yeah. Yeah.
That was a knot. I got it. Oh, boy. All right.
I told you this before, Murph. I told you this before.
Yeah.
Now at the plate, Ryan Murphy and the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Not the first time that's happened either.
That was a good call.
But you got to swing. At least not go down looking. Swing and a miss. So good. All right. Well, I'll be out there tomorrow with my little guy and his buddies. So we'll wave at you and we'll see if they, but we probably won't get Kyle Harrison, unfortunately, but we'll see what happens.
Hey, you might, but I don't think so. But we will see him, and it'll be awesome to see him just because of where he was raised, where he went to high school, and the guys in the clubhouse, when they had him in spring training, they loved the kid.
All right, cool.
Oh, hey, before we let you go, you got your East Bay buddy back. How about Buster coming back? That's awesome news.
Buster's back.
Yeah.
We've got coffee scheduled here within the next couple of weeks.
I was going to say,
awesome.
you guys can now become part of the coffee tradition.
And Kype, we almost got Vogelsong to admit that it was Vogie's fault that Buster's coming back to the Bay. Like he's coming back just to get away from Vogie.
Yeah, I heard that, and I also heard that it was a good thing you guys were separated by some miles.
Oh, when we asked him the
Not
question.
afraid to choke you.
Oh, no, I know.
Asked the question, you mean? He said, what are you trying to do to me?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's not afraid to choke you.
No, he's not.
But no, it is. It's great to have Buster back. And the family. I mean, the 4 kids. It kind of warms my heart that now they felt like this is their home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is.
It is cool. I agree.
Well, he's going to learn what...
Everything in life as adults really happened here, right?
Yeah.
Married, kids.
Home.
Adoption of kids.
Yeah.
World Series champions, all the things that Buster accomplished.
Well, he's going to...
I can guarantee you what he's most proud of is that gang that lives in his house.
Yeah, he is big on that. He's going to learn what Steve Young and Joe Montana and guys like that have learned. Even Barry. The Bay will love you for life.
Big bear hug.
He's got this is like he's in a big, warm hug for the rest of his life that he stays here.
Yep. And
his family, too.
It looks like that's the way it's going to be.
Yeah, so. Awesome. All right, Kype.
Plus, he's a little closer to the ballpark.
Yes.
True.
Yeah, we need him.
Yeah, we do.
Just want him around.
His input is invaluable.
No.
And the Giants know it.
Yeah.
So
I'm excited for that. All right. Well, there we go. Another one in the books.
Yeah.
We survived, and you survived, and now you get to go meet Buster for coffee, and we will talk to you next week.
Okay, guys.
Thanks, guys.
The great Dwayne Kuiper. Hey, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. Hey, at least Mikey V checked in and said he liked my Alyssa Nacken joke.
Oh, thanks, V. I didn't see Mikey, but what about the cold water on the Kyle Harrison? There you go. We're getting all lathered up again. It's one of these "why didn't you stop me, Dad" moments, and it was Kype that stopped us.
Yeah,
so,
I thought we were going to see him.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
we did. We got worked up. How about I blame Susan? I'm lashing out at everybody today. Yeah, I'm going to blame.
Hey, you want lash outs now? I got people lashing out at me on social media.
What about
not at me? They're saying, hey, Murph, when are you going to take on Kapler for not wearing a jersey and wearing that T-shirt with the weird SF logo, with all the designs? I shouldn't say weird. It's just creative SF logo. And people are lashing out at that now.
Why is that your fault, though?
No, they're saying, hey, Murph, when are you going to go after
Oh, they
him?
want you to,
Go after him.
Well, it's a choice I made.
Who knows? I don't know.
All right, we're going to get away from the Giants for the big hit as we hear what Kyle Shanahan and a lot of the Monday analysis of the Trey Lance, Sam Darnold situation. We need some Niners in our life. Next on the big hit on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, sometimes I'm really on board with Murph, and then there are other times I'm not.
Kype with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Absolute power corrupts. Absolutely.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
49ers gave some injury updates yesterday. For all the news on that and an upcoming look at the rest of the preseason, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, this is Murph and Mac's Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
3rd and 10. 49ers at their own 35. Even at 7 against the Raiders. Lance dropping back. Great protection this time. Fires to Conley over the middle. He's got a first down and into Raider territory. KT, there was Trey Lance's fastball right there. Bell to the left. Lance out of the gun. On first down. Goes over the middle of the field. And it's caught into Raider territory. Flag on the play. And spinning all the way down to the 36-yard line. And Troy Fumagalli, good catch and run after. Now Darnold out of the gun, 3 wide receivers to the right. Dropping back to pass. And firing out to the right sidelines. Got the first down. Out to the 40-yard line. And able to find Tay Martin. And Sam Darnold looks like a guy who's played 6 years in the NFL.
Well, there it is as we kind of let the dust settle and get into another week of 49er quarterback discussion here. There was a chance for everybody on Monday to reflect a little bit, make some comments, make some thoughts. Kyle Shanahan spoke about the 49ers quarterback situation. And how about us leading off the big hit with Greg Papa? How about that? Are we allowed to quote our own guys?
Sure.
Well, little Tony thought it was the right move.
Yeah, no, we bring in Pop all the time. He's
also the guy who came in my ear and said, Lenny Dykstra. When I was talking about homegrown giants that he reminded me of.
Lenny Dykstra, well.
Lenny Dykstra was a much beefier guy than, he didn't have that little sort of water buggy thing about him. Meckler's got that little water buggy thing that Danny Gladden had. But I hear you, buddy. We were going homegrown giants. People were at Brett Butler. Again, not a homegrown giant. Back to the 49ers. Battle for QB2, Lance or Darnold. I think right now, we know that Darnold is probably QB2.
Well,
right?
if you watch the game and you saw what I think we all saw, I think it's only natural that people right now are feeling like Sam Darnold's probably the guy that's going to get that role. A couple of games left, although I would guess that, Trey and Darnold are only going to play in this upcoming game at the Vi at Levi Stadium, and then beyond that, I don't think you're going to see either. Would we see those guys in the third game?
Yes.
We will.
You got to have somebody.
Well, I think that's a safe thing to say then. Listen, right now, as it stands, yes, I think Darnold is number 2. That's right now.
You're in keeping with your boy making his big hit debut.
Who?
Greg Papa.
Okay.
This was on KNBR social
Pops.
media.
Yeah.
See, we like to promote other shows.
That's
what
right,
we like to do.
Yeah.
Here's your boy.
Okay.
And the point I'll just make, Sam Darnold played well. The ball to Ronnie Bell down the right sideline, the one over the middle to Ronnie Bell. He's a pro. And they blitzed him. They had back-to-back blitzes from the Mike linebacker. He ran away from Ron at one and, missed one. To me, Darnold is clearly a better player than Trey Lance. It's not close. If they had to play a game, I think it's Sam. And I think Sam can push Brock Purdy, honestly. And they love Brock, and he processes fast. If Darnold gets this offense down, his throwing arm is elite. There is no doubt. So I think with the Mike Silver column that he wrote a few weeks ago, and I got all over him that it was early, but it was all in the back of our heads. They quarterbacks get hurt around here. Mm-hmm. What if you lose Brock Purdy and you lose Sam Darnold? Who do you trust playing, for long stretches? Trey Lance or Brandon Allen? I think that's what they're assessing.
Pretty hot take there from Pop. I liked it. I heard it. I was driving down Van Ness at the time. I liked it. I'm glad we cut it. It's worth discussing. By the way, I think that whole cut was made by Marcus, the Waterboy Boucher, in the middle of that going, mm-hmm. Could you hear him? You hear Boucher?
I don't know that I did hear that,
calls
actually.
him Boucher, by the way. Papa
Let me ask you, Boucher.
So, listen. By the way, so what he was saying there was, first of all, that Darnold could push Brock Purdy.
That's an interesting comment.
I want to go back. Listen,
that's a very interesting comment. And he's down there every day. Listen, Papa sees all this. He's at all the practice.
He also hears what the coaches are saying, too. I'm a Purdy guy, obviously, but I'm also telling you, there's no guarantee it doesn't go sideways.
You've been saying that kind of regularly. And
I like him. I do. I'm all in support.
I would tell you this. I don't think Murph is out of bounds and that kind of thought because we haven't, again, it's a pretty small sample size. I hear what you're saying, man. Brock Purdy got thrown in there, and yes, he won a whole bunch of games. Is that going to continue this year, man? My fingers are crossed. I hope so.
Yeah.
But I will say this.
And I think there's a better than even chance that it will.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I'm actually I'm feeling pretty positive about Brock. I'm not I don't feel like doom and gloom with him at all. I think he's going to continue to get better, actually. But guys do get hurt. Stuff happens in the NFL, as we've seen time and time again. So having Sam Darnold come in, and again, hearing all the comments Papa made, the elite arm, It's a very interesting time, and I look at this in a positive way overall because it wasn't that long ago, Murph. You and I were sitting there flipping a coin. I mean, who's it going to be? C.J. Beathard, or do you want Nick Mullins with Nick in a box? I mean, those were some dark days. Listen,
by the way, quick digression. In that quarterback Netflix series, Nicky Mullins, he's Mahomes' backup in Kansas City.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's all kind of run just hanging out near Mahomes.
Yeah, shout out Nick in a box, man.
Oh, pardon me, Kirk Cousins. My bad. He's backing up Kirk Cousins in Minnesota. I confused my quarterbacks on Netflix. But it's actually, what's his face who comes in? Chad Henne comes in for Mahomes in the playoff game. But anyway, back to your point about who. You're right.
There's some good talent here now.
Beathard to Hoyer
yeah, so no matter how you slice this or who your guy is, if you have a guy in this fight, and it seems like Trey has become what Garoppolo had represented for so many years, which is either like you really dig the guy or you can't stand the sight of him. And I'm starting to get like that seems to be coming into focus now with Trey, even though we've hardly seen him still.
Can't stand the sight of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
Bro,
so good.
Heard that.
Oh,
I definitely heard that.
Do that again.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
That
was Boucher.
Listen,
right in the middle of that.
This might be the Triple E's biggest contribution to the show of all time. Mm-hmm. Thank you. And good ear on you, Murph. Shows you how deaf I am. I didn't even hear it in the playback.
Okay.
Yeah. That's awesome.
It's when he said, listen, quarterbacks get hurt around here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there it is. All right, Dan Orlovsky, who's done a pretty good job at ESPN. I like him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's new. That's the Cope's chuckle now, too. It
is strong, I got to say. Mm-hmm.
Oh, boy. Dan Orlovsky, nationally, people are burying Trey Lance. They're burying him.
They're really going after him.
Here's Orlovsky on ESPN.
I don't think Trey Lance can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I've seen enough. He doesn't have enough reps playing football. That's a reality. That ball is almost intercepted. It should go to the left because the guy's wide open. The ball doesn't come out quick enough for Trey right now. And I think that after watching yesterday, he's so much more comfortable as an under-center quarterback than a shotgun quarterback. But Kyle's offense has really become a shotgun offense. It's become ball distribution. It's become play point guard. It's become get it out quickly. And that's just not where Trey is right now. I want to be fair to Trey. He got better as the game went on, and that's why those reps matter. I just don't think he can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense. He should have thrown 2 interceptions. The ball gets held so long for him right now, and it hasn't gotten better in the 3 years that he's been in the NFL.
That's as clean a cut as you're going to find there, Orlovsky. He had one phrase in there that will haunt me.
Go.
I've seen enough.
Yeah.
That's the phrase.
And the other thing he said that I totally agree with 1,000,000% is he just hasn't had enough reps. That's what he needs more than anything else is more experience.
So it's the old catch-22, Paulie. The guy needs enough reps, but yet you can't afford to give him reps because you're trying to win a Super Bowl.
They're not in a position right now to kind of wait around for him to get.
Paulie, when we were growing up, didn't they tell you to get a job? To get a job, you have to have experience on your resume.
How am I going to get experience? How am I going to get experience if you guys won't hire me? Pretty good line. It might work with some employers too. Give it a shot when you go out there. But I got to say, if the Niners were in a different position, if this was like the 06 or 07 team. Maybe you take your time with Trey Lance and you just let him get his reps out there on the field. Right now, dude, they got aspirations to win a Super Bowl. I don't think they can wait around for Trey Lance to figure this all out.
Papa said that was most provocative was
they got to go with the best player.
Because yesterday I was saying just keep him. Just keep him.
I got no problem with that. I think that's actually a very smart idea.
Papa was suggesting and why he made the big hit was no, don't keep him. Brandon Allen's a better option.
Yikes. Well, listen, if that is...
That's the take that's like, whoa, hey now. And he might be right, given what Shanahan demands.
Well, talent wins out, and that's what's probably going to happen in this case here. I mean, the most talented players are going to win those positions. Now, if that were to happen, then what does become a Trey Lance? Honestly,
then you trade him for the draft pick, and then you basically take and you get a 4th rounder or whatever. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, Shanahan and Orlovsky did say this, and this is what I was saying because I saw what I saw of the game. Maybe I was in a good mood because I was at the Pat Bailey walk-off. Was I saw him get better as the game went on, and that was my kind of takeaway. I was like, he got better as the game went on. And most people are like, no, dude, he sucked so bad in the first quarter. I don't care what he did in the second quarter. And Shanahan actually points out the improvement.
I thought he played a lot better as it ended. He came out. The first play was tough. the corner just keyed his 3-step drop and sat on it and did the right thing. He reset to go to the tight end over the ball, but we had one of our eligibles busted on the play and put 2 guys in the same spot. So he had to protect the ball and take a sack there. Another sack on the 3rd and 8 wasn't his fault. We kind of had a jailbreak on it, but the 2 ones after that, I thought he could have gotten rid of it a little before the sack. And a couple things, he just hesitated on a hair early in the game. But as it went, I think he made a huge 3rd down on the 3rd and 8. I think it was to Conley. Made a very decisive 1 and 2 minute that got us down there to Troy. And ended up doing some good things. I wish we would have converted that short yardage and kept him out there a little bit longer, but that's some of the frustrating things about preseason.
Yeah, if you follow Ted Wynn, he's a really good film guy on Twitter, and Tolbert and Copes have him on the show. He puts out this. He put out a tweet saying Lance got more comfortable as the day went on. This was by far his best pass and gives you a glimpse of why they gave up those assets. It's the one he throws to. It's Chris Conley for about 18 yards, and he threads it over a defender and gets it before the other defender closes. It's what they call a dime, as they say. So, I mean, there is that there. But again, somebody pointed out on the text line here, they said it sounds like James Wiseman all over again, where it's, he has a skill set. It just doesn't fit the Warriors, whereas Trey Lance has a skill set. It doesn't fit the Niners. So now it just gets back to why'd you draft him instead of Mac Jones? And the question is, Shanahan then, the thought was that he was going to draft Mac Jones. Why did he change, et cetera? So there you go. One more here. Let's jump down to Rich Eisen and Mayoko. This is cut C.
Okay.
So how about Maddie going on Rich Eisen?
Nice.
By the way.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw Eisen wearing a suit with low-top Converse Chuck Taylors.
Yeah, that's where it's all going, buddy.
No, man, I had to go thumbs down.
Bro, I haven't seen dress shoes with a suit in, it's been ages.
I got 2 takes for you. Number 1.
Shout out Salvador Ferragamo. I got a closet full of them, Murph. If you need any, let me know. Yeah.
Number 1, I get the dress leather sneaker. Even I have them. It's like, okay.
Did you hear what you just said? Dress sneakers.
I got
See what I'm saying?
I know,
Did
dude.
Don Draper throw on the dress sneaker?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, no, dress sneakers.
I got 2 takes for you.
Yeah.
1, I'll accept the dress leather sneaker. I'll accept it.
You're drawing a line
barely.
of Chuck Taylor low tops?
I'm drawing the line at the Chuck Taylor low tops.
I feel you, man. Yep.
And B, my second take is bring back the dress shoe. Well, bring it back. It's a fine look.
I got to tell you the honest to God truth, because most people do look to me for like just fashion thoughts and advice and tips. Truth of the matter is, Murph, I would not feel. I don't think I would do sneakers with a suit, or I just don't see. I just don't think I would do
I'm
it.
with you. I've done it with like a. If I'm wearing a sport coat and jeans,
that now you're getting into some territory that yes, now we can start working. Like say we went down to the prosciutto
Listen
room.
to us, by the way.
No, I know that's what's so great about this, bro. We're talking fashion. It's the best. But like that
Look at us.
prosciutto, yeah, totally. I got my Niners and my tee.
Quarter zip again.
But no, if you go in jeans, jacket, go ahead. Throw on your sneaks, right, Triple E? I don't know what's going on.
I think that's for me. But then again, look at me.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
it's,
all right.
It's a tough situation.
Anyway, Mayoko's on with Rich Eisen.
And he's got the Chucks.
Here he is.
Yeah, thank you.
Are teams knocking on John Lynch's door for Lance?
To my knowledge, that hasn't happened yet. And, will it happen? I don't know. I think he has to put better stuff on film than he did on Sunday for any team to be making those phone calls. I'm sure there were a lot of teams back in 2021 that really liked Trey Lance and had him rated, wherever it was, somewhere in the first round.
Oh, yeah.
And maybe some of those teams still need a quarterback. So I guess the big question is, if Sam Darnold wins the number 2 job, do you keep? Well, there's 2 factors here. Will a team reach out to the 49ers to get Trey Lance because he would then be the number 3 guy and a guy who'd be suited up on game days but only available to play if there are 2 injuries to the other 2 quarterbacks? Then for the 49ers, what's the price then? What do you part ways with him? I mean, I guess it all depends on what a team's willing to offer for Trey Lance. But I would say if you're the 49ers and some team comes calling about your number 3 quarterback, if that's the way it shakes out, they have to listen.
Well, there it is, man. So that's where we're headed, guys. This thing is on the table that they could trade him. And if they do, she would say that's the biggest bust, and somebody said that would be the biggest bust in draft history, given what they traded for him.
Do you agree?
It would be on the list.
It's up there.
But the catch is that the Niners are so good, it doesn't matter. The fact that they've actually...
That's an interesting point.
The fact that they've actually dodged that bullet of blowing that pick because they got Brock Purdy and Sam Darnold in the room.
You know where else I would say this kind of happened? I'm not saying it's the biggest bust of all time or anything, but it definitely, obviously did not work out, was one of John Lynch's first moves, too, was Reuben Foster. And against a lot of people's advice or thoughts like, oh, this kid's trouble and watch out, Lynch rolls the dice and takes a chance on him because he's such a great athlete and a great player, but look what happened. I mean, so like...
Prior to that, he took Solomon Thomas.
Yep.
So that was another one, too.
Disappointing, too.
So anyway, listen, teams miss on draft. Bill Walsh took James Owens in the first round at a big moment, and it never happened. So, but anyway, that's where we're at now, guys, as the dust kind of settles. It's funny because, like, then you sleep on it for a night, and you come back, and then you hear Orlovsky, and you hear Papa, and you hear us, and you hear everybody, and you're like, damn, it's basically, you come away saying Trey Lance clearly lost ground in his standing as a 49er coming out of that Raiders game.
Hey,
now, we'll see, Saturday it looks like Darnold might start. I mean, he might go out there and just carve, you know what I mean?
No, he very well could. And that's good for us, man. Listen, you got to, like I said, man, the best players should get those roles. Like, and if that's going to be Sam Darnold, then go with Sam Darnold. Whoever's going to win you the football games. Murph, do I have time for one more fashion comment?
Please.
Yes. Okay, so this is something I just saw on the text line. It's actually more of a question. So thank you, 408. It's a legit thing, and I've seen this. 408 checks in. He goes, guys, what about the suit with no socks look?
Oh, wow.
You've seen the dress shoe.
Were you talking about the pant that tailors down and shows the ankle?
You got to blaze the ankles now.
Well, that's...
Are the ankles sexy? Is there like sexyankles.com? Is that like a thing?
I think the ankle can be sexy.
I don't find it like, okay, it's not like an ankle.
Bones, it's symmetrical, the way it tapers.
So girls walk by and they check out those ankles. Those are nice.
You know what?
I didn't.
I'll tell you.
I never looked at the ankle.
I'm going to say something that might be politically incorrect.
I know, it's tough. We were just trying to have fun.
Do I even go down this road?
Well, don't lose your job.
I'm not going to, hopefully I don't lose my job.
No, I don't want that to happen at all.
I was going to say, when I was younger, I was at my first workplace, and I was talking to an older guy at work, and he was saying...
Uh-oh. Those are different times.
Okay, let me just keep it as rated G as possible.
Yeah.
He commented on the ankles of a coworker.
No kidding.
Yes, he did.
Okay.
I understand. And it was the first time in my life, and it was a pejorative comment.
Yeah.
It was a negative comment.
I understand. Okay.
And I had never in my life thought about it that way, but that introduced me to the world of people evaluating ankles.
You know what, dude?
So
That's
why I think I just danced. I could. If this was 20 years ago, I would have told that story entirely different.
Yeah, I'd be hitting sound effects. Who knows where this would go?
Because the guy made a remark that was, it was mildly, as some would say, it had a comic effect. But I would say that today, I will review it in today's day and age and say the man commented on the ankles of a coworker, and I was made aware that this is now a topic.
Well, it's really interesting because I've gone a lot of years in my life, and I don't think I've ever looked at anybody's ankles, man or woman. It's just not something I'm drawn to.
Yeah.
I don't look at the ankles.
Well, ever since that moment in my life, I do. Because my coworker commented.
Well, if you're going to look at anything, you know what you got to do is listen to Peter Wolf. He goes, why waste time looking at the waistline? First, I look at the purse. Good call, Peter.
Has the ankle ever been commemorated in song?
Not that I can think of. Unless you guys want to help us out in the text line, I can't give you a single rock and roll nod to the ankle.
What rhymes with ankle?
Or a hip-hop nod to the ankle.
Because you can't rhyme anything with ankle. Rankle? Rankle?
I think we've
ankle?
Yeah.
Ankle? Mankle? Anyway. All right, there's your big hit.
Okay, man.
Trey Lance. Poor Trey Lance. Cooler content next on the Sports Leader.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' Sports Leader.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers gave some injury updates yesterday. For all the news on that and an upcoming look at the rest of the preseason, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You are not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
I mean, should we call it the cooler of ankle or the ankle of content?
I got to tell you,
the reaction to the ankles.
Where Murph and I sit in this studio, like we've been doing the show all these years and everything, you never know what will touch a nerve. We were just riffing. We were just casually taking a little waltz through like ankle riffs. Now the text line's exploding, like some kind of political moment or something like that. I've never seen a reaction like this. Clearly, a lot of people have a lot of thoughts on the ankle. I've been in the dark all these years. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's
no clue.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of sex appeal to the ankle, and conversely,
I did not know.
Conversely, the ankle can work against you.
It's just not something I look at. I'm fascinated.
There's a whole world out there, buddy.
The ankle community. You live and learn.
Well, like I said, there's pluses and there's minuses. You know what I mean? So not all ankles are created equal.
I'm learning now. I know. I'm like trying to catch up. Boy, this is educational. Yeah.
All right. All right. The cooler of content was a gift last night. Dave Fleming as a bat boy. Somebody actually wrote in and said, "How's that a punishment? I'd love to be a bat boy in a major league dugout."
Well, you got to go double flap. If you have no, if you don't,
for him, as a fancy broadcaster, he had to go down there running around delivering things. Basically, it's cool if you're like a teenage kid. It's amazing.
But if you're like a respected broadcaster like Flem, you got to move your ego to the side for a night, and he did.
So here he is, Kruk and Kype, welcoming our bat boy to our world. Here.
Okay. Hey, there's our bat boy.
Let's go, Walker!
You know who that is? That's Dave Fleming. Having the time of his life.
He looks like he's having fun.
There's Dave.
He's not going to get a lot of rest. What, he lose a bet or something?
Yeah, you finished last in fantasy football. You got to be a bet boy.
So he finished last in fantasy football. I guess apparently Kype was on that team too. But Kype said, he made a joke about himself. He said, because they don't have Pablo Sandoval's uniform, I couldn't fit in one. That's what he was joking about.
What's the last place in your fantasy league? Like, what do you guys have to do?
It's a weekly thing. It's not a season thing. If you finish last it's harsher because every week somebody's got to, you have to make an apology video.
I knew you guys did something, yeah. How is that? Does that run its course? Yeah, I think you guys...
Well, that's when I did. I thought I did the best apology video of them all. I did the Michael Jordan, the league. I did the laughing at the glove. I looked at an iPad and I laughed.
Oh, yeah. I remember. That was funny. Yeah, that was good.
And I handed the iPad to an unseen person who was my wife filming. He said, the league.
Your little video shorts have been pretty good.
I have no problem winning the league. So when I did the glove, I had no problem with the glove.
That's good.
Copes has done some very good ones. I sent out a really profane one once where I was just chomping gum and dropping F-bombs on everyone.
Right.
It got to the point where Triple E finished last so many times, he would send his texts and people just delete them right away. We didn't even watch them.
Wouldn't watch it. Well,
Thin Tim would send them, I'd just delete them. You know what I mean? So we got to come up with something new. I
agree.
Anyway, here's Flem on the post-game wrap saying, wow, that was wild. Here he is. This is cut Q.
Right.
Yeah.
I truly, this is not a joke. I have a whole new respect for those guys. I do. Because it's not only do you have to hustle your tail off, you have to pay close attention to every single thing that's going on the field. Yeah. You're responsible for a lot of stuff. I kept asking Austin, I'm like, okay, so now what am I looking for? And this inning, just count the pitches and then worry about the foul balls. Next inning, you got to get the on-deck circle set up, got to go get the bat, got to go get the shin guard, splintered bat, pick up the splinter, deliver the balls to the umpire. There is a lot going on for those guys. And I give them credit. They make the game work. Yeah. It wouldn't be the same without them.
Your ERA for 3 innings, 0.00.
I'm just saying.
I'm impressed.
Just saying.
It's Bat Boy Appreciation Week. Shout out Bat Boys, man. Any great Bat Boys in your life, Paulie? Or any Bat girls, Bat women, Bat men, I don't know.
I will say this. The only Bat Boy kind of reference or story I could point to is the 86 Mets. Because I was at that Game 6 Buckner game, which is pretty damn cool. Probably most famous sporting moment of my life, like as far as like a game goes in time. Like it's like being at the Catch game by Dwight Clark. I just got lucky. My buddy had a ticket for me when I was a freshman in college. In any case, they had a bat boy that year. The Mets did, and for the Mets at that time, they would put the kid's first name on the back of the jersey. So there was a bat boy for the '86 Mets named Paul. And if you watch that sequence, the ball between Buckner's legs, and it was Ray Knight. Well,
Too soon for us Red Sox fans.
Well, sorry guys. Listen,
That's for Waterboy.
What can I tell you? When first Kevin Mitchell comes through, and he scores a run. Gary Carter scores a run, and then the final run, the winning run, is Ray Knight, and he jumps up in the air and he pounds on the plate with his feet. And here comes Paul. You can see Paul like jumping on the pile.
That's good.
So that's my famous Bat Boy moment.
The Bat Boy celebrated?
Paul, that's what I'm saying, dude. He's in the doggy pile like with Ray Knight and everything. He's right there with Ray Knight. Yeah. Shout out Paul.
That's good. I asked, you delivered.
Yeah,
Very good. Meanwhile, the double flap helmet, it's a tough deal. You know, you look like the great Kazoo. And Flem said...
it's a tough look. I mean...
Flem said he didn't have a vote here.
Oh, my
I can't believe you had to wear the double flap helmet.
The double flap, it's a rule. While the game's going on, the club gets in trouble if the bat boy doesn't wear the double flat helmet. That was like the one non-negotiable thing about the whole thing. Got to keep the helmet on. In between innings, take it off so you stop sweating so much.
Well,
I was
clearly,
so hot.
the same rules apply to our ball dudes and dudettes.
You got to keep it on. Exactly.
I had to wear it with the ball dude thing. And you just got to, you just got to do it. You throw it on and you march around. You're like, all right, have at me. I'm hearing the double flaps. And
double flaps.
It definitely, I did not look cool. I never look cool.
You don't feel cool with the double flap.
I looked less cool than ever. Maybe I'd be cool if I wore, I don't know, I showed more ankle, Polly.
That might be the answer. Good call.
One more phlegm in the dugout. Brebbia, who we missed, by the way. Brebbia. Apparently, he's the Riffmeister. He said something to Flem.
Brebbia offered, he goes, you don't want to go out there with a jersey with no name on it. How about, I think the fans are missing me. Wear my jersey out there. I should have taken him up on that.
It would have been good wearing the Brebbia out there. So anyway, Flem, way to go. You wore it and inspiring us for our new
Yeah, he's a good sport.
league, what we'll do. Hey, this one I wanted to get out here. There was a big tennis match over the weekend up in Canada. Who was playing? It was like Iga Swiatek and Jessica Pegula. These are, if you follow women's tennis, these are names that show up in Grand Slam quarterfinals, semifinals, these kind of things.
Right.
Middle of their rally, somebody in the booth hits the wrong button, and a quick blast of and we need to discuss this song, of the song Cotton Eye Joe. Whoa. Which was, used to be an old country western swing classic and has now turned into sort of a hype song at sporting events. In fact, Yankee Stadium, when I covered the Yankees in the 99, that was their 7th inning stretch song, and it's turned into like a techno dance version. Hilariously, it blasts in the middle of the rally here. Check it out.
Oh, wow. Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally.
Replay the point.
Oh, wow.
It's in the middle of a rally. If it hadn't been for Cotton. And what's amazing about the song is that it's become such a part of the consciousness is that was like a 1 second blast, 0.8 seconds. And the guy goes, oh, no.
Oh, wow.
Cotton Eye Joe. And the guy immediately goes, Cotton Eye Joe just came on. It's classic, dude.
Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally.
And he's saying it like it's like the Hindenburg. Oh, no. Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally.
Oh, wow.
Now, I'm sensing over here from Paul Mack, you do not know the song?
Well,
because you look scrunched up over here.
I'm reading about the song right now. I'm reading about this.
First of all, you should know it because it's an Americana like classic from the old days.
The first search I did was I said Jerry Garcia, Cotton Eye Joe.
Well, he wouldn't have played it.
Because I wanted to see if he would have played it.
It's more like Bob Wills and the Texas Playboys. That would be. It's more like Western swing.
Let me just put it to you this way.
Go ahead, plastic. Yeah. Give Paulie the current modern it's like a hype song. You can put it on like a Little League playlist. They play it now in middle. You know what? Giants game Sunday, dance cam. It was Cotton Eye Joe, and I was riffing with the kids, and I was like, come on, we got to get our country stomp on. I was doing like these stomps, and then I realized they might show me on the camera.
Shout out Jake Peavy,
and I didn't want to. I was like, I don't want to be the douche Murph It's doing the stomp at the Giants
You
game.
talking Jake Peavy hillbilly style stomp?
Yeah, I was doing that for fun, and then I was like,
Yeah.
I better stop, because they might think, like, hey, there's a guy doing a stomp, put him on.
Yeah.
And like, unless maybe it would have been cool for me to be doing the stomp and be on the big screen.
Well, I mean, Peavy pulled it off.
It shouldn't be hard to find,
Triple
buddy.
E's
It's one of
really
the more
racking his
popular
brain.
hype songs out there.
Really
It's out-
racking.
So, Triple E. This
Yeah.
should be easy. Cotton Eye Joe's like, it's like the easiest thing in the world. It's like it's like a jock jam now. It's like up there with, it's like up there with, whatchamacallit. Well, this is more of like a country version of it. Okay. Well, okay, this is the techno. Very good. Yeah, this is it. So they took an old Western swing song and put a DJ Diesel beat underneath it. This is it. So you get your stomp on, Paulie.
I understand.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, here we go. This is what they're playing now at stadiums.
Listen.
This is what they're doing.
Nice moves, Triple E. You're going to enjoy Triple E.
Surely you have been at sporting events where this is played.
I probably...
Yeah, there you go.
This is where the stream comes in handy. I hope you guys are watching Triple E. Just gave you a little hoedown two-step right there. Hands on the belt and all.
Anyway, I thought that was really funny that in the middle of the tennis, the guy goes, "Oh wow, Cotton Eye Joe just played in the middle." So give it to us again from the start here. So, yes.
Oh, wow. Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally.
What's hilarious is that
Oh, wow.
the rally's over. The guy doubles down. He's like, "I'm just going to play it now." He just goes and plays it.
Oh, wow.
By the way, did you see? Well, there's a lot
Oh,
going
wow.
on. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think that's the same version you just played, Triple E.
How about the guy who, because it's the now, and like I said, they just played it Sunday at the Ball Yard. It was the dance cam song. And I used to think when I covered the Yankees, 99 and 2000 ALCS, I actually used to get pissed that was their seventh inning stretch song. I was like, come on, Yankee Stadium, you can do better than that.
Well, what did they do? They switched it over to YMCA.
Yeah.
I don't know if that...
And now
they got the grounds crew doing the letters and stuff.
Well, no, that's actually not during the seventh inning. That's like earlier in the game.
Okay.
That's like the fifth inning.
Yeah.
But now, here it is,
you
23 years later, it's still going strong. Yeah. You definitely know the song, buddy. You definitely know. So, I guess the one is called Rednecks, Rednex. Is that the deal?
That's exactly, there you go.
And Bob
Yes.
Wills and the Texas Playboys would be the classic. Well, they're the greatest Western swing band of all time. And so that would have been a classic one they played. Okay. All right. There you go. Anyway, there's your cooler of content.
Okay, kids.
And we explained, geez, Paulie didn't learn his Cotton Eye Joe.
Yeah, no.
There you go, man.
No.
That's an old bluegrass.
I got to brush up.
banjo
Yeah.
thing. There
yeah.
you go, man. All right. What do we got? We got Marcus Thompson at 9:15, Matty Barrows at 9:35, and the Wade Meckler incident next on the Sports Leader.
Oh, wow.
Hey, let's talk about the North Bay, which we love, and the North Bay's world-class secret called Marin Health. So up there in the North Bay, it's not just world-class beauty, world-class health. Marin Health, not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Obviously, we had thoughts of having Jake Junis start tomorrow's game. So, the other option was to have the later innings covered by Jake. We feel like we're going to need our left-handed options a little less, and we also feel like with the day off in between, we have some length to get through tomorrow, and then a couple of different ways that we can play these next couple of games. So yeah, I feel confident that we have enough pitching.
All right, well, there's Gabe Kapler after last night. He let Tristan Beck just twist in the wind out there last night, man. Just let him twist in the wind. He was getting hit hard, and it's beginning to be a bit of a mess. Alex Wood on Saturday got left out there to just get banged around. And as I'm going to quote young Danny Emmerman from KNBR.com, who said, The shine from the starter, the opener strategy is beginning to peel off.
Yeah, you think?
This was what we were trying
Weeks. We've been talking about this for weeks, man.
Everybody's like, oh, you idiot.
That's because it was working at that time. There's only so much mileage on a car. There's only so much gas in your tank. And yeah, when we started talking about like potential concerns down the road, now we've kind of come to that spot. And this is what we were worried about a little bit. And this is like, these are the perils of not having a solid starting rotation. Murph, as arcane of a thought as that might be, you could still win some ball games with a good rotation out there.
So we were watching Friday night. The Murphy family's at home. I'm not, what am I, a cool guy? I'm not out on a Friday night. I'm home on a Friday night.
Well, where are you going to go?
By the way, are we at the stage in our life where being home on a Friday night is totally acceptable?
Well, I was home on Friday night, but I was out a Saturday night.
Oh, you were partying?
I'll give you one or the other.
You were rocking and
I
rolling.
stayed out pretty late, actually. I did.
Anyway, and we were watching the Giants, and that kid, it was that Dane Dunning was his name? It was either Friday or Saturday, one of the two. I forget.
Double D.
I think he pitched Saturday. I forget whichever one he pitched.
All right.
Saturday? Friday? Anyway, as he pitched into the seventh inning, I began to say to my impudent teenage son who likes to push back on everything, I said, what is this guy on the Rangers? What is he? He goes, huh? What are you talking about? And I said, what is he? He's called starts with an S.
Yeah.
There's a second word, starts with a P. Can you help me? I'm like,
sidearm pitcher guy?
Yeah. Oh! I said, he's a starting pitcher. Oh.
What a concept. Yeah.
So funny. But yeah, what a concept.
What a concept. Yeah, imagine.
By the way, Lance Lynn is 3-0 with a 2.00 ERA for the Dodgers right now. I could have gotten him for a song, by the way.
Yeah.
And apologies to the guy, the Niner fan who's jumping my A. Yes, James Owens was not a first rounder. I'm sorry. He was his first pick in the draft that year. But Bill Walsh didn't hit on all his first rounders, is my point. Ken McAfee was Earl Cooper was his 13th pick.
Earl Cooper.
1980. He did not turn out to be a superstar.
Tell you what, though, Earl Cooper got on the cover of Sports Illustrated after the Super Bowl.
That's true.
Yeah.
Todd Shell was his first round pick in 1984. Now, granted, none of these were where you moved up to number 3. That's everybody's problem with Trey. You moved up to number 3. But truly, I you know what? Silver has this point, and he makes this point a lot, and I agree with him.
Go.
We got to get past the point where we view these drafts as like epic American events where, like, if they're like they have to. It's like it is what it is. You take your shot, you hit on some, you miss on some, and you move on.
You know what, dude? If you could say that all again, I'd applaud. That was perfect.
I mean, you hit on Brock Purdy, you hit on Talanoa Hufanga, you hit on Dre Greenlaw,
hit on Nick
you
Bosa,
hit on Fred Warner,
and
you missed on Trey Lance. You hit on Nick Bosa, like you just said. Yes.
When we are, I'm going to do like a little analogy here because we just talked about waiting for the collapse of the Giant bullpen game idea, and it kind of feels like that's happening now. Like we've gone pretty far with this. He won a lot of ball games, but now the skid is underway. I wonder, with the Niners, with the clock ticking on draft picks and guys that you want to see stuff from, that's not like, how much time does Trey have to show something?
No, maybe a week. I mean, he might be gone by opening day. He really might be. They might trade him if they decide. And credit to Mike Silver, he wrote this column first. He might say they might go Purdy, Darnold, Allen, and trade Trey Lance. They might.
Listen.
If Brock Purdy's the guy, then, and you can get value for Trey, but that question is, what's the value? You heard Rich Eisen ask Matt Mayoko, what's the value?
It was interesting.
What can you get for him?
If you guys heard Papa yesterday on the air with our very own Marcus Boucher, by the way, they'll do it again today from right after our show. They'll start theirs. Hey, Papa, there was an undercurrent of, is Sam Darnold going to be the guy? Like to some of Papa's comments yesterday, talking about his elite arm, saying that he might even be able to.
Well, Steve, Kyle Shanahan said to Mike Silver, and Silver's awesome. We should have him on again. We're due for a weekly with Silver. When Shanahan was shooting the breeze with Silver, he was talking about Darnold, and he dropped this bomb that Silver just glommed onto and has not stopped. He said, Steve Young had to play for a while before he found his spot in the NFL.
I totally agree with that. And he did not look that good at first, Steve Young.
He intimated that Sam Darnold could be like a Steve Young who just had to play for a while before he found his spot.
I have no problem with that at all, that comparison. And also, don't forget, Steve Young started with the Tampa Bay Bucks, who were horrendous.
Don't forget he started with the L.A. Express.
Well, that's true. That is true. But when he came to the NFL, he was getting his ass kicked weekly. Go watch some of the highlights. It was awful. Not only seeing Steve with the swashbuckler helmet, that was tough in itself. But the point is from Silver, it's right. It took him a while. Then he got in a better system, the West Coast offense, the Bill Walsh offense, whatever you want to call it, and suddenly things started to happen. He had weapons around him, obviously, with Jerry Rice, et cetera. And maybe that'll benefit.
The difference is that he had the X factor, which was his speed, his running, which, by the way, as we're now watching more and more of Trey, we thought when he was drafted we were going to get a quarterback on the move. He's not on the move. He doesn't.
No. I think
he's
maybe
yet to show.
They thought he could be kind of a Mahomes type.
Josh Allen was the comp maybe more, which they run a lot of the middle too. Anyway, that's where we're at. We were on Wade. We were on Wade Meckler.
I know. Suddenly we transitioned. Sorry about that.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we get our house
Put the wheels
in
back
order?
on?
Okay,
Yeah.
we got Marcus Thompson coming up at 9:15. Matty Barrows at 9:35. Those will be Niner heavy hits. So let's get into this Wade Meckler situation. The story is fascinating on a number of levels, and it led to a fascinating decision by Gabe Kapler, too. We'll get into that next on The Sports Leader. Yeah, let's talk about Provident Credit Union making you money. A money-saving tip from Provident Credit Union called Invest on Your Own Terms. Yeah, Provident Credit Union wants to help you invest on your own terms and enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. So for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate and earn a high rate of 4.5% annual percentage yield. Yep, that's one of the most competitive rates on the market. With Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can invest on your own terms. So whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investment, their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That rate is effective May 30, 2023. Limited time offer. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providentcu.org for terms and conditions.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, obviously, I got drafted last year. I wasn't expecting to be here, but I was expecting to hit, and, I was kind of just, setting the standard high for myself and, keeping myself accountable every day. And, luckily it got me here, but I obviously have to keep going.
There he is, Wade Meckler, and thank you, Triple E. We were talking about how he's been on a rocket ship, and Paulie made a reference to the old Kinks.
Supersonic rocket ship.
So we got to get more modern, Paulie. How about Nicki Minaj Starship? Here it is. Thank you,
I like
Triple
Nicki
E. There you
Minaj,
go.
actually. I think she's pretty cool. She's from, I think she's from Queens, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Mostly it's just a positive message for the kids.
Who, Nicki?
She offers, yeah.
Well, how would you compare her message? I love that all these guys have like a message now, by the way. When I was in the bands, I'm like, I don't even know if they have a message. Let's keep it that way. Nicki Minaj versus Cardi B, or throw in Megan Thee Stallion, too.
Also a positive message for the kids.
Who's got?
Let's just say they will discuss the human anatomy in very frank and open terms.
Hold on, Triple E's giving me an uptate here. I didn't even know.
Megan Thee Stallion was at outside lands.
How was her set?
Profane.
He goes 2 thumbs up. Well, probably. Yeah. Lots of twerking, he said in my headphones. I would expect nothing less.
We're a long way from Frank Sinatra saying, just the way you look tonight.
By the way,
he used to leave it at that, and then you had imagination, and then everything happened behind closed doors. Now they said, let's kick the door down and just,
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'm not going to get left behind with this whole new movement. So tomorrow on the stream, tune in. I'll be twerking. Yeah. And I will also go sockless. I'll blaze the ankles.
Well, the ankles.
To try to sasatisfy everybody's needs out there.
There's a big ankle community out there.
I'll throw my feet up on this console with no socks on. It's not something I would normally do, but if it's going to help ratings, I'll do it.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM Service for the sports leader, a Cumulus Media Station. Let's talk about Wade Meckler.
All right, man.
Because this is an interesting case. First of all, he's on that starship we talked about. He started this year in High A Eugene, rocketed up to Double A Richmond, rocketed up to Triple A Sacramento, and rocketed into the big leagues last night. Congratulations to the undersized, pesky fighter that is Wade Meckler, drafted in the 8th round last year out of Oregon State. Now, that's a whole other story. Apparently, Oregon State kept trying to kick him out. They're like, we don't want you here. And I used to have a Dr. Seuss book called Marvin K. Mooney, Will You Please Go Now? Do you remember this one? And they kept telling Marvin K. Mooney to leave. They're like, you got to go. Get out of here, Marvin K. Mooney. And he's like, no, I'm not leaving. And then finally at the end, he leaves. But anyway, Wade Meckler is that guy. Oregon State said, we don't have room for you. He goes, I'm staying. And then a second coach came in and said, yeah, we don't have room for you. He said, well, I don't care. I'm staying.
He's like that dude in Office Space. They finally moved him down to the basement with a stapler. That guy.
Actually was mentioned yesterday with Copes, Tolbert, and Baggerly.
No, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
They did mention that.
Yeah.
They mentioned that.
Just took a step. They had him down by the furnace, I think, by the end of the movie.
Yeah, you're right. You could be with the afternoon boys.
Nice.
So anyway, this guy is inspiring as hell for all the kids out there. First of all, undersized. If you're tiny, Wade Meckler's your guy. 4'10", 75 pounds as a high school freshman. You're calling BS on that, by the way.
Every time you say that, 75 pounds?
I know.
Bro, put a 45 pound.
I think that's got to be urban myth.
It has to be
urban myth.
I don't even know if it's possible to sustain like a life on a 75-pound body frame when you're 14 years old. I don't know if it's possible.
I think you might be right on that. But the point is, that's the story they're going with.
Yeah.
And he was, and Platzi, who's Mr. Southern California High School, said, he said, I have his Esperanza high school stats. He was nothing. Remember the Rudy opening? You're 5 foot nothing, 100 and nothing.
Shout out Rod Brooks and Bob Fitzgerald. We hear that every day.
That's basically when
you're 5 foot nothing, getting yelled at. I just remember like that beginning of the show. I'm getting yelled at. Yeah. Here comes Fitz.
That was that's Meckler.
Yeah.
You're 5 foot nothing, 100 and nothing.
Yeah. And now he's in the bigs.
And so here's the question: why is he in the bigs? Okay, why is he in the bigs? First of all, his minor league stats were incredible. Gabe Kapler called them video game numbers. So among all qualified minor leaguers, he has the highest batting average, and that batting average probably is 379.
Well, I like that. I mean, who's not going to like that?
His on-base percentage, 463. That's crazy. He gets on base 46.3% of the time. And his OPS, if you combine it all, 985. Okay, so that's great. Difference is it's the minors. But they call him up and they send Luis Matos down. Wow, Matos, we were going to... As my buddy Geeve taunted me, he's a Dodger fan. He said, what happened to that statue for Luis Matos you were building? Remember how excited we were when Matos
dropped a few too many balls. We had to move on to the next one.
Remember his debut was on a morning show? It was a matinee. We were like, Matos.
Can I make a quick? I wanted to just say one quick thing. This is just for me and Murph. Just a side note here. When you mentioned statue, this just popped into my head. So yesterday afternoon, I had my fingers triple crossed, but I don't think this actually materialized. I was hoping privately and spiritually that Murph was watching the Bill Walton 30 for 30, which they showed again yesterday in its entirety. Murph, they stacked them up 4, 5, 6, 7 p.m. So you could have built right up to the Giant game. Almost texted you, but then I said, nah, he's probably eating dinner. I'm not going to get in his face. Hey, you got to watch Walton because I know you'll get there.
I have access to it. You can just get it on demand.
Well, that's true. So it was being
I will watch
it. It was rerunning again, and I watched a couple of minutes. And first of all, it really is good. And there's a scene where Walton goes back to the campus, present day, and he walks up to now, I would assume this is at Pauley Pavilion, but you'd have to tell me. There's a statue of John Wooden with his arms folded.
Yeah, I've taken pictures of my kids standing next to it with their arms folded.
Okay, so is that at Pauley?
Yes.
Okay. Walton goes up to the statue. He stands right beneath the statue, and he just looks at it. He's getting emotional. And it's a nice moment. And then they show Walton kind of walk off on the campus, shot from behind and everything. But when they showed that statue, I really have to say, I think that might be the best looking statue that I've ever seen.
It's a good statue.
Because some statues, honestly, I got to tell you, I don't want to name names, although I could. There are some statues that get put up that
Willie Mays statue is about as boss as a statue can get.
That's a really good one.
I think it might be number one.
But as far as actual likeness goes, as far as like capturing likeness and like his actual face, I don't know that I've seen a better one. That really does look like Wooden.
Paul, I mean, but you mean as good as the Brandy Chastain Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame?
That's exactly what I was trying to say. Things could go that way. I just want to mention her name.
The next day.
I know.
Yeah. So anyway, well, that's great. Now, you know what's funny? I have a cross country flight next week. How about me watching?
It's sitting there waiting for you.
How about me watching?
Get ready to get emotional on the plane. You will. I guarantee it. But you mentioned the Matos statue.
Anyway,
Sorry, that popped into my head.
So anyway, Matos goes down. Meckler comes up. So that's great. Now they drop him in the 2-hole. Wow. Okay. Usually they've been batting these guys down 7, 8, 9. Bart, Schmidt, Matos.
Yeah, that was the other weird thing, the 2 spot, man.
Then he comes on the field and there's the look. The look's incredible.
Well, he's got
and I immediately went Danny Gladden. I hadn't seen like a little homegrown Giants with that kind of build. Other people went Kelby Tomlinson. Yeah, but Tomlinson wasn't as like fast twitchy as Meckler appears to be. Like,
go ahead.
Like Meckler's kind of like going to run around. He's going to run around. Like, I'm going to run from here to there and catch it. You know what I mean? It's like, that's reminded me of Gladden. So it's great. And his mom and dad are there. And what I presumed was his brother, who looked a little bit like, as Polly said, a little bit like Andrew McCarthy.
Yeah, with the big head of hair, the wavy thing he had going there. Yeah.
So anyway, great for him. Now, here's the deal. Glasnow strikes him out. Welcome to the bigs.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. Glasnow's a beast, right? Yep. You're facing one of the best pitchers in the world, right? Okay, I struck out. Let me take another shot next time. He draws a walk. That was cool, right? Got his on-base percentage up. That's something Casey Schmidt probably couldn't do, and he was up here, So then here comes the moment. Giants are losing 6-1. It's kind of a drag. And the bases are loaded, and Meckler's due up. Okay? Meckler's a left-handed hitter.
I think some people are thinking Gabe's going to
the Rays have a lefty pitcher in.
Exactly.
Lopez is his name. And in any other situation, the Giants this year would pinch hit. They've pinch hit for Brandon Crawford in situations like this. They've pinch hit for Wilmer Flores in situations like this. They've treated veterans with the disrespect of the platoon all the time. They sent Meckler.
Green light his ass. He's right up there now. Yeah.
In some ways, I like because I want to have everyday players. Me and Sly and the Family Stone, I want to have everyday players. But the other part of me is like, when did they start trusting guys to hit both sides? Like last night? Like last night's when they started?
I don't know. Great call, though. I know exactly what you're saying. I know a lot of Giant fans felt the exact same way last night.
The option was Elliot Ramos. I know he's another rookie, but he's a righty who was last seen taking Aroldis Chapman off the wall in right center.
Another great point, man. Yeah.
So Danny Emmerman, to his credit, asked Gabe Kapler about it after the game. And Kapler's all in on this Meckler as an everyday guy. Okay, here we go. Yeah, this is the Danny Emmerman cut here. We just played it last segment.
Here we go.
I think Meckler has a chance to be a good hitter against lefties. You go back and look at his track record at the minor league level. He can draw a walk in those situations. He can slash a ball to the opposite field. He's shown really good bat control, and I think in our organization we want to develop some hitters that can face lefties and righties. So that particular decision was showing faith in a young player that we believe has a chance to hit lefties going forward.
Okay. that's cool and all. And I'm excited.
That's cool in the gang,
Just
yo.
kind of wondering, okay, is that going to be the way going forward?
I doubt it.
I mean,
I don't think so. I think that was like a moment that
I don't know. Well, John Shea, to his
because
credit,
like you said, Murph,
John Shea said,
go ahead.
Was now the time to have him develop against lefties? It's a hell of a question.
It's a legitimate question. You're trying
Bases loaded.
No doubt. It's a game you really want, too.
He said to Gabe, and Gabe's pissed because he says John in the middle of his answer.
John, listen. Yeah.
Let me tell you something, Paul.
No, I know, Tom.
Anyway,
totally.
All right. So John Shea said, was that the time to test him out against a lefty?
Right.
We believe that he's going to be productive against left-handed hitters. So in other words, we thought that Wade was the good option to hit a left-handed pitcher in that situation, and it's good for his development. So, obviously there are other areas to use your pinch hitters, and we had Slates available, we had Ramos available, we did not have Wilmer Flores available, and obviously Ramos got that at bat against Jock Peterson. So, John, we could have used Elliott there, and we felt like Meckler was the best option to hit that lefty.
That's right, John.
Well, that to me is unusual.
John.
And I'm in support of Meckler. I want him to develop. I want him to be a dude. He's a homegrown kid. We love him, right? But I just thought, wow, that's a...
No, you're right, bro. There's no way that you're 100% on the money with everything you just said. We haven't, and he has not granted, like, the hottest bats in his dugout that kind of privilege. Like, you want to see Wilmer Flores in that position. The guy's been on a tear, or he was on a tear, and he doesn't get to do that. So it's kind of confusing. If you're watching this team and the way Gabe's managed all year, that was totally kind of out of the blue.
Some would say that maybe that decision's out of Gabe's hands. That's the front office telling him. And I get that Meckler might have had good numbers against lefties. That's great and all, but, anyway.
The front office, they want to get more specific on that?
Yeah, well, your boy.
Yeah. You say, I got a printout you should read about Meckler. Hold on. A moment. It's coming. No, it says right here, you should let him hit with the bases juiced and 2 outs in his first game.
He grinded into a full count and he struck out.
No, I'm not even knocking Meckler, man. No. It's not at all.
I'm excited for the kid.
Me too.
And his poor mom. You see his mom looked like she wanted to throw up after he struck out. Did you see
that? It's got to be pretty nerve-wracking.
Poor gal. They really. How about? I got to credit NBC Sports Bay with cutting to the mom right after she had her hands buried in her face, or her face buried in her hands.
Yeah.
So anyway, well, that's it, man. And the Giants, the slide continues. And now you feel like, are they getting desperate? Somebody sent a good email.
It's funny you say that because that's kind of what it almost felt like to me. Maybe this is just, it's gotten to the point for Gabe where before this thing really slides and gets out of reach, and just, let's try it. You know what I mean? Maybe, I don't know if desperation, but maybe he was just thinking like, this is the time to try to pull a lever that I don't normally pull. Maybe it was partly, I don't know. But it was definitely confusing.
Somebody asked, did the Giants ironically go from too old overnight to too young?
Well, we did mention this idea a few weeks back that it's interesting that they were able to maintain such a good spot in this wild card race, really leading the wild card race for a while they're integrating so much youth. Usually, like, it's one or the other. Like, if you're chasing a division or a wild card, like, you got to have your best guys out there. But this has been one of those years where they're bringing all these young guys up, and they're still pretty competitive.
Yeah.
In the big picture.
And that's why, and you get back to the trade deadline where they did nothing.
Nothing.
And that's what and so they told you without telling you they're not playing for the World Series this year. Remember, that was my big thing. Are you trying to win the World Series?
But you can't say that to a fan base that's paying ticket money. You can't say that.
No, because the fans were up and cheering for Meckler last night.
Of course. The Giant fans love these kids. I mean, that's been like the excitement has come from them.
But now we've seen 3 prominent kids go back down. Joey Bart, Casey Schmidt, Luis Matos.
That's right, John. Can I get another John just for my head? Really? Thank you.
I'm not sure if I want the John or the Marcus Boucher water boy.
I'll take both.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, dude.
It's a double threat.
John.
It's a 2 for 2.
See, this is the beauty of audio.
John. Yeah, Uncle John's band.
By the way, KNBR Social. Yeah. I'm scrolling Twitter, making sure.
What are they saying? Yeah.
I'm just letting you know what happens when Greg Papa speaks from the mountaintop. That take he gave on Lance and Purdy and Darnold, right now on Twitter, has 365,000 likes. Mm-hmm. Usually you get like a couple hundred. If you hit 1,000, then it's sizzling hot.
See, to me,
365,000.
Well, that speaks to the Niner fan base and like the passion. Like, we're not blanking around, man. We want to get this thing done.
So that's why maybe we should stop talking Meckler and talk Niners with Marcus Thompson and Matty Barrows.
I'm happy to do that.
Niners talk with Matty Barrows and Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader.
John.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
49ers gave some injury updates yesterday. For all the news on that and an upcoming look at the rest of the preseason, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app and KNBR.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. The KNBR Morning Show now continues with Murph, Mac, and Marcus. It's our Dubs insider from The Athletic, Marcus Thompson.
Sponsored by Truett & White. Trusted by the pros for over 75 years. Let them be a one-stop shop for all your building material needs. Visit TruettandWhite.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'd be remiss if we got on here and we didn't mention Bob Myers. I know what he's meant to me in my career. I was having a conversation today with someone. I start talking about some of the things that I've gone through, like as a player. You know, all the that I've caused myself. It's not that like I've gone through something that somebody else caused. And we were speaking about it, and he was like, man, I forgot all of that. You've done a lot of trust me, not for 1 second do I go home and not think these guys have had my back. You, Bob, through things that I've gone through. The camera caught you one time like, I'm sick of Draymond and I had to take a step back like, I'd be sick of Draymond too. So, like, but I understand what you've done for me. I understand, you know, what Bob's done for me and what you guys have meant to me in my life and my career.
All right, there you go. A little Draymond Green podcast from this summer where he's talking to Steve Kerr. Triple E chose to play that because of the news that Bob Myers, he mentioned Bob in that briefly about having his back, is going to join ESPN.
That's awesome. He'll be great on that.
Well, there's that. We can talk about that and 49er football, Trey Lance drama with Marcus Thompson of The Athletic. MT2, good morning, man. How are you?
What's going on, homies?
What's going on? I was not.
We were there.
Yeah, you were there.
Standing in 110-degree heat on the sideline watching third-string offensive line drills, and you were nowhere to be found.
This is true.
I mean, listen.
You definitely get the grind award. You get the grind award over us.
I don't want it. Y'all can have it.
Marcus,
I'm good.
Based on some of these news stories I've been seeing over the past month, I almost feel like you're lucky. It was only 110. Bro, it could have been like 123 out there based on some of the reports I've been hearing. So brutal, but it could have been worse. Look at it that way.
Low-key, it wasn't even 100, to be honest. The first day was great.
Oh, I see.
Okay. I was exaggerating. This is one of those, walk uphill both ways to school.
Totally. No shoes, the whole bit. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, you were down there, buddy. All right. Man, oh, man.
Yeah.
Trey Lance.
What can you say?
Well, I'll just open it up to you.
Okay.
I need the Marcus Thompson experience. Like, how did you process it? What do you think?
Well, I fall on both sides of the coin. First, I think, man, people are crazy hard on Trey Lance. Like, I mean, the dude hadn't played football in a year. He was playing behind, like, a second-string offensive line that wasn't good. And rust should be expected. And then, like, if you hear people talk about it, like, he was terrible. Like, no, he wasn't. He struggled a lot, missed a few throws, should have had 2 picks. But he rebounded. But on the other hand, like, that dude ain't ready to lead the team to the Super Bowl, right? Like, it's just like, if he's not ready now, is he ever going to be? So I feel like both sides are right. In the ideal setting, he just needs more time. We saw it in the game, right? In the actual game, by the end of the second quarter, he was better than he was at the start. It was like a metaphor for a dude who just hasn't played much and needs to play. But when you start looking at this roster after the second practice, Trent Williams was talking about like this idea of retiring and how he feels renewed. And he's like, one day I'll know when it's time to go if I feel it when I'm out there. But he doesn't feel it yet. And it's like you start realizing, like, this dude's on this team, the only thing left for them to do is win a Super Bowl.
That's right.
And you just have to honor that, right? You have to honor the fact that this is about a Super Bowl for them. So on the one hand, it's like, man, Trey wasn't as bad as people said, but also it's very clear, like, if he has to be the starting quarterback, it's going to be like it's going to impact the season, right? And you can only hope that by the end of the year he's ready to do what needs to be done. But man, the other thing I was thinking was like, wow, what an incredible story Brock Purdy is, because he is very clearly, hands down, like the starting quarterback for the 49ers. And that is just a wild thought. I know we're kind of used to it now. Like, we've been through it. We've had all accolades, and we talked about the craziness of it. But last year this time, he was the fourth-string quarterback, like headed for the practice squad at best. And now
it's incredible.
He's the clear, undisputed quarterback of a Super Bowl contender. That's just a wild thought.
It really is.
It's funny you say that when our mutual pal Greg Papa got viral on a KNBR Insta for saying he's not so sure Brock Purdy is clear QB1. He thinks Darnold could push him.
Break that down. Yeah.
So look, there is a part of Brock Purdy where it's like, this is the NFL, man. Like, I know we kind of like impute a level of credibility to people, but if Brock Purdy came out here this year and the NFL defense is like, yeah, we're on to you now, would we be shocked? It would be like, oh, yeah, man, that was a cool little 5-game run, and he looked good, but, yeah, you're going to struggle a little bit now.
Right.
So this idea that he's going to come out and be with Patrick Mahomes in there, and, and just, like, tear up the league, it's like that will be an extension of the fairy tale. So I do feel like there's going to be some struggles. I do feel like given time, given tape, given what the 49ers do, like, he's going to have to deal with some more adversity. Like we watched Jimmy go through it. Everybody goes through it. So this idea that he might come out, play poorly enough to maybe wonder if he should be the guy, that's very reasonable take. And if that's the case, like, it makes sense. We're talking about how to run Kyle Shanahan's offense.
Right.
And that's where Sam Darnold makes sense. Like, if the way what Shanahan wants from his quarterback and the way they play, like, it makes sense. But I think Papa is more talking about, like, hold on before we put this dude in the Hall of Fame. Like, there's a very real possibility that the NFL might be like, yeah, we're ready for you this time, Brock. We got you. And I'm not saying he won't fight through that and overcome.
Yeah.
But, man, it would be crazy if they went out here with 14-3 and he just looked like the MVP in the league. That would be even more crazy.
Think about it if he does. If he delivers on all that he delivered at the end of the year, which was insane, by the way, and I think we looked it up, is in the 5 games he started, I think they scored more than 35 in 4 of the games.
Yeah.
Like he was like he maxed out the Kyle playbook.
He did.
We're just spitballing here, but if indeed he does deliver on that, it's it's almost a Kurt Warner level. Like, Kurt Warner's the only name that comes to mind and Warner, by the way, took it to the next level, man. MVP, Super Bowl, all that, which was insane.
You're right.
Guy was freaking stocking shelves and playing in the Arena League, So I don't think people really actually talk Kurt Warner enough. I think Mike Silver wrote the book, obviously, and they made a movie about him, but still. But that's what I'm saying, Marcus. It would be that would be the only story other than Purdy. That's how big it would be.
It would be like Kurt Warner. It was somewhere between Kurt Warner and Rudy. Like, it would be like, put me on the script. Put me on, like, I want to write something on that. Like, put me on the movie. I don't know. Put me in the writer's room. If he comes out and does that, like, yo, I'm going to take a sabbatical and write about this crazy Purdy run.
You're going to have to call it
on the myth.
You have to call, what was Silver's book called? What was the movie called? It was with the same name as the book.
Invincible or something like that?
No, it's not that.
No.
I'm embarrassed because his son's sitting out in the bullpen right now.
I haven't seen it.
Come on, I got it. Anyway, the point is that's the level. That's the level.
Yeah.
Dude, let's talk about Darnold. I mean.
Tell me about Darnold. It's getting pretty interesting.
Shanahan mentioned earlier in the summer, he said Steve Young, took a while to find his spot. It was like, ooh, are you calling Darnold Steve Young? But if you follow Ted Wynn on Twitter, he does the film analysis, he does a good job. He's like, look at these throws. He's like, Darnold's arm is absolutely platinum elite. I mean, this guy, he just kind of stumbled into the back door.
I mean, but like, there is the element of, this kind of makes sense. He was the number 3 pick. Like, the fact that he is talented shouldn't be surprising at all. Like he has always been this, right? Like he's always been an incredible arm talent. And also, like, we just watched Geno Smith come out of nowhere and resurrect his career. Sometimes it does take a change or time, right? Like we've seen it before. That's the whole Steve Young metaphor, where you start off sucking, and especially in an offense where you just kind of need to instinctually know things. Like a dude who's seen a lot of snaps, who's been through a lot of situations. It just makes sense. We've just watched this happen so many times throughout the NFL. Experience absolutely matters with a quarterback. And Sam Darnold was talent, and now he's got experience, right? But also, I just think we kind of need to say, hold on, why is he potentially a third-string quarterback with the 49ers? Like, why is he here? As great as his arm talent is, when he had a shot, when he had a franchise, he didn't get it done. Like there was a lot that went on. He was just as talented, but there was a lot that went on. And this is like part of the cautionary tale about Brock Purdy. Like, they're coming for you. Mm-hmm. They came for Sam Darnold. Like, the adversity of the season, to me, this is that, and that's what makes you worry about Trey Lance. Like, with the talent, with the potential, like the season is just gonna throw stuff at you. You know, like that's how an 18-week season works. So it feels like Sam Darnold has grown some. You can see like the benefit of the struggles he's been through. There's just like a poise to him. There's a veteran savvy to him. Like, he knows what he's doing. He knows where he wants to go. But man, you put him out there, maybe he's better at handling some of the pressure. Maybe he's better at handling it.
Right.
Or maybe he's not. But to me, you could just see this is a very common NFL movie. Like, yeah, I got beat up a little bit. My first run wasn't good. Maybe my second run wasn't good. But if I find the right situation, the right system, the right level of expectation, like, I can make this thing work. I wouldn't be surprised if that's Sam Darnold, to be honest.
Wow.
And it's
really interesting. Yeah.
So I'm at this point now.
We're just gonna have to watch this play out.
Best bet right now on August 15. Greaseboard odds, Trey Lance on the 53-man roster on opening day in Pittsburgh or not. You trade him and you go with Brandon Allen as number 3. I mean, they could really. That's on the table. That might be the even money bet right now.
I'm gonna go on. I just think the values, like what they get for Trey right now, he's just probably more value holding on its potential. And hope, because, like, again, you never know what's gonna happen with Brock.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's my lean. It's like, man, you got this guy, and there's no rush. You have a guy right now. You can continue to develop him. You pointed out the rust. He hasn't played in a year. But the other part of that, Marcus, is that it's year 3 now. And have we seen, like Orlovsky said on
year 3?
Well, yeah.
It's like year 3, but it's really like second semester as far as like amount of.
Yeah, I got
second semester of freshman year.
Right. It's year 3. You're right. It's year 3, but it's not year 3.
We said that weird guy in your class too. Like, who's this guy? Who's this old guy? He's like, yeah, I'm a second semester guy. Don't worry about it. Returning students.
That was 1,000% you. You just popped up like,
who's that guy?
Physical science with a beard. Like, who's this guy?
Don't worry about it, guys. I'm just dropping in. Yeah.
Man, oh man, oh man. Hey, what about Myers getting to ESPN? I mean, you're not surprised,
He's
right?
He's gonna kill it. I'm telling you, he's born for that.
I am actually a little surprised. Like, for me, he could be great at it, right? Like, this is almost perfect for him, but will he? Right? Like, because Myers is so, like, he's so savvy about, like, not being the center of attention and not saying anything. Like, he's got all the goods, all the insights, right? Like, something will happen. And can you imagine, like, if he's on set and James Harden starts calling Daryl Morey a liar? Like, if you were to list the 10 people you would want to hear from about this, like, Bob Myers is crazy high on that list.
Uh-huh.
Can you imagine the stories he would have about, let me tell you about Harden and Morey. Yeah. But is he actually going to, like, what percentage of what he knows and the insight he has is he going to deliver for the crowd? Like, that to me is the big question, because I think this is personally just like a little, what you call it, a gap year before you go back to grad school?
That's it.
This is like the gap year before he ends up with the Clippers or something.
This is like his version of backpacking across Europe before he goes back to school.
And you're right. He could potentially. If he wanted to be like Barkley, he could be the best. But he's Myers. He's going to play it safe. He can get his gig next year.
That's a good call.
Yeah, I hear you, man. That's good.
But the thing about him is, people don't know this about Bob, but he's like a basketball addict. Like, he's a maniac. He thinks about the game. Yeah. So I know, like, we hear him give like, lines from Ralph Waldo Emerson and stuff like, like he's out here trying to being philosophical publicly. But if you just have a basketball conversation with him, to me, I think he'll be a little bit fascinating that way, where he's telling you how he thinks about the game, and you'll see, like, he was a little bit more involved in how the Warriors played than people understand. Just because he is like a basketball nut job, right? Like, he's one of the people who think about it all day. He's breaking it down, giving me the analytics, giving me the, I don't want to play this way. I like this guy, because it's like him doing that will probably be revelatory, and it will be valuable. But I don't know if it's going to be what he could be. He could be incredible at it, but I just think he's probably got $50 billion waiting on him from the next.
I hear you. I hear you.
Why blow it, right?
Yeah, man. I hear you. Good stuff. All right, Marcus. Always a fun chat, man. We'll continue to read you in the Athletic.
Thanks, Marcus.
And keep hawking Trey Lance from now until the next one, man. Be good.
Also, Kuminga. 60 for Kuminga.
I know, right? I know. We dissed it. We didn't mention it. We mentioned it briefly yesterday, but hey, we'll dive into that later, man. Take care.
All right, peace out.
There he is. Hey, by the way, we are proudly sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. By the way, if Kuminga wants to go for 60 against the Lakers, I'm down. I'm down for that. If you want to go for 60, brother, just go get it. Go get it, kid.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, Matty Barrows, one of our favorites on the Niners, next on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I mean, it got off to a rough start for everybody. I mean, 3 and outs for the whole offense the first 3 times, so I don't put that all on Trey by any means. That the whole offense was sloppy to start. That he had a real good second drive leading there on the score. Made a hell of a play on the touchdown. I know it was almost a hell of a play for them with the pick, but that was the last guy on a bootleg that flashed, and he put it on him, and that guy came in and tipped and made a good play, but fortunately Dwelly was there. Wish we got that short yardage so we could finish that drive. It was hard to not put him in the third.
Kyle Shanahan, maybe not as harsh as social media on Trey Lance. Hey, Rich Gannon joining Papa and Lund today, 1:15, former NFL MVP. Rich Gannon, how about that? Will Trey Lance be an NFL MVP one day? That's the question we'll ask Matt Barrows of The Athletic. Matty!
Oh, yeah.
Good morning. How are you, man?
What's going on, Matty?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Welcome home.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
How was Vegas?
How was the Death Star and all that?
I didn't go to the game. One of the tricks that we start pulling off now is you go out there for the practice, and then you exit stage left after the last practice, and that saves you and your company, more importantly, your company, 3 nights in a hotel. So that was the play this last week in Henderson.
Look at that. Little belt tightening. I see how it is. Right? I see how it is, Matty. Okay. You saw the practices, though. You know what's funny? I mean, most everybody's... So here, let me back up a step here. So when they went down there, everybody said, the joint practices are more important than the preseason game. And yet, today and yesterday, the preseason game is all anybody's talking about because it was on TV and the other ones weren't. So
Right.
Does it remain true that the joint practices were the most important thing?
Well, yeah, because in the joint practices, the first team offense and defense played and played a lot. They practically played a game in that Friday practice. I think they got 40-some-odd snaps, which is maybe 2/3 of a game. And those are the guys that you're going to see September 10 in Pittsburgh. So this was a game of backups on Sunday, and one backup in particular, and he didn't play all that well. None of the backups did. So that's why it's been such a big deal. Everybody expected to see Trey Lance sort of shine in that scenario. His counterpart was a mid-round draft pick. And Aiden O'Donnell looked better than Trey Lance did.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
He definitely did.
That was something to behold. Okay, so we were just talking to Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, and I said, you'd like to see more from year 3. And he said, well, is it year 3 for Lance? So, because, he just hasn't ever been able to turn the engine over, whether it's the ankle injury or whether it's the broken finger, right? I mean, yet the NFL has no sympathy for your injuries, right? But is it... I guess the question is like you should be seeing more at this point in time, or the sympathetic take is no, he hasn't had a chance to be healthy and play.
Yeah, I hate to agree with Marcus on this.
Right, you try not to.
Athletic on athletic crime.
Yeah, exactly, that kind of makes me feel dirty, but I do. I mean, let's go back to 2021. The idea was that, first of all, they draft him knowing that it's going to take a while to get him ready to be an NFL quarterback. But they like the traits so much that it's going to be worth the effort and worth the time spent. But they have a plan. And the plan is in year 1, he comes in sporadically in games and, gets his feet wet, maybe, a few red zone snaps here, maybe a series there. And by the end of the season has, ideally accumulated a good amount of snaps. For one reason or another, maybe it had to do with his finger. Shanahan cited back then that he didn't like, going with one style of offense and then quickly turning to a different style for Lance. They abandoned that plan, and he really didn't get that level of snaps that maybe that they were thinking he would get going into that season. Year 2, obviously, so he's a little bit behind the 8 ball there. And then year 2, he has the ankle injury, and it's a washout. So, I mean, going into year 3, And to me, it's as far as where they thought he would be, I think he's somewhere between year one and year two right now. So still sort of in the very beginnings of that tutelage.
If you had to kind of sum up what was the worst part of his performance, Maddie, what was it?
So the speed. Everything needs to be faster. That was what was so surprising when Brock Purdy took over for Jimmy Garoppolo in that Miami game last year, is that the offense didn't miss a beat. Purdy was running that offense like Garoppolo, a 9-year veteran at that point, was operating the offense, and nobody expected that. And so that's what has impressed Kyle Shanahan about Brock Purdy. Lance's speed, now, albeit it did quicken as the game went on. It was just too slow at the beginning, and maybe the whole offense was. And Shanahan did a nice job explaining what happened on each of those sacks, and it was clear that two of them were not his fault, but two of them were, or at least he needs to get the ball out and just kind of take an incompletion in that scenario. That has been sort of a theme with Lance in this camp. It doesn't happen every practice, but in a lot of practices, he starts slowly. I mean, he only got a few snaps in that Friday practice, but the snaps that he got were very much like the start of the game on Sunday, which is looking in one direction, doesn't pull the trigger, eventually gets flushed from the pocket, either takes an imaginary sack in practice or throws the ball away. Just not a lot happening when he was on the field. So, the flip side of that is that he does get better as the session goes on, and he finds that rhythm. And you saw him start to find it on that long touchdown drive as well, where he just kind of drops back, plants his foot, and fires the ball. And when he does, good things happen. And that's what he just needs to get to that right off the bat. And it's obviously an easier said than done thing, or else he'd be doing it every time.
I know it was only a half of football, and Kyle said a bunch of times, I wish we had more time, but they didn't. But we just haven't really seen him use his legs like that. Like I was watching something recently, and Jalen Hurts, man.
Well,
get ready. Dude uses his legs, okay? And I know Trey's not Jalen Hurts, but you just don't see him use his legs that much. Am I missing something here?
Well, I mean, they have not done the design runs, which I think is a good move with Trey Lance.
I'll interrupt you right there just real quick, man, just to say, I'm just talking about even like improvising something.
Yeah. Taking a broken play and turning it into gold.
Something. Yeah, just something.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I go back to Alex Smith and when he was drafted back in 2005, and he was a big, a running quarterback at Utah. And when he got to the NFL, all of a sudden that running ability wasn't quite as pronounced. And I think the same thing has happened to Trey Lance. Running against JMU is not like running against NFL defenders. And so it's not quite as impressive as maybe the team thought when they were drafting him. He doesn't have a lot of speed, and I don't think that was ever there, but I don't know. He does not pick up the yards that you might expect him to. But that also, he does have that in his bag. So once you start to kind of ignore it or think that it's not an issue defensively, I think he will be able to burn you a few times a game.
The other guy, Darnold.
Yeah, let's talk about him.
What'd you think?
Yeah, I mean, he just seemed much more comfortable, and maybe that's a factor of the whole team warming up and Darnold sort of benefiting from that kind of slow start to, okay, we finally found our rhythm. But I don't know, the first throw was an incompletion, but it was clear that the receiver lined up in the wrong spot. So I think we can chalk that up to just miscommunication. But after that, he was pretty much on target, had that nice deep ball to Ronnie Bell on his second throw. And, like I said, he's just much more in rhythm in target. Now, he hasn't looked all that brilliant in practices either up until that point. And if I had to say, going into that game, who was ahead, I would actually say it was Trey Lance. Because of the practices that I've been watching. I don't know what the preseason game does to that competition. I don't think that the coaches are keeping a running tally. I think it's going to be at the end of the preseason, they kind of gather all the information and then make a decision there. But, I would say these guys are – I know this is wishy-washy, but after that preseason game that they're neck and neck for number 2.
You think they are neck and neck?
Yeah, I know that you guys watched the game, and it seems like, boy, one guy is way ahead of the other.
It did.
The practices, though, have told a different story. At least the recent ones have. I think it's gone like this. I thought that Darnold was the better quarterback to begin training camp. And I think that Trey Lance has gotten better as training camp has gone on. And like I said, I think that he maybe had a nose on Darnold going into the game. And that would be in keeping with, a Trey Lance outing. Slow start, then he heats up. and he just needs to heat up now and really do something that kind of shows he's the number 2 beyond all doubt.
Wow. I know Kyle hasn't said, but would you expect Darnold to get more playing time this Saturday because of the rotation?
Do you think he'll start too?
Yeah, it's a good question. Kyle doesn't talk today, but he does talk tomorrow. I think that'll probably be the first or the second question. Yeah, I mean, if it's in keeping with training camp schedule, it'll be Sam Darnold who gets the start and Trey Lance who plays in the second half in this game. But Shanahan has said we reserve the right to change that at any point. He clearly wants to get Trey Lance more snaps. That's why he said he really wishes that Trey Lance could have played in the third because he was getting into a rhythm then, and he really probably could have done good things in the third the way that Darnold did. But that's the way that they had divided up the snaps that game.
All right, Maddie. So you get to make on August 15, 2023. You get to make your call right now. Throw your dart. Is Trey Lance on the 53-man roster on September 10, 2023?
Yeah, I just don't see a scenario where they get any sort of great trade value for him. This is a team that, like I said earlier, always thought that Trey Lance would be a longer-term project. So to say, given all the reasons I just cited, that he's never going to be something, they would be kind of going against what they already knew about him. I don't know. It's a win now league. If they think that he's still kind of behind the learning curve, and they've got 2 other guys that can operate this offense better, maybe he's not on the team. But I just think, that it just would be such a bad. I mean, it would be announcing to the world that you made a colossal mistake.
That's right.
2 years ago. And then the other part is that if you were initially right and your thinking on Trey Lance is that, okay, he's not going to be great right away, but we can turn him into something fantastic, you would be risking another team getting him for a song and then having him develop into that quarterback that you thought he could be all along. And that would just be so much egg on your face that you would choke to death.
Like what the Jets will feel about Sam Darnold when he leads the Niners to the Super Bowl.
Nice call, Murph.
There you go. Yeah. What a great analogy.
They're about to start eating some of that, yeah.
Oh, man. All right, Maddie. It's always good to hear your voice, buddy. Always good to read you in The
Maddie.
Athletic.
Yeah, we do.
Everybody check it out, theathletic.com. Download the app and read Maddie. Maddie, you're the best.
Thanks, brother.
All right, anytime, guys.
Take care.
See you, man.
There he is, Matt Barrows.
I just like any day I come to work and I see Maddie's mug on the guest sheet, that courtesy of Triple E with this photo.
More important, look what's on your screen.
I can't. Oh, is that Cheap Pops?
And water. Look at them, dude. Looking like frickin' frack, dude. Right next to each other.
Oh.
And they're yucking it up. They're getting ready. They're like palling it up. They're yucking it up.
By the way, we're going to cut to, we're going to give you some audio from Greg Papa and Marcus Boucher right now. Let's cut live and see what they're up to. Oh, sorry, that was just Marcus having the time of his life with G Pops.
Look at them.
I wonder if they know we're riffing on him. I see him. I wonder if he has a show on. I think they might be listening and they hear the riffs and they're reacting in real time.
Something going on there.
Give me a thumbs up, Mark. Yeah, see, they hear the riffs. Yeah. I see you, man.
What do you give me for that's like Brock and Darnold talking about Trey when he's not around.
It's never been done before where we would have a face-off crossover segment this early. But you know me, I like to break the rules.
No, we'll get it. We'll do it on the other side.
Just ask my friend out in the bullpen, likable Tony. You know what I'm talking about. I call him likable Tony. Yeah,
Paulie Mac. We'll hand it over to the best pals, to Abbott and Costello down there on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Mm-hmm.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Oh, wow. Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally.
Replay the point.
Oh, wow.
That guy says, thank you, Tripoli. Finally, like an hour and a half, somebody got a chuckle out of it. So that was the Canadian tennis match. Pegula, Saweka, or whatever, the big match up there. And in the middle of it, some guy hit the wrong button and some Cotton Eye Joe played in the middle of their rally. And the guy treated it like it was like a Hindenburg. Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Yeah,
Cotton Eye Joe just played.
Oh, no, heavens.
Once again, Tripoli, oh, wow. He said, oh, wow. He says, Triple R, Cotton Eye Joe. Hey, by the way, while he's finding that, can I shout
Oh, wow.
Can I shout out Lance, the head pro over at Lincoln Park? Because I got to play Lincoln yesterday, and it was great. Love it. So great. But the guy made a BLT, phenomenal BLT. And I said, Lance, look at this BLT. He goes, yeah, you made a good order, man. It's the best thing we got.
First of all, I want to shout out Lance, too. I've never met this guy, but the fact that he works at Lincoln Park, he's got a shaved head, and he's giving my man Murph special treatment makes me automatically warm up to Lance.
When's the last time you had a good BLT?
You know what? It's been way too long. I can't even put a finger on it. That's how long it's been.
Go have yourself a BLT today.
I might today because I'm going to have lunch with my son today. So I might.
And Tommy, go get a BLT.
You know what? It's BLTs all around. My treat. Who needs one? G-Pops, you need a BLT?
Wait, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's the bar across from Lincoln Park? That's
well, it used to be, Greg.
The
Good
tee.
knowledge.
Yeah,
the tee off. And you know what?
Tee off, man.
I did
know
shot
what?
a hole from there.
Oh, it got gritty in there, man.
They drew the shutter on the tee off. Yeah, COVID got it.
You believe that, man?
COVID got it. Yeah, it's too bad. That was a San Francisco
All right,
legendary
then scratch
spot.
the BLT. I don't need one.
Hey, you've done a costume change on us.
Yeah, because we're open with the Niners. We got to find out what they open.
Okay, will you when you go Giants? Will you put on the City Connect?
Murph. I got City Connect.
Murph, you don't even know. I'm in studio today with Papa, and there's a stack of hats over here.
Are you impressed with the De La Salle hat?
This is the.
I got the De La hat.
So
but I'm hearing from Zach Beyruti, the voice of the River Cats, who Boucher and I befriended when we were in Vegas on Thursday. He's good. We sat up there for a couple of innings. Unflappable. Does the game in pitch black. I'm like, how do you see your scorecard?
In the darkness.
So I asked him,
like Aaron Rodgers.
Where's Kyle Harrison pitching in Northern California this week?
Ooh.
As far as we know, he's scheduled to start tonight here in SAC.
Okay, there it is. Fun while it lasted.
They also can't wait to pull the trigger. If something, the beautiful thing about it, SAC is, 83 miles away, whatever it is. Yeah. And, he's not going to pitch tonight here, but they can scratch. We'll see if he throws, if he takes the mound at Sutter Health Park Stadium, whatever it's called, Sutter Health Park, then he's not going to pitch tomorrow, but we'll see. So right now they're saying he's still scheduled to pitch there.
I'm taking the kids to the game tomorrow. I'm hoping we get them, but we're getting there was some dampening. Kuiper said.
I heard it.
Yeah, you heard that.
So
there was dampening.
He got my dauber down.
Very good.
My dauber was down.
Last one would be Waterboy, since you're down there, or Boucher, as we call you.
What do we call him? Marcus Boucher?
Either one. He's got multiple names.
Where do you get the Waterboy from?
El Chico de Agua.
The guy you're talking to. That's where I got it from.
He's a starter in this lineup.
Here we go now.
He's gone from Mr. Irrelevant.
It was all going so well, too.
Completely misleading. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor.
John Lund is, to be honest.
Sustained.
But the question is who has more costume changes at Levi's Stadium, the Taylor Swift Eras Tour or Greg Papa and the hats?
There you go. There you go. Lady Gaga.
On that note,
she played Oracle Park.
Have a good show, boys.
Take it away, Boucher and Papa. Hey, when you're thinking change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
See, that's why you guys call me on here. You just want me to get in trouble.
Yeah, sometimes I'm really on board with Murph, and then there are other times I'm not.
John.
Oh, wow. Cotton Eye Joe just came on mid-rally.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy to Superman.
John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Lance out of the gun. Personal protector Mason next to him. Dropping back. Pumping once. And going down.
First and goal to go. They fake the stretch. The boot left with Kuntz in his face. Lance fires. And it is tipped and caught for a touchdown. Ross Dwelly on the deflected ball. Touchdown. Wow.
Well, no one's happier than Trey Lance on that. I promise you, maybe Ross Dwelly.
Number of times last year that any quarterback we played with comes down there a little hesitant early. And I think he had a couple of those and a couple bad sacks, and our offense didn't get going. And kind of builds up, and I was glad that he was able to fight through that and make some plays there at the end. And I wish he could have stayed out longer, but we stuck with our plan and made sure not to panic and make any bad decisions for him.
I don't think Trey Lance can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I've seen enough.
Yeah! Live from Levi's Stadium. What's up, everybody? It's Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund for one more day next to Greg Papa here at 49ers training camp, talking a lot of 49er football this morning, but also some Giants baseball with the Wade Meckler Wade Tour making its first appearance in San Francisco last night, and the kind of anticipated arrival of maybe a Kyle Harrison, something that we will discuss today. But Greg, good morning. Thank you for welcoming me into your studios here live at Levi's Stadium.
Welcome. And this is, when you say you're next to me, this is the first time we've actually done the show looking each other in the eye.
Face to face.
We've always been in different locations, so great. You live down here, though, in the South.
I do, man. I'm a San Jose guy. I was born and raised in Sunnyvale, so I'm here in the 408. I actually went to junior college right down the street at Mission College, where I played baseball before transferring to Sonoma State. And now here I am down the street broadcasting. I got to say, the commute was flawless this morning.
Much easier than
I got here in like 5-6 minutes. Oh, it's a lot better than waking up at 3 a.m., driving 45 minutes up to San Francisco every morning.
You should just come here and do the show from here.
See, that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to pull some strings with our PD.
You want my key card? You and I look a little bit alike.
I was going to say, I could pass for your ID, right?
Yeah, if you shave.
Yeah, exactly. Or maybe you grow out the beard. We can go either way.
I'm not going to do that.
I didn't think you would.
It gets patchy. So welcome, and it's back to work. I mean, it's training camp mode. Even though we were just in Vegas and scrimmaged the Raiders and played on Sunday, and they're back at it. And the big thing Kyle said yesterday, I mean, everybody's talking about Trey Lance, Sam. I mean, it's Brock Purdy's team.
Yeah,
there's no doubt, and he got full clearance. So it's no more 2 on, 2 off, 2 on, 1 off as far as the training camp schedule for him. He's full go, and it's 3 in a row. So back to work today. They're going to practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then play Denver. Walk through on Friday and play Denver on Saturday. So he'll get all the work. I don't think he'll play in this game, but maybe the following week against the LA Chargers, and then. And I went back and watched the game back today, and Rich Gannon's going to join us. Rich did the Raiders side. You light up.
Yeah, exactly. I'm smiling
Rich,
already.
I started doing the Raiders in '97, and Rich came in, after year Jeff George and all of that. Rich came in with John Gruden and turned the franchise around. And Rich, worked the game. He has some thoughts on Trey Lance. I want to get his thoughts on Trey.
Yeah.
The touchdown pass we just heard, he didn't like it. He thought he was late and threw across the body, and he got lucky on the play. Kyle liked it. The one thing Kyle was saying, just let it rip. I think he's just got to be more aggressive and not be tentative. The one to Dwelly on the first third down, Ross maybe didn't hook it up properly, but just get it on him.
Yeah.
So just, play free. Right now he's playing like he's a little nervous. But the main thing, the pocket presence, I think, will get better. And you put him behind, better offensive linemen. Not that the guys in front of him, but they, are they going to be up on game day? How many of those guys are going to be up? Trent Williams wasn't out there. Jake Brendel, Aaron Banks, and McKivitz, and obviously Burford. So, but accuracy.
Yeah.
That is the thing that Trey has got to get better at. Ball placement. The one throw, remember when Masterson blitzed their middle linebacker and he pawed at the ball? Trey at night, it was Joe Burrow-like. He had 2 hands on the ball. He swiped away from it, and he reset his feet, and he had Charlie Warner on the in-cut. And listening to Rich and Matt Millen do the game on Sunday in Vegas, that's a throw you got to put on him. He missed. How do quarterbacks get accurate? Rich Gannon, when he first came into the NFL, drafted New England, I think drafted him first, or Minnesota. He played in Minnesota for a long time. They didn't want to. They were going to convert him to defensive back.
Really?
Yeah, he played at a small school, Delaware, the Blue Hens.
Wow.
They didn't think he could play, and he did not play hardly at all. His first 3 years in the NFL, he had exactly 21 pass attempts, and then when he did play, 52%, 57%. He was sub 60. Now this is the time. That was an era when, Jim Plunkett, that's what it was the norm because they threw the ball down the field.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Drew Brees, Peyton Manning era. All of a sudden, you got to hit 65. Brees got to 75. These guys don't miss with the short passing game. Something clicked for him, I think, in Kansas City. All of a sudden, he's up to 64%. He had a really good year as a starter in Kansas City, and then got benched at the end of the year, and they went back to, I think it was Elvis Gerbach in a playoff game against Denver in 98. But then he comes to the Raider offense, and all of a sudden his completion percentage is 65.8. His MVP year, Boucher, at 2002, he led the NFL in completion percentage at 67.6.
Yeah.
So what is that? Is it just accuracy, me being able to throw the ball and like the county fair, hit the target? It's not all that. It's anticipation. It's knowing the offense. It's the guys. He had Tim Brown. He had Jerry Rice. He had great players around him. Charlie Garner.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the everything together. So Trey's pocket presence, that kind of shocked me. But he hadn't played in almost a full year, going back to September 19th, the home opener against Seattle when he got hurt. But the accuracy issues are still there from time to time.
Correct.
He worked with Jeff Christensen in the offseason. He cleaned a lot of it up, and Rich can break that down. But how does Rich Gannon is a mathematical, numerical, the data's right here.
Mm-hmm.
He got better with completion percentage. Can Trey Lance, we're comparing him to Jalen Hurts and Josh Allen, more modern. But years ago, Rich Gannon, back in the 80s and 90s and 2000s, became the most accurate quarterback in the league when initially he was not. How did he do that?
And that's something we're going to ask Rich Gannon today at 1:15. And I think it's interesting to look at it from that perspective of Trey Lance, but also to look at it from the perspective of Sam Darnold, a guy who is getting a new change of scenery now, just like Rich Gannon from going to Kansas City to the Raiders. Maybe that was one of the big reasons why being in a new scheme, being in a new offense, maybe that's something that contributes to the accuracy.
Now, that's a great point. Because you look at Sam Darnold, he's sub 60%. In his career. As a rookie, 58, second year, 62, 59.5, 59.5. Even last year, when I was talking to him before the game in Vegas on Sunday, he balled out last year. He cut the turnovers down, but still he was sub 60%. When you watch him throw, he's one of the most natural throwers of the football this franchise has ever had. He has a hose, and he's incredibly accurate with it. So why is it that he's sub 60% when the NFL... some of these guys are hitting 70. They just don't miss. The ball does not go on the ground.
And that goes back to the offensive system, whether it was in New York and Carolina. And we know in this Kyle Shanahan system, so much of the offense is based on completing those routes over the middle. The bracket busters, the back and forth. George Kittle cutting across the defense when everybody else is going one way. Find the open guy. And in this offense, you need somebody who can deliver the mail. And from what we've seen so far, Sam Darnold has shown that. We're still waiting to see more of that from Trey Lance.
We should have the audience try to name every head coach and offensive coordinator Sam has had in his career.
Yeah.
It'd be a challenge.
It would be a long
I got
list.
it in my notes, but I couldn't do it initially.
Not off the top of the head,
It's a handful. It's one every year. So that's the great point there. And when they asked him, why did you sign with the Niners? Because everybody's open. Every single play, they got guys that are wide open. So
I mean, that's the thing. You look at Kyle Shanahan's offense, you look at Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick of the draft, and you see him walk into town and have the success that he had. If you're Sam Darnold, former number 3 overall pick, he's probably looking in the mirror saying, why can't that be me?
So both these guys that are battling for the backup job, there's 2 former number 3s. 18 it was Sam to the Jets, and 21 it was Trey here. How do they get more accurate? Is it just the scheme and the system Kyle can do? But there's also ball placement. It's half a ball. It can't be on this hand. It's got to be on that hand away from the defender. So, and Rich, he called the game. He has his thoughts on Trey Lance, so he's kind of a QB guru. So
nice.
And I know being a former Raider, you're all excited.
Oh, yeah. I've got a bunch of questions I want to ask
you. You weren't even born when he won the MVP, were you?
Yeah, I was alive, Papa. That was early days. I was in middle school, actually. It was heartbreaking for me.
You're killing me.
Yeah, it hasn't been the same ever since then. But hey, we'll talk to Rich Gannon today at 1:15. A lot of great guests lined up today, whether it is Rich Gannon. We're going to have Sean Estes join us in about 30 minutes at 10:50 this morning talking Giants baseball. Mark Spears today at 1:30.
The Hall of Fame.
talking about the Bob Myers news getting
And
to the broadcast booth.
he went into Springfield. I
That's
saw
right.
his speech.
The pride of the 408, Mark Spears.
He nailed his speech, and then Greg Popovich gave a great speech. I don't know if he mentioned Nelly in his speech, which kind of threw me a little. He mentioned everybody. Maybe I missed it. But and then Nelly's got, you see the cover of the Chronicle today?
I did
Big
not see
story
it.
on Nelly with his Maui Wowie and his Nelly Kush.
Oh, that's right. 'Cause
what's
he's out
going on
there,
in
yeah.
Maui, and he owns a big chunk of that island. So our thoughts and prayers are going to Nelly and Miss Joy.
Oh, definitely, man. Hopefully everything works out well for Nelly out there in Maui. We'll check in on the Warriors with Mark Spears today. But like I said, we got Sean Estes coming up in about 30 minutes. So how about on the other side, we hop into that Giants game last night, the Wade Meckler debut, and Tyler Glass now mowing down the San Francisco Giants. We'll talk Giants baseball on the other side. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Boucher! Papa Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Oakland, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Oakland's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Barrow stopped by the Murphy Mac Show earlier this morning to discuss the 49ers QB2 competition between Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
seam hits, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Look, I'm the first to admit, never heard of Wade Meckler until we had a meeting with Farhan right after the trading deadline, the 4 broadcasters. And Farhan said, well, one name that came up all the time from other teams is they wanted Wade Meckler. And I had to scramble to do some research to find out who Wade Meckler was. And that's the first time I heard of this young man. And then from that on, I followed him every day. And every day he was getting 2 or 3 hits. And then the next day he was going to AA, and then the next day, he's going to AAA.
There it is, the voice of Dwayne Kuiper this morning, talking about Wade Meckler. San Francisco Giants lose yesterday 10-2 to the Tampa Bay Rays. They've lost 7 out of their last 9, but the story of the day was the Wade Meckler tour continues, Papa. I know Taylor Swift was just out here at Levi Stadium. She's burning down the country right now, but Wade Meckler has gone from Eugene, Oregon to Richmond, back up to Sacramento, and yesterday made his arrival in San Francisco. Unfortunately, he went 0 for 4 at the plate, struck out with the bases loaded in the 7th inning, which can lead to a conversation on Gabe Kapler deciding not to pinch hit for or with one of his right-handed bats off the bench.
Left
something
on
that
left.
we can discuss later on today. But yeah, Papa, not the greatest showing last night from the San Francisco Giants. Tyler Glasnow on the bump yesterday. We discussed how he's one of the best and one of the hottest pitchers in all of baseball. He goes 6 innings, 7 strikeouts. Giants get 6 hits. But offensively, the Rays put up 18 hits on the Giants yesterday, the most that the Giants pitching staff has allowed all season long. It was another bullpen game with Ryan Walker starting, which usually when Ryan Walker's on the mound, it usually means a win for the bullpen game. But the Giants lose last night in their opener against the Tampa Bay Rays 10-2.
Yeah, with all great due respect to the great Wade Meckler, I think it was the Flem as a bat boy game, which was really
the story of the night.
interesting.
Yeah, you're right about that.
I had no idea what he was doing, losing a fantasy football league last place. He had to put on the bat boy. Did a great job. He was fine. He went first 3 innings. They didn't score. Ryan Walker was fine. He went 2. When they got into Tristan back, it was whack, whack, whack. He gave up 10 hits. Tampa Bay Rays in their approach. 18 hits. And Kype was saying this morning with Murph and Mac, 5 just rolled right through the right side of the infield.
Just spraying them around.
You're just seeing everybody diving for the ball. Camargo, the new guy at third base, is diving. Craws diving. Then in the outfield, I was impressed. Conforto diving for that ball in Triple's alley.
Yeah.
When you're just getting whacked.
When it was like 9-2 at the time.
The Giants have reverted back to early season form. And the strikeout total is alarming. The swing and miss. When you get a high-velocity pitcher like Glasnow, and you know who's pitching tonight? Zach Littell.
The revenge game for
He's
Zach
a friend
Littell.
of ours. And we may get him on the show tomorrow when we're on the patio. But, Glasnow, you said it. That guy's just tall.
He's filthy.
He comes downhill. He only ate 7 punch-outs going 6. The Giants only punched out 9. But the game before, and Bailey, we were locked in on 49ers and Raiders. Bailey walked him off to save it.
Yeah.
But 17
season
strikeouts. More than opening day and Garrett Cole, and they punched out 16 times.
Dane Dunning had 12 of them himself. Yeah.
They've kind of reverted back to what they were early in the year when they got off to the 6-13 start. And honestly, we thought, how do they get better? And they got better by bringing a lot of guys up from AAA that got hot, but now they're going back down except for Bales. But the swing and miss, I mean, that's the main thing is, and, what do the analytics of Tampa Bay and their staff say offensively? They put the ball in play. I mean, how many guys can you name? And, big thing with the Giants is, lack of star power. Rosarrain is a star.
Yeah, he's international.
And at one point, he's going to pull the ball over the Chevron cars and then play with it like he didn't catch it. I hate when he does that.
Oh, yeah, and then put his hands
as a
across his
play-by-play
arms.
announcer. First time I saw him do that, and the play-by-play guy was like, "What do you do? He's just duping you here. It's terrible." But he has fun with it. He's besides Randy or Rosarrain. Now you love baseball, so I shouldn't ask you. Siri,
I mean, how many guys on this team? Margot,
former Giant Jose Siri.
Very briefly. Well, in the low minors.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, forever River Cat.
Siri, when did Jose play with the Giants? When was he?
I know he was in the system. I believe Farhan signed him in 2020 during the pandemic season.
He was just briefly, though.
And he never made it up to the big league level, but he's a guy that's got 15 home runs and ranks as one of the better defensive center fielders in Major League Baseball.
And obviously Diaz, the leadoff hitter, is a good player. And the whole thing, going on with the shortstop is weird.
Wander Franco. Yeah, that's
but
a
I mean, it was just, I'm not going to say last night was the low moment of the year. What it reminded me of was the night, Friday night, Brock Purdy was there, and he got the biggest ovation. They're playing the New York Mets, and I think it was like 7-0, and it was just lifeless. You just thought, this team is boring. They're not very good, and how are they going to get better? Well, they did. They did get better, and they got better by getting healthy. First of all, getting Slater and Haniger back, and we're still waiting on Haniger.
Yeah.
He's eligible to come off on Sunday, so we'll see, how soon it'll be.
And now we're still waiting on Yaz after he had a setback. We were expecting him to come back yesterday. The word that I got that he pulled his hamstring again while running some bases this past weekend.
And Susan just wrote a big piece, Susan Slusser, about how he's going to have to alter his mechanics. Whatever way he's running, he is susceptible to hamstring pulls.
And how do you change the way you run?
More upright, I think, is the way to do it. I don't know.
Maybe more on your toes.
But they need, right now, offensively, they are. Good thing Tyro's back.
Yeah.
And then Wilmer gets scratched with an ear infection.
With an ear infection, Pop.
Yeah, I've done a lot of broadcasts with bad ears. But
I was going to say, when's the last time you had an ear infection?
All the time.
Yeah, really, a lot.
I get them all the time.
Wow.
Well, because of flying, I got a deviated septum, and they get in the ear, and they're kind of an occupational hazard. That's why I've done games with breathe rights. I've gone Jerry Rice on you.
Oh.
But ear infections are no fun. But if you're, I can sit down and kind of, woozy. You can't play because that's where your balance is.
You're not trying to hit a 98-mile-per-hour top
that would be, you couldn't do that.
No.
Couldn't put a guy with an ear infection. No. You wouldn't have the balance to spin out of it, so you wouldn't do that. But just whack, 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 whack. Mm-hmm. It got ugly. So John Shea wrote a great piece the other day in the Chronicle. John's always on it.
Yeah.
Trade deadline, there used to be two of them, July 31st and August 31st, non-waivers. And now we got this August 1. Last year it was actually a little few days later because of the CBA and the delay with the negotiations. So they pushed it all back. But, John was saying there's a real sentiment to moving the trade deadline and have one standard deadline, not have the two like July 31st, August 31, but just have it right in the middle, August 15. You know what today is. If it was today, the deadline was today at 3 o'clock our time. In light of what you're seeing, this is one of the streakiest teams I've ever seen.
No doubt.
And now they're on and it started when they went to Oakland. When they beat, they were doing well. They go to Oakland and it just doesn't go well.
Mm-hmm.
And then they go to Anaheim.
And then went to Washington, yeah.
Well, that was earlier. They actually got hot when they came back home. Remember, they beat Oakland twice at home, and they beat Boston 2 out of 3. And they're just up and down. It's the schedule that concerns you. Watch the Atlanta Braves and what they did to the Yankees last night.
Back to back, when they had the Mets.
Costas was falling out of the boot last night.
Yankees, yeah.
Mark DeRosa.
Yeah.
I mean, they're off. They are. Wow. That's like a National League All-Star team.
Yeah, they had 5 or 6 All-Stars this season.
It's just unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
And you just saw a team that did have 5 in Texas.
Yeah.
And you lost 2 out of 3. And you got these guys, the no-name Rays, that whack, whack.
Mm-hmm.
So if the deadline was today, and you're looking at your team, you're still a wild card, You're
still in that
you
second
are going to
right
Philadelphia after you go to Atlanta, but the schedule's hard. If you're Farhan, do you think, I need a hitter or two now? I can't wait for Haniger. We are drowning offensively. Do I need to add another pitcher? Where's Kyle Harrison? We'll get into that more. We have intel on whether or not he's going to pitch tomorrow. It won't be today. Jacob Junis will go. But so if you're Farhan and it's 2 weeks. The Angels made that call and they lost, started losing. The Padres was hung in, they're losing. Mm-hmm. Now, those teams may change. Giants are kind of in purgatory.
Yeah.
So if the deadline was August 15th today, Boucher, are the Giants a buyer, a seller, neutral, both? What are they? Who are they?
To be honest with you, I think it's a great discussion and an interesting angle to look at it. But if you're the Giants, I know from a fan perspective, these last 2 weeks have kind of changed your perspective on how things are going. From a front office perspective, they're still looking at the fact that they are in that second wild card spot right now. And especially with the extra wild card team that the MLB has added, there's so many guys competing. This year we saw there were not too many sellers. Everybody wanted to buy at the deadline. And then next thing you know,
There'd be more right now, though.
Yeah, you could, but they're like the top bats at the deadline were obviously Shohei Ohtani. We knew he wasn't going anywhere. Cody Bellinger. Now the Cubs are in the mix. They're not trading him. So I don't know how much more options there would be at this point. And I think we'd probably see the same strategy from Farhan. Him being reluctant to give up some of his top prospects, him to hold on to his team right now. Like I said, this has been one of the streakiest teams in baseball, Papa. But going back over the last month, they rank at the bottom of the charts, whether it's team average, whether it's OPS, like any analytic you want to throw out there. This offense is not performing.
Goes back to July 1, actually.
So if they, so if they were serious about competing for a playoff spot, then they would need to go out and buy an extra bat to add to this lineup.
All right, so, and the Dodgers have lost one game since the deadline.
Yeah, what are they, 12-1 now?
And it's not like they added great players. And, the pitcher Rodriguez in Detroit said no to them.
Yeah.
But Rosario's going off.
Yeah.
Every time I look up, the guy's hitting a bomb.
I mean, yeah, they brought back Kike Hernandez.
So now you're losing touch with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
You're 10 back in the loss column, 9 overall.
Mm-hmm.
You are going to play them 7 more times, 4 at Dodger Stadium, 3 at Oracle the last weekend of the year. But you're not going to win all 9.
No.
You can't put yourself in a position. You've got to reasonably be within 3 going into the last 2 weeks of the year. You're starting to lose touch with them. And then in the wild card, you're there. But Philadelphia, and you got them coming on this road trip after Atlanta. You've now fallen 2 behind them. Miami, who I thought was going to fade away in the second half of the year.
No, Sandy Alcantara just went CG against the Yankees.
So, and then that comeback win they had on Sunday, and then they got the Cubbies, you got the Reds coming in.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, if you're Farhan, how much do you push it? Who knows what he was thinking at the time. He was reluctant to give up his young guys.
Correct.
But, these guys are all got sent back down. They're not ready. They kind of rushed them through AAA. Casey Schmidt got hot. Now he's back down. He didn't play a lot of AAA. Luis Matos got hot, and now he's back down. And he's all of a sudden, you worry about him defensively in his first step. They're young.
Yeah.
They'll figure it out. Bales has been the one guy, but I don't know. He probably would do what he did, which is, around the margins. A.J. Pollock, Mark Mathias, not a whole lot. But how is your perspective? It's not real, so he shouldn't really have the endeavor. But next year, you may have a deadline where it is August the 15th.
Yeah.
So how much has it changed from August 1 to August 15th right now from the Giant perspective?
And that's the perspective to look at it, because at the trade deadline this year, you're looking at Patrick Bailey behind home plate, who is one of the rookies still currently on the roster, but you're also looking at Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano up the middle, which I'm sure a lot of fans were saying, all right, at least this is the future that we're building around, and you even had Luis Matos playing center field. Now here we are 2 weeks later, no Luis Matos, he gets sent down. No Casey Schmidt, no Marco Luciano. Now those guys have been kind of line change for another group of rookies with guys like Wade Meckler and Elliot Ramos. But when you're looking at this current Giants roster's team, how could you be confident in the current lineup that they're putting out there when there is a Mark Mathias or a Johan Camargo in the middle of it?
It's like they've gone back to 6-13 that Friday night against the Mets, where they just were lifeless. And then, last night, 10-2, they got out hit 18-6.
Yeah.
So the question now is, and they got issues offensively, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
But they're also, the openers aren't working as well.
No.
And you've got another one today, right?
Yeah.
And then you got an open day tomorrow. Are they going to bring Kyle Harrison up?
That's the question that we can dive into. How about we do that on the other side? We'll give you an update on Kyle Harrison and also let you know everything you need to know about Wade Meckler making his debut last night. We'll take a look at the bullpen game yesterday, the bullpen game tomorrow, and maybe another one later on this week from Gabe Kapler and the San Francisco Giants. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa this morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Giants back.
Be caller 10 to 415-896 KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That was a really good hitting team that swung the bat really well. The Rangers are a really good team that swung the bat really well. Doesn't mean that we're not going to have days when we get those guys out. Obviously, Logan Webb was pretty good at that, but up and down their lineup, they have guys who really bang, and clearly they have right-handed hitters that can hit right-handed pitchers. That's no secret, but they just swung the bat really well.
The Tampa Bay Rays put up a 10 spot yesterday on the San Francisco Giants to win Game 1 of their series in San Francisco. And to Gabe Kapler's point, yeah, this is a team that can bang. They had 18 base hits yesterday, put up that 10 spot against the San Francisco Giants bullpen game, a strategy that we have seen work successfully this year. But looking at the last week, they have dropped a few games with these openers, whether it is a Scott Alexander, a Ryan Walker on the mound. Yesterday, it was Tristan Beck who got knocked around as the featured guy coming in, throwing 3 innings. He allows 10 hits on the day, 5 earned runs. And Papa, I got to say, I was surprised by the long leash that Gabe Kapler had for Tristan Beck yesterday. And it seemed like once they went down 3-0 in that 4th inning with Tyler Glasnow on the mound, there wasn't really going to be too much of a hope for a comeback for this Giants lineup that has been struggling mightily. But getting back into the Giants strategy with the bullpen game yesterday, my understanding has been with these bullpen games, the strategy is to get the platoon advantage, to open with a Ryan Walker, then go with an Alex Wood, go righty, lefty, righty, lefty. But yesterday, we saw righty Ryan Walker, righty Tristan Beck, righty Luke Jackson, 3 righties in a row. You didn't get a lefty until Scott Alexander came into the gate late in the 7th inning, I believe it was. So I just didn't really get the strategy yesterday. And again, I don't know if this is a strategy that is sustainable. I can understand how you can win games during the marathon of a season that is 162 games. But when you get to a postseason situation, a 3, 5, or 7 game series, I'm still not 100% a believer in these bullpen games, Papa.
Well, you got to get into them. You got to get into the playoffs. And right now, right now, I mean, the schedule and the road trip coming up, Atlanta and Philadelphia come back, and Atlanta staring at you. And you got 2 more with these guys. So let's just see where you are when Labor Day rolls around and you go to San Diego. Yeah, I mean, the opener, even up and down in the roundup, I do understand it, and I embraced it. The one game that I liked it the most was when Ryan Walker started. He's a cross-firing righty, and he came in with Alex Wood behind him. He's a slinger from the left side. Yep. And you went Taylor Rogers, right, left, and then into Camilo. I was like, wow.
Yeah, you're getting 5 different arm angles.
This is what the Tampa Bay Rays did years ago with Joe Madden. I remember my friend Brian Anderson on TNT was doing a playoff game with them, and they showed the face of a clock from 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And that's what their bullpen is. They have an arm at 9 o'clock, a lefty slinger like Alex Wood. They have an arm at 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12. They go all the way around. So if you're a hitter, if you're a team that has a lineup where you don't pinch hit like Atlanta, those guys play every day and they never come out of the game because they're all all-stars. I'm kind of Atlanta, fixated right now, watching them last night and watching them on Sunday night. But anyway, so but it just didn't work last night. Walker did fine. Beck, Beck's been fine. He just didn't, he hung a few breaking balls and they went whack, whack. So tonight, Jacob Junis is going to start. He's a little bit different because he is a starter who's in the bullpen. So he could go longer depending on how effective he is. Zach Littell is going to go from Tampa Bay. Remember Zach with the ZZ Top beard?
I remember the interaction he had with Gabe Kapler before he got DFA.
We're going to get him on the show tomorrow. Mark O'Brien, his agent's a friend, so we're going to set it up. You see how he pitches tonight, if he's in a good mood or not. But I remember talking to him. Before Brebbia got here, he was one of the first to do the opener with Cap. I'm trying to remember. But Zach Littell was really good at it, his first start.
Yeah.
Because he was a starter in the minors, so it wasn't a big deal. And then his very next outing, he was bad. It just didn't work out. So sometimes it's like a starter, some games, some starts you're good, some starts you're bad. But anyway, so it's kind of ironic that Zach's on the mound tonight. So we'll see, which leads to, and it's Kyle Harrison.
Yeah. That's the question.
What do they do with him? We saw him on Thursday in Vegas
economically. He didn't walk anybody 10 up, 10 down through 39 pitches. I know I read 38, but we were there and saw the scoreboard. It said 39 when they pulled him. You went crazy. Are they pulling him now? 10 were out of the strike zone. He locked in, repeatable delivery, sling it a little bit from the side. He looked locked in. He was throwing strikes. That's what they wanted. Zach Bayruti, the voice of the River Cats, brought us up later in the game. We talked about we saw 97 on the gun.
Mm-hmm.
We asked Zach, is that the hardest he's thrown? Oh, he said he saw 99. So the fastball gets on it. The mechanics are there. It's a little bit deceptive the way he hides. A very simple take-back delivery. You can't tell a lot of difference between when he pitches out of the windup and the stretch. So he's locked in right now. Now, he threw 39 pitches. He was on the IL for the hamstring strain, so he could have to, most he could throw probably 50.
Correct.
But do you want 50 from him? He is scheduled to pitch tonight, talking to Bayruti. He said the plan is for right now, he's going to make the home start for Sac. But their game tonight is 6:45, somewhere around then. So we'll keep an eye on Sutter Health Park and see. Yeah, 6:45 first pitch. If he starts, he's not pitching tomorrow.
No chance.
If they pull him
for the next week, yeah.
If they pull him,
they
then we're
sound
going to
the
see
alarms,
him.
yeah.
But what did Cap say? So you and I talked about this yesterday. I don't know this Tampa Bay lineup. Evan Longoria is gone. Rocco Baldelli's not. Who's the greatest player in the history of the franchise? Evan?
Oh, it's probably Evan Longoria. I know.
How about Rocco?
Who went in recently? Wade Boggs went into the Hall of Fame as a Tampa Bay Ray.
He was there for like an hour. That was a deal with
I think that was like an endorsement deal.
He was a Red Sox. Come on, he won five American League batting titles.
I think you put
Rosarena, they got stars. But what
Price.
Cap just said, how they hit left-handed pitching well. Do you hear what he said in that clip there?
Yeah.
That was that'll tell you
he
what
said they hit right-handed pitching well also for even it being a right-handed lineup last night.
But it's a right-handed lineup.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at some of the numbers against left-handed pitching. A Rosarena, 250 against left-handed pitching. Yandy Diaz, the leadoff hitter, hits 321 with 5 bombs against left-handed pitching. Josh Lowe is not 195. Manuel Margot, 263. So anyway, do you want him to do you want to have a lefty or a righty pitch to this lineup? And to your point, they went Ryan Walker last night, right-hander, came back with another right-hander. They went Jacob Junis to start. They go into a series with a mindset what arm they want to face this lineup. So do you get a little bit of a hint that based on the 39 pitches he threw Thursday in Vegas, he's not stretched out enough, and specifically against this lineup, now you go to Philadelphia, and you've got Kyle Schwarber.
And Bryce Harper.
And you've got Bryce Harper. Do you want to start a lefty there? How much does that come into it? But I'm just trying to put all the information together to make it a reasonable guess.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what they're going to do. But he is scheduled to pitch tonight. And specifically, when he comes up here, you want his major league debut to go well.
Yeah.
And he's not stretched out, so he's going to go 50 pitches. If he's a little bit amped, which he's going to be, and he's out of the strike zone a little bit, the 50 pitches could be not even 3 innings.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. I mean, it could be 4 innings is what you'd want, 12 an inning, and you get him through, 48, 50 pitches somewhere in there. So, with all the factors there, and then this specific lineup, do you want a left-hander or a righty to pitch to him? Otherwise, you're going to go openers 3 straight days.
Yeah.
Because you can't pitch Cobb or Webb in this series.
And that's where I have a problem, or maybe not even a problem, but there's just so much emphasis on the analytics. You look at the Tampa Bay lineup, and it has a lot of right-handed hitters in it. But yesterday, you go 3 straight righties in your bullpen game, and guess what? You gave up 18 hits. That's the most hits you've given up the entire season. So even when you are going right on right, you're not getting the success. So you asked me, would I want Kyle Harrison for 50 pitches? I'd probably want on the mound over Tristan Beck throwing 60 pitches yesterday. And that's nothing against Tristan Beck, but I would like to see Kyle Harrison throw 50 pitches instead of an Alex Wood or a Ross Stripling or a Sean Manaea. I think he does give you more life, give you more energy. And this is a team right now that is desperate for a spark. It's what we were talking about earlier. That first quarter of the season, this was a pretty lifeless team that led the MLB in strikeouts. But then they called up Casey Schmidt. He was the spark. Then they called up Patrick Bailey. He was a spark. Luis Matos. All these guys were people who sparked the Giants lineup. And there was the rookies that they were relying on. Now all these rookies are being sent back down to AAA. And we've seen this lineup return to a lifeless lineup.
But they brought all those guys up and they were on fire.
Yeah.
Montos hit 6 homers in 6 days when he came up. And then he hit exactly 1 while he was here and he wasn't driving the ball. Casey got hot before he came up.
They kind of needed him, and Craw, he played a little bit of everywhere, but he got hot. Bailey was swinging the bat well. Bailey's had his lulls, but he kind of pulls out of it, and he's just clutch. The guy, how many game winners has that guy had?
Yeah.
I mean, the game in New York, the homestand, and the walk-off, against Boch on Sunday. The point is, you want Kyle Harrison to come up here and succeed.
Yes.
You just don't want it to be, let's bring up the De La guy and let's have, now do you want him to pitch at home? Do you want him to pitch at, the other part about pitching in Philadelphia, it's a bandbox, Citizens Bank Park.
Exactly. I think the Giants would much rather prefer Kyle Harrison get a 6:45 start with the shadows.
Or how about
behind him
a 12:45 tomorrow? We're on the patio.
That works too. Pitching at Oracle Park.
So
I'll take that.
He's
100%.
not pitching tonight. We know that. He is scheduled to pitch in SAC. But if they scratch him at 6:45, and he's going to pitch here tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. And that's something that we could talk to Sean Estes about on the other side. The lefty, talking about the lefty, Kyle Harrison. Bullpen gains for the San Francisco Giants and their matchup today against the Tampa Bay Rays. Marquise Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Hey, I ask you, what's the formula for a happy home life? Spend 5 nights in Vegas and never come home. Or have the perfect temperature in the home, low heating and cooling cost are attractive features. Certainly, architects and designers can easily achieve that formula for their clients at Golden State Window and Door. Greg Papa here, and you know your clients can defend against the elements with a variety of options like triple pane glass that provides a comfortable temperature year-round while delivering energy efficiency. That adds up to lower energy bills. So get started by taking a virtual tour at Golden State's showrooms. You'll see a great variety of attractive windows and doors in all price categories from Marvin, Anderson, AG Millworks, True Style, and many others, the very best. When inspiration has grabbed you, click Request an Appointment on GoldenStateLumber.com and bring your client in to see and feel what appeals most to them. Golden State strives to keep it simple and save you valuable time. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
On the mound, he broke hitters down.
And this one secures the shutout for Sean Estes.
And now on the mic, he breaks down the Giants. It's former All-Star lefty Sean Estes with Papa and Lund.
Sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. And by Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers we hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Giants bat boy Dave Fleming has returned to the booth. And Dave, what do you think? Are you a little exhausted to get back into your regular job, or do you need a little more time? Here's the pitch now. Wade swings, and that's a high drive into center field. Back goes Siri, and as he gets to the warning track, he squares up and makes the catch. One away.
One thing I got to do is spit out this gum. Man, I was chewing some gum down there.
You were doing some big league chewing down there.
I got into the whole dugout scene, the gum, the snacks, all of it.
Snacks?
Oh, we have a whole section for us bat boys.
Really?
Kit Kats, little Cheez-Its. Oh, yeah.
No Reese's?
Dave Fleming making his big league debut as bat boy for the Giants last night. Unfortunately for the Giants, not even Dave Fleming could wake up the bats as the Rays come into town and beat the Giants yesterday 10-2. And joining us on the UMA guest line on the Papa and Lunch Show, Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning, is Sean Estes, the lefty. Sean, good morning, my man. How you doing?
Morning, fellas. I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing all right. I think Dave Fleming was the highlight of the game last night. Now, Sean, are you a big fantasy football player?
He is.
I wouldn't say big, but I play. Yeah, I think big fantasy football player are guys that actually win once in a while. They take it pretty serious. I don't win, but I do get involved.
All right. Well, the question is, have you been the loser of your fantasy league, and have you had to do any punishments like we saw Dave Fleming last night?
I haven't, but I don't think that's a punishment. To be honest with you, I think that would be fun. I wish our fantasy league would have that as a last. I would have done it a couple times already.
Text Mario. You want to do it? They'd love to have you do it.
That's the funny thing about it, is that it looked at it as a punishment. Now, maybe it would have been if Kype had done it. That would have even been better. Wouldn't it have been to see Kype doing that? I'm sure he...
Well, it was the broadcasters that lost.
Yeah, and I heard Kype this morning with Murphy Mack actually said that he was the co-manager of the team with Dave Fleming, but he said because...
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he said the jersey wasn't available. They didn't have one big enough to fit him to be a bad boy.
Jersey.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that would have been great to see Kype down there. Like, just split the game up, like 3-3 or something. Do 3 with Kype, 3 with Flem.
Or John.
Yeah, that was pretty funny to watch. Yeah, he said he got into the whole dugout scene, right? Chewing gum and all that.
He did well.
He really got into it. He was throwing a dip in or a big chew in.
He did well. The reason they finished last is they had an event the night of the draft, so they couldn't take part in it. So I don't know what team they had. So in years past, I don't know how it worked, but they didn't get to draft their guys. That's why they were last. Fleming would be ordinarily pretty good at that because he does a lot of college football. He knows
He knows the NFL. My main bone of contention with Estes on his NFL draft, in years past, he has had exactly 0 49ers on his team.
Oh, that's why he's not winning.
So have you started scouting? Do you want our entire offensive backfield, quarterback, halfback? You're not going to take a fullback. Which wide receivers? You got to have at least 5 Niners on your team this year, Estes.
Well, that's where I come to you for. I need
Take them all.
to give me the scouting report on those guys. Yeah, I'll take them all. I think when I was, they weren't great when we first started fantasy football with NBC. They had a couple good skill players. I think I had Frank Gore one year, but now the skill players, because that's obviously who you want for fantasy. You want the guys putting up the numbers. So who's your number one right now?
Well, here's the problem. McCaffrey.
Of all those guys.
McCaffrey. But there's so, it's like when the Warriors had Durant and Clay and Steph, you're not going to pick one to lead the league in scoring because they're all going to average like 25. So when they get the ball, like with the Warriors, who shoots? The guy who's most open. Who gets the ball with the Niners? The guy that's most open. So, Boucher, you give him advice. I mean, would you pick McCaffrey? Could Kittle get it that? He had 11 touchdowns last year. Debo.
See, Pop, I think that's the
There's
obvious.
Too many guys.
I think that's the obvious choice too. If you have the first overall pick, you go with a guy like Christian McCaffrey, maybe second
over
round.
Saquon Barkley.
I think you do. You look at maybe second round guys like George Kittle, Debo Samuel.
All
But
right.
Sean, I think the best value you're going to get this year, maybe third, fourth round.
Do you
is
take running backs
maybe
right
you
away?
Get a
or
Brandon Ayuk third,
what's your
fourth round.
strategy
That's
on
the
that,
value.
Sean? Quarterback first or running back?
Well, I usually go running back, but I feel like the receivers, maybe this year the tight end is I think the tight end's so valued now with offenses, and so I think Kelsey's going. A lot of teams are picking Kelsey as their top 5 pick. A lot of drafts because they think Kelsey's going to have a monster year. So what about Kittle? I mean,
11 touchdowns last year. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, Kittle could be second. Would you say second tight end off the board? Third?
Yeah. As far as fame, Mark Andrews in Baltimore is pretty good. Dallas Goedert in Philly, but I get Kittle without question. 11 tugs last year. So
yeah, I like to go running backs, but a lot of teams now are going with the 2 running backs. They're not running. They're not just like running one guy into the ground all year like they used to. Saquon might be the closest to that. Because he catches passes as well, but so does McCaffrey. How often is McCaffrey going to be used in the offense? I mean, is he going to be 80%?
As long as he's healthy, he's a 3-down back, 4-down back. I mean, Elijah Mitchell, they got backup guys, but if McCaffrey's healthy, how do you take him off the field? He's the best player, I don't want to say on the team, but he's a pretty damn good player. So anyway.
And as far as how does he look already, like
he
physically? Is he going to
he looks amazing.
Stay healthy?
He looks amazing.
Hard to stay healthy in this league.
He's primed for a great year. So Marcus and I were with the joint practices Raiders and 49ers last week in Vegas. And who was down there was our Sacramento River Cat, Sean. So we went and watched Thursday night. We watched Kyle Harrison pitch. And I remember giving you the scouting report when I came back from the Memorial Day Sunday start when too many easy takes. He's out of the strike zone. He's not that guy anymore. He is locked back in. He was a strike throwing machine. I think it was 29 of 39 pitches in the zone, got a nasty drop-down slider and curveball, but only 39 pitches. The opener's not working as well lately. They got an open spot. You hear things. What are you hearing? What are you thinking? What are you feeling? Is it time to go De La in the Giants pitching staff?
Time to go Harrison?
De La Salle. He's a Sparty.
De La Salle. Yeah. I think so. I mean, what start did you see? Was that 2 ago or his last one?
No, his very last one on Thursday.
Yeah, because the first one didn't go as well. He threw a bunch of pitches.
He walked the first 4 guys.
Yeah, it didn't go that well. And so then you're like, okay, maybe we won't see him this year. If you can't figure that out, you're not going to bring a guy up that can't throw strikes. But if he's locked back in, he's your guy right now. I mean, I even if he can give you 5, I think you look at him as a guy that can give you a little bit of length. I mean, they're going with Eunice tonight, and he could possibly go 3 or 4. But, the opener thing, it worked for a long time this year. It went 15-5, right? What are they, 15-9, 15-10 now? They lost their last 4 or 5 opens. I kept saying it's going to catch up to this club, and you're playing really good teams right now. I think it's time for Kyle Harrison. Give him the job. Give him the job. You don't have to. You don't have to. He's not a guy you're going to go out there and have him throw 100 pitches. But if you can get 75, 80 pitches out of him, and see how far he can go. I mean, this is the time.
Well, he only threw 39 on Thursday because he was out a month with the hammy. So what's the most he can throw? 50?
Let's say he's 50. Let's say he's 50.
Right.
Okay, one more start down in AAA, and then he's your guy next rotation. It's got to be.
Then he's got to pitch in Philly.
That's fine. It's not going to get any easier coming up. I mean, this is a tough. This is a rough part of this Giants schedule, man. I mean, no offense that he's going to face, no matter where it's going to be. Obviously, it'd be nice to pitch at home, but you got Braves, you got Philly, then you got Diamondbacks, you got the Padres. I mean, it's not going to get any easy for him, and you want to see how he matches up against the best lineup. So, you got to have a guy come up right now that can give you 5 to start the game. I'm tired of the opener. I've never been a fan of it, as you guys know, but when it was working, I'm buying in as long as they're winning games. But now they're not winning games with it. You're playing tough teams. It's just, I think Kyle Harrison, this is his time. You give him another start, get his pitch count up to 75, and see what he can do at the big leagues.
Sean S. is joining us on the UMA guest line this morning. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station. And Sean, that was a big thing that stood out to me and Papa on Thursday night when we saw Kyle Harrison pitching out in Las Vegas was the fact that they pulled him out of the game at 39 pitches. Now, leading into that inning, he was flawless, perfect the first time through the lineup. He allowed a base hit, and there was also a Casey Schmidt error, and then they go out and pull him from the game. So when we aren't seeing the Giants and the River Cats give him the long leash, we're trying to see him build up to that pitch count. If the Giants do decide to pull the trigger, will we see a scenario where Kyle Harrison could be used as an opener or as a bulk guy? Or how do you think the process is going to be for Kyle Harrison once he does reach the big league level?
I would have to guess they would not have him come out of the bullpen, be the bulk guy, the featured guy, just because he's started. He's a young guy. You got to protect him. You don't want him to have to. It's such a different. And you ask any of the starters, I mean, that's why Alex Wood doesn't like to do it. I guarantee you none of the guys that started their whole career love to do it. They're veteran guys that have just been able to, Tristan Beck has been able to adjust as well. But it's just something that you don't want your prized, lefty number one prospect. You don't want him to have to do, right? It's hard to gauge when you need to get loose. He has a routine right now that he goes through every 5th or 6th day. He goes out on the field, probably does his running, gets his long toss in. You can't do any of that stuff when you're coming in out of the bullpen. There's a routine. You're ready, 7:15, whatever time it is. When it's going to time to start. When you're going to start your routine. You don't want to mess that up. I mean, right now it's obviously physically is the only thing that they have an issue with. Physically meaning mechanically being able to throw strikes consistently. You don't want to mess with them mentally. So if they call him up to the big leagues, which I think they should do, he's got to start games. And then he, like I said, he doesn't have a long leash, but he can go out there and give you 4 or 5, but he's got to do it from the get-go. The guy's got too good of stuff to you're not going to try to find a pocket for him to succeed. I mean, he's going to pitch at the big league level. He's got to get both righties and lefties out. So to me, that's going to put him in the best position to succeed is if you keep him on his routine, and that's to start games.
Yeah, we watched him on Thursday. He was a strike-throwing machine. I mean, no easy takes at all. Dropping down a little sidearm when he throws his slider and his curve, nasty. And then just, we saw him at 97 on the gun. It's easy gas. So we'll see. If they don't bring him up for tomorrow, they're going to have to go opener 3 straight games because Cobb pitched Saturday and Webb pitched Sunday. So it's either, Junis will go tonight. So the spot would be tomorrow to avoid 3 straight openers. And so my question is, 39 pitches last outing. So you're saying get him up to 75. They're not going to he's not throwing 75 if he comes up tomorrow. So what's the number? It'd be probably around 50 would be what he would be. And then the start before that, Sean, he walked 4 in the first inning. He threw 42 pitches. Only 18 were strikes. So I was like, whoa. So is it enough? Do you evaluate him and say, his first start, he had that Arizona, leagues, the Arizona complex, he went 2, and then he had a start and he was wild, 4, walks right away. The start Thursday was the second one. He's locked in. Is that enough to say he's locked in right now, or does he need one more, do you think?
I think, we've seen it with what they've done with guys. offensive players as well, position players. You go with the hot hand. I mean, if he's throwing strikes right now and he's got a lot of confidence in what he's doing, he's pounding the strike zone, and he does it in his next start as well. He backs it up. That's when you get him to the big leagues, because now he feels confident in his mechanics. He's physically healthy. He believes in his stuff. To me, that's when you get him up. I mean, that's why Wade Meckler's in the big leagues right now, because, how hot he's been with the bat in the minor leagues. That's why Elliot Ramos is in the big leagues, because of how well he was swinging it. You go with the hot hand. Don't allow him to have an outing where he struggles with his mechanics, or he, gets into a funk mechanically where he loses confidence, like, oh, crap, now I can't throw strikes again. I'm struggling with my command. You get him here, you get him to the big leagues when he feels confident in that command. So, you got to give him one more, because you don't want him in the big leagues. I think the next start, they'll probably give him 55, if I had to guess. And maybe, and if that goes well, I think that's when you give him a shot, and then that pitch count jumps up to 65, 70, and you hope she can get you through 5 innings, the best case scenario, and then he's off to the races. So, I believe that, and I know I'm saying give him one more start, but I don't think he does you any good if he's at 50, 55, because that may only get you 3 innings. So I'd like to see him be able to go out and give you at least 4 or 5, right? I mean, to me, that's, although that's what kind of the feature guy and the bulk guys are doing.
Just get through the lineup one time is what they want right now, right?
That's probably what they're doing right now. That's what they're doing right now with the feature guy anyway. I just would like to see, just from saving the bullpen, from that angle, I'd like to see, your bulk guy go a little bit deeper, go a little longer. That's what I thought last night. Maybe Walker goes one more. He had 2 innings, 39 pitches, a lot of pitches, but he's thrown up to 51 in some of his opens this year. Give him another inning, that just to get through that lineup one more time. I know Beck got through the lineup in the third, but it just. I think they had to use 6 pitchers last night. They threw 175 pitches. So most of those guys, with probably the exception of Taylor Rogers, are down today. So now you're shorthanded in the bullpen, and you got
That's another point.
You got a heavy righty lineup in the Rays, and so you're probably hesitant to use Manaea. I mean, every hitter in that Rays lineup last night was right-handed.
So for that reason, do you want to start? Do you want Kyle Harrison, a lefty, to make his debut against this right-handed heavy lineup, Sean?
No. I'd like to say I'd like to see him pitch one more time in AAA. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I wouldn't want to have him see him face this Rays. This is a good Rays lineup. I mean, they're aggressive, yes, but they swing at strikes. And the Giants. I mean, it's a great approach they had last night. I mean, I felt like, although we don't see the shift anymore, guys, I felt like you can still shift, and I feel like every big hit that they got was away from that shift to that right side. I mean, they put the bat on the ball. They're aggressive. The first time we've seen this lineup in person, and they're impressive, man. And there's a reason why these guys, I mean, I know they've come down to earth, since June. I mean, they're a 500 team, but wow, the start they got off to, and they dealt with some injuries. But with that lineup in Glass now, I mean, I say that team's got a shot to go deep in the playoffs this year.
Yeah, and to yours and Papa's points, with the Tampa Bay Rays having such a strong right-handed lineup, that's why we saw 3 consecutive righties yesterday in the Giants bullpen game. But Sean, from my perspective, my understanding is the strategy behind these bullpen games is to get the platoon advantages. So when you throw Ryan Walker, Tristan Beck, and Luke Jackson back to back to back, aren't you losing some of that strategy that you're trying to implement with the bullpen games?
Well, you're just going righty-righty. That's the whole thing. Yeah, but you don't really face lineups that have that, that setup. I mean, when's the last lineup you saw that were all right-handed batters? So, and I didn't even check to see what the bench looks like, how many lefties they do have on the bench. But yeah, you're definitely at a disadvantage. You have 3 left-handers down there, and so that's why you go Walker as deep as you can, go 3, and then they did it the way they mapped it out. You have Beck's been tough against righties. He just didn't have it last night. I mean, just have to credit sometimes the opposition's approach. Now, Beck didn't, he made some mistakes, but, the Rays had a great approach against him. And then you have to go with, you had to go with Alexander and you had to go with Rogers, use a couple of their lefties. So, yeah, it's tough to match up. I mean, unless you got a dominant righty. I mean, obviously you'd love to have Logan Webb and Alex Cobb against the lineup like the Rays, but that's not available.
Yeah, exactly. But speaking of Kyle Harrison, maybe making one more last start in Sacramento tonight before he maybe gets the call up to the big league level. We saw Wade Meckler make his MLB debut yesterday. And Sean, I wanted to ask you about how impressive it is to watch him go all the way from Eugene to San Francisco this year. Now, unfortunately for his friends and family in the crowd last night, he ended up going 0 for 4. And there was an interesting situation where Gabe Kapler decided not to pinch hit for him on a lefty versus lefty matchup. Now, Gabe, after the game, says he hopes to develop Wade Meckler as a player who can hit both lefties and righties. But I guess my question is, with this team, can you develop players like a Wade Meckler, like a Kyle Harrison, like a Casey Schmidt at the major league level when you are trying to compete for a postseason spot?
Well, you can, yeah. I mean, I think the thing with Casey Schmidt is he was just striking out too much and he wasn't making enough contact. So that's just, you try to develop, and obviously the defense is there, but at the same point, you got to try to win games. Meckler's an interesting guy. I mean, just caught fire this year. I mean, what an amazing run through the system. And, you find a lot of really good young players in the big leagues. That's what they do. They don't take a lot of time in the minor leagues. You can hit. And I loved his at-bats last night. I'll tell you what, Glasnow threw in his first couple of bats, threw some of the best pitches that he threw all night long to Wade Meckler. I mean, they were literally right on the black. He did not leave a ball over the heart of the plate at all to Meckler. He had nothing to hit. I mean, he was throwing everything. And Glasnow's nasty. I mean, when he's healthy, he's been one of the best pitchers in the major leagues. So, that was a tough matchup for Wade Meckler early in that game last night against Glasnow. But I love the at-bat against the lefty late in the game. He worked at the 3-2. The kid just threw a nasty breaking ball, and he swung over the top. But I like his approach. I mean, if you're going to hit with that kind of average coming up through the minor leagues, you're not just hitting right-handed pitching. I mean, you got a pretty good idea against lefties, too. You keep that front shoulder in, you see the ball, you recognize pitches, you use all fields. He's got tremendous bat speed. I saw some BP, some video of him hitting BP yesterday. That bat that flies through the zone, and he makes late swing decisions too, which allows him to see the ball and track the ball deeper. So I can see why he's hit the ball so well in the minor leagues. Last night was just a tough matchup for him, but I did love the at-bats last night, and I did love the bat speed. So I think that's a guy, mentally he can keep it together, and he's not too hard on himself, doesn't put too much pressure on himself. He just allows his abilities to take over. I think he's going to be around for a long time. It's just the thing that you notice with certain guys, and Bailey was a lot like that when he came up. They give you really good at bats, and when they make contact, when they swing it, they make good pitch decisions. I mean, Casey Schmidt just caught fire early when he came up because he was hitting pitches over the heart of the plate and he wasn't missing them. Then the league started figuring out how to pitch him, and they used that aggressiveness against him. And because of that, he struck out a lot and wasn't productive. So the league adjusted to him. But guys like Meckler, they don't go in prolonged slumps. You can tell right away when a guy's a really good idea what the strike zone is. And he took some pitches last night. I guarantee he thought that they were balls. I mean, they were right on the corner, maybe a little bit off. And he didn't get the benefit of the doubt because Bill Miller has a huge strike zone and he's a pitcher-friendly umpire. But, I love the way that he approached his debut last night. Just seemed pretty calm in the box.
Perfect. Great stuff as always, Sean Estes. And last thing, because you mentioned Bill Miller, last night it was an interesting situation with Ryan Walker on the mound, throwing with the shadows at Oracle Park. It seemed like both Patrick Bailey and Bill Miller were struggling to pick up the ball out of Ryan Walker's hand just from being a pitcher and pitching in the shadows. What's that experience like for you?
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, it's great as a pitcher. I mean, you love it because you have the benefit of that, and you can. I always felt like that my curveball would play in that because it's harder to pick up spin. So I'd go heavy curveball early in the games when I had that benefit. And then you also have the benefit of having an umpire with a big zone, so that you can throw some pitches off the plate that you might get called. But it makes it very difficult for a catcher. As good as Patrick Bailey is in catching the baseball behind the plate, it's tough to pick that up, and especially Ryan Walker cross-firing like he does, and then throwing 97 with that slider. That's a tough ask for a catcher, for anybody, because that's one of the most difficult guys to catch on the Giants staff. So you see it again tonight. I mean, if the sun's out tonight, it's going to be the same way as the first couple innings.
Yeah, 6:45 tonight, Game 2 of the series against the Rays. Former Giant Zach Littell on the mound versus Jacob Junis. Sean, great stuff as always, man. Appreciate you hopping on with me and Popping this morning.
All right, fellas, sounds good. I'll talk to you next week after I have my draft. So hopefully I get.
When's
some
the
Niners in there.
draft? When's the draft?
It's next week sometime. I don't know. I haven't figured it out
Before
yet.
Tuesday? Let me know. Text me. Text me.
It's not the NBC draft this year. We talked about Bill Miller, the umpire. You remember Bill Miller, my ex-teammate?
Mueller?
Yeah, Mueller.
Yeah.
No. I'm doing his league this year out here in Arizona, so we're gonna actually have a live draft and get into it. These guys are pretty into it, I guess. So, McCaffrey, Kittle. Who else? Who's behind those two?
Yeah, I'm saying
Ayuk?
add Brandon Ayuk to that list. Break
is
Ayuk
on
from
fire.
Ayuk.
How about the quarterback? How about getting Brock? Brock will be available late if you wanted to just take Brock.
Yeah, where's my court? Where can I get Brock? You think
Probably
fifth,
late.
sixth?
Mm-hmm.
Probably late.
Yeah,
probably 10th
All right.
round, 11th. Yeah, we'll be late.
You think that late? Okay.
Yeah,
All
he,
right.
he might be available,
Yeah, I'm
Sean. Check
taking
in with us next week. We'll let you know. Tell us how you
I'd
draft
take
went,
him with the
Sean.
last pick in the draft.
There it is. Mr. Irrelevant, even
That
in
seems to
fantasy
work
football
well.
drafts. Sean,
That was
great.
always reserved for Jonathan Sackey, as you know. Bob.
I know Sackey. He loves his Niners.
All right, Sean, good luck at your draft, man. We'll check in with you next week.
All right, thanks, guys. Have a good week. See ya.
There he is. Sean Estes, always breaking down Giants baseball. Like we said, back in action tonight, 6:45. But coming up in about 15, 20 minutes, we'll have Mark Spears at 11:30.
Hall of Famer Mark
Talking
Spears.
Hall of Fame Mark Spears. We'll do that. Get back into some 49er football, too, with a couple quarterback updates. Brock Purdy, Sam Darnold, Trey Lance. Me and Papa are live at Levi Stadium. Marquise Boucher in for John Lunn on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kuiper stopped by the Murphy Mac Show this morning to talk about the MLB debut of Wade Meckler. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app. All right, Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund today on the Papa and Lund Show. And joining me on the UMA guest line this morning is our good friend Steve Moskowitz. Steve, I appreciate you filling in for John Lund today. What you got any advice for me if I can't pay my taxes, Steve?
Yes, I do. Just turn it over to us and stop worrying about it. We want to take care of you. We want you to not have to worry about calling the IRS, dealing with them, having anything to do with them. And we'll go over. There's a lot of good options. Like you just pay them part and they forgive the rest, or they let you pay in monthly installments, or they forgive the penalties, or they just leave you alone till you're back on your feet. The bottom line is there's so many good options, but whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand, because I don't want one of these new IRS agents doing something bad to you or your family or your business or your clients. Let us take care of you. And then you don't have to worry about a thing. You can enjoy your life and sleep the sleep of the innocent.
If you want to sleep like the innocents and are having troubles paying your taxes like me, give Steve Moskowitz a call at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
The sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Yes, it was very bright spot of the week. It was usually the number one goal in those preseason games. We didn't lose anybody in that game. Danny, he had a tight abductor and hip before we went to the Raiders and only got tighter while we were there. And he wasn't ready to go yesterday, so he couldn't go.
Danny Gray.
Kyle Shanahan giving us an injury update yesterday as he spoke to the media. Me and Greg Papa are live at Levi Stadium. It is Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund before he makes his return to the program tomorrow morning. But Papa, I think the big news of the day might be the word that Brock Purdy is healthy. He's cleared. He's ready to go. And a lot of good 49ers news. I think a lot of people were upset by the end result, losing 34-7 against the Las Vegas Raiders. But the most important thing is the 49ers left Las Vegas relatively healthy outside of a guy like Ray McLeod who got hurt during the joint practices. But outside of that, it sounds like the injury report is good for your San Francisco 49ers.
Well, Ray actually got hurt a week ago today, the last practice before they went to Vegas against Tuesday. It was actually the only INT Sam Darnold's thrown in training camp, and the one Jair Brown had on the deep shot. He went down the field, and Ray got hurt trying to make a play. But then in the practices, Oren Burks got hurt. Mm-hmm. You know, the play where Charvarius Ward dropped his shoulder on Devontae Adams. The other side, Oren Burks came in and rolled up, and we talked about it on the TV broadcast on Sunday, and Kyle was specific. It's a PCL, posterior cruciate ligament. Those aren't as bad. You know, the LCL is better than the MCL or certainly the ACL, but it is a knee ligament, and they're hopeful he'll be able to make the opener in Pittsburgh, but you got to figure out who the stacked linebacker is next to Dre and Fred. He was talking about Danny Gray. I think Danny's going to come back at some point. So, you know, as we speak, they're on the field. They're going back at it.
Correct.
It's still training camp mode. So practice is a little bit later today. What they call activation will be up in about 4 minutes. Then they go into the walkthrough at 11:40. They stretch at 11:50, and they'll go to about 1:45 and have lunch. The media will meet with them after. And then they got Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, today, tomorrow, and Thursday. So Brock Purdy, to your point, is now in clear to go 3 in a row. Perfect schedule to get ready for Denver. And then we'll see, you know, it's always about the quarterback play. If Kyle flips it and goes to Darnold in this game to start, or Trey. Brandon Allen's away from the team, becoming a daddy again. He's supposed to come back on Thursday, so he may not play at all in this game. I wonder, just, you know, he can show up on Thursday, have Thursday's practice, and then play on Saturday, or do you want to let him rest and then come back?
Yeah.
And then Brock may play the following week against the Chargers. So since we are here at Levi's, I'm hoping the practice goes a little bit
it starts late and goes a little bit longer, and you and I can go out and watch the last couple of periods of practice before it's over, maybe.
That's it, because I know they kind of rotate how many periods they do per day. Maybe today is one of those long days, but it's interesting. You brought up Danny Gray. We heard Kyle Shanahan give the update on him. I was actually interested in going out and seeing if he's taking any kick returns or any punt returns, because obviously with the injury to Ray McLeod, the first thing you think of is the speed of a guy like Danny Gray. Now, Ronnie Bell did a great job this weekend. I even thought Deshaun Jameson had some good returns outside of the 49ers holding and getting penalties on those return plays. But is there any possibilities that a guy like Danny Gray
kickoffs
could be
only
used in that kind of
Kyle talked about it, not punts.
Not punts.
He's more of a kickoff. It's a different skill set. That's why Ray is so great, because he does both.
Yeah.
And they're totally different. You know, normally with a kickoff guy, you want a straight line, long-legged guy. You know, occasionally you'll get a thicker guy that can run through a tackle, but you want him, there's no, cutting back and forth. I thought with Ronnie Bell, it was unfortunate that the Raiders would have Daniel Carlson kick off far left, and the 49ers would have a return on right. So he'd go way over to the sideline to catch it and then have to come across the whole middle of the field. You wonder sometimes, should they just call off return right and just get up the sidewalk, as they say, going left. But I think right now it's Ronnie Bell did fine. Mm-hmm. The one thing they talk about with him is the natural catcher of the ball. Although I have seen him out here on the practice field on the jugs struggle to catch.
And he also struggled with that Brandon Allen pass.
Yeah,
also,
on the comeback route. But there's a lot going on with him on the jugs, and there's simultaneous actions when he's doing it. Brian Snyder has assured me he's the most natural catcher. So I think as far as punts, he secures the ball. Jameson, but Ronnie Bell in college only did punts. He had like 2 kickoff returns at Michigan. So mainly he was a punt returner. So I could see them, what if they both make it? Deshaun is an undrafted guy, Jameson. Ronnie Bell is a 7th-round pick. And you have, Deshaun do kickoffs and Ronnie Bell do punts. Maybe a way they wind up. I don't know. The one thing about Jameson, and maybe because we like our Jameson, he is smooth. The way, just the patience, the way he ran back kickoffs in particular, he just had a natural ability. The game is not too fast for him.
No, and
he just waited and waited to set up blocks. And you think the first time the guy's running back a kick in the NFL, his hair's going to be on fire?
No.
There was none of that.
He looked cool, and that's why he's a guy that I've been wanting to ask you about, because I've read the quotes from Charvarius Ward talking about how he took up a couple tips from the way he backpedals. Like now, obviously, with the departure of a guy like Jimmy Ward, does Deshaun Jameson have a chance to make the roster, maybe one of these nickelback roles?
Well, no, I think as an outside corner, and then you could move Demo Lenore inside. Kyle, we talked a lot yesterday about Isaiah Oliver and how much he played. And Kyle said when he talked to the media, he's playing because that's not a foregone conclusion. A.J. Parker is a guy they like a lot. Go and watch his tape from Detroit. He had an interception against Baker Mayfield. He started 7 games there in 21. He's a good player. So he's in the mix, but you're trying to find your 3 best. If Deshaun Jameson is one of your best, he'd be an outside corner with Charvarius, then you'd train Demo to go inside. Or what you could do is have in the base, have Demo, Diamador Lenore, and Charvarius Ward be your outside corners. When you go nickel, you move Demo inside and then Jameson outside.
Okay.
Now, could Jameson do outside? I don't think he played a lot of that at Texas where Demo has done that before they were training him. And then Sam Womack can go in there as well. But no, he's Demo Lenore. I mean, Deshaun Jameson is smooth.
Yeah.
And the one thing you wanted to see is if he could tackle. On the practice field, his feet are sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, and Charvarius, I remember the first day he arrived here, and I was watching his technique. In Kansas City, he played mainly press man. And last year with D'Amico, it was a lot of bail, where you're up and you bail technique. And he was like, I don't know how to do the bail. So he was struggling with the back pedal. What he was talking about with Jameson is natural in the back pedal and then hits his back foot and then transitions the drive on the ball. And he gets there like now. Yeah. He doesn't need 3 or 4 steps to get going. He's got sweet feet. The question with that guy, he did not run a great 40 time. And we're talking about a guy who was not drafted in the NFL.
Yeah.
He's small. He's 5'9", did not run fast. But I think because of his technique, he makes up for the lack of speed by never letting guys get on top of him. So There's no question Jameson's an intriguing guy.
Yeah, and he's one of the guys that stood out both at joint practice and during the Raiders and 49ers preseason game. We'll see how much playing time he gets this weekend against the Denver Broncos. But on the other side, Papa, we got to check in with the Hall of Famer himself, the pride of the 408, Mark Spears, talking NBA Hall of Fame, talking Warriors offseason, talking Steph showing up at
Bob
random
Myers, a
concerts,
TV star?
and Bob Myers.
And he's
going to
do games, not just in the studio. He's going to broadcast games as an analyst.
How about that? Your colleague now, Bob Myers, calling games. We'll talk to Mark Spears about it. On the other side, it's Marquise Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's just really surreal to me because it wasn't even a dream. It wasn't possible. So
yeah,
to be in a hall where Wilt and Russell and Bird and Magic and Jordan and I'm in there, like, man, they could put my name in the bathroom. They can put me upside down. I'm in there, man, and that's a forever thing.
Yes, it is forever. The voice of Mark Spears, who's going to join Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning with Greg Papa on the Papa and Lund Show. On the UMA guest line this morning is the Hall of Famer out of the 408, San Jose State's own Mark Spears. Mark, first off, congratulations on the Kurt Gowdy Media Award winning, and welcome back to the Papa and Lund Show this morning. How you doing, Mark?
Man, I miss y'all, man. I miss y'all.
It's been a while. It's been a minute.
Yeah, but no, I just got back last night, and everybody keeps asking me about, like, how do I feel? And it's still, kind of hard to put it in perspective to be in that group and to give a speech in front of, like, that illustrious class of D. Wade and Parker and Nowitzki and Pop and Gasol and Hammond, and it's just get my mom to shine, to get my dad to shine, my wife, and even like a local teacher who was instrumental to me, Mick Van Valkenburg, who was my high school student paper teacher at Andrew Hill and Mark Purdy from the Mercury News. Like, to me, it certainly was a highlight of one of the highlights of my life, and the spotlight was on me, but it was really important for me to spotlight so many people who have helped me get there.
I watched your whole speech, brother. I watched it all. I watched Pop's speech and Tony Parker. Yeah, I watched it all. We were in Vegas, so I was kind of sequestered, and you nailed it. The ending, erase racism was your last line, and not out to Tony Parker and flying on his private jet. Where'd you go, Monaco or somewhere? I don't know. But what did you think? I thought
a lot more to that story.
I know you were tactful the way you kind of dodged it, but the speech is the one. You're getting a Kurt Gowdy Award, and it's for print media. But Kurt Gowdy's one of the greatest broadcasters in American history. You got to nail the speech when you're getting the Gowdy. What did you think? How did you do on the speech?
If Popovich said he loved it and Dwayne Wade said I was funny, then I'll take that.
Tough critic.
Yeah.
Pop's a tough critic.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah, if Pop didn't like it, I'm sure he would have been complimentary about it. In fact, it was interesting. I'll tell you guys a little secret. After my speech, I got a zillion text messages, congratulatory, beautiful messages. And this guy from the Spurs was calling me. I'm like, why is he calling me? Like, maybe Tony wants something, I don't know. And he goes, hey, Pop really liked that line in your speech where, you talked about when you thanked, Jerry Colangelo and the president of the Hall of Fame, John DeLeva, and some other folks. Can you send me that line to give to him for his speech? And I was like,
plagiarism.
Yeah, cool. So in a sense, I got to help Pop on his speech a little.
That's awesome. And Mark, and you look at the list of players and coaches that are going into the Hall of Fame this year. You look at Greg Popovich, you look at Tony Parker, you look at Dwayne Wade, Paul Gasol, Dirk Nowitzki. The list goes on and on and on. What was one of the moments that stood out to you about that ceremony from all the speeches?
I think it's Dwayne Wade. Thought his was sensational. He started with his father, and he ended with his father. And so, and this is like no shade on or hate on moms. I mean, moms are moms, right? But since I was a little boy, it's always been about hi, mom, hi, mom, hi, mom. Right? And the dads are often forgotten. I remember when I played at Foothill College when we had our, last game there and all the sophomores went out. The coach at the time, he had us bring out flowers that we were going to give our moms or our grandmother, the lady that was important in our life. And he made this assumption like our dads weren't important and my dad was in the stands. And so they didn't call him out. And when they were in the midst of the ceremony, I just pointed at my dad in the stands to let him know that I love him and I care. And I guess that meant something to him because he gave me $60 and didn't explain it afterwards. But my point is, like, oftentimes I think fathers aren't highlighted. And so for Wade to not only highlight his father for, taking him in through some tough family circumstances, for raising him, to teaching him the game of basketball, and to end it by walking into the Hall of Fame with his father was, to me, one of the more memorable moments that I've ever seen.
Now, you got to remember Pops, to be sure. And speaking of Pop, I wanted to watch for your speech and Tony Parker's, all of them. Pau Gasol's was beautiful, but, knowing Pop so well. And they have, David and Tim and Manu and Tony up there presenting him was just powerful. And it was classic Pop. I'm a D3 guy, and he brought up Hank Egan and everybody. But I think I heard all the speech, but I'm not sure. Did he mention Don Nelson at all in his speech on Saturday or no, Greg Popovich?
The only person I remember mentioning Don Nelson was Dirk.
Yeah, I don't think he mentioned that. That was surprising to me that Pop didn't mention Nelly.
Yeah. I could be wrong, but I remember Dirk talking about him. And the thing that also surprised me about Pop was how emotional he was. I've never seen him like that. Look, you've known him since the beginning, so perhaps you did. But you know how they have the Jordan meme, crying Jordan. I'm wondering if there going to be some crying Pop meme because he was tearing up there. He really kind of broke down when Becky Hammond, during her speech, gave him some props. So I was a side of Pop that I don't know that publicly we will ever see again. So it was cool to see that.
And Mark, from like a casual fan viewing perspective, someone like me who watches the NBA, all we see is Pop with the short answers during the game. I know you and both Papa have gotten a look behind the scenes. So what is that like when the curtain is peeled back? Is he a different persona than what he perceives on the field during those in-game interviews?
He's a tough guy. He's a military background. And even when they won, he won 5 NBA championships. And he passed Nelly to become the all-time winningest coach. He obviously was with Larry Brown in San Antonio before he came here, but Nelly, made him defensive coordinator. We're here, so I was a little surprised he didn't mention Nelly as guys that have been an influence on him. But the one thing, to your point, Mark, whenever the Spurs would win the championship, he would hardly talk when they handed out the Larry O'Brien trophy. He let Peter Holt, the owner, do it, and the stars do it. I remember scenes of him sitting over on the side and just not taking part. And he was so self-deprecating, saying, duh, why do you think I'm here? Because of Tim and David and Manu and Tony. And he downplayed, his X's and O's and all that. But that's the point. In the Hall of Fame, it's your moment. But he's never sought that stage. He's never, he's kind of Belichickian where he's quiet. He's behind closed doors. He's going to tell you what's going on because he's Greg Popovich, and he's clearly the boss, and he makes that come out even in his speech that he's in charge. But that really is the first time, Mark, that even when they've won the championship, he's never taken a bow. Yeah. And on Saturday night, he took a bow finally.
Yeah, and enjoyed it because, as you mentioned that part when he said he basically pointed at the 4 guys on the stage, which, to give context, is David Robinson and Tony Parker, Tim Duncan, and Manu Ginobili. And he said the reason for my success with the Spurs was, duh, like he pointed at him. And it was hilarious because Ahmad Rashad walked on stage and they played music like it was over. In typical Pop, he's like, no, I'm not done. It took a while for you guys to get me up here, so I'm not rushing to get down. Like, you got to watch that clip if you've missed it, people. Like, it was outstanding. And what I heard was that Pop did not – he could have went into the Hall of Fame years ago. They wanted to bring him in years ago. But he was like, until my 4 guys get in, I'm not doing it. I'm waiting until they get in. So once Tony, being the 4th, got in, then Popovich was able to do it. So to me, that tells you a lot about him, that he wouldn't accept the honor until all 4 of the superstars that have basically been the reason why we know him as Pop got in first.
Mark Spears, of course, joining us.
Notice real quick, Tony Notice Tony said his speech first. He said his speech before Pop, too.
Right.
But technically, they all officially got in before he did.
Right.
Great stuff as always. Great breakdown from Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer, of course, works for ESPN and Anscaped. And Mark, I wanted to ask about your new coworker, Bob Myers, who has agreed to a deal officially with ESPN to join the NBA Countdown on ABC, and he's going to be calling games as well. What are your thoughts on Bob Myers being your new colleague?
Oh, man, I hope we get Bob to bring out his inner perk. You know,
oh, man. That's not happening. That's not happening. He can pronounce the Warriors players' names.
You know, I'm really intrigued by what he's going to bring, by what he's going to offer. And I like the addition because he gives you insight of the business side, the behind-the-scenes side. And we forget that not only was he connected to the Warriors, Bob was connected to a lot of players as an agent as well. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he maybe represented James Harden at some point. You know, I know Iguodala was a client, and so I'm really intrigued what Bob's going to be like when the lights go on and what he's going to say, and if he does get tough, because when the lights were on in terms of a press conference, he was always really politically correct, and you know, he's going to have to answer some tough questions, and God knows when something happens with the Warriors, he's going to be asked to talk about it. So I kind of feel like this is going to be a 1 year, at most 2 year job for Bob until that next opportunity comes.
And the interesting thing is he is going to appear on ABC editions of NBA Countdown, but Bob is going to be on the call for select games, which is interesting. I can't think of too many. You know, David Griffin, when he left the Cavaliers, wanted the broadcasting at a show on NBA Sirius XM radio. I don't remember if he did. I don't think he did games. Now, Steve Kerr was a GM in Phoenix before he went to work with Marv on TNT, but it's also Steve Kerr, five-time NBA champion. It's interesting to me
I've never
that
known a GM to do that.
Right. I mean, that's the point. Is I want to hear his take on the game of basketball. He did do UCLA radio, you know, before he went to Wasserman and after he won the championship with Coach Herrick at Westwood, but that's the interesting point. He's going to be an analyst on games.
Well, I think Bob is brilliantly setting himself up for the future with this, you know, because as you see, like Doc Rivers was on TV like 20 years ago.
With me at TNT when I was doing the Spurs, we worked together before he won the Coach of the Year in Orlando. Yeah, he was great.
But now that he's, you know, maybe done. I don't think Doc's done either. Like having that experience allowed him to come back now. And so maybe I think that Bob is like, all right, if I'm going to do this, let me show what kind of, I guess, 5-tool player I am. I'm going to do some analyst work, do some games, and that kind of like sets him up to perhaps do it. Maybe he loves it and decides not to go back, right? Maybe, but I don't feel like we've seen the last of Bob Myers as a GM.
And how does he handle the Warriors and Draymond Green? And now that they got CP3 and Steph, you know they're going to ask him to comment. How does he dodge it like he did when he was president of basketball ops, or does he give his honest thoughts on what's going on?
Well, I think he's going to have to give his honest thought, or as best he can. Give some insight behind the curtain without, you know, he doesn't necessarily have to dog anybody or destroy anybody. You know, Bob always has a way of saying things, but I think the huge part of the appeal is where he's coming from, who he was involved with. And that's where I think Pop, and you know this, like if there is another incident, Bob's going to have to talk about it.
If there's another incident,
something happened with Draymond.
Draymond isn't retired. There will be.
Yeah, like if just something happens with Jordan Poole, like he's going to have to talk about it. But Bob's kind of also like a politician, so I feel in terms of his answers. So I'm curious to see if he bends from that a little bit and gives a little bit more entertainment side to the TV side.
Bob Myers coming to a TV screen near you soon as possible, it sounds like, with ESPN. But, Mark, I hear that you might be popping up on our TV soon as well.
What's the show?
Tell us about this show you got, The Conversation on Hulu, that will be premiering August 28th.
Yeah, I'm really excited. I'm like stepping out of the sports box for a new show through Anscape that's going to be on Hulu, and it's called The Conversations Project. And it's a 6-episode show, and it's kind of like a Black African-American Iron Sharpens Iron show where it's going to be myself as a host, Elaine Welteroth from famed Project Runway and from former editor of Teen Vogue, and another Bay Area guy, and she's actually from the Pleasanton, I believe, and also David Lawrence, Chef David Lawrence, who he used to own 1300 on Fillmore. Now he has a steakhouse in Napa Valley, and basically the show is we're going to have like 3 courses per show, where we also highlight Black wineries like McBride Sisters and J. Moss, P. Harrell, which are Napa Valley's ones, and Theopolis. And through each course is going to be a different subject that's going to be very emotional in the Black community. And so Chef is going to like give us a certain course. We're going to talk about his course, and then we're going to talk about the subject.
Yeah.
It's a very educational, deep show. A lot of celebrities on there from the entertainment, sports, music world, and people like you may not know, like a Black astronaut, right, who calls himself an Afronaut. But it's like I'm honestly, man, I'm kind of weary of all these shows of the ghetto and shows of the hood and shows where people are like throwing drinks at each other and arguing. And this is a more just beautiful conversation show with some really, really sharp people where, you know, we talk about some sensitive topics, but it's a very, I think, interesting show to everyone. And I'm hoping my Bay Area folks can give it a shot. The Conversation Project comes out on Hulu on August 28th, and I hope everybody will watch it and enjoy it.
Just a couple of weeks away. So you were hinting at this all season. You were talking about, I got something going on. This is big time, my friend. This is big time. This is Brian Gumble-like.
Yeah. No, I'm very proud of it. It was actually David Lawrence and I been friends for years, and I was at his house in Sonoma when I got a call from Maria Taylor asking me like where to go in Napa, where to go to get wine and food, and David was like, yo, we got to do something with it. And at that time with Anscape, they were saying that they were looking for television shows. So we actually did a pilot at in Napa Valley at Charles Krug with Terrence Mann from the Clippers, and Brian Shaw and his wife came, and W. Kamau Bell, and we had some other people there as well. And we basically interviewed him, took him, and I'm talking about Terrence Mann. I did a walk and talk with him in the tasting room and in the vineyards, and then Chef cooked for him. And then we all showed up for dinner, and Anscape ended up loving the dinner portion and turning it into a show, The Conversations Project. So it's definitely different. I feel like I got this baby I'm putting in the world. It's different, but Pop, you know me a long time. I think you know I got more depth than just a bouncing ball. So hopefully,
without a doubt,
it shows in this television project.
And I thought this was the summer of Steph. This is the summer of Spears, Hall of Famer, and now a show on Hulu.
My August is pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, and your September's not bad. You got a nice award coming up from San Jose State. That'll be beautiful, huh?
Yeah. No, I got. I feel like. Hey, I'm blessed, man. I'm not flexing. I'm just blessed with all these beautiful things. But San Jose State is also, they're giving me the Hearst Award, which is for journalism excellence. And Dr. Fauci is also, a former winner of it. And it's going to be September 30th at San Jose State, man. Pop, come out. You guys come out.
Let me know.
It's on a Saturday morning. And I'm really, really excited about that as well. And so I really appreciate San Jose State. They actually, shout out to San Jose State too, man. And Gary Washburn, the old East Bay writer, he wrote a great feature on me in the Hall of Fame program. And San Jose State put an ad in there. And I didn't know they did that, but they put in an ad, congratulating me for getting the the Kurt Gowdy Award. So that really meant a lot to me that they thought it was important enough to salute one of their graduates.
That's awesome stuff, Mark. And just last one before we let you go. I know you talked about it a little bit when we started this conversation, but have you had really a chance to reflect from your time at San Jose State to covering the Denver Nuggets to going out to Boston to ending up at ESPN and now going into the NBA Hall of Fame and winning this Kurt Gowdy Award?
Oh, man, I'm like starting to get all the pictures and like really sit and reflect on it. And I had to make room in my bar cart because I got this $1,200 bottle of Hennessy that has my name on it. There's a Hall of Famer on it. Like, so,
have you opened it up yet?
I don't know if
have you opened it up yet?
No, man, me and you'll get a shot. Let me know.
I think we got to invite Jordan Bell and have a little of the hey.
But it's the one thing that I think, just the amount of people that came out, the amount of people that cared. But I still, like, when I think about what hit me in the speech was my mom getting to take a bow, in front of like 3,000 people, in front of a national audience. And she gave her like little Miss America wave and, to salute her. And my dad has ALS and he watched it from home and he was so excited to just salute them and people that have helped me, man. That's, like when I'm never going to really get a chance on that level to do it again. But when it really, really hit me, though, is I got to sneak into the Hall of Fame Saturday afternoon and actually see where my name is. And Pop, I'll send you a picture of it. And that's like, wow, saw all the names, Bob Ryans and the David Aldridges and, Mike Wilbons and, all the
Marv
previous
Albert, Chick.
Yeah.
All the great ones.
Yeah, Smith in Chicago and
Sam Smith,
McMullen, Jackie McMullen. Like to have my name on that list and that's there. Like,
for print, yeah.
I mean, if you blink, you might walk by it, but it's in there.
Hey, it's up there and it's not coming down now, Mark.
On the
that's
third
for sure.
floor. You get there, text me. I'll tell you where it is so you can find it.
Awesome, man. That's great stuff, Mark. Thank you so much for coming on. Congrats on all the success. And make sure, you tap into that bottle of Hennessy and enjoy it, Mark, my man.
Yes, sir.
Love you, bro.
All right, there he is.
Mark Spears, HOF.
The Hall of Famer Mark Spears joining Papa and Lund this morning. Marcus Boucher in for Greg Papa. We'll get back into some 49er football back on the other side. We're live from Levi Stadium on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Live from Levi Stadium, it is the Pop and Lunch Show this morning on a Tuesday. Happy afternoon, everybody. It's Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa this morning. And we should tell you that the Pop and Lunch Show is always sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. And Papa, today down at Levi Stadium, it's a beautiful sight outside. The only thing I haven't seen so far is Nick Bosa show up to training camp. I know that's still one of the headlines going on, but it does seem like there's really no panic around 49ers headquarters. I'll ask you, as the voice of the 49ers, how on a scale of a level 1 through 10 are you worried about the Nick Bosa holdout right now?
No, I think it's business. It's going to be a big contract. It's going to be the biggest contract in the history of the franchise. We've been talking about, how much will be guaranteed. Will it be, $80 million and maybe, closer to $100 million? Who knows how high they go here? Mm-hmm. It's going to be the richest. We'll see if he gets Aaron Donald money overall, but the real one is the TJ Watt and the fully guaranteed one. That's going to be interesting. So. We saw, Parag and John Lynch when the 49ers were down in Vegas all week. They don't seem too concerned about it. So, the average annual value, Aaron Donald's number one at 31.7, and then TJ Watt, as far as fully guaranteed, got $80 million. Joey's brother, Joey got 78. So you would think he would get higher.
Correct.
Although TJ Watt does have the single season sack record, 2 years ago, last year, he got hurt. So we'll see. No, I'm not concerned. I know how much Nick loves football. I'm just, what's the day when you'd like him to be here? And I think, the 49ers, when they kicked off on Sunday, they were going to play 3 preseason games in less than 2 weeks. You played Sunday, they're going to play Saturday against Denver, wrap it up Friday, the following week against the Chargers. Probably give them the weekend off, or at least Saturday off. They have a few events. The Player for a Purpose event will be that following week on Monday. I got a Beyonce concert here. Mm-hmm. Maybe, 2 weeks time. I heard, 10 days, 2 weeks would be when you'd like to get it done. The key thing to me is you definitely want to get it done by Labor Day Monday when they roll in here on September 4th, because you got to give them Labor Day weekend off. And then they're on the field September 6th. Is go. That's installation day, and let's start, game planning for Kenny Pickett and Najee Harris and
TJ Watt, like
TJ Watt on the other side. More from Nick and a defensive side. So I remember him his first year in 2019, his rookie year. He missed all of training camp because of an injury, soft tissue injury. So did Dee Ford, and they didn't roll in until Labor Day Monday, and then that Wednesday practice to get ready for Tampa, and then Nick went out and had a sack in the game, and the gold rush was on. So, no, I think in the next, 10 days, 2 weeks, and then certainly, where you'd like to have it. You don't want it impacting the first game. It's a day game, 1 o'clock in Pittsburgh. Who knows what the weather's going to be like there. You don't want him to be in a pitch count. You want to be able to, if we're on the field for 70 defensive snaps, you want him to be able to rush. He's not going to be out there for every one, but you want him to play 75% and not 50 or 40%. So and he's in great shape, obviously, always, but football shape's different. Just callousing his body in cleats and football, gear, pants, thigh pads, all those, shoulder pads. So you'd like him to just feel it for a little bit. So no, I'm not concerned right now. It's going to be the biggest contract in the history of the franchise. Yeah. They want to make it right.
Mm-hmm. He's going to get paid. I think we all figured that out. And it seems like the feeling here at 49ers headquarters is that it is going to get figured out eventually. But to your point, I think a lot of 49er fans ask the question of how much time does Nick Bosa need to get ready for the season? Now, from my perspective, it seems like Nick Bosa is a guy that's ready 365 days a year. It seems like he's always in elite shape. But a lot of people point to the holdout last year or the hold in with Deebo Samuel, him showing up to camp, maybe not in the best shape. Do you think there's going to be any issues with that with a guy like Nick Bosa?
No, Deebo was distracted by it. That was different. It got contentious. For a while, Debo asked for a trade.
Yeah. He scrubbed his Instagram.
Yeah, all that. Nick's not doing any of that.
No.
And Nick never gets out of shape. Debo's had years every other year where he's in shape, and then he's not in shape, and skinny Debo. And the pandemic year he went down to work out in Nashville with the quarterbacks and Jimmy, and he got hurt. No, I mean, and Debo, I think he's in the best shape I've ever seen him in, better than his rookie year, better than 21 when he was skinny Debo. Nick's not like that, but football shape is different.
Yeah.
Even, basketball players that are in the most incredible shape, you got to go up and down. It's just different. And for Nick, he never takes the play off. What makes Nick great is the nonstop motor, not just the lineage of his father and his uncle and his brother. It's he doesn't stop. That guy's the hardest working player I've ever seen. He and McCaffrey,
Mm-hmm.
they just don't stop. So if he's out, if his body has to build up, and football shape's different, just putting on the gear. Some guys, there's a ramp up period. I remember when we came back in the pandemic, they just wanted them to walk around in cleats. Have to build up to it. It's so you don't want him. What you don't want is an injury right away when he came back.
Of course.
When he comes back. So, what's the proper time? I don't know. If he played quarterback, I'd be concerned.
Yeah, it's a little different.
If he was a wide receiver and he had to get out on the field and rep with his teammates and certain positions, I'm not saying defensive end's not important and you just go up and play.
No, but you
there
put your
is
hand
technique.
down on the ground and
yeah, but
get
it's
after the
he could. But there is the twist game. He's such a great rapper.
Yeah.
Where now he's got Hargrave. You put Hargrave on his side and they run a TE stunt and he raps underneath that. Good luck.
Yeah.
I mean, Nick is. He's one of the best rappers we've seen in football, where he comes underneath that tackle and boom.
Yeah.
You watch him on the practice field rep it, how many steps they do it. It's kind of like the outside zone. It's 3 steps and you hit it. For Nick, it's like 2 steps. The tackle goes in front. He comes up behind and wraps underneath. And how many times do we see him all of a sudden, boom, he's right in the middle of the quarterback's face. So, those are the reps you would get with your teammates. He's never played with Hargrave, so you'd like him to rep it a little bit. I don't know. John Lynch said it when he was a player, he wanted 3 weeks to callus his body. Maybe knowing Nick, he could be working out in Florida in full gear.
I'm sure he
for
is.
all.
Probably.
I mean, the guy's insane.
Yeah, exactly.
So, but
in a good way,
what you don't want is because of the holdout is for him to be in a pitch count. But the reality is that first game, I remember them going into Tampa his rookie year where it's sweltering hot. We'll see what Pittsburgh will be. It's early in the year. Who knows whether it could be anything. But normally you have your D linemen up like 10 on game day for the first game because they don't rep it. Like even if he was here, he wouldn't play in a preseason game.
No.
He never has.
No.
So how do you get your body ready to play? Ordinarily the first game anyway, you're on a bit of a pitch count, a bit of a limit for snaps. You don't want it to be where he's only in the nickel package and coming to rush the quarterback. Nick's so great against the run, and Pittsburgh's look at her run the ball with Najee.
Yeah, for sure.
So, no, I'm not concerned, but check with me in 2 weeks from now. You'd like it to get done in 2 weeks, and certainly where you really get, I'm not saying have to. I've known guys that have signed the morning of the game and gone out and play.
Yeah.
You don't want that. But I think, probably Labor Day weekend is when you want them in the building for sure.
Now, with Nick not participating in these preseason games before, my question is what we saw last week with the 49ers-Raider joint practice. Was he a participant in the joint practices previously?
Egan. They're the best I ever... Last year when we went to Egan with the joint practice with the Vikings, the 2 best players by far on that field were Justin Jefferson and Nick Bosa. It was like, these guys are in a different league. And where were they voted in the NFL Players Top 100?
Both top
2
5.
and 4. So, yeah. Nick, and then I remember going to Costa Mesa and watching his older brother, Joey. And Nick, and it was just watching the 2 of them. And Nick's a better player. He's a harder worker. Joey's a little different, a little more of a partier off the field. Nick's not like that. To that point, we are playing the Chargers, not this weekend, the weekend after. Would he want to have a Bosa reunion and sign the contract that week? He won't play in that game, but just show up and be around his brother when he rolls in. Yeah, but he's taken part in joint practices before. Yeah.
Well, that's good. That's something that we'll keep an eye on, especially here today at Levi Stadium. But how about on the other side? There was a couple questions that I did want to ask you about joint practice that we didn't get into, about a guy like Hargrave, about a Javon Kinlaw, and also Cleve Farrell, and the news we got today with Drake Jackson returning to 49ers practice, figuring out who's going to be that bookend playing opposite of Nick Bosa on that 49ers defensive line. We'll do that next with Greg Papa, Marcus Boucher in for John Lund on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media for the first time since the 49ers preseason game against the Raiders this weekend and challenged Trey Lance to be more aggressive and to play faster. To read that story and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here. We're out on the patio tomorrow. Come see us at Oracle Park. Giants playing a day game. We're getting a feeling that Kyle Harrison's not going to pitch. But right after the game is done tomorrow, I'll check out the game. You know where I'm going, to the North Beach. And the one and only Tony's Pizza Napolitana by Tony Gemignani. Whether you're a fan of New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, St. Louis pizza, Mr. G has every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes the traditionals like Neapolitan, Grandma, and Sicilian pizzas. And he's got a spot besides Tony's Pizza Rock in Vegas. He's got Garoppolo loves it. And in the North Beach, he's also got Capos for Detroit style, the cracker thin tavern style pizza, and Jimmy loves the Chicago deep dish. And they got that at Capos. They've also got cocktails, artisan cocktails, a full bar, a curated wine list. And if you want to get a side pizza or not get pizza, they got Italian beef sandwiches, all the fresh house-made pasta, and Italian sausages, and Italian dessert. It's hard to get great cannoli in the North Beach, frankly. He's got cannoli, tiramisu, and gelato. So Tony Gemignani is a 13-time world pizza champion known for making the best pizza in the world. Look for his Slice House locations here at Levi's. Also one at Chase Center. We may check out one tomorrow at Oracle Park.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Well, I'll believe it when I see it, and then let's think about, all right, well, what's he going to do? Where's he going to fit in? And I think that the role that would be defined for him would be that of the opener. I don't think they expect him to go 4 or 5 innings. I think they expect him to go through the lineup one time and hope that he has enough command to be able to throw enough strikes to take advantage of his great stuff and then give his team a chance to win and take some pressure off the bullpen. That's going to be his role.
Well, it looks like we might be waiting and seeing a little bit longer for the MLB debut of Kyle Harrison. We got an update for you right here on the Papa and Lunch Show. Of course, it is Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund this morning before he makes his return tomorrow. But before we get to our Kyle Harrison update, I should tell you that the Papa and Lunch Show is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with Redwood Credit Union. Free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. And Papa, in about 10 minutes, we're going to speak to Zach Bayruti, the voice of the Sacramento River Cats, who we saw last week in Las Vegas as the River Cats were taking on the Aviators. And we were actually sitting behind home plate watching Kyle Harrison pitch, maybe one of his better debuts or performances with the Sacramento River Cats, which led to a lot of speculation about whether or not he could be called up to the big league roster as soon as this week. Now, we heard from Susan Slusser yesterday. We saw the piece that John Shea wrote in the San Francisco Chronicle. But since we reached out to Zach Bayruti, he sent us a screenshot of the River Cats lineup tonight where Kyle Harrison is scheduled to pitch in Sacramento. So, Papa, it sounds like we got to hold our horses on the Kyle Harrison MLB debut.
But Joey Bart catching him. And the lineup is really interesting.
It's very familiar.
Yeah, I mean, Johnson, Fitzgerald, and
seen
you
him.
know, Tyler Fitzgerald is a guy that's swinging the bat well. You know, it's Bryce Johnson's leading off, and then Tyler Fitzgerald. How long is he going to be away? He's got 13 home runs. Can play second, short, in the outfield. We saw him hit a bomb.
Yeah, and that's why I was surprised you didn't see a guy like Fitzgerald get the call up ahead of a guy like Mark Mathias or Johan Camargo, who we're seeing now. I know those guys are utility players, but Fitzgerald seems like a utility player down in Sacramento.
Let's ask Bayruti when he joins us at 12:30. And then how about the middle of the order? Casey Schmidt at short, David Villar at first, Joey Bart catching tonight, Brett Wisely in center, Armando Alvarez is at third base. Reitz, who we saw hit a bomb. He caught when we were there.
Correct.
Jackson Reitz, he's playing in last. Genovese, who can also catch. They got 3 catchers on that team. Joey's going to catch. Genovese will DH. And your scheduled pitcher is Kyle Harrison.
Correct.
Now, we shall see. He takes the slab at Sutter Health Park at 6:45. Maybe at 6:45 we get an alert. He's been scratched. You don't want to tell Kevin Cash ahead of time what's going on. He'll have all night to get ready for tomorrow. But we'll get the latest from Zach Bayruti, the great voice of the River Cats. But it sounds like that Kyle will pitch tonight, which should be on his normal day, a rest. He pitched Thursday, so Tuesday would be the 5th day. He threw just 39 pitches when we saw him, and he was locked in that night. We'll get a whole report from Bayruti, the voice of the Cats. But so if it's not tomorrow, then they do have to go opener again tomorrow, right?
Yeah, which looks like the whole entire series is just going to be opener.
It's fitting against the Tampa Bay Rays, who invented the opener.
Yeah, but they had a guy named Tyler Glasnow thrown yesterday who did not need an opener to open up the show for him. That's the difference.
So then what does Kyle have to show tonight at AAA? We saw him throw 38, 39 pitches Thursday in Vegas. Could he get up to 50? Could 40 of those be strikes? And just get locked in? And then, we were talking about, it would be in Philadelphia. Today's Tuesday. Mm-hmm. So he could pitch Sunday in Atlanta at Truist Park.
I don't know about that, Paul.
Well, this is the big leagues.
Yeah, true.
I mean, do you want him to start against teams they're comparing to the 27 Yankees for the greatest lineup in the history of baseball?
I'd say no. I think Gabe Kapler would rather have a soft landing for him.
Well, is Philadelphia a soft landing?
No. Well, that's
Citizens Bank Park,
that's the thing about the Giants' schedule right
Bryce
now. There's not really any soft spots.
And then if he starts against Philly, guess who's back on the homestand? Atlanta.
Yeah, welcome
again.
back. Mm-hmm.
And then the Cubbies. And, I don't know. So we'll see where it all goes. But a lot of speculation we got from Susan, who she kind of said, don't be surprised if, Kyle Harrison walks through that clubhouse Tuesday or Wednesday morning.
Mm-hmm.
But so, she and John Shea have been saying things and writing things. And they talked to his baseball coach, Adela, and kind of got the feeling that, they've been tipped that he's coming. But then Mike Krukow, I'll believe it when I see it. Kype said no. They're broadcasters. They get on calls with Cap, and it's more inside, and they kind of downplayed it. So the bottom line is maybe not tomorrow. Maybe he needs one more start just to repeat that delivery, bang those strikes like we saw him in Las Vegas. Beirut will give us the scouting report. We saw him at 97. I think Zach said he's seen him at 99.
Yeah.
So where's he at? And then if it's not tomorrow, what tomorrow is it going to be? Will it be Sunday? Will it be the final start? What does he need to prove tonight? But according to the screenshot, and Zach's on it, he's on the card. The battery tonight in Sacramento, Joey Bart catching, and Kyle Harrison pitching.
And we should mention that Gabe Kapler was asked about Kyle Harrison yesterday and whether or not he could pitch as soon as Wednesday or today, and he came out and said nothing's off the table. But the lineup that we're seeing would suggest that Kyle Harrison has
they
been
could be
pulled off
setting the table for trying to throw them off a little.
Yeah, maybe.
Would you be shocked if we get an alert at 6:30? The River Cats are scratching
Kyle Harrison scratches in a lot. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, especially not with this Giants team that now has called up guys like Luis Matos, has called up guys like Wade Meckler, who we saw yesterday. And that's the confusing part to me with Kyle Harrison. What he needs to show would be him obviously lengthening out in baseball games. But even when we were out there, it's not like those 39 pitches that he threw were high, stressful pitches. He was perfect his first couple times through the lineup until that Casey Schmidt error, until that
10 up, 10 down.
Yeah, so he was fantastic.
Yeah.
So I don't know why I understand he's coming back from the hamstring injury, but what do they need to see? If he's hitting 97 on the gun, obviously he's
what
healthy
we saw
enough.
Thursday night.
That's
Just
what we
do
saw.
it again.
But yeah, I don't know why they pulled him early. Why is that?
Well, the start before, he walked 4 in the first inning.
Yeah.
So then this start, he just mowed 10 up, 10 down. You couldn't have more, 2 different starts. Wilson Alvarez, before you were born with the White Sox, he had a start where I don't think they couldn't get out of the first inning. He had no outs and gave up 10 runs, say. What does he do his next outing? He throws a no-hitter. So that's baseball.
That's baseball.
So
yeah,
there's no
exactly.
guarantee. He could mow again tonight and then come up in Atlanta on Sunday and get shelled.
And then who knows?
So who knows? But I mean, I would venture, and Zach Beirut, the voice of the Cats, will tell us what he's hearing from Sacramento staff. Whatever he did Thursday when we saw him, do it again.
Yeah, repeat it.
Just do it a little bit longer.
Exactly.
Don't,
Give us some extra
39,
length.
give us 49.
Yeah, and we'll see if he's able to do that tonight in Sacramento, where he is scheduled to pitch. So on the other side, let's check in with Zach Beirut, voice of the Sacramento River Cats. We'll get an update on Kyle Harrison, get his scouting report on Wade Meckler, and ask what's going on with guys like Casey Schmidt, and an injury report on Marco Luciano as well. We'll check in on the River Cats on the other side. Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
1-2. So you might wonder what Kyle Harrison's grandfather, Skip Gwynn, former big league pitcher, thinks of his grandson. Here's the pitch to Logan Davidson, and he swings and misses at that breaking ball. Strike three. 4 strikeouts for Harrison. He's retired 8 in a row.
All right, welcome back to the Pop and Lunch Show on a Tuesday afternoon. Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with my co-host Greg Papa. And I should tell you that the Pop and Lunch Show is always sponsored by Pacific Coast Termite. That's Pacific Coast Termite, the trusted company that is rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite at 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. And joining us now on the UMA guest line is a guy that we can talk to about Kyle Harrison. It's Zach Bayruti, the voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Zach, good afternoon. How are we doing today? And I got to say, thank you for allowing me and Greg Papa to stop by the broadcast booth last Thursday out in Las Vegas.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm doing well, and it was a treat to see you guys. I'm glad we got the whole Niner contingent up and Mike Holler as well. It was a fun weekend, funner than I expected.
Yeah, long stay. I think you were in Vegas as long as we were, and Holler went there on Saturday, but you do a great job. You know, Boucher and I got a chance to watch the last couple of innings, and you brought home a win. And it was a start by Kyle Harrison, and we sat right behind the plate, and we were impressed by everything he did in the strike zone. 39 pitches, 29 were strikes. He went 10 up, 10 down. Casey Schmidt made an error and a broken bat, and then a soft base hit, and he got pulled. So we were speculating on if he would make his next start in Sacramento tonight or at Oracle Park tonight, but you sent the lineup card. So right now the plan is, Zach, for Kyle to start for the River Cats at 6:45, correct?
Correct. Yeah, he will be in the rotation for the River Cats this week until we hear otherwise. So the plan would be tonight and then Sunday if he stays. And you guys saw him on one of his better nights. The start prior to that, I saw him on probably one of his worst nights where, it ended well. He retired 5 of 6 the night I'm referencing, but he started with 4 straight walks, and it just. It gives you pause, and you think to yourself, what if this were to happen to him, in the big leagues? And what if it happens to him in his debut, and will it set him back any? So, I think probably they're looking for a little bit of consistency before they pull the trigger. But, you guys saw one of the better starts. The start prior to that, the start couldn't have been more rocky to his outing.
And Zach, that's the thing that did stand out to us on Thursday, because we all know the stuff is there, whether it's him hitting 97 on the gun or breaking off that dirty slider. I think what you were saying is explained perfectly. We need to see more consistency and maybe a little bit more length in these games also. Now, when me and Pop were at the game on Thursday, as he alluded to, he only threw 39 pitches. So from a man that has seen him pitch multiple times, the ups and downs, do you think Kyle Harrison is ready to pitch and compete at the major league level?
Can the stuff play in the big leagues if he's on? For sure, absolutely. But it's just a matter of it being on. And again, he walked 2 outings ago. He walked his first 4 batters in Sacramento. Like, what if that happens to him in San Francisco? And look, I've said it. I think probably on this show and others. Like, I feel like a dinosaur this year more than any other year, because you're seeing guys get called up. Like Wade Meckler the other day after just a handful of games in AAA, and you wonder if they're getting called up to stay. If you told me Marco Luciano was going to get optioned back and that Luis Matos was going to get optioned back, a couple months ago, I would have been like, what are you talking about? Like, when those guys get called up, you figure they're going to be there at least for a good period of time, and if not to stay. And to see guys get called up and optioned back, I guess it's just a new era we're living in, and I'm getting used to it. But I hope with Kyle, they call him up at the right time, and I hope they don't deter his development any if they call him up and it doesn't go so well initially.
He's young. He just had his 22nd birthday, I think, on Saturday, right? He turned 22?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, on Saturday.
Yeah, so I've seen 3 of your games this year. I'm like the biggest River Cat fan out there, and 2 Kyle has pitched. I did watch him pitch on Memorial Day Sunday, and I sat right behind the plate, and he was wild. There were so many easy takes right out of his hand. He just said, ball. That's not a strike. When we sat behind the plate Thursday in Vegas, we didn't see one of those. Every single one was a strike. His mechanics are simple. When he's in the stretch versus the windup, there's not a lot of take back there. So when he is out of the strike zone, and it's mainly his arm side command, so it's into a lefty, away from a righty, from your own knowledge and watching, and then talking to the River Cat coaches, it seems like it's a simple delivery. When he gets out of his mechanics, why is he so wild? Because we saw what he can be on Thursday, and that's lock in and throwing strikes.
So from everyone, first of all, I want to preface it. Like, I love Kyle. Like, I think his stuff plays at the big league level right now, like just pure stuff wise. And I'm a big Kyle Harrison fan. So whatever I say, I'm not meaning to get people's hopes, to give people's hopes a hit here on Kyle. He's fantastic, and I hope he has the type of stuff to be a big league ace. But from what I've learned from the coaches just in chatting with them is that at times he will get very amped up, and I think that affects him. So the 2 outings ago, the start I mentioned where he walked the first 4 batters, it was his first start in about a month. He had that setback with the hamstring, so he'd been in Arizona, and I guess he was really amped up for that outing. And so because he had so much juice, like, I guess it just caused him to be a little bit wild. I saw that also in April. He was the River Cats home opening starter against El Paso, and that was when Fernando Jr. was rehabbing with El Paso, and he really struggled to throw strikes in both of those games. He had 2 starts in that series, and I talked to him. He goes, I was just really amped up, and I think he gets a little bit emotional as far as getting juice for these outings. And so, it also gives me pause thinking about if he were to get called up and what that's going to look like and how much pressure is going to be heaped on him in that moment. He's starting for his hometown team, and he's supposed to be the savior. So again, I just hope that they take that into consideration when they do call him up. And I'm sure they're well aware of what it is, but it just seems like when he's really amped up is when he kind of loses that command.
Zach Bay-Rudy, the voice of the Sacramento Rivercats, joining the Papa and Lunch Show on the Umagesan this morning. And Zach, one of the interesting storylines to follow this year, especially at the AAA level, has been the ABS system this year, the automatic ball strike system. We saw that was in play. Now, from my understanding, this is a system that they are using at the AAA level Monday through Thursday and not using it on the weekends. Now, with Kyle Harrison's walk rates going up at the AAA level, how much do you contribute that to the ABS system? And if it does have an effect on the effectiveness and control that Kyle Harrison has?
That's a great point. And I think it, especially early in the year, it had a lot to do with the high walk rate. We weren't just seeing it with Kyle. Like, we were seeing it all across the league. I think at a certain point, walks were up like 20% from a year ago in the PCL. And it was, so the way it goes is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, you have the ABS. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you have the challenge system. So you have a little bit of the ABS mixed in, so to speak. Like, you can challenge and they go to the animation and, they bring up the strike zone with that. And each team gets 3 challenges. But I think, to your point, you're not getting those calls on the corners and those fringy calls. And for a guy like Kyle who can live on the corners, it's going to maybe set him back a little bit. And if you're not getting those calls, it kind of changes everything, the dynamic and the DNA of your outing when you're out there and you're not getting those calls. So, I think it took some getting used to. And I think pitchers have started to adjust a little bit now. And I think pitchers especially love Friday, Saturday, Sunday when it's the challenge system, where they still could potentially get some of those fringy calls, be it if a team runs out of challenges or doesn't want a challenge, doesn't want to use a challenge in a certain spot. But the ABS is definitely unforgiving Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and that's why you see the walk rates up.
Yeah, so Patrick Bailey, we had him on the show about two weeks ago, and he said the ABS system, what was his exact words? He didn't like it. Did he say it's the worst thing that happened to me? He said it's devaluing an already devalued position. So he went off on it. Before we came to your booth on Thursday, we were in the owner's suite with the Aviators in Vegas and talked to a lot of their personnel, and they didn't even know if it works, the ABS system, because of it's not 3-dimensional. It hits just in front of home plate. So a pitch could break in late in the middle of the strike zone and not be there. So I do like the challenge system. I've seen that. I think that works well. Just overall, where do you think Major League Baseball, Zach, should go with the ABS system? Should we have the automated balls and strikes in time, or should we start with the challenge system you have on the weekends, or do none of it and just have a home plate umpire call at the strike zone?
I personally, and to Patrick's point, I've seen the ABS go wrong like that, where a pitch breaks in the zone late and everybody in the yard knows that it's a ball, and somehow ABS catches it as a strike. And I've seen it actually at its worst. It turned into a disaster one time when I was in Reno last year in a bases loaded situation where they thought it was a walk and the runner from third starts trotting home. And the only guy that realized that it wasn't a ball was the catcher, and he threw to third, and that's how the inning ended. It was bizarre. I like the challenge system. I think that it keeps that human element in the game. It also keeps egos in check. It keeps the egos of the hitters and the umpires in check. And I've seen it be very effective as far as that goes. And I also like kind of seeing, I like seeing the umpire make the call. I do. And I think, I think hitters don't mind the umpire making the call if they know that they're going to have a chance to rebut at various points in the game. So I like the challenge system. I think it's kind of a cool angle also because it puts people on the spot. It can be entertaining, and I think it's quick enough and efficient enough. And I would be an advocate for the challenge system for sure.
Yeah, it's an interesting perspective from Patrick Bailey, who obviously we know has turned into already one of the best defensive catchers at the major league level. But I wanted to ask you about another catcher that now you've got a chance to see. And of course, it's Joey Bart, who was in opposite position of Patrick Bailey, started with the big league club, has been sent down to Sacramento. How has he been dealing with the ABS system? And more importantly, how has he looked at the plate, Zach?
He's been dealing with the ABS fine. It's tough for me to tell. This is my first year watching Joey for a full year. I've seen him coming up through the Giants system. I was in Stockton in 2019 and saw him then. And then the last couple of years with Reno, I'd catch a glimpse of him when we played Sacramento. But he's been fine. And I'll tell you, Joey got hot for a time in late June and early July, and it was the opposite field power that was really, really showing itself. And he had a couple of instances of that in Las Vegas. So I think I mentioned on the air, I don't know if it's the game you guys were there, he ended up hitting a home run the opposite way. Maybe in the game Holler was there on Saturday, but that's something that not a lot of catchers, very high-level catchers, can bring to the table, and it's the ability to change the game with one swing, and Joey absolutely has that. I think one time he was riding a 10-game hitting streak, and that was coming on the heels of when he looked really lost at the plate, and I look lost because he's going through a lot of stuff. Like it was when Bailey was first coming up and into prominence, and I'm sure Joey had a lot swirling in his world there. So, I think he's gotten himself back to a good place, and I think he's going to be valuable. And I've said this, on KNBR, if not for the Giants, for someone else. Like I think Joey Bart still has a lot to give and a lot to prove.
He's catching Kyle Harrison tonight on bat number 5 in the River Cat lineup, and I'm looking at the middle of your order. It looks familiar. Casey Schmidt's batting third at short. David Villar's at first base in the cleanup spot. Joey's catching, and Brett Wisely is batting 6th and playing in center, which means I don't see Luis Matos' name here. He just got sent back down, and I know you're not at the yard yet, and you'll get more intel as you go. But a lot of times, even when Joey got sent down last year, he wasn't in the lineup, and they just work with him on things. Do you think, in part, when Matos goes down, Zach, they work with him on hitting, but mainly defensively, he's just not grading out well. His first step, he made a great play on Sunday, but he took 2 steps back and had to come running in, and he's not been as solid. So have you heard, or was it too early in the day to tell why Matos is not in? Is your coaching staff going to coach him up, and mainly in the outfield and also in the batter's box?
Possibly. I don't know. It's kind of too early to tell for me, like you said. But I'm surprised, and again, this is me living in a different era than the one I grew up in. I'm surprised that these guys keep getting called up and keep getting sent back. So I don't know what the plan is. For me, this is kind of unprecedented when you're dealing with like a high level prospect. And he's coming back this soon. So I really don't know. I would assume he'd be in the lineup probably tomorrow. Maybe they just give him a day to get back and get into his locker and go through the motions. But I really don't know. But it's going to be interesting to see if and when he heats back up again, what the move is with him. It's going to be very fascinating.
And that's to your point, Zach. We've seen it multiple times this year with guys going up and down between the major league level and the AAA level. Now, a guy that is one of the Giants' top prospects who was just sent down not too long ago was Marco Luciano. Now, we know he's dealing with an injury right now with that hamstring. Are there any updates on the injury currently, when he could return to the River Cats? And I guess my more important question is, in that small sample size since he's been sent down, has he been taking any action at second base or anywhere outside of shortstop?
He did see action at second base. I don't forget if it was 1 or 2 games, but he did see action at second base. I don't know as far as his timetable for his return. I haven't heard anything on that front yet. So that's probably this week. Before we're going to go to El Paso next week. So before we go there, we'll probably have a little more info on who's going to be on that trip and if he might join us. But he was definitely taking action at second base. He looked okay. He looked okay at second base. I know there's still a long way to go with developing him there, but again, it's going to be really interesting to see if and when he heats back up what the plan is with him also.
Last one for me. When we were there on Thursday, we were impressed with Wade Meckler. I think he was playing in center, made a nice catch for Kyle Harrison. I think he had a bomb that night as well. He's the latest to come up. This guy was playing college baseball a year ago at Oregon State, and he was an 8th-round pick. So we saw him make his major league debut last night. Not a big guy, but he has big numbers throughout every level he played at. What's your scouting report on Wade Meckler?
Well, I got to interview him after he homered in his first at bat in that Vegas series on Tuesday. I interviewed him the next day on Wednesday pregame. And boy, talk about a heart of a lion. I mean, I think he was like 4'10", 75 pounds in high school. Like he was the smallest player at his high school in Anaheim. And he got cut twice at Oregon State. The first time they kind of made the move on their own, the coaches at Oregon State. The second time it was like a scholarship deal where they cut a scholarship player, which meant they also had to cut a non-scholarship player, and he was the odd man out. And in both instances, he basically refused to take no for an answer and said, I'm going to stay and I'm going to earn my way back on the team. So he earned his way back on the team, had an incredible junior year at Oregon State. And then he was drafted by the Giants. He said that there was an area scout for the Giants that talked to him for maybe 15 minutes, and he was not prepared to be to be drafted by the Giants, especially in that slot. And nor was he prepared to get, I think he got like $100,000, but he's like, they basically respected me enough to give me the type of money that would allow me to keep working in the off season on my game and not have to go do something else. So it's really a cool story. A guy that I think we can all get behind because he has just that grit and determination that we all, I think, hope to have and hope that our own kids have, when it comes to getting by in life. So he's a great story and can't wait to see what he does up there.
Yeah, and he's one of the long list of players from the Giants prospect farm system that has gone up and down Sacramento to MLB. We'll see if he stays up with the big league club with someone like Elliot Ramos. But one last question I had for you, Zach. I wanted to ask about the guy who really started off the party for all the kids and for the prospects, Casey Schmidt. He was the first prospect to make it up to the big leagues this year, really sparked the big league club, and then we saw him struggle in the big leagues with that slider off the plate. I want to see if you've seen him make any adjustments or just what you've seen for the past couple of weeks with Casey Schmidt in Sacramento.
I love Casey. When I first saw him in April, he was definitely an exciting player, and he was hitting. Like he wasn't hitting home runs. He had his first home run, I think, maybe his second to last or third to last game with us before being called up. So that took a while. But he was hitting like 300, and so he was definitely an exciting guy. He was like the guy that we were talking about on the team. And obviously you mentioned the struggles in the big leagues. And since coming back, I think we've seen him struggle more at the AAA level than he was struggling back in April, which is also, it's kind of concerning, right? Because you have a guy that's performing well in AAA, has barely had a month in AAA, and then gets called up, and then when he comes back down, you see kind of those same struggles that he had at the big leagues, and you wonder what's in his head, So he still struggles at times with the chase, and yeah, it's gonna be a big next couple months, I think, for Casey to try and figure out before the season ends, how to make the adjustments that they wanted him to make at the big league level and get back to the form where he was in April, where he was hitting 300 for the River Cats with a very high ceiling. And I'll say this, I was talking to a scout that I really respect back in April, and he identified the approach at the plate immediately. He said, I'm going to say I like Schmidt. He goes, but there's an issue I have with the approach, and it ended up rearing its ugly head, obviously, in the big leagues. So we'll see, but I hope he can get back to that form because he was terrific in April for the River Cats.
Yeah, we'll make sure to keep an eye on Casey Schmidt. We'll be keeping an eye on Kyle Harrison tonight on the bump for the Sacramento River Cats. Zach, thanks again for coming on, and have a great call tonight.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for having me. Great to see you the other day.
Perfect. There's
Likewise,
our guy,
brother.
Zach Rudy, who we were hanging out with in the broadcast booth last Thursday. Aviators versus River Cats, like we just mentioned. Kyle Harrison still scheduled to pitch tonight for the River Cats, delaying his major league debut. We'll keep you updated if there are any updates on Kyle Harrison or any other of the Giants prospects currently at the AAA level. But coming up next, it's time for a little foreplay, Papa, and I'm guessing we're going to hear some sound from Kyle Shanahan yesterday speaking to the media. We'll give you updates on Brock Purdy and some of the 49er players returning to the practice field today as Papa and Marcus Boucher are live from Levi Stadium on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
I'll tell you what's trending right now. It's Matt Mayoka, who I just saw live at Levi Stadium. But if you want to hear his conversation yesterday with Tolbert and Copes talking about the national perception of the 49ers quarterback competition, check out that podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Lance, roll out left. Looking, sets his feet into the end zone. Deflected, and then caught for a touchdown! Ross Dwelly, look what I found off the deflection, and the Niners are on the board.
And I tell you what, Ross is the boss because Trey Lance, he was late with that throw.
Trey Lance with the reflection touchdown to Ross Dwelly, something that we can get into in just a few minutes with a man that was on the call, Rich Gannon, calling the game for the Raiders, joining us in just a few minutes on the UMA guest line. But it is Marcus the Waterboy Boucher back with Greg Papa this morning, filling in for John Lund, live from Levi's Stadium. And Papa, we're not just out here broadcasting from Levi's, we're giving away gifts as well because we got a $50 Tony's Pizza gift card that we're giving away. Make sure to tune in all week long on the Papa and Lunch Show between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And when we give the cue to call, be caller number 10 into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win, furnished, of course, by Tony's Pizza. Papa, I know you love yourself some Tony's Pizza, but I know you love yourself some 49er football as well. And here we are live at Levi's Stadium. How you feeling today? The vibe with the 49ers returning after that long week out in Las Vegas.
Well, I want to hear out of Rich Gannon and what his thoughts about Trey. But, speaking of Tony's Pizza, we told you we saw Jimmy Garoppolo go into the Raider team bus because they flew right out for joint practices with the Rams. They're going to be on the field Wednesday and Thursday and play them over the weekend. And Jimmy had a pizza rock box, which is Tony Gemignani's in Las Vegas. So, and Jimmy loves his pizza. When the 49ers were in Chicago a few years ago, he got the deep dish for the whole team to go home with. So we do want to hear from Rich about what's going on with Jimmy. It's just a typical Raiders to take a former 49er, and Rich knows about later in his career making the transition. But we mainly want to hear from Rich on Trey Lance because, Tim Ryan and I did the game on the 49ers TV network and KPIX, and Rich and Matt Millen and Jason Horwitz, the radio voice of the Raiders, did the game on the Raiders network. And I watched it back again this morning and wanted to hear Rich's thoughts. And there's two ways to look at that Trey play. Kyle liked it because it's the way the play is executed, and the middle third safety didn't go and follow, so the opening was there. What they were surprised is that the corner, Duke Shelley, almost played it like a safety, and he came across and picked up Chris Conley at the baseline of the end zone there. Trey was trying to get the ball to Conley, so whether he was late or not, he got his flips around. Kyle liked. And I agree. I mean, one thing Trey's got to play is less timidly. And when I hear from Rich on that, and just let it rip. Now, when he let it rip, it should have been intercepted by Duke Shelley, but it got tipped and it wound up going to Ross Dwelly for a touchdown, the immaculate deflection. But just overall, we were talking about, the lack of pocket presence from Trey. What did Rich see from doing the game in the booth and watching it? Kyle defended some of this stuff, the 3rd and 3, the first play of the game, the 3-step drop going out right. It was jumped and he tried to go middle and there was a mix-up on the wide receiver route. The third down to Dwelly, he had him out left. But Dwelly, he probably should have pulled the trigger. So, and also accuracy. Rich is a guy that improved his accuracy throughout his career. Can Trey Lance do that as well? But I know you're very excited to talk to the former NFL MVP, my friend Rich Gannon.
And now we have him on the UMA guest line, of course, the 2002 MVP, Raiders legend himself, former quarterback, now calling games for the Raiders. Rich Gannon called the game this weekend. What's up, Rich? Marcus Boucher in for John Lund with the former voice of the team formerly known as the Oakland Raiders, Greg Papa. Rich, what's up, man? How you doing this morning?
Guys, it's great to be with you. It was fun to be in Las Vegas last week watching the 49ers and Raiders get after it on the practice field. I know Greg was down there, and it's just that's really, I think, great work for the starters. And, of course, we got a chance to see a lot of young players play on Sunday. And I thought it was good work for both teams. And I think it's important not to overreact to what we saw in week 1 of the preseason. I think a lot of people have a tendency to do that.
Yeah, but with Trey Lance, that's all we do in the Bay Area is react and overreact. There's no buffer on him. So before we get into specific plays and improving his accuracy, just give me your lowdown, Rich, because I obviously respect your opinion as a quarterback and an analyst and a former NFL MVP, a perennial Pro Bowler. What have you seen from Trey Lance throughout his career in the NFL, and what did you see specifically in the joint practices and Sunday in the game?
I'm going to throw out an interesting stat. You may have seen this or not, but if you look at the pathway for a young quarterback, right, so much of it's about reps, it's experience, and he just doesn't have that. He had 99 pass attempts in high school. He only had 318 pass attempts in college. He really just played the 1 year at North Dakota State. 72 NFL preseason attempts, 102 NFL regular season pass attempts. In his entire football career, he has fewer pass attempts than Geno Smith had just last year. So we're talking about a quarterback that needs reps, right? He needs to play. And, obviously he didn't play much his first year. Last year he starts the first 2 games, gets hurt early in the second game. And then, it's just wasted. He just didn't get the opportunity. And so I think to make matters worse, Brock Purdy comes in and plays really well. And now all of a sudden he's an afterthought. And now they signed Sam Darnold. Now all of a sudden he's starting to question his abilities, and his confidence, is probably not at an all-time high. So, I think he's a talented. There's no question. He's got a lot of the skills and a lot of the qualities that you like at that position. But he has to learn to function better in the pocket. I mean, that's ultimately, if you're going to survive in this league, as athletic as he is, you got to be able to maneuver and function in that pocket. And that's an area where he struggled a little bit. Just his anticipation, he holds the ball a little bit, doesn't see the thing. I think the game's going a little fast for him. And just the accuracy and anticipation. So much of the 49ers offense is about getting the receivers, whether it's a tight end, the receivers, the back, into the transition of the run. You have to be precise and accurate when you're throwing the ball to Deebo Samuel. If you put it on his front numbers, he may step through a tackle and go 60 yards. If you put it on his back number, he may get tackled for a gain of 6. That's the difference. And, Brock Purdy was able to come in last year and be pretty accurate. Jimmy Garoppolo had a history of being a pretty accurate quarterback when he was on the field. And so much of our game is about accuracy. And that's an area where he has to be better.
And that's the interesting part, Rich. A year ago today, we were here at 49ers training camp, and Kyle Shanahan was ready to hand the keys to the car to Trey Lance to be the QB1 of this team. So my question is, with a roster that most people believe is a roster that's ready to compete for a Super Bowl, can you develop a quarterback when you're trying to win right now in this very moment?
Yeah, you can. I mean, I think, you look at the coaching staff. I think the acquisition of Brian Griese last year was significant for this team. I have great respect for Brian's body of work. I think he's great with those quarterbacks. I think look at how well Brock Purdy improved, even in the games that he played. I mean, he was he was Mr. Irrelevant that went on to become, really the talk of the league, in the last half of the season. I mean, he was terrific. So, I think there's some good coaching that happens there. I think Kyle Shanahan's one of the best play callers in football. You look at how consistent those teams have been. They've been in 3 of the last 4 NFC Championship games. And I think he does a great job building a game plan around what the quarterback does well, regardless of who the quarterback is. To have to play last year for the majority of the season with 3 different starting quarterbacks during the regular season, that was impressive. And, Trey Lance is going to have to every rep is meaningful. He's going to have to get better. He's going to have to, the learning curve is he's now in year 3. The game he should be much better with protections and footwork and anticipation. And he has to go out there and get off to a good start and gain confidence. And that's going to be important for him. And every rep, like I said, is going to be really important. Look, you hope Brock Purdy – I was really impressed with what I saw in the practice field from Brock Purdy. I never thought he'd be this far along at this point. So I don't think there's any question in my mind he's going to be 100% and ready to go week 1. The question is where's Trey Lance? Where is he going to be on the depth chart? And, how ready can he be in terms of if he has to play? If he's needed to play, how much can they count on him to be productive and be efficient working from the pocket?
Accuracy. You hit the word. And I've thought a lot about you watching Trey. Going back and watching his college tape. There was good throw, and what the F was that throw? The
But
inaccuracy.
Greg, that's an area where you can get better.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you.
You look at my career.
That's exactly it.
And I think people say, "Well, how can you get better?" It's simple. It's like if you walk to line of scrimmage and pre-snap, you know where you're going to go with the ball. You're going to be a lot better,
right.
A lot more accurate. Like if you can cut the field in half, pre-snap, and go, well, hey, the rotations to the weak side, I'm probably going to work the corner to the flat to the back on the burst. It's like having the answers to the test. And I think part of it is the ability to slow down the game, the ability to be able to process information, the ability to be efficient with your mind. The quarterback, I always say, like when you're a young quarterback, it's like a 16-year-old behind the wheel of a car. Everything's going too fast. All you're paying attention to is the traffic light in front of you and the oncoming traffic. As you become an experienced driver, your field of vision expands. You see the pedestrian in the crosswalk. You see cars come up behind you. You see traffic, in the distance. And I think that's where he has to get better. Once he hears the play call, the ability to process that information, the ability to walk to the line of scrimmage, not thinking about the protection or footwork or who's hot, and the ability to start looking and playing the game in terms of what he's seeing. Is it an overfront? Is it an underfront? Is it a nickel? Is it regular? Is it a pressure situation? And I think that's where he can be better, just with the processing, the absorbing of information, and playing fast from under center. That's where he can get better. I think just not being a half, like I always say at that quarterback position, if you wait, you're late. And I think he's a half second late sometimes. Not even a half second. It's like a millisecond, and the windows open and close so quickly at this level, and that's what I'm seeing from him when I watch a little bit of practice and when I watch his game tape.
So this is year 3 for him, and obviously I started.
Well, it's year 3. It's year 3, but in a way,
it's 4 games. Yeah, 4 starts. Yeah. But your career, you hardly played the first 3 years, and then when you were in Minnesota, your completion percentage was in the low, some years mid and high 50s. Then you go to Kansas City and you get up into the 60s. Then you come here with John, and you're leading the league, and you're at 68%, and you're the MVP of the league. So the question I have is everything you're saying, the pre-snap knowledge, innate ability, seeing it, don't be late. Is that how you're accurate, or are you accurate by you got to put the ball in the upfield hand for Debo, not the backfield? Is Trey's mechanics fine for accuracy, or is it just the knowledge of the field and seeing it and letting it rip, Rich?
I think it's a combination of things, Greg. I think it's footwork, like really being good with your footwork and trusting your feet so that you get to the 5 and it hits, the ball's out, or you take the second hit, you know where you're going in the progression. I think it's reps. We always talk about repetition is the mother of learning. The more we do things over and over again, the better we become. I think he's been shorted of the reps, obviously, for a number of reasons. Obviously, he was where he was in the depth chart his rookie year. I thought he'd play a little bit more, but it didn't work out that way. And then, of course, year 2, he gets the keys to the car and he gets hurt. And, you have to go backwards, and then now all of a sudden, he finds himself in a little bit of a battle. You look behind you and you got Sam Darnold, who's, he's got some experience. Quite frankly, he's got a lot more experience. He's got 55 starts under his belt. So, and now the guy in front of you was Mr. Irrelevant. And now all of a sudden he's the guy. So it's amazing how quickly things change in our profession. And I think if I'm coaching Trey Lance, I'm like, hey, every day that you step on the practice field is an opportunity to get better. Every day we come out here, we have to have a purpose and a plan. And we got to get better. Like we can't miss throws. Like every throw matters. And I know he's being coached that way because I know how Brian is and how Kyle is. And, he's got to get his confidence back. This kid is talented. And the problem is like something happens like what happened the other night. Here's the reality. The 49ers come in and they work out in the heat in Las Vegas, right? And they're sleeping in these hotel rooms. And by the time they get to the game on Sunday, most of the guys aren't even playing. You got a bunch of young guys running out there, right? And you're playing against a Raider team that was rested, was tuned up, and was ready to go. And the Raiders had some starters low on the offensive line. So if you're evaluating the film, you can't overreact and say, oh, my gosh, the Raiders this and how great they're – and 49ers and Trey Lance. It wasn't a train wreck. It was bound to happen. Would you have liked for him and the offense to get off to a little bit better start and play better? Sure. But, let's not overreact to, what happened on Sunday in a preseason game. Trey has to look at each rep and be hard on himself and take to the coaching and come back and clean it up. I think he's got to clean up some of his footwork, like the touchdown, on the boot in the back of the end zone to it was.
He was trying to hit Chris Conley, Duke Shelley tipped it, and Dwelly caught the deflected ball.
Right.
Yeah.
To me, I'm coaching that quarterback. I'm like, bad decision, bad throw. That's it. That's where we start. We start with bad decision, bad throw. The decision to work to your left, coming back across the field to throw to the third receiver in the back of the end zone, in between a safety and a corner, it's like you can't make that throw. It's just Shelley should have picked it off. Instead, it turned out to be it turned out to have a good result. But I'm grading the tape. It's a bad decision. It's bad throw, bad footwork, bad mechanics, bad. And we can't have bad down in the red zone. We just can't do it. So that's a learning experience. So when I watch him, he just seems like he's much more comfortable functioning outside the pocket. Where he has to get better is inside the pocket, 3-step drop, 5-step drop, ball out on time, play action passes, getting his head around quicker, seeing the coverage better, anticipating, throwing the ball before the receiver's out of his cut. To me, sometimes he has to see it before he pulls the trigger. The great ones and the experienced ones, they see it and they let it go. I think back to Montana and Young, and I'm not trying to compare, Trey Lance, but those guys, their anticipation was a big part of their success. And he's a split second late. Young quarterbacks, sometimes they want to see the receiver open and then say, oh, he's open. Now I'm going to pull the trigger. Well, it's too late. You got to those windows open and close so quick. And in college, a receiver's got 3 yards of separation. In the NFL, maybe 3 inches of separation. You still got to fit it in there. That's why you got to be really accurate with the football. And I think, he just needs reps. I mean, I wouldn't give up on this kid. He's a talented kid. He's got
but
a
how
lot of
does he
upside.
get reps when you got Brock ahead of him and they're trying to win the Super Bowl?
That's the challenge, right? That was a challenge for me as a young quarterback. And the answer to your question is you probably don't get them. So to me, when I was in Kansas City, every rep that I got was against our scout team. And I was I finally got to the point where I don't care. Any rep I get, I'm going to make it work. I'm going to use it to my advantage. I'm going to show the coaches that even though I'm running plays off a card that aren't even our own plays, I'm going to somehow incorporate it into our footwork and what we do. I'm going to try and get better at my craft, and that has to be his mindset. He's got good coaching. He can't get caught up in this competition and who's in front of him, who's behind him, and all that stuff. He needs to just go out there and cut it loose and play with some confidence and show 49er fans what he's capable of doing. And I think what he has to do is you have to, when you're that guy, you have to earn the trust and the respect of the players in the huddle and the coaches that are calling the plays. And you do that by making big plays, by taking care of the football, by putting your team in a position to have a chance to win. And if that's in the preseason, then that's where he's got to do it.
Wrapping it up here with Rich Gannon on Umagas on this morning. We've talked a lot of Brock Purdy, a lot of Trey Lance this morning. I just wanted to get your thoughts on the performance of Sam Darnold and talking about your experience changing sceneries, going from Kansas City to Oakland late in your career. How big of a difference that can be for somebody like Sam Darnold coming to San Francisco?
I really like Sam Darnold. I like this kid coming out of college. I've been around him a little bit. I've had some conversations with him when he's with the Jets. I did some of his games, even in Carolina. And the same problem that Sam Darnold had in college is followed him into the NFL. The knock on Darnold coming out of SC was he turned the ball over 37 times in 26 games. If you look at what he's done in the NFL, in 55 games, he's got 78 turnovers. And this kid is talented. He can throw the ball. He's got great arm talent. He's got athleticism, escapability. He's tough. He's smart. He's got a lot of the qualities and the intangibles that you like. But what he hasn't done, and the reason they ran him out of New York, and the reason they ran him out of Carolina, is because he's been careless with football. And until you figure that out, until you realize that ball security is the most important thing at the quarterback position, he's never going to be that guy. And I think he's talented. I think he's been through some adversity, which I think is a good thing for some quarterbacks. You know, he had a bad experience in New York, bad experience in Carolina. He comes out to San Francisco. He's not going to be asked to be that guy, but our business changes quickly. Think about like Brock Purdy last year. He thought he was just going to come in and like get experience and maybe be a practice squad guy. He's starting a playoff game against the Philadelphia Eagles. That's how quickly things change. Sam Darnold may start week 4. We don't know. But what Sam Darnold has to figure out, and I like this kid a lot. He's a good player, but he's been careless with the football. And in our business, coaches don't tolerate. Real quick, I'll tell you a quick story. Lou Holtz told Steve Berline one time. He said, "Steve," he said, "you're not going to throw a lot of interceptions this year." This is before the start of the season at Notre Dame. He said, "I promise you won't throw more than 2 interceptions." And Steve Berline looked at him and said, "Coach, we got like 11 games." He says, "I know, because after you throw your second one, you're going to be standing next to me on the sidelines." Like that's what Sam Darnold has to realize. Like the minute you start spitting it up, like they're going to put somebody else in there. It happened in New York. It happened in Carolina, and it's sure as heck is going to happen if he gets a chance in San Francisco. He's a talented player, but he has to do a better job taking care of the football. He threw an interception in practice against the Raiders down in the red zone. You can't do it.
Mm-hmm. And Rich, I know you got to run, but I want to squeeze in one more real quick, if you don't mind. We can't get out of here before asking you a question about the current Raiders quarterback situation, whether it is Jimmy Garoppolo or Aiden O'Connell out there wearing number 4, and how you're feeling about the whole departure of Derek Carr and where they're moving forward with the quarterback position.
Well, I really like Derek. I think he's in a great situation down there in New Orleans. He's surrounded by a lot of talent. He's got a good defense. There's no reason why they can't win down there, especially when you look at the division, how there's essentially 4 new quarterbacks in that division. But I like Jimmy Garoppolo. Everyone knows about his winning percentage as a starting quarterback. He just has to stay healthy, guys. When he's been healthy, he's been pretty productive. But he's missed at least 6 games in 3 of the last 5 seasons, and I think that's a big concern with the Raiders. Can he stay healthy? Can he play all 17 games? Because if he does, I think the Raiders may surprise some people. But this Aiden O'Connell is a guy I really like. I studied him a little bit kind of Purdue. He's a 2-year starter. He began his college career as a walk-on at Purdue, and he really had to scratch and claw for every opportunity to get to the top of that depth chart. So I really like guys like that. And I think it's important to react to what we saw from him. I mean, he went out there. He had to start his long offensive line. He had a script plan. He went out there, threw the ball well. But I think you like his poise. I think you like the decision-making. You like the accuracy. I like the anticipation. Guys, the difference between Trey Lance and Aiden O'Connell, that ball was coming out quick. Like he made up his mind and he pulled the trigger. Like there was no indecision in his game. And when you go back and you look at Trey Lance, there was. But in fairness, look at the first couple series. I mean, he's on his 3rd step, and the Raiders got a free rusher. I mean, the protection was not good in that first quarter for Trey Lance. And so when we evaluate the film, I always say so much of what happens with the quarterback position is impacted by what's going on around. Let's not beat up Trey Lance. Let's go back and look at the film and say, yeah, maybe he could get the ball a little bit quicker. But in fairness, man, the protection was not up to those standards.
Oh, great stuff. Great breakdown, Rich. Really appreciate you coming on, man.
Thank you, brother.
Minutes. You're the best, Rich. Thanks a lot, man.
Anytime, guys. Thanks.
Take care, Rich.
Perfect. There he is, Rich Gannon, number 12. I got to say, Papa.
No BS with that guy.
No BS at all. I can only imagine my dad right now. Imagine me talking to Rich Gannon, doing a show with Greg Papa. Awesome moment. Great stuff by Rich. Breakdown on the Raiders quarterbacks, Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and Brock Purdy. We'll continue the 49ers discussion on the other side. I think it's time for a little bit of foreplay, so we'll hear Kyle Shanahan talking about what he thought of Trey Lance and Sam Darnold's performance last weekend in Las Vegas. It's Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Kyle Shanahan spoke to the media for the first time since the 49ers preseason game against the Raiders this weekend and challenged Trey Lance to be more aggressive and to play faster. To read that story and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, back on the Papa and Lund show. Marquise Boucher still filling in for John Lund before he makes his return tomorrow. Sitting next to my guy, Greg Papa, and I got to say, I'm still smiling ear to ear doing an interview with the legend Rich Gannon and the guy that was calling touchdown Raider calls when I was a kid running around my backyard listening to the games while they were blacked out, and Papa was my only way to listen. Real cool moment for Rich Gannon, and I'm feeling so generous after that interview that we're going to give away a $50 gift card to Tony's Pizza. Yes, Tony's Pizza Napolitana in North Beach has been recognized as having the best pizza in the world. Tony G has been making pizza for over 30 years, offering several styles of award-winning pizza, such as the New York, the Sicilian, Detroit, Grandma Styles Pizza, and don't forget about the fresh pizza, fried calzones, and Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. Check out his Slice House locations throughout the Bay Area and in Levi Stadium. Be caller number 10 right now, and you will win that $50 gift card. Papa, I appreciate you having me, man. It's been a fun
I know
morning.
you're beaming talking to Rich. And keep in mind, Rich Gannon was 34 years of age when he came to the Raiders. He didn't play his first 3 years in Minnesota. He had exactly 21 pass attempts. And, you know, he was behind Sean Salisbury and the group that they had there in Minnesota. And when he played, he didn't win. He had one good year when he went 8-4, but his completion percentage was in the 50s. And then he goes to Kansas City and he plays for Marty, and he practices against that great defense. And he whatever it was, you heard him talk about it. Now he's in his early 30s. Completion percentage is up in the 60s. And then he comes to the Raiders, and, you know, he has a year 65.8, 67.6. So I always cited him, can you improve accuracy throwing the ball? And some of it is footwork and actually mechanics. And that's what Trey's working on with Jeff Christensen. But then it's anticipation, not waiting till a player's open, ripping it before and just playing. And yes, he became one of the most accurate quarterbacks. You know, Drew Brees set the standard at that time, but Rich Gannon was right there. And I always wanted to have Rich on to talk about Trey Lance, because I think they saw the inaccuracy in the college tape and they thought they could coach it out of him mechanically, like Buffalo saw it with Josh Allen, like Philadelphia saw it with Jalen Hurts. And they went to some QB gurus, and look at them now. You're talking about two of the best quarterbacks in football and two of the highest paid players in the game. And they're highly accurate. They're accurate in the pocket, out of the pocket. So we've been searching for Rich to get his thoughts. He just saw Trey Lance. So, and the one thing he said was scout team. You know, if Trey's on this roster and he's not a starter, he's going to go up against in practice every Wednesday and Thursday and Friday, the best defense in the NFL. And so that's how you get better.
And that's how Brock Purdy got better last year, correct?
Yes, he did.
When he was taking teams or reps with the third team after Jimmy Garoppolo came back, they decided to go with him over Nate Sudfeld. He was getting reps against the number one defense every single day. And that's why when he went out on the field, he was able to put it together and piece all the things together, something that we still haven't seen from Trey Lance yet.
Yeah, so you got to take the scout. So we keep, well, how's he going to get better? Maybe you won't see it with your eyes. We'll see it here on the practice field. But if he's on the scout team and he's a backup, and he'd also be a terrific, you know, scout team quarterback, because he can throw from the pocket. But then if you go up against a mobile quarterback, like when we go to Philadelphia, he can do a lot of the Jalen Hurts stuff. So I hope he's on the roster. I hope they give him time. But the main thing, the pocket presence will come back as he plays more. The accuracy is the issue. And according to Rich, mechanically, with his footwork, getting lined up to throw. But just seeing it before, like anything you do in life, the more you do it, you download the information in your brain. You get better at it every single day. Trey just needs to play it. If it's not in the actual games, there's no NFL Europa or anything like that anymore for players to go to. There is the XFL and the USFL, but you're not going to send him there. The way he gets better is here, working on the scout team if he's not the starting quarterback against the best defense in the league.
And it seemed like that was the takeaway from this past weekend's game. Obviously, the early struggles, the 3 and outs, but it seemed like as those series went on, as he got more reps, he got more comfortable and started to show some of those flashes that I think the 49ers front office has been looking for.
He made a lot of good throws. The one to Fumagalli, the one to Conley, the one where he got out of the pocket and got to his right. And one thing Rich Gannon was amazing at, Rich would press that line of scrimmage. A lot like Jeff Garcia was the best at it. Jeff would take it right to the line where if you're running quarterback, like when Rich was a good runner and Jeff and obviously Trey, they have to bust coverage. So you press that line of scrimmage like he did when he got out to his right, then make the jump pass to Willie Snead. And he was not over the line. He had a full yard to go there. So there's no question as he played, he got better and better.
Yeah, and he kept his eyes downfield like you were just talking about. So there were some flashes of something to be excited about with Trey Lance, but I know a lot of people got excited about Sam Darnold also. Rich Gannon did a great job breaking down him, changing locations.
The
and coming over to
turnover
San
numbers
Francisco.
were frightening me.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the interceptions. He's also factoring in fumbles. He turned the ball over more than one a game, at both USC and the early days with the Jets in Carolina. But last year, the one thing to point about Sam, last 6 starts of the year, 7 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. And with the Panthers, he did not throw an INT in his first 18-plus quarters at 105 attempts. So last year, he began to clean it up. If he throws the ball to the other team, he's not playing here.
No
You can't
chance.
do that.
No.
But last year, and Steve Wilkes was the coach, and they had a great running game, they coached the turnover out of him. And that was, they didn't have the skill players the 49ers do.
No.
So we'll see. He can't turn the ball over. He's not going to play.
And in this offense, if you want to play quarterback, you have to have a guy who can deliver the mail. 49ers, we all know their bread and butter. Run the ball, play defense, and don't turn it over offensively. But, hey, we'll continue the conversation on the other side. We've been teasing the foreplay all morning long, and I know people hate when you tease a little bit of foreplay, Papa. So we'll pay off on that promise on the other side. Let you hear some sound from Kyle Shanahan and some hot takes from around the world on Trey Lance and Sam Darnold and their performance last week in Las Vegas against the Raiders for their first preseason game. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Right, time for my favorite time of the day. Time for some foreplay with Greg Papa, of course, and Marquise Boucher filling in for John Lund until he makes his return tomorrow. But currently, me and Greg Papa are at Levi's Stadium for 49ers training camp after watching the 49ers lose this past weekend to the Raiders, a 34-7 beat down by the Las Vegas Raiders. But it was more important to watch them out at the joint practices last week and see guys like Brock Purdy back on the field, Trey Lance and Sam Darnold as well. But of course, everybody's going to overreact to that loss against the Raiders this past weekend, which opened the doors, Papa, for all the hot takes across ESPN, Fox Sports, and CBS. And our first piece of foreplay this morning is actually Dan Orlovsky, former quarterback in the NFL, one of the quarterbacks on the 0-16 Detroit Lions team. And here he is now giving his take on Trey Lance and whether or not he's able to play in Kyle Shanahan's system.
I don't think Trey Lance can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense. I've seen enough. He doesn't have enough reps playing football. That's a reality. That ball is almost intercepted. It should go to the left because the guy's wide open. The ball doesn't come out quick enough for Trey right now. And I think that after watching yesterday, he's so much more comfortable as an under-center quarterback than a shotgun quarterback. But Kyle's offense has really become a shotgun offense. It's become ball distribution. It's become play point guard. It's become get it out quickly. And that's just not where Trey is right now. I want to be fair to Trey. He got better as the game went on, and that's why those reps matter. I just don't think he can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense. He should have thrown 2 interceptions. The ball gets held so long for him right now, and it hasn't gotten better in the 3 years that he's been in the NFL.
Now, I get the breakdown from Dan Orlovsky, but I don't agree with the take. He said he's seen enough, Papa. I don't think anybody has seen enough from Trey Lance. But what you have seen, do you agree with Dan Orlovsky that Trey Lance can't play in Kyle Shanahan's system?
I'm surprised by this take. I do respect Orlovsky.
Mm-hmm.
We've had him on the show. I know he's a teammate of Matthew Stafford in Detroit. I love Matthew Stafford in Detroit. He's a elite thrower of the ball. He goes there one year, and they win the Super Bowl last year. He had a Brock Purdy UCL injury, and he had a bad year. I think Dan's as good as anybody in football breaking down quarterback play and offense. I'm surprised by this because, as you say, he's saying he's seen enough because Trey is struggling because he hasn't played enough.
Yeah.
So we talked about it with Rich. We've been talking about it incessantly. We studied Trey coming out of the draft. He had, he was one and done in college. One college year, didn't lose a game. And then literally one game the next year against Central Arkansas when they the pandemic, and he just hasn't played.
Yeah.
He's at 420. We love our 420 passes, 318 in college, 102 in the NFL. So to say he can't play in this offense, he hasn't played enough in the offense to play.
No.
Now, in North Dakota State, the reason they loved him so much is that they were under center. They had a fullback. They ran the 49ers offense in college. He's got to improve his accuracy. I think Rich Gannon detailed that he can. The bottom line is the 49ers had the 12th pick in the draft that year because they lost Nick Bosa to injury and Jimmy Garoppolo and George Kittle, and then they made a bold play to move up to 3. They were a team the year before that was 7 minutes and 13 seconds away from going to the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl. They were in the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next 2 years they lost the championship game. So it's just usually when you're taking that high, you're taking on a bad team like Anthony Richardson. The Colts just named Richardson their starting quarterback for the year.
Yeah, early.
He had, 13 starts at Florida? He's greener than green, but they're going to let him play and play through the mistakes. Trey had that chance, and then he got hurt. So I respect Orlovsky. I'm just surprised by, this is more of a hot take. Maybe he's been hanging around Marcus Spears too much.
Yeah.
Because that's the hot take they kind of fall into. Orlovsky's the one guy that usually doesn't do that. He analyzes it with a football. So to say, I've seen enough, Trey Lance can't play in this offense because he hasn't played enough? How many enoughs are you going with there? I was surprised because I do respect his intellect and his knowledge of the position. He works at it. He just doesn't pull it out his ass. He bases everything on a lot of intense study. And the game, what Trey put on tape Sunday was not great. Some of it was. Likewise in the NFL. But to blatantly say he can't play in Kyle's offense, no one's at that point here.
And that's the question. That would be my response to Dan is if you don't think Trey Lance can play in Kyle Shanahan's offense, whose offense can he play in? Because Kyle has
the league has it running.
That's what I'm saying. And he's got one of the most QB-friendly schemes in all football. So it's weird. But to your point, maybe he was hanging out with Marcus Spears, and we actually have proof that he was because here is a same hot take from that same episode of First Take. Here was Marcus Spears saying that Trey Lance might go down as one of the biggest bust in NFL history.
Look, they got a terrible situation on their hands with this Trey Lance. And Dan and I talked about this. This may go down as one of the worst trades in the draft in the history of the NFL. The fortunate part is Kyle Shanahan has done such a phenomenal job of getting this team ready to play and being so creative offensively that it hasn't shown in the win-loss column. But you lost a lot by going up and get Trey Lance. And Dan and I sat there, and RC as well. We sat there during the draft and was like, why wouldn't you take Justin Fields? Like, why wouldn't you have Justin Fields in this situation after we saw Zach Wilson go? Some of us even thought that Justin Fields should go beyond Zach Wilson.
And I don't know, Papa. I'm not in the camp that's already labeling Trey Lance as a bust to the point we were just talking about. It's like, I don't think anybody has seen enough. But when you do look at it from the perspective of what the 49ers had to give up to get him, and if he does end up not panning out, do you put him in the conversation with guys like Ryan Leaf and Jamarcus Russell, or is it still just way too early to tell?
It's way too early to tell. But they gave up a lot of draft capital. I think it's two ones because you moved from 12 to 3, and it's the pick they used at 3, but a lot of people think it's 3 ones and a third. Whatever it is, they gave up a lot. Justin Fields, I know they had a couple of long, short smoke routes the other day, and he, DJ Moore took one, the back took one. He's still got to prove he can win from the pocket. He's a runner. He's a far better runner than Trey. I don't think he was a consideration. It was Mac Jones, really, or Trey Lance. So time will tell. That's a hot take, and you can take that take. Conversely, would Brock Purdy be the best draft selection in the history of the NFL?
Maybe. Or are we putting him ahead of Tom Brady already? Yeah.
I mean, Tom was 199. Yeah. He won 7, but Brock was 262. Yeah. So I could, how about Fred Warner? He was number 70 overall.
Yeah. How about
Dre Greenlaw, George Kittle, Juwan Jennings? I mean, how many 7? I could go on and on.
Yeah.
Undrafted guy or a 7th-round guy. So it is what it is. But that's kind of what Trey. Can you imagine being Trey Lance? He's 23 years of age. It's from Marshall, Minnesota. They don't give him a scholarship there. He has to go to North Dakota State. And now, everything he does. I was thinking, I watched his press conference in Allegiant on Sunday after, and I'm thinking, he handled it coolly. But you're thinking, everything I do. They had Kyle on yesterday. Nobody asked him about Sam Darnold's performance. Not one question. It was all about Trey. They don't even talk about Brock Purdy here anymore. It's all Trey.
And why do you think Trey is such a polarizing figure?
Because he's the number 3 pick overall in the draft. It's his draft selection. Them trading up to get him. Get Jimmy Garoppolo leaving. All of it. It's all about Trey. But if you're Trey, is that partly the reason everything I do is just so analyzed?
Everything's under a microscope.
Now, which is the nature of the position. It's more so here because it's the Niners and the quarterback position. But I think he blocks all of this out. But the day after his game, that's all they talked about. They didn't talk about the rest of the NFL. C.J. Stroud struggled in his game. Now, maybe because that was earlier in the weekend and they forgot by Monday. That's all they talked about. Hot take after hot take from Orlovsky to Marcus Spears. It's all about Trey. And that make it harder for Trey to do his job? Do you want to play quarterback in the league? I wonder if we ever had Steve Young rolling in here today in this era with social media and Joe Montana, would they have had the level of success that they had because the outside noise, they were able to block the outside noise out because you didn't have, ESPN was just starting up then and all that.
Yeah, well, it's the
now
outside
it's just
noise.
Never stop. It's on your phone.
It's social media. It's everybody's got a camera everywhere you go.
And it's X, Twitter.
Yeah.
Threads. Is Trey Lance the most talked about professional athlete at this time in August of 23 in all of American sport right now?
I think if you searched up the Google trends right now for NFL quarterbacks, Trey Lance would be ahead of the pack. And it's because he's so polarizing. It's because people just don't know what they have.
Beyond anything, Brock Purdy's the starter.
Yeah.
They don't need Trey Lance to play.
Brock Purdy arguably had the best story in the NFL last year, going from Mr. Irrelevant all the way to the NFC Championship game. But it's funny what people pay attention to, the narratives. I heard Matt Mayoko yesterday with Rich Eisen kind of trying to explain the perception here in the Bay Area, how nationally people still think it's a quarterback competition, and Brock Purdy is not locked in as QB1 if he is healthy.
Because
and ready
they're going
to go.
by the draft.
Yeah.
They keep worrying about the draft. The draft's over.
Yeah.
Whether you're 262 or 3, it don't matter. When you come in here, you compete. It's football.
Mm-hmm. And if you're on the field and you're winning games, you'll be the quarterback, and that's what Brock Purdy did. It looks like we got time for one more piece of foreplay for you. So, Walter, do me a favor. Let's skip down to last night's Giants game and end on a high note, something that we can all laugh about. That's Dave Fleming coming in last place in the San Francisco Giants.
It was all the broadcasters, by the way.
Yes,
it was not just him. It was John, and it was Dwayne and Mike, right? It was all of them?
Mm-hmm. But Dave Fleming kind of as the Marcus Boucher low man on the totem pole at KNBR.
the youngest guy.
The young guys here. Just like I'll be moving the radio gear after the show today. Dave
You're breaking
Fleming,
my heart on that. Do you want me to help you with that?
No, I got it, Papa.
I'll help you.
I'm a young, fit man, and so is Dave Fleming, and that's why he was on the
old
field
and broken
yesterday.
down with herniated
No,
discs.
that's not what I'm saying.
No, that's what you're saying.
So
It's all
Dave
right.
Fleming yesterday, you're Crook and Kype up in the booth. I'm Dave Fleming down on the field.
We're old and tired.
Yesterday, he was the bat boy in the dugout yesterday, full uniform, serving his punishment for coming in last place in that fantasy football league. Here's a little bit of play-by-play and the interaction between Crook and Kype and Dave Fleming yesterday as he made his bat boy debut for the San Francisco Giants.
Hey, there's our bat boy. Let's go, Walker! You know who that is? That's Dave Fleming. Having the time of his life.
He looks like he's having fun.
There's Dave.
He's not going to get a lot of rest. What, did he lose a bet or something?
Yeah, you finished last in fantasy football. You got to be a bet boy.
There it is. Last place punishment. Now, Papa, have you ever played fantasy football?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah. I was going to ask if I was going to be a bat boy.
Well, I was going to say, that's a great question, too. Have you ever been a
I've
bat
never
boy
been asked to do it.
Or a ball dude? Shout out to my guy Murph. He's been a ball dude before.
Flem did a good job last night.
He did?
He did a chomp and gum. How many bazookas did he put in?
Oh, even when he got up back to the booth yesterday with John Miller, he still had that chaw in, yeah.
But I thought he did a great job.
Mm-hmm.
But he was probably the best bat human that I've seen this week.
Oh.
But we saw the bat dog.
The bat dog.
In Vegas.
Bring it to the big league level,
Was that
Papa.
unbelievable?
It was
You heard
awesome.
one time, who let the dogs out? And the dog came flying out of the Aviators dugout to pick up the bat.
I mean, that's the thing. We went out there, we watched Kyle Harrison, we
Was that
watched Meg
cool?
Meckler, but maybe the takeaway from the game was the bat dog.
But they didn't do it every single time. They just did it like once every
I think
full
it was
inning.
like the end of the inning or something. I don't know if they're
Flem was good,
Yeah.
but the bat dog.
And how about the
was
discipline
so
of the
good.
dog not to be out there chasing balls or throwing balls around?
Now-
He goes straight for the bat.
What does Peter say about the pine tar and the bat with the dog?
Yeah,
And
Peter's
then if
always
I'm
got
a
something to
hitter,
say.
do you want the dog drool all over the knob of the bat?
Now, is that a foreign substance? Is that
I
some
don't
extra
know.
sticky
I don't
substance
know.
on it?
I don't know.
I mean, if you're a pitcher, I know everybody's doing the spider tack and licking their fingers. Would you want the dog
I
to
don't
maybe
know.
bring the ball out
But
to
it
you
was
before
cool.
the
The
game?
dog was good, though.
The dog was awesome.
Flem did a good job, and he was fast. He didn't trip. But that dog in Vegas, the bat dog was flying.
Dude, you want to talk about efficiency? Yeah,
Yeah.
that dog was all over the place. But yeah, shout out to Dave Fleming yesterday. Bat boy for the San Francisco Giants.
Bat Flem versus bat dog.
Bat dog, 808 KNBR. Maybe that'll be Danny Dunn's big poll of the day. Yeah, Danny's
Bat
big
Flem
poll of the
versus bat
day. Danny Dunn, I believe, will be back tomorrow, off today. So shout out to our guys, Greg Silver and Walter E. Cobblesetta back in the station, holding it down at the KNBR studios. Once again, me and Papa are live at Levi Stadium. We'll wrap up the Papa and Lynn show on the other side, make the connection with our guy Copes to get you ready for the Tolbert and Cope show as well. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, last day filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Matt Barrow stopped by the Murphy Mac show earlier this morning to discuss the 49ers QB2 competition between Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, and Brandon Allen. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, it's been a fun 2 days of show for Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, filling for John Lund. I will be back on the leadoff spot tomorrow, 5 a.m., and back with the Murphy Mac Show tomorrow morning from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. as well. But I got to say, Greg Papa, I always appreciate you letting me fill in for John Lund on his off days. It's always a pleasure, whether it's me and you here live at Levi's or the two of us behind home plate watching Kyle Harrison last Thursday against the Las Vegas Aviators or hanging out at 49ers joint practice together against the Las Vegas Raiders. It's been a fun 4 or 5 days in a row, man. So thanks again for letting me come in.
We've had fun. You've been on before and enjoyed it. Our time together last week in Vegas and the 2 days today. John's coming back. John actually drove his son George to college, so he'll be back tomorrow. But anytime, when John has to go away, you're welcome here. We've had great days. So we're on the patio tomorrow. Ooh. We have not been at Oracle Park for a while. We'll be at the Public House.
Gonna get a couple bloodies?
We'll get a couple, or we like the orange bloodies. Ooh. Barbara and Mary Jane, our ladies. Barbara, they like their Jameson.
Ooh.
Speaking of Deshaun Jameson, 49 young corner, they like their Jameson, and then Mary Jane takes care of us with the Mary Jane.
Oh, perfect. I understand,
so anyway,
Papa.
We'll have fun. John will be back tomorrow. Zach Littell tonight against the Giants, Jacob Junis.
Mm-hmm.
So we had Zach Beirudi. So do we think Kyle Harrison gets scratched? Does he pitch in sack and pitch for the Giants tomorrow? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think he throws tonight in Sacramento, and then maybe a week or two down the road, Kyle Harrison still got a while to go. Shout out to Zach Beirudi, who brought us up to the broadcast booth last Thursday, came on our show today, and a great guest list. Rich Gannon checking in at 1:15 earlier, talking 49ers quarterbacks, talking Jimmy Garoppolo, Derek Carr, and Aiden O'Connell as well. Great guest list. We had the
Mark Spears, the Hall of Famer.
The Hall of Famer from the 408 joined the program as well. Great show today, and I should tell you that all those great guests were sponsored by the Redwood Credit Union, because of course the Papa and Lund Show is always sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There are no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by the NCUA. And Papa, the clock has struck 2 o'clock. We're done. Hopefully the 49ers are still practicing. We'll walk around and check out what's going on. But now it's time for the Tolbert and Cope Show. Adam Copeland and Tom Tolbert will take you up to 6 p.m. today until the Giants take on the Tampa Bay Rays with Zach Littell on the mound. Again, Marcus Boucher filling in for John Lund. He's back tomorrow. And this is the Papa and Lund Show. Tolbert and Cope starts right now.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Got to come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today on the show, Dante Whitner will break down what he saw with the 49ers against the Raiders. Dave Fleming, get his experience. That was the best part of the game last night. And Susan Slusser at 4:50 Do we really need this replay on right now? I guess we do.
Leave it on. I want to see how high it gets in.
Yeah.
It's only 5-1 right now. Let's see where it goes.
You know what that game seemed? It seemed like it was like 16-1.
Dude, 10-1. The best line in John Shea's piece in the Chronicle this morning was he wrote, the Giants just got shellacked. He's like, they lost it. They gave up 18 hits, which, by the way, only 4 of them were like extra base hits or something, which is wild. A triple, a couple of doubles, a home run. But he goes, the final score
was... gave up 10 hits and 2 and a third and 2 and 2/3.
It was like 3 innings.
I was like, good
10
night.
Hits, 5 earned or something.
I was like, what's going on out here? It's like I mean, all right, look, I'm not going to. I like Travis Beck, Tristan Beck.
Yeah.
Travis Beck. Is Travis Beck a singer?
That sounds like an artist, a guitar player.
Travis Tritt. But Tritt is not like Beck at all. Not even close, actually.
It's 4 letters.
So I don't know why I went there. Tristan Beck, but it just because he's good. I like him. But the game seemed like at that point it was like, oh, let's just throw in a mop up like your little league team. Let's just throw him in there.
Yeah.
And like he's just getting dinged, just like hit. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the difference. Because I still think the Giants are a playoff team. I know it sounds ridiculous saying that, but it's based on who else is in contention for the playoffs in the National League. I do believe they are, but that was the difference between a legitimate playoff team,
a contender,
and the Giants. And it is vast. The gap is wide, which hopefully Giant fans aren't going to find out even more of over the next 2 days and then the next 3 days when they play the Braves, who are better than this team.
Listen.
I mean, it could get, I'm telling you, right? What are they? I said 4-11. Right now they're 1-3. So they're right there on pace for that. And I said if they don't score, which they haven't, they finally scored last night. Their first run came with a guy in second, a single. Maybe they just need to stop getting guys to third. Like the whole third base thing's an issue for them. I don't know what it is, but if they stop at second, I think they got a better chance of getting him in than at third base.
Haley hit the home run with a guy on second.
Yeah, third's toast. You just like get to third.
Stop
it's like
the third base.
Yeah, it's like he's not going to score.
Just leave him there.
Yeah. You literally ought to go from third just to the dugout. Just they ought to have a chalk outline that goes from third base into the dugout.
Yeah, that's it.
And you just follow that into the dugout.
Just walk right back.
God, that was just ugly. Just ugly. I mean, really ugly. So, again, they got that same team tonight, and they don't care if you're going righty or lefty. They're going to come at you with a bunch of righties. Now, they used to have Wander Franco, who's dealing with his own issues right now, and he was a switch hitter. So they had another lefty in the lineup. They just don't have a lot of lefties.
Dude, they played 9 guys. They went 9 guys yesterday to the Rays. Every single guy who played had at least 1 hit. 6 of them had 2 hits.
How about the bottom of the order?
The bottom of the order
is raked. Absolutely raked.
It was a joke yesterday what they were able to do. I mean, 18 hits and 10 runs. I mean, what John Shea said is he goes 10-2 is the final. And it wasn't as close as the score indicated.
Was
I was like, dude, it wasn't. It really felt like it could have been a 15-0 blowout.
It felt like 10-2 in the fourth.
Yeah, it did.
Like, that's because every inning, I texted you guys last night, I go, damn, Rays are dominating time of possession. I was going to go back and add it up. Like through
how long were there at bats?
Yeah, exactly. Like how long their half innings were.
I kind of like that idea.
I bet you through 5 innings, like they had to like quadruple them up because the Giants were like 1, 2, 3. Maybe get one guy on, that was it.
Well, 2s were going up for the Rays third bat in the fourth.
Hit.
I was like, what is going on?
Out, hit, 6-pitch at bat, hit. It's like, good night. Can you get these? Please, somebody get somebody out.
18 hits. At one point in the 5th inning, Giants had like 1 hit. I think I sent you.
Wasn't it 12-1 at one point?
12-1. I sent you. They went to break, and I sent you the little. What's his name in Major League? I forget the character's name, but Bob Uecker saying.
Oh yeah.
1 GD hit. That's all we got.
I think it was Harry Doyle.
Harry
wasn't
Doyle.
it?
There you go. 1 hit, 1 GD hit. That's all we got.
Jack Daniels put it behind your ear.
Oh man,
that's when Wesley Snipes get picked off. He like does the
he looks to the guys next to him in the glass. He's like, well, that's it for that.
He's like, yeah, we got a guy on. Yeah, we're out. We're done.
Well, that's enough of that.
Oh, damn, the camera can see me. Fantastic. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Giants after Ryan Walker opens 2 innings, 2 hits. A while he was pretty sharp through his 2 innings of work, and then here comes Beck, 3 innings, 10 hits, 5 earned. Jackson an inning and a third, a hit and an earned run. He did strike out 3. Alexander an inning and 2/3, and just for good measure, he gave up 2. And why not? Taylor Rogers came in and gave 1 up also. So after the opener, Ryan Walker was effective through 2 innings, 7 innings pitched by the rest of the bullpen, 10 earned, 16 hits, 8 strikeouts. Every Ray had at least 1 hit that played. Only 9 of them did. 6 had 2, 3 of them had 3. Everyone did strike out once except for Luis Basabe, who did not strike out in the game. But they were sending guys up for like 6 plate appearances. Like, I mean, it was a merry-go-round for the Rays. Now, the one thing that does get little iffy here for the Giants is you said, yeah, they're a playoff team. It's starting to get close, though. It's starting to bunch up on them. So the Phillies are 2.5 clear of that third wild card spot. The Giants are in the second, but they have the same number of wins as Miami, and they are a half game up on Miami, only because they're a game up in the loss column, 63 and 56. Miami 63 and 57. Now the Cubs are only a game out. They're a game back of the Giants in the loss column and tied with the Marlins in the loss column. The Reds are 2 games back of the Giants in the loss column. So still the Reds and the Cubs are right on the outside looking in. Giants still have to see both of them. Now, the thing that gets bad for the Giants is the Giants have the 5th toughest remaining schedule left. 6 against Atlanta, 7 against the Dodgers, these 2 against Tampa, Philly, Chicago, and Cincinnati. The Cincinnati Reds have the 22nd hardest schedule. The Cubs have the 3rd easiest left. So in terms of opponents you're going to play, you look at some of their schedules. I mean, the Cubs get like Royals. They get Colorado, White Sox, Pittsburgh, Detroit. Like, there's some really, really bad teams in there. Giants are going to play some tough ones, plus you get the Dodgers like 7 times. Get the Rockies 7, but you get the Dodgers and the Braves a combo. But Dodgers, Braves, and Phillies, you get 13 games or 16 games against those two. Yeah. Right? That's tough. Yeah. That's a tough stretch there.
No, it's tough. I mean, look, nothing is going to be tougher than this stretch. And they're right in the middle of it, and it ain't going well. 1-3, and again, tonight, what do they got? Former Giant Zach Littell.
Oh, good.
Tonight. So are they both going? Well, Junis is starting, and technically he's a starter, but it'll be a get out your piggyback. Because it's going to be probably maybe 3. Maybe he'll go for
Junis Minaya is probably my guess. Junis Minaya is your piggyback today.
Well, that should just be his name.
Junis Minaya.
A new hybrid player. Like, you can put him on MLB The Show.
Majunas.
Who's your starter? Junis.
Majunia. Majunius? Yeah, that's you. That's Majunius is going to throw today. We could, by the way, see, and we'll talk to Susan Slusser about it later, we could see Kyle Harrison tomorrow. Tomorrow would be the day where they need to figure out a spot starter or something. They got innings out of Alex Wood. They're not going to be able to run with him tomorrow because they threw him out of the bullpen. So tomorrow is the day that people are speculating we could see Kyle Harrison. We'll talk about that a little bit later with Susan Slusser. David Shaw, former Stanford head coach, was out at 49er training camp last week. We'll get his thoughts on what he saw this weekend from Trey Lance. Next, Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Penn Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Penn Grove's Sports Leader.
The Giants' struggles continued last night as they lost to the Rays 10-2. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Tuesday afternoon. Everybody fired up for the start of the NFL season, just a couple of weeks away. Here to talk about that, former Stanford head coach David Shaw, a friend of the show, and he's been hanging around NFL training camps. I don't mean to say like you're just puttering around the camps there, David. I know you're working and doing work for NFL Network. What's going on, Coach? How you been, man?
Oh, I've been great. I'm enjoying my time with the NFL Network. I'm kind of calling it a part-time job because thankfully they're not running me too ragged, but I've really enjoyed doing the draft. I enjoyed getting out to a couple of training camps last week. I went to the Raiders in Las Vegas, and then spent some time with the 49ers.
Good deal. So we'll get into some of that stuff. But is this like a falling back in love with football thing? Not that you ever fall out of love with it, but it's different when you're on this side of things, right? Instead of doing the prep for the games and recruiting players and getting ready for the start of a season. I mean, now you're sort of breaking down stuff at a different level. And you talked about the draft a little bit. We watched a lot of that coverage, and we did the draft show for the Niners. It's got to be a different feel, but it's got to be fun and exciting for you, right?
It really is, and I've made no secret about it that I have a desire to coach in the NFL.
Oh, yeah.
And I interviewed the Broncos last year and had a couple other conversations with people, and this is, to me, just part of my transition. I decided to take this year off, so now I'm doing a lot of NFL Network stuff. I'm looking at training camps. I'm looking at different coaching trends and different things on the field, so it's been great. I really enjoyed it, and I've had great reception from the people I've talked to in the NFL, and especially, of course, down the street with the 49ers.
Well, we're talking to David Shaw on the UMA guest line. I want to ask you sort of about what you mentioned there with the interview process. I think that's intriguing as it relates to the 49ers, because I think about when a new head coach goes into somewhere. I know Denver's had that in the last couple of years, and they bring their staff in, and obviously you got a core of players, but sometimes there's a cycling through of getting your system in place and getting the players you want in place. But I think about, from the Niners standpoint, a guy like Steve Wilks, who's got head coaching experience, a defensive coordinator, a well-regarded guy around the league. He comes in to join a team now for the first time with this defensive unit that has had somebody from the outside coming in to call plays. How does that impact a team? How does that change a team? And what role does Steve Wilks have to play, as though he's the boss, but he's like the new hire, the new guy in the room?
Yeah, that's tough. I really enjoyed. We talked to Kyle Shanahan on TV the other week, and he really talked about getting to know Coach Wilks as a person, because his reputation preceded himself. I mean, this guy is well respected. What he did at Carolina, I mean, they barely had a pulse as a team until he took over as the head coach, and they went on a win streak, and they played great, and he fired up that franchise. So this guy's got a lot of positive mojo, but he also has a great reputation of being very, very smart. And sometimes when you come into a situation and things are working, you don't have to change a whole lot. Now, what he'll bring in his own personality. Everybody calls plays differently. You might bring in a couple of tweaks, maybe help Bosa with this, maybe help another guy with that. But for the most part, you look at what your players and what they do well, and he's come in there and said, hey, we've got some great players. We're going to let these guys go play.
David Shaw, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. So we're out at 49er camp a little bit. When you're looking at camp and you're looking at preseason games, I always wonder, what can we trust? Like, what can we see? Like, when you're looking to pass the eye test on stuff, because teams aren't running necessarily what their game plan is going to be. You're getting looks at different guys. There's players out there who may not be on rosters when the season starts. When you're at training camp or you're at games watching in the preseason, what can you trust? What are you looking for? What are you paying attention to?
For the most part, when I watch games, I'm looking for the rookies and those second and third year guys that are trying to make the team. I'm just looking at their skill set and their ability. The play calling, sometimes you throw stuff out there, sometimes you hold some things back, but for the most part, it's pretty vanilla, right? But I want to see the guys play with energy and passion, who can make plays, who can get in these difficult situations and come through and be productive. When you watch practice helps a little bit more. Even though most of these open practices are open to the public, and there might be some things that you don't necessarily do, but for the most part, you're out there truly competing. And you see a guy like Brandon Ayuk, right? I'm so excited about him. It looks like he's even taken another step. He played really well last year, and gosh, will he be able to take that next step and be one of those big time guys? And another big addition to this offense, who is not from the outside but from the inside, who's just grown. So you're looking for those players that have grown and look a little bit quicker, a little bit stronger, a little bit faster, or just a little bit more comfortable as they get older. So for me, I always like to look at those guys and say, okay, who's gotten faster, who's gotten bigger, who's gotten more comfortable, who's making more plays now, who's playing with confidence.
I love hearing that about Brandon Ayuk, because he's a guy who for the last couple of years we've talked about, I think, as ready to see him explode. And we talked to Kyle Shanahan last week going into the game, and I said, you've mentioned that Ayuk came in and impressed you with how his preparation has looked, how his body seems different, how he's a different guy, it seems like, when he's out there as a part of the offense. And he said the difference in entering this year than like entering year two for him is that he came into the league in 2020 where guys just didn't have a normal sort of route into the NFL to figure out what it meant to be a pro. Do you think what we're going to see from Ayuk this year, is it tangibly different than what we've seen on the field in the past?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Just, and once again, I'm not, behind the curtain. I mean, it's out there. It was a public practice, right. And you watch this guy, the quickness and explosion that he's always had. But it's almost like, right, there was that upper echelon of talent at the 49ers, and he was the young guy trying to break in. Now it looks like he's just part of that group, right, with Kittle and McCaffrey and Debo. Right now you've got all these guys. All these guys have potential to be Pro Bowl players, all pro players, and he doesn't look like a step down from those guys. He looks like he's right in that, with that mix, which is, of course, for 49er fans, it's exciting. And part of it sometimes, and I always like to quote my dad. My dad said sometimes for young players, they just need suns up and suns down. They just need more days and more opportunities, and they get older, more mature, more comfortable, more confident, and they play like it. So he's a true vet now, mixing with all those other vets. And I'm excited to see these guys go play.
I like that. Suns up and suns down. Just need more reps, more days. And your scope on Ayuk goes back to seeing him in college. You've got something to press that up against. Talking to David Shaw here on the UMA guest line, one of those guys who they talk a lot about suns up and suns downs for, getting the reps, getting out there and playing, is Trey Lance. It's really tough to gauge what his talent is because we see the raw ability, but we don't see the growth. And part of it is he hasn't gotten a chance to play. He was injured, obviously, last year and didn't get all the reps in college, or as many reps as even some guys like Brock Purdy did when he was at Iowa State. What did you see from Trey last week? And I also wonder what point in a young player's career does it get to a spot where you say it's not just about having to play more? He's got to show us some growth in the reps that he does get.
So that's a great question. That last question is really big because it's different. Where you were drafted is different, which position you play, and it's different how much money you're making, right? Like those all are complicating factors. Yeah. Where you got a guy who's taken really high, whose numbers are only going to get bigger, and he plays quarterback, right? So you have a higher expectations for those positions. But is there a player in the NFL that's had more starts and stops than Trey Lance? I mean, going all the way back to college, the guy played one game his last year in college, and they manufactured the game because it was COVID and everybody canceled the whole season for the whole FCS. And they said, hey, this guy is going to be a superstar. Let's play one game. So he plays one game his last year at college, plays very little as a rookie, and the next year he's got his opportunity and he gets injured. So this guy's had kind of start and stop. There has not been a long period of time where he's just been able to grow and develop and get those play after play after play. And the hard part for me is, the way you learn is by doing it and screwing it up, right? So you screw it up, you get coached, you go back, you try it again, and then you do it 4 or 5 times. Oh, it feels good. Okay, I got that. That's one of 1,000 plays in Kyle Shanahan's offense, right? I got that one down, right? It's hard if you don't get the opportunities. That being said, I mean, the old NFL not for long, like at some point in time, you got to make a big jump. I'm pulling for him. I'm hoping for him. I think most of the league is. I mean, gosh, half the teams in the NFL were salivating over the potential for this guy. He's got all the talent. He's got all the tools. It just getting time on task, and in the competition. And now, we've got 3 preseason games instead of 4 preseason games. All right, so there's 1 down, 2 more opportunities. Will the 49ers keep 3? Who knows? Will they keep 3 and trade 1? And keep the young guy? Like, who knows? So for him, I hope for him to relax, let his athletic ability show, make quick decisions, throw the ball accurately, build some momentum. Like, that was about the 3rd series he was in. It kind of all clicked for him, which is great. You saw him stay in the pocket, throw the ball. You saw him move outside the pocket, avoid a sack, and make a nice athletic throw on the edge. So you want to see more and more of that. Would love to see him start to build that confidence, and now just go out there and play and let the chips fall where they may.
And we'll see if his skill set or what he's able to do is a right fit for the backup quarterback position for the Niners. He's in that number 2 competition really with Sam Darnold right now, another guy who you've seen since he was a young quarterback at USC. What do you think he does well? I thought he looked pretty patient. He wasn't perfect by any stretch. The 37-yard pass he threw to Ronnie Bell up the left sideline was a thing of beauty. I thought that was his best throw of the day, but he just looked like he was a guy who'd had more reps. And we've seen him look hurried and rushed early in his career. He was the youngest player in the league when he got to the NFL. What have you seen from Sam Darnold from his time in college to now, and is there anything you think he does exceptionally well?
Yeah, and I try not to sound like I don't have a dog in the fight. Right, I'm not
of course.
Choosing favorites. I just have seen this quarterback a lot more reps, and I've seen him. And when they made this signing, I got excited for the kid. I feel about USC, but this young man.
What we feel
like
about
him.
USC, right? Yeah.
I like him. He's got the tools, and I think about him, and I think about what Kyle Shanahan has done in this league, and it's a perfect fit. This guy's a quick decision maker. He's a better athlete than people give him credit for. He's got a strong arm, and with the players around him, this is the kind of opportunity that this guy could really take advantage of if he's given the opportunity to go out there and play with the starters. It's something he's never had before. He's never had the variety of weapons. He's never had the style of defense, right, that can get you the ball back and keep the score down. He's been under fire pretty much every year that he's been the starter, trying to put the team on his shoulders and win games. And you don't have to do that as a quarterback for the 49ers right now. And I think this is a great opportunity for him. So going into it, it doesn't really seem like a fair fight. We've got a guy with a lot of experience and a guy with a little bit of experience, but a lot of talent. But I'm really excited to watch it play out. And I'm rooting for my old teammate, John Lynch. He did an awesome job assembling this team. But this backup quarterback battle is probably the most intriguing quarterback battle in the NFL right now.
That's a great call. And just another minute or two here with David Shaw and the UMA guest line. Coach, one more guy who wasn't a former teammate, but your former teammate traded for him, your former player of yours, Christian McCaffrey. We had John last year, I think it was the day of or the day after the 49ers acquired him. We've talked so much about what a full offseason looks like for Brock Purdy. I'm intrigued by what a full offseason and training camp and preseason could look like for Christian McCaffrey in this offense. Have you had a chance to talk to him? I think he looks as fresh and as good as anybody in the NFL and maybe the number 1 running back in football entering 2023.
Yeah, I would put him as the number 1 running back in the sport right now. He is so special. And, what he did last year, just coming in out of the blue, learning Kyle's intricate offense early enough to contribute right off the bat was truly special. And now having an entire offseason, he's completely healthy. And anybody who's ever been around Christian McCaffrey knows that there's not a more motivated human being on the planet. This guy is fire and energy and passion and competitiveness. He's on a great team, and guys like that, guys like Bosa, the guys like Fred Warner, those guys, they sniff it, right? They sniff it. They're close. And guys like that, they burn when it's close, right? They know that it's hard to win in this league. It's hard to get to the Super Bowl. And Christian's one of those guys now. He just feels it, and he is excited. He's fired up. He's focused, and he's ready to go.
Good stuff, Coach. Always fun when we can catch up, man. Been great looking at watching you and the coverage you've been putting out there on NFL Network. It's been fun. Getting your insight on some of this stuff with guys that you covered and guys that you coached and guys you played alongside. It's been real cool. We're looking forward to getting you back into the NFL on one of those staffs, man. So we'll catch up sometime down the road this season, Coach.
I appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Good stuff there. Former Stanford head coach David Shai, see him on the NFL Network, and a great insight on some stuff with Sam Darnold there, also with Trey Lance and Christian McCaffrey. We'll get more into that in just a little bit. But first, we got to get into what Kyle Shanahan's message was to Trey Lance. Still, a lot of people frustrated with the way Trey played on Sunday. There wasn't a lot to write home about. People are saying he looked better as the game went on. Kyle Shanahan's message, a little bit different. We'll talk about what he had to say to Trey Lance after the game, and Dante Whitner is going to join us for his first hit of 2023 coming up at 2:50. Dante Whitner, 2:50. But what did Kyle say to Trey? That's coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Reds Tuesday, August 29th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, it was scary, a lot of it, but I totally saw what he saw. I mean, the middle third safety cut the low cross, and there's a guy going behind him, and, I mean, what I like is he didn't react, and he saw a hole and tried to rip it. And there was some guy coming from the backside that he didn't see, and but it wasn't a gun-shy throw. Those are things you learn from. I kind of like seeing him trying to make that play regardless of the result. And obviously we got a little bit lucky. It ended up being a good result, and I wouldn't have been happy if it was a pick, but I can understand what he saw rolling out to the left. Usually when a middle third player cuts a route, someone's vacated in the middle third, and that corner was hesitant to get there, and so Trey didn't see him, and he let it rip, and those are things I want to see more of them. I mean, not picks and bad decisions, but just playing a little bit faster, a little bit more aggressive, and I think that was one that he did that on, but also the other ones that I mentioned it on that weren't just lucky. They ended up being good.
Is that just the coach speaks silver lining to a guy who is erratic? Or makes, I won't say that play was erratic. It was the right read, like he said. He just made a bad throw and it was too late on the ball that should have been picked off and ends up a touchdown. But I feel like when guys do that, sometimes you go, yeah, I want to see more of that. Well, not the bad decision making, just the aggressiveness. I'm like, well, what's aggressive about he was aggressive because he made a bad decision, right? Like they go sort of hand in hand in that spot. So I sort of wonder with Trey Lance, we haven't heard a lot of praise publicly, I feel like, from the coaching staff about him. I feel like we heard about Brock. I feel like we heard about Sam Darnold enough. I don't feel like we hear a lot of praise about Trey. So I do wonder when things are criticized or asked about him, when things are angled differently, you don't want to shoot his confidence, but Mike Silver's piece in the Chronicle from either this morning or yesterday was saying just that Trey doesn't look very confident.
I don't know. I don't know if he's trying to get a message. A lot of times the coaches will use the media to get messages through to the players. So I'm not sure what his angle is, if he has one. Maybe he's just saying how he feels, like he needs to be more aggressive. In baseball terms, trust your stuff. Just trust your eyes. Maybe he just doesn't trust his eyes. And again, there were a couple times that they showed behind the camera behind Trey Lance, and you could see where he could have thrown it to where a guy was going, and that spot was open, just the receiver wasn't open. And if you're going to wait for the receiver to get open in the NFL, then guess what? You've been waiting a long time because guys just don't come free, maybe more than they used to, but it's still. I mean, if you don't have anticipation as a quarterback, you have nothing. You have nothing, period. So I don't know if that's something he'll get better at at this point, he might as well just go out there and play and just say, screw it. I'm going to do what he says. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try to trust my stuff and just see what happens. And at least you can learn from that type of stuff. So I don't know. But look, he's going to hear the praise, hear the criticism, and practice. Like, practice means a lot more in the NFL than I think it does any other sport because there's more time for it. It's only one game a week. In the NFL and the NBA, yeah, you want to have good practices, especially during camp, and you can make your way onto the team in camp, and you can earn some roster time in the rotation time. But once it gets to the regular season, practices are minimal. The guys who are playing the most don't practice that much, so you're not going to get much out of practice in terms of getting more time. Now, if you do it over a longer period of time, you can, like Moody did last year for the Warriors. Like he finally showed that he was getting what they were doing.
Playing time,
exactly,
right?
But it wasn't a week. I mean, it was a while. It took him a while just because practices can be few and far between. NFL, you get a lot of practice time, especially during camp. And that's where you can impress the coaches. Even if the game doesn't go the way you want it to, if you're showing what you can do in practice, that means a lot. I just don't know that he's even doing that.
That's kind of where I'm at, and that's what I was asking David Shaw about, is like, at what point do guys stop needing more playing time? And you're like, you got to show me something in the playing time that you get. Like mentally, the processing and development and understanding of the offense should all be there. I don't know how much it is because we're not in those rooms. We're not quizzing him. We don't know what he's supposed to be doing. We don't know what the offense looks like.
Mm-hmm.
But I would imagine that going into year 3 for Trey?
Is it 3 or?
It's year 3. Because
Yes.
Yeah. We're all getting thrown off. Last year would have been year 2 because year 1 he was the rookie.
Yep.
Last year we were going with Jimmy. But don't forget, part of why Jimmy Garoppolo gets brought back last year is, yes, convenience, but the other part of it is that it's an insurance policy. It's one more hedge on, hey, he can come back because we didn't think he would at this price and to be a backup. If he comes in now knowing he wasn't going anywhere else, nobody's going to take him at this price tag, he's going to back us up for Trey. And ultimately, that's what happened. I do believe that at some point, if things had gone so haywire with Trey early in the season and they were bad, I think they could have handed the keys to Jimmy out of performance base with Trey, not just out of injury. And that wouldn't have shocked me based on the talent we know was on the roster and where they ended up going. I just think that it doesn't make much sense for him as the 2. For a guy who needs more playing time, if you get into a situation here where Brock goes down, we know that it's Super Bowl or bust this year. If Brock goes down, whoever steps up next, it's still Super Bowl or bust.
Yes.
With Trey there, I don't feel as confident as I do with a guy who, I'm not saying I feel great about Sam Darnold, but at least I know this guy has had numerous opportunities and attempts as a starting quarterback. He knows what it means to prep for a game on Sunday for the course of a season and get ready for it.
At what point do you say, because third year.
Yeah.
And he was hurt last year. And the year before, obviously, he wasn't the starter. Didn't throw a lot of passes at North Dakota State. I think that's been well chronicled. But at what point do you say, you know what? We need to see something now.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
I mean, it can't be, he doesn't have as many chances. We could be saying that 5 years from now. If he ever gets his chance, it's going to be, maybe if he's better, he'd get more chances.
Exactly.
I mean, you got to look at it from that angle, too. So, I don't know. Again, I delineated it yesterday why I think he, the thing that jumps out to me is,
same issues.
Yeah, dropping the back foot and doesn't let it go. It just doesn't. So, and to me, that doesn't see things clearly enough. But at some point, he's got to get to that point, or just say, screw it. This is where I'm supposed to go with the ball. This is what it's supposed to look like. And if I get that look, even if the guy's not wide open, I'm going to give him a shot at this. I'm going to put it where I think he's going to be, because he still knows where he's going. The defender doesn't know where he's going, so he's supposedly going to beat him to that spot. But again, if you're waiting for guys to run open, run free, I mean, this isn't North Dakota State. Guys aren't going to be like all over the field, just like wide open, just like killing guys. That's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So, and I would like to see him perform. I would like to see what he could do. He's got incredible tools. I mean, just the athleticism and the strength and the size. I want to see him do well, but this is what I see. It's like, it's not a fairy tale. I can't tell you, he's still going to be great. He's still going to be this. No, I mean, this is do or don't. This is what you do in the big boy league. Either you do it or you don't do it. It's not, God, I hope he does it, or if he got more of this, he would. If he did, it's because of this guy. No. Either you get it done or you don't get it done.
Yeah.
And so far, he hasn't got it done. So you can make up your excuses and your reasons. Some may be valid. Some may not be valid. The bottom line is he hasn't done enough good to warrant more playing time on the field. Because if he did, he'd be playing. You actually think Kyle Shanahan's putting a guy out there who he thinks is worse than a guy that's behind? No. This isn't Little League.
I think he's better, but he hasn't played as much, so he's going to sit behind. Brock Purdy sat there and got virtually no reps as the number 3 last year.
This isn't Little League.
He took over and ran with it.
It's the NFL. I mean, what do you think? The coaches are playing a quarterback. Maybe he's not as good, but his mom's hot. I mean, this isn't like Pop Warner.
It's a good move, by the way. It's a good move.
Well, Pop Warner probably is.
I've seen movies that start that way.
It probably is. You're playing the best man for the job as you see fit.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
I'm the coach. You the kid with the hot mom? You're starting.
What position your kid play?
Shortstop? That sounds about right.
What does he want to play?
What's he, quarterback, pitcher? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I see he can barely stand up over there without tripping on himself, but I like him at shortstop.
Yeah,
too.
I like him in there too. He's got a firm glove.
Yeah,
he's got a good mitt.
I like him there.
When I say firm glove, it means the glove is brand new. It hasn't been broken in yet. We'll talk more about this. Dante Whitner will stop by on the other side. Oh, dude, I forgot on Sunday. Danny Fredo is what we were calling him when he was running the board for our show. Yep. I'd forgotten about the great Dante Whitner call from last year when Danny Gray catches the touchdown bomb from Trey Lance, and Dante had been calling it the whole. Told you. I think we found out who the deep threat is going to be. We'll get it for you. Maybe we'll come back in with it on the other side. Dante Whitner will join us for his weekly conversation. We'll get his thoughts on how Trey Lance played. I imagine we'll get an animated thought from Dante. You know what else I want to hear about? How does Dante feel about a rookie Michigan kicker missing kicks for the 49ers? Probably not too good. Dante Whitner joins us next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Mike Yastrzemski suffered a setback running the bases this weekend, and he will be shut down for the next week or so. No baseball-related activities for him. Check out more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
He lands on 3rd and long, dropping back to pass. Stepping up in the pocket, throwing it deep downfield to Gray. He's got it to the 30, the 25, the 20, the 10, and touchdown. And the speedster, Danny Gray, welcome to the 49ers.
And I think we found out who the deep threat is going to be this year.
Happier preseason times from our next guest. Dante Whitner was on the call this past weekend for the 49er 34-7 loss to the Raiders. Didn't quite get a nice deep ball to Danny Gray like that from Trey Lance. It was a little bit more hectic this weekend. Huh, Dante? How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well, dude. You were out there. We talked on Sunday before the game. It was an ugly game. I mean, I wonder, and Tom and I were just talking about this. What can you trust when you're watching preseason? When you're looking with if you're going with the eye test? I mean, what is it that you saw out there? Not just from Trey Lance, but in general. Can you trust anything that you're seeing?
No, you can't really trust anything. They set the starters. We knew that it was a lack of depth going into the preseason with the 49ers on both sides of the ball. So I think that you're just seeing a lot of young guys that are getting experience. And once you start to trim the roster and you start to get into game planning, guys will have specific roles. They'll have 8 to 9 to 10 guys that can roll in on a defensive line. Bosa will be back. They'll have the 3rd, 4th, and 5th linebacker spots solidified. So I don't think that you have anything to worry about. I think that the best part is that they came out pretty healthy.
What did you think of Lance's performance?
I thought it was lackluster. I thought that for all the talk about his improved mechanics and play and practice, it didn't really translate to the field. And I think he should have had an interception on the ball that I believe Dwelly came up with for a touchdown.
Mm-hmm.
When you watch quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers who have such a quick release and their footwork and flipping those shoulders, a lot of times when he does that half roll, he does it better than anybody. He flips his shoulders so quickly in an instant to where he's almost throwing the ball as he's flipping his shoulders. So that's what really worried me about Trey Lance was that elongated throwing motion, and then it's almost lackluster footwork. You got to really flip those hips and push that ball in there and then put it out in front of the receiver and trust it with the timing. You don't necessarily have to see it open before you throw it, and I think that's what's really holding Trey Lance back right now. And then even on some of those other ones where it looked like he didn't have time, he did have checkdowns. He did have the quick throw there, and then there was another one where he threw the ball to the flat and then allowed a deep route behind the flat to come open. So I think that Trey Lance right now is trying to find himself still, and it seems like he's starting to run out of time.
I wanted to ask you about that because you mentioned it, and I talked about it yesterday. It seems like I don't see him enough where he drops the back foot and lets the ball go. And it doesn't seem like he sees things all that clearly. Like he wants a guy to be open before he throws it. And in the NFL, you're going to be waiting all day if you want guys to be open. Guys just aren't open. You got to throw it to where the open spot is, and they're going to go get it. And it just doesn't seem like he has the confidence to be able to do something like that.
Right, and he hasn't really played enough football to be able to diagnose these defenses pre-snap. Think about when he came in. He came from a lower level than Division I football. The game was moving a lot slower. And then when he came in, he had to sit behind Jimmy Garoppolo for a year. He went out there and had 4 games of live action, and then he gets injured. So I don't think that we should just single out Trey Lance. I think that a lot of the young quarterbacks, when they're not game planning and they have to figure out and diagnose coverages on their own, they'll struggle. But that's where the extra study comes in. That's where the player tendency comes in. For instance, if you have a nickelback that's inside leverage and a corner that's within 5 yards, that should tell you to that side of the ball is some form of too deep over there. So there's an anticipation that comes with the intrinsic knowledge of a defense, and I don't think that he's there yet.
Yeah. And it wasn't like the line was helping him out a whole lot either.
That's where I was going next, yeah. It's tough to tell with the line.
Wasn't helping him out, but in every quarterback's mind, when he drops back to throw the ball, there's a, oh, by the way, if one of my offensive linemen get beat, where is my outlet to get rid of the ball so that I don't take sacks and turn the ball over? So sometimes it seems like the players don't know exactly where to throw it, and they don't trust it.
Talking to Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. All right, Dante, how did you feel about a Michigan rookie kicker missing a couple kicks?
I felt like, it was almost unfair because one of them was almost 60 yards, right?
Yeah, 58-yarder, right.
So I think that it's the right time to try out and see what his distance is, keep his confidence high, but you also want to battle test him. So, he has big shoes to fill. He had, coming in here, kicking for a team like the 49ers who've been to, 3 NFC championships in the last 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to come down to 4 to 5 games this year where they're going to drive late. They're going to rely on him, and you want him battle tested in that moment. So I'm okay with him missing it now. Just don't miss it when the live bullets start to fly.
So throughout the course of your career, there were 4 preseason games back then. How did you progress through preseason, like from when you were younger to maybe when you were a vet? Did you like to play in 1 game, 2 games, the 3rd game? Like, what was optimal for you getting ready for a season?
Well, when I was younger, coming into the league, even my first year, I went through a 2.5-week holdout. I remember ending the holdout, coming in, putting on 2 days of pads, and then going out there and playing against the Carolina Panthers. And I was so amped up to play that I hit one of their starting running backs late on the sideline and had a $40,000 fine. Right? Early in my career, I was very eager to get out there.
Damn, you were in the hole, Dante. You were in the hole early.
But that's not a big deal, so it was okay. Right? It was okay at that moment. Later in my career, guys, during the middle, it was like, you know what, I'm just trying to stay healthy.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to get out there, get a couple reps, get my pads set, tackle somebody, get the jitters out, and get out of there. Later in my career, 8, 9, 10, 11, I didn't want to step out there at all.
Yeah.
Right? So it's phases for guys. But for the young guys right now, it's so important because everything that they've actually dreamed of and hoped to achieve is right there in front of them, and they have to manage the anxiety of being in the NFL and then the anxiety of doing your job on each and every play and staying healthy. So it's a lot of stress that's going on in that 49ers locker room right now.
Dante, before the game when we talked to you, you said you were excited to see Jair Brown because you were talking about your comp to him. You said you said he sort of stacked up like you a little bit in terms of flying around, laying big hits. I thought he looked athletic out there. We didn't get a ton of action from him, but what we saw was pretty good. And we talked a lot about the DBs. Sam Womack, I thought, looked pretty good. Amber Thomas made a nice play. What was your evaluation of some of the young DBs this weekend?
Well, watching Jair Brown, I take that back, guys. He doesn't stack up to me yet. He has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I thought so too, Dante. Right, yeah.
I was, looking out for him. But, that's not a knock on him. He can possibly, reach that level and get there. But right now, he has a lot of things that he has to work on. A lot of it is communication, understanding where to be, your leverage, being comfortable with being a leader back there. And they're not on scholarship. If something happens to one of those starting safeties, they need you to get in there, need you to take command, be where you're supposed to be, and play at a high level. That's a lot of stress to put on a rookie. So he's going to have to really buckle down and make sure that he knows what he's doing, and he's taking it very seriously. But as far as physically, he's physically gifted. He's long. He can cover tight ends. I've watched him in practice. He's really good at reading the stems of tight ends. He's getting better in the middle of the field with the footwork, keeping his knees bent. So I think that he has a long way to go, but he's progressing. As far as the other defensive backs, I think that Womack trying to transition to the outside from slot, he's figuring out that it's a different world out there. On the outside, you have guys that are bigger guys, faster guys, high knees and elbows can run past you. In the slot, you're really working with smaller, quicker guys, and you have to have more short area quickness. So he's kind of teetering on a struggle mission on the outside right now, but he has time to get better, work on his technique, and improve on the outside. I think that A.J. Parker, number 47, he stands out to me in the slot. He's a twitchier guy than Isaiah Oliver right now, and, he's really holding it down in man coverage, being physical in the slot. So it's a bunch of different guys. Deshaun Jameson, number 22, Steve Wilkes talked about him today, being able to move inside, being able to move outside. He's a little bit smaller, so it really concerns me with him filling for the run game. But as far as staying with the slot receivers that are shiftier in this division, I think that he can really hold down that position. But all in all, I think the 49ers remaining healthy, having a lot of veteran leadership back will help all the groups.
With a full offseason and training camp, can Christian McCaffrey be even better than he was last year with the 49ers?
He is. I've seen him in practice for, 3 out of the last 3 days. of practice. And even today, he busts a long run on the 49ers offense, and the linebackers they can't cover him. Right? He's running past guys. I think that this is a year where he cracks the 1,000 receiving and 1,000 rushing mark. I think that Kyle Shanahan will try to make a point to get that for him. Just to show that, he's one of the all-time great mismatched players. And when you put him and team him with a guy like Kyle Shanahan for a full offseason, OTAs, minicamp, great things can happen. And that's what I'm expecting from that duo.
Dante Whitner with us on the UMA guest line. Ronnie Bell, thoughts on the kick returning from him this weekend?
He's from Michigan, right?
Damn, you got a lot of Michigan guys on this team, Dante.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
he is from Michigan. Yeah. I think that he did a really good job of, taking over that spot, being that Ray McLeod. Yeah. It was very difficult for him to go out. That was a returner. They trusted him back there. And this is a great position. Remember, we lost NFC championship game on punt returns, 2 of them by Kyle Williams, right? So that position is very, very important, especially when it starts to get late in games, late in the season, late in playoff games. That's a highly underrated skill. It's just catching the ball, right? Dealing with those nerves and that anxiety and catching the football. So I think that he has a chance. I think that, he wished he could have that one tip back that was intercepted. But all in all, he had a 15-yard rush. I think he had 67 yards receiving. Yeah. He played physical. He's on the positive trajectory for making this 49ers roster.
I think there's a spot for him. I think he's carved out a role. I mean, with Ray out, I think they need a guy like that who can kick return. And I thought it was a great ball that Sam Darnold threw him up the sideline. That might have been the play of the day for the Niners offensively.
Right. And I think that it really boils down to how does Deshaun Jameson, number 22, play?
Right.
Does he get back there and do punt return and they feel comfortable with him and get some big returns and play well on defense, cover kicks, and be able to block guys on punt return? If he plays well, I think that is not really does another receiver make it over him. I think it's Deshaun Jameson make it over him. Sometimes the roster gets cut down like that where it's not who's the best receiver. It's like what other value do you add to the squad?
If Javon Kinlaw stays healthy, can he be a guy?
I think that he can. I think that he has to have a specialty role. When I look at him and his knee bend, even still today, it's still a little bit high. He tends to play with his pads high, and those interior offensive linemen are naturally shorter than him, stockier, and probably stronger. So if you get high, they take advantage of that. But getting high when you're pass rushing and swim moves and all of that stuff is good. So I think that situationally, they're going to have to really figure out what Javon Kinlaw can do well. Can he rush from the outside? He looks a little linear right now. He's a little more explosive. So what's his role? I know that on first and second down, two-gapping and staying in there and playing with leverage is not his strength. So you can't really have him in there when you have Eric Armstead and you have Hargrave. Those are your run defenders. I think a specialty role for Javon Kinlaw is what is going to benefit him and the 49ers.
So what allows guys like Armstead, even Buckner, DeForest Buckner, to play lower? Because they're really tall guys, too. What allows them to get down and play low? Because obviously when you're tall, you're at a disadvantage on the interior, and you have to learn how to play with that leverage.
Well, and being comfortable being uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is any position group you play out there, knee bend helps you get leverage.
Mm-hmm.
It helps you be efficient in your breaks from a defensive back's perspective or a linebacker's perspective. So it's about getting down there. You ever did like a wall squat and your thighs start burning?
I hate them.
Yeah.
Right. So those defensive linemen, you have to get into a position where your knees are bent to almost that point, and it becomes being comfortable, being uncomfortable. When you see a guy stand straight up on any position out there on defense, that means that his thighs really aren't really up to par and be able to handle that type of pressure. So he has to really work on that knee bend. You have to be comfortable being uncomfortable in that position in there.
Now, did you ever find a trick to alleviate the pain on the thighs, on the knee bends? I used to raise my heel occasionally because those would kill me.
Cheat, man. Look, we're not looking
I
for
cheated.
shortcuts.
I cheated my ass off, Dante. Those hurt.
49ers, they can't look for shortcuts out there. I saw something from Mike Tomlin the other day, guys. He was talking about we're looking for every edge and to get 1% better, but we're not looking for a shortcut. So you can't really look for a shortcut if you have championship aspirations. So those guys that aren't playing with their knees bent and they're not comfortable being uncomfortable, you're just going to hurt the squad.
Oh, I was comfortable being uncomfortable, but only to a point.
Yeah, sure. That's how they teach you how to cheat on the vertical test at the combine.
How do they teach you to cheat on the vertical test at the combine?
That?
They tell you to pull your shoulder blade back, right? And almost act like you can't reach higher to get about 2 to 3 inches on your vertical.
Really?
Wow.
So you pull your shoulder blade back and you open your leg. I mean, when they ask you to put your heels on the wall, you want to be as short as possible there. So you want to open your feet to like a V,
right?
And you want to pull your shoulder blade back. So when they're trying to pull your arm up to reach, it's like it won't go any further. But if you were to relax and reach,
you can reach further, right?
Very nice.
Oh.
Well, I always loved
inside information.
I like it. Well, the NBA, they do the combine now, but they'd always say somebody has a 40, 42, I think 44-inch vertical was the highest that I think I heard of. And I was like, do you know how high that is? They go stack 4 rulers up. Do you think somebody can jump that high?
Yeah.
Nobody has a damn 44-inch vertical leap. I just don't buy that.
Yeah, they've been coached up very well. So a lot of these top agencies like Clutch, CAA, and all these people, they hire people to bring you in so that you can ace those tests when you sit down with the team and all these different drills. So, yeah, I guarantee you a lot of those players have been coached up well. You can probably take 3 to 4 inches off of everybody's vertical.
Yep. Well, like Tim Hardaway used to say, he can get up, but he can't get down.
Can't get down.
One of my favorite things.
You got to be able to get up and get down. It's a two-way street there. Got Dante Whitner with us on the UMA guest line. Dante, I'm wondering, another thought on the defensive line here. Is there more of a competition, you think, on that edge rusher position there opposite Nick Bosa than we've talked about or we've been led to believe? Because I thought Cleve Farrell made a nice play on that sort of swim move to get in there and get the sack on Sunday, but also Drake Jackson, I think, is going to have an opportunity. Is that more wide open than we thought, or do you think they're sort of solid on who's going to be over there?
I think it's more wide open than we thought. I think that it's going to boil down to really a week-on-week basis and who gives the 49ers the best matchup opposite Bosa and who can consistently win their one-on-one matchups, set the edge versus the run, and play with the level of physicality that they expect. So whoever can consistently do that is going to be out there. I think that Drake Jackson is right now injured, right? He's still learning. So it's probably advantageous for him to get back as soon as possible so that he can continue to get these reps so that he can, go out there and make an impact when the live bullets start shooting.
One thing the Niners have had over the past few years is line depth, defensive line depth. I mean, they just rotate guys in. They've been incredible. I mean, the front four are going to be stacked this year. How's the depth? I don't want to read too much into the Raider game. They got gashed pretty good in that game, especially early, but it's a preseason, so I don't know. What have you seen? How is the depth there going to be what the depth usually is?
Yeah, right where it was, at for the last 5 years.
Okay.
When you look at Kellen Farrell, he come over from Las Vegas, and you look at the front four of Armstead, Kinlaw, and you look at Bosa, and then you go Kerry Hyder and Givens, right? That's already 7 out of the 9 spots that they normally keep. So I think these are guys that are accustomed to the way that the 49ers play. They're not doing a lot of thinking. They're going to be physical in the run game, and then they're going to pin their ears back. And then I think when you have a guy like Bosa who's just relentless, right, it just takes everybody else's level of play up. So from what I've seen, they're going to continue. They're going to be consistent with what we've seen over the last few years.
Have you? I just saw this a couple of weeks ago, and somebody was talking to me about it this weekend. Is your old secondary mate, Deshaun Goldson, working with the 49ers this year? Is he on the staff?
Yes, he is, and it's actually pretty cool to see him out there. I've been telling him for a couple of years that you have to get involved in football some type of way, and I guess the light bulb just went off for him, and he's been working in Calabasas with the high school with a lot of defensive backs. And then he had this opportunity to come and work with the defensive backs here in the off season, and he jumped on it. And, he's a guy that he sees the game differently from the free safety perspective, which is why he was able to get his hands on so many balls and able to blast so many guys back there because of his free style of play And I think that he's really rubbing off on a lot of the safeties from the 49ers, because sometimes guys that are young, they can get out there and be tight, right? They don't want to play free. They don't believe in their instincts or believe what they see. They're overthinking it. And he's just the right mixture for those guys to loosen up, believe in themselves, and just go out there and make plays. So I'm glad that he's around the 49ers safety.
Yeah, when you and him were back there, that was no fun going over the middle for opposing receivers.
No fun. Absolutely.
It was a no fun league back then, too. We're allowed to celebrate. Dante, it's always fun when we can catch up with you, man. It's been awesome. Looking forward to another season. Are you calling college games again this year, Dante?
I am. September 2nd, it is Idaho State versus San Diego State in San Diego, and I have another 12-game schedule, so we'll be back on another 70-plus flights, guys.
Oh, rack up those miles, Dante. There you go. Rack them up, baby.
Continues, man.
All right, man. We'll see you out there on Sunday or on Saturday, Dante. Good stuff, man.
All right, I'll see you guys this weekend.
Thanks,
Good
Dante.
deal. All right, great stuff from Dante Whitner, one of our favorite guests. Love catching up with Dante. At some point, we'll catch up with him. I assume he's not going to watch the Untold Johnny Manziel because he lived it.
I was going to ask him
We
that.
meant to. We'll bring it up next week.
I wanted to say.
I actually forgot.
Everything you said, you're right.
Yeah, well, I thought
about it like 10 minutes ago.
I did too.
I
I wrote it down. I was like, I'm going to bring it up, and then just completely forgot because we started talking Goldson. But that was a fun secondary, man. Deshaun Goldson coming across the middle, dude, just laying guys out. And Dante, of course, putting Pierre Thomas to sleep. Apparently, he was laying guys out in preseason, too, to the tune of a $40,000 fine. We had Matt Mayoko on yesterday. He had just been on Rich Eisen yesterday afternoon, and we were talking to him that it still seems to me, based on the conversations around Trey Lance, people just don't understand that he's not the starting quarterback. Like, it's not a huge bust for the 49ers because they are still favorites, or one of the top two favorites in the NFC. The nation's perception of the 49ers QB competition, it's weird, man. We'll get into it next on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Former Raider QB Rich Gannon joined Papa and the Waterboy today to discuss his first impressions of Trey Lance in Sunday's game. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I think I know some things. You know, I've been around the block a few times of this National Football League, but I want to just ask you where the depth chart in your estimation for the 49ers quarterback front now stands one preseason week into 2023.
Well, the one thing that is no questions asked, 100%, Brock Purdy is number one. Mm-hmm. That's based on the way he played last season.
Well, I'm rooting for all of them, to be quite honest with you, you know, and Purdy's going to win this thing. So the question is...
He already has won it.
He's won it.
He already has.
Okay, dude, I'm not crazy, right? Like I told you, I don't think anybody outside of San Francisco... Kyle Shanahan's like, nah, dude, I swear he's the starter. And they're like, yeah, okay, but who's the starter? Like, I don't... Rich Eisen said, I'm rooting for all of them. He's like, what?
What are you talking about?
What do you mean I'm rooting for all of them?
I love Rich, but you're not rooting for any of them. You don't care?
You don't care?
I mean, I don't care either.
So I've been around this NFL thing a few times. I'd like to think, you know.
None of us care that much.
What are you talking about,
We kind of care, but we go home, we eat, we go to bed, and hang out with the family. That's
you
what
know,
we
I've
do.
been around the block a few times.
Good on Mayoko, by the way. That's Matt Mayoko.
No, he's the starter.
By the way, he says, like, there's one thing abundantly, absolutely, for sure clear. Brock Purdy is the starter based on what he did last year.
Yes.
Well, I'm rooting for all of them. Hopefully Brock will win this thing. No, he's already won it. He says he's already won it, dude.
Done.
It's over. It's already happened. So much so that Kyle Shanahan, you'll like this quote, Tom. He reiterated it to Albert Breer earlier this week, saying, from Kyle, quote, Brock, he would have to melt in practice to lose it. And Brock's too good of a player to melt in practice.
Like tuna melt?
So are the other guys. Not melt down, just
turkey melt.
You'd have to spontaneously combust. This is bizarre. I mean, this is where these NFL storylines come from. You know what I mean? I don't know why it is the NFL machine works more like this than any other sport. And maybe it happens in basketball, but in basketball, you get more of the individual players being like, I didn't say that. Yeah, I tweeted that. Yeah, I put that out there. Like, guys in basketball are just kind of like, I'll just spearhead my own conversation if I need to have it. Hell, James Harden got up in front of his basketball camp and said, Daryl Morey's a liar, and I will never be a part of any organization ever again that he's a part of.
That's going to get good.
Let me say it again. And he said it a second time. So NBA players hit it on the head. NFL players just like take the team out of their Twitter bio. You know what I mean? Like, you don't hear from them, but it's weird with stuff like this, man. Like, even when a coach can come out and tell you, why is it that we've, it's almost like some of that shine nationally. It's like Brock Purdy had to come out and prove over and over and over again. I mean, I don't know how many weeks it was before the national media started buying him. But at some point they did. At some point it stopped being about, oh, he's the last pick of the draft, or we've got to continue to see more. I think we all thought we need to see more to know this is who he is forever. But at least for last season, the run he was on, the hotness in which he had caught, whatever streak he was in the middle of, I think people had started to buy into it, but it's like because of the injury in the offseason, it's like all that's kind of forgotten. What happened to all the love around Brock Purdy's success from last year from the national perspective? Because it's like no matter what Mayoko said there, Eisen wasn't going to buy into, yeah, absolutely, he's the starter. It doesn't make any sense.
It all goes back to draft position. You're still wondering if the bubble's going to burst. Is he that good? Is it just the talent around him? Like, my answer to that has always been, well, who cares? If your job as a quarterback is to score and you utilize all the talent you have at your disposal, what are you supposed to not use some of it? Yeah, I'm not going to use McCaffrey here because I want to throw. I can throw it down the middle to Kittle. Like, what? You're going to score as quickly and as efficiently as you can. That's what you're going to do. That's what you get paid to do. So I don't know why people, well, I do know why they question. Like I said, they're waiting for the bubble to pop. And, I mean, to some extent, I'm still not completely certain. Last year wasn't high water, but I doubt it. I saw enough at Iowa State. Guy's got moxie. He's a little more athletic than you think. He's got moxie, see? Yeah, he's a little more athletic than you think he is. And he just gets it. He knows how to play. So does he have deficiencies? Yeah, if he didn't, he wouldn't have been drafted the last player in the draft. So, but that's why people are always wondering, is this real? He got drafted really low. I wonder if this is real.
And conversely, with Trey, it's the same thing, right? Is it? Well, he was number 3, and because we haven't seen enough of him, like we didn't get a full season of. Anytime a guy's drafted number 1 or number 2 or number 3 overall like that, and they come out for a year and they just fall flat on their face, or they throw a bunch of picks, and you don't see enough to believe they're going to be something, you go, okay, maybe he's just a flop. He didn't work. Geno Smith, good example of that. There's a million of those guys.
Well, I think what happens, at least my perception of it, is when you get drafted high, there's a reason you got drafted that high. So if you don't play well in the first couple years, people want to give you reasons why they still can play well.
Because they've seen it before.
When you get drafted low, there's a reason you get drafted low. So even if you play well,
they've got reasons.
They're going to give you reasons why you're not going to continue to play well. I don't know why you can't just watch what you see and base it off. Like, this thing it'd be so much more interesting if people forgot, like in Men in Black, poof. Yeah. People like, I don't even know where he's drafted.
Under this light right here?
Yeah. So if you didn't know where a person was drafted, how much different would they get treated? By the media, by everyone. If no one had any idea where they got drafted, all they had to go on was what they see on the field.
Like, we just get a plop of players every year, and they say, hey, the Niners only had 4 draft picks this year. Here's the 4 guys. We're not telling you where they were picked. Yep. We didn't even know what rounds the Niners had their draft picks in. Could have been 4, 5, 6. Could have been, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 5th. Could have been a 1st and a 4th.
Here they are. Judge them. Judge them by how they go out there and play.
It would be wild. I'll tell you how I judge Trey. Probably third-string quarterback on this team, based on what we've seen. I mean, it's just we haven't seen the development there, which is why I don't really have I think I have an okay time pulling myself back from the draft picks because I've seen what I've seen. I know Brock was better for the team, and I think most smart football fans and people around here know that. Mm-hmm. The storylines that are out there are far different than what we're actually talking about with the Niners. Because come week 1, September 10th, when you're out there in Pittsburgh watching the Niners play Mike Tomlin's Steelers, it's going to be Brock Purdy. He'll be the quarterback, and he's going to have to, I mean, barring injury, it would have to get really, really, really bad, I think, for him to not be the starter. And that's what Kyle's saying. He'd have to melt in practice to lose it. And he's not that kind of guy. He's capable of doing the nuts and bolts.
Yeah, I mean, I do not believe he is. Again, it bears monitoring. There's no question.
Yeah.
about that. It's not the same as, let's say, Trevor Lawrence when he had a good year. He didn't really have a good year under Urban Meyer. Yeah. But last year, you could see it coming. But those were, again, he was the number 1 draft pick, and he looks the part. Great hair. And when he plays well, you're like, okay, we expected that. We expected that because of who he is, what he accomplished in college, and where he was drafted. Again, no matter where you're drafted, they come with expectations. Like Warner didn't have great expectations. 3rd rounder. Greenlaw didn't have great expectations as 5th rounder, I believe. All of a sudden they're great. It's like, oh my gosh.
George Kittle goes a Hall of Famer.
Oh, it's incredible. So you watch him play, but those positions are different than quarterback. Because if like you're a good tight end, all of a sudden you're not going to be a bad tight end. Like what happened? He forgot to catch. He can't catch anymore. He can't block anymore. Like you can do those things. You can do those things, and that pretty much goes for just about every position except for quarterback, which is a little bit different. It happens a lot in basketball. Was he that player we saw last year? Like Jeremy Lin. Jeremy Lin had an incredible run. Like probably a 2-month run. They got him a really nice contract.
Maybe like $40 million or something, or
it's like 39, something like that. And then all of a sudden, poof, wasn't very good. He was what everybody thought he was. That's what everybody's waiting for. Like, is this real, or is he the guy that got cut by the Warriors? The Warriors had him in summer league and let him go.
He was on the bench.
Is he that guy, or is he this guy? Well, I think it was the Rockets that paid to find out, and they found out it was the former. He was the first guy. Wasn't the Knicks guy. He was the other guy. But everybody is wondering, like, when somebody comes out of nowhere, undrafted free agent, 2nd rounder, let's say in the NBA, maybe even late 1st rounder, NFL, your 5th rounder or later, people are going to look and go, I wonder. I wonder if that's who he is, or he's... Here's the one thing you never know, though. You never know because they don't judge it in the combine. It's impossible to judge it. How big of a heart a guy has, how much he loves the sport. Like, is making it to the big leagues good enough, or does he want more? Does he want to be better? Does he want to be a difference maker? Does he want to be a 10-year vet? Or did he make it to the big leagues, get his signing bonus, he's good, and now it's like time to relax, time to chill? You don't know that. And look, if scouts knew that, they wouldn't make as many mistakes, because that's just something you could never gauge on somebody. But yes, when you get drafted lower, people are going to be skeptical until they're absolutely sure, like, okay, this guy's the real guy. He's the real deal. This is the way it is. And guess what? It doesn't matter to Purdy, doesn't matter to the team, doesn't matter to Shanahan.
Yeah, who cares where they were drafted? Like I said, it's like the money in 2010. Like I said, who cares that Tim Lincecum was making $500,000?
Fans do for some reason.
Making 26. Who cares?
I don't know why fans care. Like if I would have like hypnotized everybody and tell you that Purdy was a 1st-round draft pick and Lance was the last player taken in the draft, would you care?
No, I wouldn't. I'd say cut him now. Give us the roster spot. Yeah,
you got a quarterback.
Number one, who cares?
Thank you. It looks like you have a quarterback that could lead you deep in the playoffs, maybe to the Super Bowl. Like, why do you care where he came from?
It's like that idiot Giants fan I argued with on Bart in 2014, where he's like, "Yeah, but that Barry Zito contract sucked." I was like, "Dude, they won the World Series tonight for the 3rd time. Why are you mad about this Zito?" Yeah, that idiot Giants fan. I'm still talking about him years later. He pissed me off. It really got to me because I was like, we're like high-fiving each other. And he's like, "Yeah, too bad that Zito contract sucked." I was like, "What? Guy's been gone for 2 years and he won 2 rings. What are you talking about? Who cares? You spent the money to win the titles and you got it. You spent the draft picks to get a quarterback and you got one.
I don't care."
You wouldn't be mad if they missed out on the last pick of the draft, but you're really, really upset about what could have been with the 3rd rounder. Anyway, we got more to get to on this. We're actually going to catch up, by the way, with Dave Fleming, who was the bat boy for the first 3 innings of the game last night. Don't forget, he was the bat boy because of a punishment for finishing last in the Fantasy Football League for the Giants. One of our favorite things to talk about, fantasy football punishments. A little bit of reaction to Dave as the bat boy, and then he's going to join us coming up at 3:50. Still to come, an NBA grab bag this afternoon as well. Yeah. It is Tolbert and Copes Tuesday afternoon
NBA
only here
grab bag.
on The Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Alex Kugelman and the Kugelman Law Team at sftaxteam.com. Are tax issues keeping you up at night? That's all you can think about. Don't want to go to the mailbox? IRS. Don't answer the door? IRS. Don't answer the phone? IRS. That's all you're waiting for, because you know the IRS does not forget. And if you have tax issues, they will be coming sooner rather than later, but eventually they'll make it around to you. Look, Alex has spent his career helping people resolve all these types of issues, from the ones that keep you up at night to the ones that keep you up all week. You want to get rid of that. Drop that bag of stress. Get rid of it. Let him help you do it. Schedule a consultation with Alex. He'll talk you through it. You'll have a roadmap to where you're going. There will be a light at the end of the tunnel. There will be a way out of this. He's done it forever. This is what he does. Let him help you. The first step is scheduling that consultation. That's sftaxteam.com, or just Google Kugelman Law, Kugelman, your tax and crypto attorneys. Alexander Kugelman, managing attorney, 21 Tamil Vista Boulevard, Suite 202, Corte Madera, California, 94925. This paid endorsement does not constitute a guarantee or prediction of result.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm not sure it's ever been done before. And I mean, look, quite frankly, doing this and getting the approval went all the way to Manfred's office.
Wow. Oh, my gosh.
I mean, it's not just something that you can, well, hey, let's grab somebody out of the stands to be a bat boy. All the way to the commissioner's office. And part of it was because we interviewed him and he had a microphone on, and you want to be discreet because you never know what could be said. Right? So everybody checked the boxes and off Dave went and he was smiling the whole time. So, and I know he had a good time.
Well, that was certainly the highlight of the ball game last night, and beat down by the Rays of the Giants.
It wasn't hard to be the highlight.
No, it wasn't. Dude, the broadcaster acting as bat boy was the highlight of the game.
Yes.
Okay.
Easily.
And easily the highlight after 18 hits banged out by the Rays. I think safe to say Dave is never allowed to be the bat boy again.
Yeah, a lot of hits while he was down there.
We were kind of thinking to go the other way. Actually, it was 3 shutout innings, though, wasn't it?
They scored 3 in the third.
Did they score in the third? Oh, is that when they scored?
It was
the top
3 in the
third,
2 in the 5th, and that's when they kind of started
well, Dave, I mean,
getting extension.
You have to wear this then,
Yeah.
You have to wear this one. Yeah. Oh, no. It was scoreless through 3.
Was it 3?
It was 4 in the third, 2 in the 5th.
Okay, you're right. I should just listen to you.
1 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, 2 in the... Dude, they just peppered them
through. So it's 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th?
That's right. 3 in the 4th, 2 in the 5th. The Giants battled back, getting 1 in the bottom of the 5th.
Like a man with orthopedic shoes, I stand corrected.
There you go. Nicely done. Giants did match them on errors with 1 apiece.
Very nice.
Anyway, Dave Fleming.
Okay.
That was the punishment. You brought up a good point, because I guess Farhan's in the league. And was this the same punishment for everybody? Couldn't have been.
Yeah, it's hard to believe Farhan would have been out there being the bat boy.
Sorry, Crawford, you're not playing today. You're the bat boy. You know what I mean? Like, well, I don't think that's going down. I also love that, like, Kype is on Flem's team. Flem's like, yeah, but Kype wasn't going to.
Well, it's funny because Kype was on. We since we knew about that, Kype was on the air, and Kype said, yeah, he was on the. Dave Fleming was on the losing fantasy team, so he
didn't even take credit for it.
And I texted him. I go, didn't you forget to include somebody on that? I go, wasn't there somebody else on that team? And he goes, yeah, me. I go, despicable. Just despicable.
Not going to give credit or credence to the last place finish. So,
but Kruko said it later on in the game. He goes, so you guys get to stay in the league. So I don't know. Maybe it was said at some point and I missed it, but I don't think so.
Maybe they brought it up.
I was dialed in early on. I wanted to see
I wanted to make
David
sure I
B. Fleming. Yes.
So I mean, pretty good punishment. I still have to pay up, and we'll have to get with Digital and figure out when I'm going to pay up my Angels-Giants series bet with you. I'll have to do that.
Right.
We also need to come up, I think, I don't know if we need a big one, but I think we should have a little good punishment for a last-place finish this year. It's the second year of the league with the free Gruden Fantasy League that you guys have put on with your friends.
Not while I'm in the league.
No? No punishments while you're there?
No punishment.
I mean, because I was dead last year, and I had nothing, no punishment at all.
Didn't you like that?
Nothing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but I also was like, come on. I don't got to do nothing?
Nothing.
I got to do nothing.
How about winning?
Not an extra $50.
You lose. Nobody cares.
Yeah. We've talked about some good ones in the past.
If you want to kick in the kitty, go ahead.
No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it without preseason mandates. No, without a preseason agreement. The one I always talk about that I love is that Waffle House one, where a guy, and they've talked about this a bunch. I know Chris Long, former NFL lineman, has talked about this one where loser of the league goes to a 24-hour Waffle House. You're going to spend 24 hours there, but you get to shave an hour off for every waffle you eat in said Waffle House. So 10 waffles, you're only there for 14 hours.
That's a long time.
That's a lot of waffles, dude. Yeah, I would peel off, I think, 3 or 4 up front.
Dude.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. 10 waffles.
That's a lot of waffles.
I don't want to sit on the Waffle House toilet once.
I'm making waffles.
You eat 10 waffles. You're going there multiple times. Like,
Shrek, dude?
Man.
Yeah.
That's brutal. I think my favorite one was the guy that had to qualify for the U.S. Open.
I got that in front of me. This is
like
my
24 handicap or something.
Here's the story.
That was brutal.
We should probably tell Dave Fleming about this when he joins us in a few minutes. So here's the deal. This is we found this last year.
That was rough.
This is our absolute favorite.
Well, not rough for him, rough for the people that are trying to qualify for the U.S. Open.
So dude finishes last in his fantasy football league. He's out in Kansas. They're holding a U.S. Open qualifying event at the Oakwood Country Club in Kansas City. So this is actually in Missouri.
Yeah.
But just minutes before the tee time, this guy Cole Gritton and Thomas Henson, they were actual amateurs who were trying to qualify for the event. They might have been professionals, I guess. I guess it could have been amateurs. A man, just minutes before their tee time, a man came ambling up with his caddy, they say. He was carrying a large bag filled with Kirkland golf clubs. Bought from Costco, all right? So the man's name was John Eckert. He was no professional. He was just a guy who had a bad fantasy football season. So loser in this league, the punishment was he had to try to qualify for a U.S. Open golf tournament, or for the U.S. Open golf tournament, right? So the issue here is that you have to jump through a bunch of amateur stuff or qualify as a professional. He lied on the thing and
they manipulated his handicap somehow. I don't know how they did it because you do that on a computer.
Well, I read something else that the handicap is something that has to be registered with the USGA.
Yes.
I don't think they manipulated because that's where you have to hit qualifications. They faked him as a professional was the story that I had read previously. So that they bypassed. He snuck into qualifier by registering himself as a professional player that allowed him to bypass the USGA's requirement of amateurs having a handicap of 1.4 or lower. As a result, he's already lost his amateur status and he has been banned from any USGA event, right? So the guys who are on the hole waiting for him to get here, there's quotes in this article. They say he comes over to hole 10, hits his tee shot 10 feet. He's 5 over after 2. His caddy looks at us and goes, "We are so sorry."
So I know that's my
That's
favorite.
my favorite line.
Yo, man, we're sorry.
He lost. The caddy says he lost a fantasy football bet. And his punishment is he has to play. The message from one of Eckert's partners. There's a text message here that says, "Quote: Absolutely no joke. Me and my playing partner. Absolutely no joke to me and my playing partner. Terrible punishment. Not fun to play with." But one hell of a story to tell now, says the guy. He says he played the U.S. Open local tourney today, teed off in the first hole. My playing partner wasn't there. The word is he went to the wrong tee. He went to 1. They started on 10, right? Hits his tee shot 10 feet. He lost a fantasy football bet, and he has to play. Terrible punishment. Great story to tell now. So he began his day cold. They say he finished the first 13 holes 35 over. However, on the last 5 holes, he made 3 shots for par, 1 bogey, and a quad bogey. So he started to put it together a little bit. He lost likely between 15 and 20 balls. They said the number was, they said it was pretty high. On the 72, par 72 course, he finished with a 112. Is what he finished. Among the golfers who did not withdraw, he was dead last, 40 over par, 4 shots below the next worst golfer, and 21 shots behind the third worst golfer. So, quote, I've been to a few fantasy football leagues myself, and there's some weird stuff, but nothing like this, he went on to say. So that was that's probably the best punishment I've heard of.
That's an incredible
That's a pretty
punishment.
good one.
The only thing the story didn't tell us was how the golfers played that were playing with him. I hope they played okay. I hope they just kind of took it in stride. Because those guys are trying to qualify.
Rhythm can mess you, dude.
Open.
Rhythm can screw you there, dude.
I mean, that's brutal. Yeah, the ones that I don't like, tattoos. You get a tattoo finishing last.
Come on, I don't know about
here.
a tat for life. I got 0 tattoos either. That would be a first for me.
Ain't happening. Yeah. Get a tattoo for finishing last in your fantasy league. Well, what did we do? What was the bet we had with that Rod and Larry had, that Larry had to wear thongs in for 2 straight weeks?
Oh, that was gnarly, dude. That was a home run bet, I thought, between he and Willard. Was that like a bet, home run bet?
No, it was between this one.
Like a run scored, maybe.
Was it between Willard
and Rod?
Maybe it was.
And he had to wear that thong, dude.
Yeah,
that was gnarly, dude.
I had no say so in the bet. I go, hey, how about this for a punishment?
Yeah, how about this? How about you wear a
thong? And they decided yes.
Dude, I love that. When you can throw something in that you have nothing to do with and you can get them going on it, because then you're there for all the enjoyment. How about this? This is wild.
Every day he'd come in and he had the thong over his hip bone. It was bro, come on, bro.
That's gross.
Yeah, don't do that.
That's pretty gross. Yeah, but he probably threw boxers on over it, too. There's some briefs over there. 415 on the text. This one's wild. 415 says, Copes, there was a punishment that this loser had to go to a dog days at the park wearing a Vic jersey. Come on, dude. You can't do that. Go to a, and he says, dude, you had to walk around with a leash and a collar, but no dog. That is messed up, dude. That is, I mean, dude, you might people might turn on you. You know what I mean? I don't want to be out there. Dogs you see that guy? You see that guy wearing that jersey? That's not cool, man. Anyway.
Oh, man.
That's pretty wild. I don't think I've been in one with a great punishment. For I know the B. Smith one that you guys had was great. I can't remember which bet that was, where he had to get the Rams head, the Rams helmet.
That was the Niners over.
That was the dyed into his, where he had the helmet
the chin
dyed.
Strap.
Oh, dude, the chin strap dyed white. That was incredible. He had the Rams horn dyed into the side of his head, dude.
The chin strap was incredible. Yeah, he rode Bart home.
So Brian Smith used to be the board operator for the show, dude. He had to wear his sister's a hairstylist also, right? And so he and Tom made a bet. He lost the bet. He had to wear he basically had to get shaved into his goatee, his beard that was connected to his hair. He had to make it all like a Rams football helmet. Yes. And so he had the head dyed. He had the Ram horns. Dyed and carved in. And then the chin strap into the goatee, dude, it was all dyed white like it was the chin strap of the helmet.
It was amazing.
It's a pretty bad look, dude. It's a pretty bad look. 707 says still too soon for the Vic joke. Is it? Is it too soon? It's 15 years, Guy's on TV. Guy's you know what I mean? The guy's an analyst for the NFL. He did his time. I think we're at
I don't want to wear a thong.
I think we're at exactly the appropriate
but he did.
amount of time, dude.
But he did.
That's not good, yeah. Somebody said, you should have had to wear the Ron Mexico jersey to
Ronnie Mexico.
We will talk to Dave Fleming when we come on back about his punishment last night, having to be the bad boy. They'll have to come up with a new punishment for this year. I wonder if we'll find out what it is. A lot of times the punishments are kept under wraps for the leagues because they don't want them to get out. This was something pretty harmless, pretty fun. And thank goodness we got it, because otherwise it was just an 18-hit, 10-run outburst for the Tampa Bay Rays. As John Shea said, 10-2 win, and it wasn't even that close. Dave Fleming joins us when we come on back. Giants pregame at 5:45 for Game 2 against the Rays, only here on the Sports Leader. Marcus Thompson joined Murph and Mac this morning and discussed the 49ers QB battle between Trey Lance and Sam Darnold for that number 2 spot. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here, my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, I know this is a stressful question for people. What do they do if they can't pay their taxes?
They call us, and we want to take the stress off of you, put it on us, but we know what to do with it. The bottom line is this. Not being able to pay your taxes is a very common problem, whether it's just this past year because of effects of COVID, or it's been a bunch of years, or you haven't filed the returns. Whatever it is, we'll do everything you need, including if you haven't even filed the returns, we'll file them for you. And then we'll go to the government, and we're going to ask for a deal, a good deal. There's all kinds of good deals, like you just pay them part and they forgive the rest, or you pay in monthly installments, or they forgive the penalty, or they just leave you alone until you're back on your feet. You've lost your job, your business had a problem, somebody in the family's sick. But whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand. Don't ruin your life. Don't let especially some new agent come in and just ruin your life, your business, your family. These problems can be so fixable, and we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. All you have to do is contact us.
Give him a call. Let Steve take care of it for you. Thanks so much, Steve. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Hey, there's our bat boy. Let's go, Walker! You know who that is? That's Dave Fleming, having the time of his life.
He looks like he's having fun.
There's Dave.
He's not going to get a lot of rest. What, did he lose a bet or something?
Yeah, you finished last in fantasy football. You got to be a bet boy.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave. Can you hear us?
I got you.
So you're taking this pretty serious.
I got to hustle, man. You do not want to get in the way of the game. So I'm hustling, yeah.
Yeah, you got about a half a lather going.
I do. I'm going to be icing down after this. I may not make it up for the fourth inning. We'll see.
All right, well
you're making the double flap helmet look fashionable.
Yeah, you are.
Abe suggested hit the showers, go in, get the post-game spread before I come up. What do you think?
John's happy. You know, he's without you, so don't worry about it. All right, go back to work.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
There he was, Dave Fleming. Bat boy last night. which seems sort of funny. And then we just heard the cut from Dwayne Kuiper a few minutes ago talking about how I guess it went all the way up to Major League Baseball front office, like the head offices, where reach Rob Manfred's approval, which he still stinks, but regardless of what his gavel said on this this ruling, it is funny thinking back to literally 20 years ago with 3-year-olds in the dugout. Like it was not it clearly was not a thing that was policed in the way it is now. And Darren Baker is the reason it all changed. I mean, I remember even back then thinking it is bizarre that there are this many little kids. Basically every player that had a kid, he was just hanging in the dugout. And Darren was one of them. And he was like 3 or 4 years old when he ran out and JT had to drag him across home plate. And that could have been really, really bad. Yeah. You got to play at the plate there, and there's a little kid coming in there. I don't know what the reaction is of the players. What Benji Molina behind the plate does, what the umpire does. I mean, JT Snow to drag him and just pick him up. It's one of the legendary moments in World Series history. And then it all changed. And after that, I think the rule became you had to be like 12 or 13 or 13 or 14. And now it's like it's a job. It seems like it's guys in like their 20s or something that are out there doing it.
Yeah, look, you never want to be a part of the story, right? And you hardly ever notice those guys. So if you don't notice them, that means they're doing their job. But yeah, with the new pitch clock, you'll be on top of stuff.
Yeah.
You got to get out there. I mean, look, it's not rocket science, but if you fall asleep, paying attention, and just get caught up in the game, like watching the game, then that's when you're going to fall behind and not do your job.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like if there's in basketball, I guess it would be the guy who wipes the floor.
Yep.
Towel guy.
Yeah, we've seen that all the time where they go out to wipe the floor and then the ball gets stolen.
Yep.
And then they're coming down. He's hightailing it. Like we've seen it occasionally where the guy gets caught on the floor. But it's not like, hey, I'm out here watching the game. It's I got a job to do and I got to get it done.
Dave Fleming joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Dave, what's up, man? How are you?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
We're good, man. How you feeling today? Any soreness? You stretched out, feeling good?
No, I felt great. I went to my normal workout appointment today, so I came out of it pretty darn good. Maybe if I'd gone the full 9, it might be a different story, but I bailed.
Well, unfortunately, like you did a great job. Unfortunately, you were the highlight yesterday, and that was not supposed to be the case.
Correct. And the whole idea of this, maybe not the whole idea. The whole idea was to humiliate me, which I don't think worked.
No, it did not work.
Humiliated.
You did not at all.
I think I pulled it off to where I wasn't a complete idiot. But the other point of it, I think, from like Gabe and Farhan's perspective, they were totally cool with me doing it because I was a little sheepish to ask them, like, is this cool with you guys? And I think they were happy to have a little levity. You know, this team right now. And it happens when things aren't going great. You just start to grind it out, and it's a sport where it's just that's hard way to go. And so I think everybody was kind of hoping, it would loosen the mood a little bit, and maybe it did for a few innings. When you're facing a guy like the pitcher they had, it's you can have all the giggles you want. You still got to hit that dude. So yeah, it was. I mean, we definitely did not want it to be the highlight of the night.
No, well, I thought it was a little over the top. Like in the bottom of the third, I could hear you in the dugout going, "Let's go! Don't be afraid to mix in some hits. Here we go. Here we go. Hey, what do you think?"
I did ask Austin Jin, who did such a good job shepherding me through the whole thing, the normal Giants home bad boy. I said, can I cheer a little bit down here? He goes, sure, you can. So I cheered.
Well, there wasn't a whole lot to cheer for. But hey, like you did your job. When you left, it was 0-0. So what are you going to do?
I thought so. And no delays. There was no awkwardness. I mean, I do think a couple of those Rays guys were looking at me like, Who is running on the field? I know.
What's up with this
Meckler
dude?
I mean, poor Meckler. Meckler is making his major league debut, and he walks in the dugout 10 minutes before the game to make his final preparations, and there I am bouncing around, goofy, smiling with everybody. He's like, "Well, huh? This is the big leagues."
Oh, that's hilarious.
Well, how about that moment? You're down there for Wade Meckler's first big league at bat. I mean, you're out there. He's making plays in center field. I know he didn't have the knocks yesterday or anything, but kid's got a look on him. I mean, he's kind of looks like he's a modern day 1800s ball player with the mustache.
He does. He's got a look. He's definitely got a style of play, and I think everybody loves a guy who And in his case, it's just like the 100 miles an hour, grind out at bats, dive, get dirty. I mean, I think he's a player who Giants fans are going to absolutely love. If he can hit enough to stay at this level, I think Giants fans are going to fall in love with this guy. Super intense, very serious about what he does, plays with a huge amount of intent, almost like the opposite personality of Luis Matos, who, and that's not a criticism of Matos. I think, for Matos, it's a skill to be able to be so calm and even keeled, even on the big stage. This kid's the opposite. I will say, he's not a big guy. He is a little dude, and you can see why he got stereotyped his whole career. Going back to high school, had a great senior year in Southern California, playing at the highest possible level of high school baseball. Crickets, no offers, nothing. Like no interest from colleges whatsoever. Guy was 90 pounds as a freshman in high school. And so he's a true underdog story, and he could play, man. I think he's going to have a nice career, and I think he's going to really be a fan favorite.
Tell us a little bit about the interactions you had with Bill Miller, the home plate umpire.
Yeah, we had a lot of interactions. That was maybe my most nervous thing all day was waiting for the umpire assignments to see who the new crew was going to be, because I thought, if I get a kind of a hard ass, that could make it tough on me. And I got the exact opposite. I mean, Bill Miller is the most affable guy probably in the whole game. He's a Northern California native. He and I have known each other for a long time.
Oh, nice.
That was the perfect match for me. So first time out there was like, oh, okay, pretty good hustle there. Next time was like, you're getting the hang of this. Good job. Then the next time was, how about you take off that and put my gear on and call an inning, call some balls and strikes. So I was like, no, that will not be happening.
That would have been awesome if you'd have told him, give me the mask. I'll do it.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm game.
I work on my. And then by the end, it was like, "How are your kids?" Well, tell me what's going on. So the whole thing.
That's awesome.
Turned into a running dialogue. I did feel like, hey man, he knows me. If I can get him in a good mood, like maybe this could. Didn't make any difference.
Didn't at all.
No,
at all.
Talking to Dave Fleming on the Yuma guest line. Looking back, and I was saying to Tom, 20 years ago is when it all changed. Darren Baker in the 2002 World Series. I mean, it's wild to look back at what the responsibilities are now for a bat boy, and to think that there were 4 and 5-year-olds doing it during World Series games.
Correct. And now little Darren wasn't taking all the responsibilities of a bat boy.
Of course.
but still, it feels like an era from a long time ago. And I said it on the post game last night. That was one of my big takeaways was how much those kids have on their plate. And they're not really kids, they're young adults, but still they're not big league ball players, and they are responsible almost as much as the umpires for the game moving along slowly. And it's an amazing thing what those guys do day after day, to pay attention to every single pitch, no delays. The players don't want delays. People in the stands don't want delays. You're picking up equipment, you're clearing the field, you're getting those balls to the umpire, keeping the ball count for the umpire. There is literally not a second to sit back and soak it in. You have to concentrate every moment of the game. And I really was I walked away very impressed at the job those guys do.
So let's talk a little bit about the team. I get the feeling right now that the Giants right now are like skiers on a mountain. And the next, 11 games and the previous 4 are like an avalanche. And it's just starting to break free. And they're just going to try to survive, not get buried by this avalanche. And it's daunting, Dave, because this offense has been brutal. And I know we've talked about it over and over and over again. We're not really breaking new ground here, but I don't know where can it come from? Like what do they need? Because it's not going to be with these teams. You might be able to pitch, but when you get the Rays, the Phillies, and the Braves, you're not going to hold these teams in check. I mean, you're going to have to score 4, 5, 6 runs in these games, and right now that just seems highly unlikely with the teams they're playing. And even if they don't have great pitching on the hill, they did last night. Glasnow has been fantastic the last month or so. but they're not even hitting average pitching right now. So that's why I said going into this stretch, this is daunting, and they just need to find a way to survive this.
Yeah, I think it's the right. I agree with you. I mean, even if you start tonight and count forward through when the Braves come back here, if you're around 500 for that set of games, I think you did great. I do.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're a game or two below 500 over that stretch, you survived it. They have to guard against getting buried. Now, that's not the attitude down in the clubhouse. Those guys still believe, hey, we're the team we showed the first couple months that won 10 in a row and was scoring as many runs as anybody in the big leagues and hitting all these home runs. So they believe it's in there. What can they do to do? I mean, it has to be the veterans. I mean, it has to come from Conforto's swinging the bat much better, but it can't be just one. It's got to be Conforto and Jock and Lamont and JD. And Wilmer's got to keep doing what he's doing. Crawford's got to pick it up. Brandon's had a really rough stretch here. They rely on him to give that lineup some depth. Brandon comes up in a lot of big spots at the bottom of the order, and so those have dried up too. And all those guys know it, but you can't keep hoping that it's going to be Schmidt and Matos and Bailey and now Meckler and those guys. They're here to get their feet wet, try to contribute, provide some energy, play some defense. That's not what is going to outslug the Braves and the Phillies and the Rays. And so I think you're right. You got to expect to score. If you're not scoring 5 in these road parks, I don't want to say you have no chance, but your chances of winning are not good against those teams. They aren't. And how can they do that? Those veterans have to get it going. They just do. And that's what's frustrating about all of this is that there's no button to push or move to make. It's like, here are guys, where without Yastrzemski, that hurts because Yaz definitely gives them some more depth. Put Slater in there too. Like Slater against lefties, he's Mr. Reliable, and for a month he's not hit lefties. So even those pinch hit at bats where the Giants have been so good late in games, those have kind of gone away. Like all those players, and they know it, but they gotta produce.
You think we see Kyle Harrison as soon as tomorrow, potentially?
I didn't get that sense before last night. After Beck's outing, I walked away from the ballpark thinking, possible. Rays probably aren't a great team for Kyle, although, I don't think his stuff, I don't think the Giants are like micromanaging to that degree with him or with anybody. But the Rays, last night they ran out 9 right-handed hitters. That's pretty impressive when you can do that. But pitching at home would be an advantage. I don't know. I mean, it did occur to me that it's possible that we could see him at some point after Beck. And I feel bad for Beck. Beck's been great, and last night he was way better than those numbers would indicate, way better. But when you have an outing like that and you have an option, you are vulnerable if a team feels like they need some pitching depth.
That was rough. Like somebody throwing the towel. Jeez. I mean, I know they needed innings, but that's the thing. If you're going to keep doing this, which they're going to keep doing it, I don't know that they have any other choices. There are times where you have to do that because you might do it. They're going to probably do it again tonight. I mean, what's the most Junis could give him? 4, maybe 5 if he's like exemplary. Probably 3 is what you're looking at, but 4. So you keep doing that. That's rough because if you get a stretch of games, a week or 2 of games where it doesn't go in your favor, then you're going to be really beat up.
Yeah, they've relied. This whole thing has worked because Beck and Wynn before he got hurt and Walker and Junis and Minaya have all done their jobs almost every time. Almost every time. That's how it works. And if you and even you could say Beck did his job last night in that he did, he gave him some bulk.
Yeah.
And so give the kid credit for doing that. Yeah, you look back at the inning where they scored those first runs, the ball that went through the right side that would have been the third out and no run score was about the weakest hit ball that scored a run all year. I mean, he did it. He had some bad – it happens sometimes. And that's what I love about Tristan Beck is he does not complain. He doesn't whine. He doesn't beg out of the game. He doesn't look over the dugout like who's coming to get me. He just keeps going. And I I really admire that about him. I think he's going to have a long career because of that attitude.
I have liked him. That's a good point about him. His demeanor does seem to be the same. Yeah, the one that he kicked yesterday, and he just kind of threw that lob over to first base, and then he just kind of walked back to the mound, and it was like usually with a young guy, you see him wear that a little bit or shake his head. He's just not a guy that wears the emotion. I think he waved off the trainer, and I was like, oh, so he's fine. Yeah, he's totally good there.
He's got the mental part down.
That's good.
And he's got good stuff. He's had a hard time. He had it in Anaheim. That sweeper wasn't working, and I know we've laughed about the sweeper, but with him, it really is true. Like, he's got that really hard slider and then the much slower, whatever you want to call it, slurve or sweeper. And when they're not both working, he's a different pitcher. The two of them in tandem are great weapons, and he's been fighting that a little bit.
Do you think they'll need Harrison before the season ends, or do you think they're okay with what they have?
Yeah, I think they will. I think they would. I have a feeling. Now, look, Kyle still hasn't. He's had one great outing now. This most recent one was awesome.
Yeah.
But even the one before that, he comes off the injury list. He walks the first 4 batters that he faces. Now, he missed a bunch of time, and he righted the ship and dominated after that. But that's what the Giants have told him. You're going to come up here when you just show us that you're going to throw strikes, and then you'll be here. But even if he does, let's say his next time out down there, he throws strikes and looks great again, you do have to knock, and it's probably going to be, right, it's going to be either Walker or Beck, because those are the only guys who have options available. You don't want to lose anybody else. So it's going to be one of those two guys who get knocked off the roster. And, I mean, maybe now you could argue Beck has had a couple of rough outings and you try to give Kyle a chance, but Walker's been super valuable. It's hard. It's like we're taking one of those guys off the team right now. So I think, unless they really, really need him, when the rosters expand in September by 2, that's when I would guess we'll see him.
Yeah. And look, we can talk pitching all we want, but it's hitting.
You gotta hit.
I mean, that's what it is. They gotta hit. Has there been anything, and maybe he's hit better than I remember him hitting, and I'll look here just in a minute, but J.D. Davis, is there something there? I guess everybody's kind of struggled, so it's really, I could talk about everybody like this.
He's sitting down tonight. Flores at third tonight.
The Flores at third? I know he was out last night, right? Sick?
Yeah.
Flores was sick?
Yeah.
Suck it up. You're the only guy that can hit. Get out there.
I know. He had this ear infection, and it was like his balance was off. It was, it was one of those where,
that's a problem.
That is a problem.
That's a problem.
That is a problem. So hopefully Wilmer's feeling better. I'm sure that's still a kind of 50-50. He's in the initial lineup. Wait and make sure he's feeling all right. Yeah, I think if you're going to speculate, and this would be pure speculation, JD's playing every day, and it sure looks like he's hit a wall a little bit, and JD's a really physical, strong dude, tough dude. So I don't think that it's not for lack of conditioning and strength. It's more like, when's the last time you'd have to go back 4 or 5 years to where, and even then he probably never has played this much continuously for a full year. And I think no matter how much work you put in, if your body's not used to that, I think that would be my guess, is that they're going to have to back off him a little bit and just try to freshen him up with some more regular off days. And you're probably going to see Wilmer play third some more than he has for that very reason. Just try to get GD as fresh as he can be, because he's a good player. What was he, third in the big leagues last year in hard hit percentage? The guy knows how to get the barrel of the bat on the ball. He didn't forget that this month. But when your bat looks a little slow like it has, you're swinging through fastballs, to me, just pure speculation, that's a sign of just some fatigue setting in.
Yeah. You know what I think they might do? They might start piggybacking third baseman.
You know what? The Giants try everything, and they will try. I think, all jokes aside, I think Wilmer's going to play more over there now and let JD pinch hit, and then Wilmer can slide over to first or whatever, and JD's going to play maybe 4 times a week as opposed to 6 or 7, and see if after a week or so maybe his body starts to bounce back a little bit.
You go to opening third baseman, Tom. That's what Tom. Tom just he's just trying to poke. He's needling now.
He'll be my featured third baseman.
See, now he's needling. Now he's poking at us. You know.
I knew what you were doing, and I gave a serious answer.
I appreciate it, Dave. You're a pro.
The man went to Stanford. It's not like I was deceiving him with my Tucson jokes.
Dude, yeah, with your Tucson humor.
My Tucson humor.
Wow. George Carlin there, man. Lots of layers.
Yeah, big time, Dave. You got to sift through it. You got to sift through it.
Well, Dave, maybe we'll talk to you in about what, hour and a half or so? Maybe?
I think Dave's done with this.
Today to see if I haven't looked at the schedule today, but it could be that I'll be occupied at that time.
I think Dave's done with us for the time being.
Always happy to talk to you. Always.
And we always
great,
love talking to you. And well done last night. That was a lot of fun. You did great. It was what it should have been. There was no mess ups. You didn't disrupt the game. You had a good time, and it was seamless. And I thought, like you said, if they were trying to embarrass you, mission failed. Did not work.
Mission failed. I think we can all agree that it wasn't a disaster. Whatever you think about it, I was a little nervous that it was just going to be a disaster, and I survived. So
well, I will let you know on your behalf. When Kype said because you were the ball boy, you came in last in the fantasy team, and that was a punishment. And I texted him. I go, "Whoa, Dave came in last." I go, "Wasn't there somebody else on that team?"
Yeah. And did you get a response from that or no?
He goes, "Me." I go, "That's just despicable." I go, "That's despicable." Me.
I know we got to go here, but I will say the worst part about this whole thing is I've had like the fantasy podcast calling me to hey, you want to come on and we'll talk about why you finished last? And I'm like, everybody thinks I'm like a terrible
and it wasn't you.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike Tirico texted me and goes, I can give you some tips if you need some help. I'm like, Mike, save it, please.
Did you see?
The worst part about this is everybody's going, you finished last?
Yeah, right.
Great.
You made like Good Morning America this morning or something too, Dave. They picked you as like an honorary something or other this morning on GMA. Somebody tagged me in and said, make sure Dave knows this. Dave is making.
I did not know that. MVP may be the best thing in sports last night.
Best thing he saw.
Play of the day on GMA. There you go. Good Morning America had you as their play of the day.
Well done, Dave.
Pretty good. Good deal.
Van Pelt goes, well, that's the best watch any Bad Boys ever worn. That's probably true.
Nicely done.
Oh, man. Have a good one, Dave.
See you, Dave.
Take it easy.
Talk to you guys soon.
Good stuff there. A lot of fun with Dave last night. And we will have Giants pregame coming up in about an hour and a half, 5:45. Giants and the Rays getting you ready for game 2. We'll see how this one goes down. Jacob Junis taking the ball against former Giant Zach Littell. When we come on back, the award-winning, it's the only segment with the best bag in sports. It's the NBA Grab Bag. It's coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
The Giants' struggles continued last night as they lost to the Rays 10-2. That story and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime. We all know the games can get pretty unpredictable. That's why we love sports. It's the best reality TV going. What you don't need in your Wi-Fi connection is unpredictability. You need a strong, stable, reliable Wi-Fi connection, which is what you get with Xfinity 10G network. That's right. You want the reliability. When you're watching your games, you don't want the ball to be up in the air. It's 4th and 10. Oh, loser. You didn't even get to see it. From football to football, everything in between. Hockey, baseball, basketball, all there. You want to watch it, you want to stream it, and you want it streaming seamlessly. All the big plays, all the drama, all the excitement. You can stream it without missing a beat. Looking for even more entertainment? The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network.
That sound means one thing and one thing only. It's time for another NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Damn right it is. Tuesday afternoon for an NBA grab bag today. Usually the NBA grab bag starts in the NBA, not today. Not today it doesn't. Today it starts in the NFL, or rather in a courthouse where Michael Orr, you see this story yesterday, Tom? This made national news yesterday. Michael Orr, subject of the Academy Award nominated and an Academy Award winning film, The Blind Side, petitioned a court on Monday with allegations that Sean and Leanne Toohey never actually adopted him. Instead, they tricked him into signing a document making them his conservators, enriching themselves, and in control of all of his personal appearances, rights, and financial well-being beyond the age of 18. They are still currently his conservators. He's trying to remove that conservatorship. This has become a thing in the like in Hollywood and in the public eye over the last few years. The Britney Spears one made a whole lot of news a couple of years ago where they wanted to end her conservatorship. Her dad's over her. But this is they pulled an excerpt from his biography from 2011 where he goes on to state, they told me that it was the same thing as adoption, except that it took my age into account. Well, that's true, except that if he were just adopted, he would be in control of his own image and rights and money and all that stuff. Instead, they're in total control of it. Told him that they never got $1 after they signed the contract to do the movie. Turns out they get like 2.5% in perpetuity. The other kids are getting money. He's getting nothing from it. The conservatorship papers were written up by a different lawyer who was like Leanne Tui's friend and the same lawyer that negotiated their own movie deal. It's a whole big mess.
Yeah, if true.
Big.
That's a bad look.
Big if true.
That's a bad look.
I said you could thank me later. It's later.
I love when people on Twitter are like, oh, they should take Sandra Bullock's Academy Award away.
Yeah, they should. Just like Reggie Bush. Give it back.
What are you talking about?
It wasn't real.
What did she do? She didn't do anything.
What did Reggie Bush do? It wasn't real. Give it back, Sandra. Give it back.
Doesn't really make much sense to legally adopt.
Who knows?
Oh, see, these are quotes from the movie, huh?
Who knows what happened?
That's Leanne Tui.
But yeah, if it's true, it's brutal.
See number 74? Well, that's my son.
I guess that's my conservator. Yeah.
Are you going to protect the family, Michael?
Oh, man. Well, we have so many of these offhand.
I think the father, Sean Tui, is his name. He said everybody got $14,000. He said they all got $14,000 for doing the movie. That should be pretty easy to check, shouldn't it?
I think it's true. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing: is if they're able to subpoena stuff and get records, like they're gonna be able to prove that they've been making money. The other thing is like they're influential speakers, or they're they go out and they give these talks at schools and at halls and at universities and all this stuff. She's written books, and you're living off of this guy's name and this story. Where if it's not true and you weren't these great people,
yes,
it's fraud.
Yes.
You've completely built this fraudulent empire off of this kid's back. Now, the thing about them only getting money for like $14,000 up front, I don't think that was true. I think they all got a lump sum up front to which he was a part of. The funny thing is they now have split whatever the back end deal is on DVD sales, on whatever the in perpetuity, as Mr. Wonderful would say. He was not cut into that at all, which is so funny because he probably was like down to give you a fifth of it. You know what I mean? Like, he was probably down to cut you in as your kid had you actually adopted him. And apparently he just found this out because he found out that he was like embarrassed finding out he wasn't actually adopted.
Yeah.
Which is, this whole thing is bizarre, but they're going to be able to prove this thing. And
we're going to find out. We're going to find out soon enough.
Is this some sort of white guilt thing?
Thank you.
An actual cut from the movie.
I said you could thank me later.
It's later. Yeah, it's later. It's time to pay up, Michael.
NBA grab bag.
Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. How about this? Marshawn Lynch is going to be a part of the ESPN Slam Ball broadcast. Tom.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if this might be the perfect casting for this role. Next to a Tom Tolbert and a Gus Johnson. I mean,
I think myself and Marshawn should do it together.
That'd be a blast, man.
That'd be incredible.
Have you ever crossed paths with Marshawn?
I have not.
You've not. No interaction with him. Do we have any sound of Marshawn? No audio of Marshawn doing Slam Ball yet. I guess it's coming up. There's Slam Ball's Twitter account.
Take care of y'all bodies. You know what I mean? Don't take care of y'all chicken.
That's all I needed. Yeah, just some Marshawn. Just chime in on the mentals.
Chicken and mentals.
And the bodies and the chicken. How about this? Moving on to the NBA grab bag. Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
It takes us, what the hell?
Cheese Myers can jump, so can Campbell. Watch this.
Cheese Myers.
Cheese
Myers.
Cheese Myers, baby.
Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
To the college football gridiron here in the NBA grab bag, where the AP Top 25 preseason poll is already out. Funny thing about college football preseason, you can just rattle off 10 or 12 teams. You probably just know who they all are. Yep. It's the same every year. It's Georgia, it's Alabama, it's
Ohio State,
it's Clemson. You get Washington in there probably.
Michigan's there.
Yes,
now USC's
Michigan's
back.
there. Notre Dame, will they sprinkle in? Maybe not anymore. Not after last year. 2 years
probably
ago,
in top
maybe.
15, I would think, but maybe not.
Anyway, you're going Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Ohio State 3, Bama 4, LSU 5, USC 6, Penn State 7, Florida State is number 8, Clemson 9, Washington 10, Texas up to number 11. How about...
Is Texas back?
Dude, the sadness and the head shake of a Derek Papa. Just
Derek.
No, they're not. They're not back. Texas number 11. They're up from number 14 here. Tennessee is number 12. Notre Dame number 13. You were right there. 14 Utah. 15 Oregon. 16 Kansas State. 17 TCU. 18 Oregon State. 19 Wisconsin. 20 Oklahoma. North Carolina, Ole Miss, A&M. Tulane is number 24. The Green Wave. And then Iowa, number 25 there. So,
yeah, watch. The Pac-12 will fold this year, and it's going to be one of their best years they've had in Oregon, the last decade or so.
Oregon State, SC, UCLA will jump in there. Watch. They're just on the outside looking in.
4 teams in the top 10, 1 in the playoff. Now we're out. Thanks for having us.
No, that was fun.
Goodbye.
Right as we were about to come right back around.
Yep.
And you're out. Yeah, UCLA will get in. They're sitting right on the outside and looking in. And one more year in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
So this happens every year, and it's happened in Madden. For those who have played video games for a long time, you remember back when Barry Bonds withdrew from the Players Association, the Players Union, and he was no longer in video games.
Yep.
So they would use Reggie Stocker instead of Barry Bonds, or John Dowd was a famous one. And then Bill Belichick has done the same thing. Bill Belichick is not part of the Coaches Association, so he has never had his image and likeness in the Madden video game. So every year it's kind of a big deal. You see, who is it that they make the Patriots head coach this year? They always have a different sort of generic-looking guy. Well, Bill Belichick is out for this year, and he basically just looks like Brian Dable with glasses. That's the Bill Belichick. No, he's not called Bill Belichick. It's usually just New England coach, or is what they name him, unless they give this guy.
It does look like Dable.
A fake name. It just looks like Brian Dable, but he's got black rim. Oh, they've given him a name. Peter Gaffney is the name they've given him. Peter Gaffney. some guy on the some guy captioned oh man, Peter Gaffney and Matt Jones are going to win us 6 more. Can't wait for this next run of Peter Gaffney. How about that? Sort of funky. Bill Belichick doesn't want his name, image, and likeness. And,
I don't do physicals.
seems like a guy who doesn't want to collect the check, or I don't know, nothing for Bill. He's on the video games. It is wild. A little bit funky there. So anyway, there you go with your NBA grab bag for today. We are still going to catch up, by the way, with Susan Slusser at 4:50. Got a good sound soiree coming your way. You got to hear Greg Popovich getting played off in his Hall of Fame speech. We got that coming up in just a little bit. But before we do that, could tomorrow be the day for Kyle Harrison? Dave Fleming didn't think so. I don't know what other option they have. Who's going to go tomorrow, if not for Kyle Harrison? We'll talk a bit about that coming up on the other side. And then Susan Slusser joins us. Giants pregame 5:45. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader.
Cheese Myers, good jump. So can Campbell. Watch this.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, the opener thing, it worked for a long time this year. It went 15-5, right? What are they, 15-9, 15-10 now? They lost their last 4 or 5 opens. I kept saying it's going to catch up to this club, you know, and you're playing really good teams right now. I think it's time for Kyle Harrison. Give him the job, you know, give him the job. You don't have to, he's not a guy you're going to go out there and have him throw 100 pitches, but if you can get him, you can get 75, 80 pitches out of him and see how far he can go. One more start down in AAA, and then he's your guy next rotation.
Tolbert & Copes is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. There's no monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by the NCUA. That was Sean Estes earlier today with Papa and Marcus, the Waterboy, talking about Kyle Harrison potentially getting called up. So, I mean, that first start off of the injured list that Dave Fleming was just talking to us about, where he'd walked his first 4 guys that he faced. Not a great outing. On the year, 1-3 with a 4.38 ERA. All 20 of his outings came as starts. He's thrown 63 and 2/3 innings. Strikeouts, 102. The guy is missing bats. He gets swing and misses. He has struggled with location. I think he's got a lot of moving parts. Like, his rotation kind of reminds me of like a Chris Sale-like motion. Like, he's not quite as compact, but looks like he's kind of got knees and elbows coming at you. They believe, and Farhan said this to us, they think he's got big league stuff right now. They said he's been able and has been able to miss major league bats for a long time. It's about his control and it's about his accuracy and effectiveness. It doesn't do you any good if you bring him up and he implodes because he can't throw any strikes. I look at the roster and I say tomorrow to me, and I know Dave is talking about Tristan Beck not getting sent down because it may not behoove you to do that you need him. I don't know why you don't think about, if today Jacob Junis goes, and I know yesterday Cap said everybody out of the pen was available, but you still needed a handful of dudes. You used, 5 guys in yesterday's game still? 4 or 5? Walker, Beck, Jackson, Alexander, Rogers. 5 guys throw yesterday. So even today, and maybe Alex Wood is available for you short outing today. Maybe he's a guy who can pitch a couple for you tomorrow. But even if you brought up Harrison, you'd need a big bulk of guys out of the bullpen to go. So I'm looking at this and I'm going, I assume it's going to be Junis and Minaya today. You got both Rogers probably available. Maybe an Alexander. Maybe Alexander opens tomorrow. No matter what, you are chewing up the bullpen into the off day Thursday with a tough road trip coming up with Atlanta and Philly. It might serve you better to rest what you have and give somebody a spot start.
Yeah, I think a taxed bullpen is not necessarily the way you want to go into Atlanta, because you're going to need those guys in Atlanta. And then you got Philly and Atlanta again. So, again, that's why this stretch was the toughest stretch. It was going to be a tough stretch for them regardless of whether they were playing well or not. Dave was talking about just hanging there at 500, like maybe 7-8, 8-7. 6-9 to me is even acceptable. You get 6 wins and 9 losses in these 15 games, you're good. I mean, you're good. But now you've turned that into a 5-6. So can you go 5-6 over the next 11 games? We'll see. But tonight would be one that you would hope you could get with Littell. Yes, Tim? You look like you have some sort of concerned look on your face.
You have something to say, Tim? Something you want to add? No?
No? Okay. You got to go to the bathroom? No? Okay.
We got like 10 more minutes.
You don't got to raise your hand. I mean, you can go whenever you want to.
Just ask Derek. Make sure Derek says it's okay, then you can go. Check with Derek and go to the bathroom.
But again, I mean, I hate to be redundant here, and I would like to see him up. But it's about the hitting. It's not even about the pitching. It's about the hitting. And they got to start. Like tonight, I don't know.
Not hitting is so frustrating because there's nothing you can even say.
We're
just sitting here day after day after day, like blue in the face. Like, I don't know what else to say.
The only thing we can say is eat bleep, Derek.
Yeah, that's eat bleep, Derek. And Tim, if you need to go, ask Derek if it's okay.
Derek.
Just ask for his permission.
I'm trying to see. Littell's probably, I'm guessing, in his starts have all been 1 inning. No, he's been starting. I haven't been keeping track of my Zach Littell Tampa Bay Ray. 6 innings, 5 innings, 3 earned, 0 earned, 2. Holy smokes!
Yeah, Zach Littell is starting games
Rays are
for
crazy.
The Rays. Yeah,
What are they doing over there?
They're Rays.
I figure they're the Rays. They're going to pitch him, and he'll pitch 1 inning. No. 6. Wow. Okay.
He's like actually pitching for them. This will only be his 7th start of the year, though. 2-3 with a 4.10. He's got a 1.32 whip, 36 strikeouts, and 41 2/3. So he's actually starting for them, and it's been okay. It's not like a true opener, but
the only 5 earned runs in his last 17 innings pitched.
Well, that's good.
1 home run he's given up. It looks like the whip is a little. It hadn't walked anybody. Last 17 innings, they only walked 1 guy. Oh hell, he's walked like 1 guy over his last 30 innings. So he's not walking guys. Thank you. Over the last 17, no, he has given up 18 hits. So no, actually, I take that back. It's not terrible.
No, he's been pretty good.
Hits haven't been bad. No walks to speak of.
He has 1 walk in his last 33 innings pitched.
Only 1 home run the last 4 starts. So yeah, he's been solid. So
this is not good, folks. Basically, what we're telling you is,
I thought it was going to be
Basically, is when you see Zach Littell and you're like, oh man, this guy stunk as a Giant. You're like licking your chops tonight. Not the same guy, different guy, and he's hot right now. 29 strikeouts to 1 walk in his last 33 innings pitched.
You think he'd like to get this one? I think he probably would.
I think he probably would.
I think he probably
he wants
would.
to say shove it to Cap.
Yeah, I think he probably would like that.
Punk ass.
Again?
Yeah.
Remember that? They're like, yeah, Littell, he's gone. He talked back to Cap, he's out. Now he's like, okay, well, other teams like me and are letting me pitch more. And I'm
I think he's probably
the ball
happy
pretty
there.
Good. I think he's pretty thrilled.
I think he's okay there.
They're 8-11 in games in which he has pitched this year. So again, only 7 starts. I think they were opening with him a little bit early on, but yeah, he's really over his last 1, 2, 3, 4 outings. Really, this will be his 4th straight outing where could be looking to go upwards of 5 innings. So
well, probably because guys started dropping.
They lost McClanahan.
Who else did they lose? Like Flowers or let me see here. I'm going to get it because they're
well, they had called up Taj Bradley at one point, and they sent him back down. He was like one of their top pitching prospects.
Mm-hmm.
He came up to at one point, but we could look at. I think I saw a note yesterday that them and the Braves have used like the 2 most starters of any team in baseball. Like
Rasmussen,
Drew Rasmussen, right?
Yep. Springs.
Yep.
Springs and Flowers.
Springs,
a lot alike.
Yeah.
So 2 guys and now 3 with McClanahan. So. Yeah, I mean, I think Eflin's still.
Eflin's around.
He's still there.
I think Eflin has started every game. Like he's made every start.
Yeah, so Glasnow was hurt early. He's back, and then Savali they got from
Glasnow's been nails.
The Indy Guardians,
the Cleveland Guardians. Glasnow, right? And then you've got who else has made starts for them? Yoni Chirinos, he's an opener guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll start with him. Josh Fleming, Jalen Beeks was another guy who'd been up earlier this year. Sean Armstrong has made starts at some point this year. I watch a lot of Rays ball. Robert Stephenson, he's been a more of a closer for them. Erasmo Ramirez, he's a guy I don't think he's pitched that much for them this year, but he's been around for a while. Aaron Savali, as you mentioned, they made the trade. So you got a bunch of different guys who have started. I'm counting like 16 or 17 different guys who have made at least 1 start this year.
Rays make it work.
Rays make it work.
They flat make it work. But they I mean, you look at their lineup, too. I mean, it is straight right-handed. They're just like, this is what we're coming at you with. We're straight right-handed. And Yandy Diaz had a heck of a year. He's been really, really good. And a lot of the guys have cooled down a little bit since the beginning of the season. Like, they were all on fire there for the first month and a half. They were hitting bombs right and left, and guys were over 300 OPS, close to 900. They've cooled down, but they're still really good. I didn't know that Paredes had 23 home runs until like yesterday. I was like, dang, he's got that many? I knew he had like close to 20, but 23. But, Diaz has...
he has 16, Lau 15. Is he a Lau or is he a low?
I think he's a low.
I think
he's a low. Lau is for the Rangers, yes. But again, we need to unionize this. Give me a low or a Lau, but just make it a low or a Lau, like union. Like they're all like low or Laus. It's like I don't know.
And Jose Siri has 23 as well. Paredes and Siri.
It's the same thing I asked for all the the Weinsteins. It's like Weinstein, Greenstein. It's like, can we just don't shake your head because they're Jewish, Tim. I mean, it's the same thing. I can't. I can talk about lows and lows, but I can't talk. Shut up. So just give me one. Just for ease. That's all I'm asking for. Just everybody unionize your name. Everybody's name should be the same, one way or the other. Does it bother me that much? No. Except when I got to say low or low and I screw it up. That's all I care about.
Thanks, Tom.
Everybody get out there and just try to figure out how to get these names. We're just trying to make it easier on people. Actually, I'm not. I'm just trying to make it easy on me.
Yeah, I know. Because I don't know which one is which. It throws me off. So he's low.
Well, Patrick was French-Canadian, I believe, so that's fine. Yeah. It's a Roy. Well, he's like a different country. I can't do much with that. I can't do much with what. Like once you cross the border, you're a Roy. Okay. So you're a member of Succession after that. Okay, America, you're a Roy.
Part of this conversation only happened in Tom's ear, so I don't even know what Tom's talking about.
Yeah, I could be a Tolbert when I cross the border north.
Tim,
I could.
I was like, where did Patrick Waugh come from? I was like, what are we talking about now? And I realized Tim's saying stuff. Anyway,
but Save Waugh sounds a lot better than Save Roy. Save Waugh. That sounds right. So. Anywho.
I'm lost. I have no idea what's going on.
You have no idea what's going on?
Tim started half a conversation with you, and I was like, I don't know what's going on here, dude. No, only
because Tim gets nervous whenever I go off the rails.
He's still got to pee. Look at him. He's still got to pee.
He's like, oh, you're not going to do that again, are you? Oh no.
Then in my ear, he's like, by the way, Jose Soiree has 23 homers. I was like, I know. And Paredes. You got to pee or not?
Get him a stadium, pal.
I don't care what the rules are.
Tim, we need to get you one of those. Never mind.
Kill me.
We'll catch up with Susan Slusser when we come on back, and then we'll get you the sound soiree. Some really good sound coming your way today, but Susan Slusser had a piece about whether or not Kyle Harrison may get called up. She was thinking that, like, this is the week. She and John Shea were both talking, like, this is going to be the week. It feels like the week. I don't know when it would serve you otherwise. I mean, we just talked to Dave Fleming, and he said he thinks when we get to that first week of September, when they expand by a couple of players, maybe that is when we'll see Harrison. But then you're ineligible to use him for the postseason. I think you want to get him on the roster at least by the end of August to make sure if you get to the postseason that you can use him. We'll talk more about that with Susan Slusser. She's going to join us when we come on back, and then we'll get you your sound soiree and Giants pregame at 5:45. Giants and the Rays coming your way after we talk to Susan Slusser next on the Sports Leader. Mike Yastrzemski suffered a setback running the bases this weekend, and he will be shut down for the next week or so. No baseball-related activities for him. Check out more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know if you're spending too much in fees or if you're taking too much risk or if you're even going to be able to live that lifestyle that you always dreamed of and envisioned when you finally get to retirement? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in, because for more than 3 decades, he's been helping people just like you right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, give them a call. They're easy to talk to, and they want to help, plus no obligation and no cost. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or visit o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com, because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering security and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
All right. Time for our weekly conversation with Susan Slusser. See if she can tell us why the Giants aren't hitting. Hello, Susan. See, that's what happens. I mentioned hitting, and people just like, I'm out.
I think flames out.
Go somewhere else. I need to talk to you. I don't need this headache. Talking about the Giants hitting woes.
Yeah, yep.
You there, Susan?
Sorry.
We got you.
I'm here.
No, I asked you about the Giants hitting woes, and all of a sudden you were gone. I was like, maybe I should stop asking about it.
I was busy trying to dodge people on the field, to be quite frankly.
Oh,
anyway,
good idea.
Safe spot.
Well done.
Yeah, there were a flood of people suddenly coming at me. I was getting Mitch Hannigered. But who, by the way, speaking of hitting, I was just watching his batting practice, and he looks good. He's hitting the ball hard. He's hitting the ball deep. Like, he hit maybe one of the deepest balls I've seen here in batting practice ever just now. So, I think he's probably maybe a week away.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, maybe a week plus. But look, this is just me speculating. But if he goes down, say, while the team is in Atlanta and looks good over the course of a couple of days, I don't know why you wouldn't just bring him to Philadelphia. But certainly I would think the next homestand.
Well, they could use all the help they get right now on offense because it is a scuffle. It is scoring runs. I told Copes when they scored their first run after singling, I forget who was on second, they singled him in. I said, maybe that's the problem. They get guys to third, they don't score. Just leave them at second and see if you could single them in because they're having a hell of a time scoring guys from third base with less than one out.
That's a unique strategy there, Tom.
Hey, you know what? Nothing else is working right now.
Bold strategy.
That's true. So I was asking Kapler before the game about Wade Meckler batting second 2 games in a row, and he kind of said, like, hey, we're doing anything to kind of shake up the roster, do different things. He actually profiles with his minor league numbers as a very good potential number 2 type hitter, gets on base, does a lot of things well, that kind of thing. And he said he's also got the best old school black cleats he's seen since Brandon Belt, which sounded as if that was another plus to having him hit second. And, Belt was at times a very good number 2 hitter. So I think, they're considering everything here, including cleat color.
So you got black shoes, bat second.
Yeah.
Give it a shot. Let's see what. I was a little surprised last night then that when they went to their lefty out of the bullpen, they switched a couple guys around and pinch hit for some veterans and left him in there to bat. I would have thought it would have been the other way around where they might pinch hit for him and leave the veterans in there to face him, but he decided not to go that route.
Yeah, no, he said this was all based on his minor league numbers. He's got very good numbers in those situations. He hits righties and lefties. And I said, like, it seems this year like this team has been very willing to sort of throw kids just up to the big leagues for the very first time into the deep end right away. And he said, well, we think he's a guy who can swim in the deep end. So I was like, all right, fair enough. I like it, Plus, the message that sends to a kid, I think, is a good one. It really is. And he's right back in there today, which is another actually very strong message. So they'll see what they have while he's here. And, who knows? Maybe this is just hey, let's take as much of a look at Meckler as we can while Yaz is out. And maybe it's he sticks around when rosters expand or he's here with a semi-regular spot. I like it.
And in batting him second, they've moved Tyro Estrada down to the 9 hole, which, I'd like to see that expands or extends the lineup a little bit. I think that's the idea here. If you can get some production out of the 2 hole and put Tyro down there at the bottom, sort of rolls over a little bit, get you the old school American League sort of leadoff hitter at the bottom of the lineup as well. Plus, he's a good contact guy with a guy who sees a lot of pitches and Wade coming up behind him. You think that's the idea with dropping Tyro down there at 9, just try to extend things a bit?
Oh, absolutely. I love it. In fact, when I was looking at the lineup tonight, I thought, sometimes I look at the lineup like all of us and kind of go like, this today, my automatic instinct was, I really like this lineup a lot. Now, obviously, J.D. Davis isn't in there, and he's been a big threat for them most of the year. He's, he has not been at his best lately, and Kapler was saying he's really just trying to get him another day off. He wanted to get him a full day off yesterday, couldn't because he's one of those guys you mentioned who was pinch hitting. But he said, maybe he's a little late on fastballs, and maybe it's just sheerly a matter of being tired. It's that time of year. Sometimes it's because you're caught in between with your timing being off. But I think he wants to make sure, look, if this is a tired thing, we'll just nip this in the bud and give him a full day off. So he's still available off the bench if needed. But if they can get him a full day, I think they'd really like to.
Haven't we seen it feels like it's been pretty definitive, Susan, the last 4 days that we've seen the difference between a top-tier playoff team and one that's going to be on the fringes, whether they make it or not.
Yeah. I mean, there's no arguing that. The Rangers look like a superior team. The Rays have looked like a superior team. One game, but this is a good team. There's no doubt about it. Now, they've got issues of their own. Obviously, they've got some injuries, and now this Wander Franco situation.
Yeah.
So if the Giants can get it together, this might not necessarily be a bad time to see them, but, they're going with openers essentially the whole time, and who knows what's happening tomorrow. Could be Stripling. Could we see Kyle Harrison? I asked him again yesterday. He was asked about Kyle Harrison and said, keeping all our options open. And today I asked him, he said, we're keeping all our options open. But I think Harrison is probably going at Sacramento tonight. So I think, I'll just be hitting refresh on the River Cats game day until he actually throws a pitch just to find out what's going on. But, we're all waiting for that because that could be any day too, which is fun stuff. But right now, with the pitching situation, just every day, it's kind of like, what's happening? I don't know. All options are open.
Would it surprise you if, by the way, River Cats still have a TBD. I just pulled it up right now. 6:45 first pitch, so we're still waiting to find out what Kyle Harrison's status is for tonight. Would you assume if he doesn't pitch tonight that would mean something for tomorrow, or does that not mean much of anything to you?
Oh, man, I've given up trying to, guess on some of the pitching stuff here. My gut would say that certainly makes it more likely he would be here tomorrow. I keep saying I think getting him a home start, even though, we know he's not stretched out. It would be kind of more like being an opener. But for a big league debut for a kid from the Bay Area, that would be pretty ideal. This would be the time to do it, right? So right. I think that if he is not pitching tonight, I think there's a better chance we see him tomorrow. But they're also not going to tip their hands. And the fact that they're Kepler said something like, we got to leave some mystery in there. I was like, oh, you're doing a good job of that.
Talking to Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. Would it surprise you? Because it kind of surprised me if he's not on the roster before September 1st, just in case.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised. Just the way they've been talking about him. And they haven't been shy about saying he's a guy they wanted him here right after the All-Star break. That was the initial plan. And then, that hamstring thing, and that set him back. And then his first couple of starts weren't great, but he looked good his last time out, threw tons of strikes, which is what they want to see. So it's going to be soon. If he goes at Sacramento again tonight and gets hit around or can't find the strike zone, maybe it's not right away. Maybe it's not before September. He does need to have the results, but it would not stun me at all if it's tomorrow, which would be fun. So. Either way, great.
How's Schmidt look since he has been sent back down?
I looked the other day, and it wasn't. He wasn't setting the world on fire, which is typical. When guys get sent down for the first time after getting their first call up, a lot of times it's hard to get back into the swing of things. Among other things, he had not been playing much here at all toward the end of his stint. And then you go back to basically playing every day, and just that sometimes is tough. So, but we know he's putting into effect a lot of the things that they've talked to him about here, and sometimes that can be a little overwhelming. Conforto is always really good about, the results don't always look like they're there, but if you're following the process, eventually you see the results, and that's kind of what's happening to Conforto right now. So Schmidt is indeed doing the process that they want him doing. He will start to see this. Theoretically.
What have they said about Ramos? Because even though he still has a lot of swing and miss, he's hit two of the hardest balls the Giants have hit the last 4 games.
I think they're really happy with what they're seeing with Ramos. Yeah, he's smoking the ball. He's always been, had some swing and miss in his game. But they're also a team that's been at the bottom of the league in terms of exit velocity this last, 6 weeks, 2 months. And he could reverse that. And if you're swinging and missing and you're also hitting the ball hard when you connect, that's great. I don't think anybody has a problem with that.
Got it.
What did you make of Alex Wood's comments? He seems to me like the guy who's been the most vocal about his not being super happy with his usage or the way he's been used, and we've kind of gone back and forth on that, going, well, when you pitch well with an opener, then it's tough to argue going against that. He came out of the bullpen, and I know they used him, and Kapler said yesterday probably wasn't available, and his comments last weekend were about, I did it for my teammates and for my guys, but seemed like he might have been a little miffed about how he was used, and I don't know. I'm just wondering what your take was on that and where he is in the sort of the hierarchy of the rotation or the bullpen right now.
A lot of thoughts about this. I think he is honest. I think he is absolutely 100% a team guy first. All you have to do is look at what Alex Cobb said after that game, which was, look at what Alex Wood did for us. He's pitching on short rest. He threw a bullpen yesterday at 5 ups. He saved our bullpen. And Alex, the way Alex Wood phrased things, I think some fans were like, oh, what a complainer. What a whiner. No, he was just being really very honest. Mm-hmm. He did throw a bullpen the day before. It is very unusual to wind up throwing that many pitches after a bullpen. And he said all year, he feels like he is at his best and can help the team best when he's got a routine, when he knows when he's pitching, when he comes in a clean inning. He didn't get any of that the other day, and he still really just went out there and saved them. And I think to me, he said the right things. He's like, I'm doing this for my teammates because I love them. But that was not a comfortable situation for him. I don't think there's anything wrong with him saying that. It was not. It was way out of his comfort zone. And I will tell you, I have covered guys who complain. I've covered whiners. This is not that at all. Yeah. This is a guy who's very well respected and just very honest. I don't think he's at all a problem in the clubhouse. I think he's just an honest guy who wants to be at his best and thinks that he knows when that is. And right now, I don't think that what he thinks and what the Giants think are coinciding. So just some honesty. But he'll do what they want. He obviously has been.
Yeah.
Do you think that goes for Stripling and Manaea too? Where I think all these guys are pros, and I think they're going to do what's asked of them, and they're going to do it to the best of their abilities. They can also be less than thrilled with how they're being used. I mean, those two things are mutually exclusive. Would you say all of them would like? And Stripling has started more, and Junis has started, but usually goes 3 at 3, and then somebody else comes in. Do you feel like they'd like to have a little different role, or they just kind of understand that's the way it is and that's what we bought in for, and they're just going to have to embrace it the best we can?
I think all of the guys in that situation, especially the more veteran guys who you mentioned, I think they are first, what can I do to help the team? Sure. What do you want me to do? And I think second, like a little bit like Wood, like, look, I'm used to my routine. I feel like I'm better prepared when I know what my routine is and I know which day I'm pitching and I can study the opposing lineup and, all that kind of stuff. I'm not a guy that comes in with the bases loaded and no outs, But I really do think the genuine spirit in that clubhouse, the whole clubhouse is we're all in this together and we're going to do whatever it takes. And I think Stripling and Manaea are both a little bit, they're both big personalities too, like Wood. Yeah. I think they're just a little more cautious maybe in speaking exactly their minds. But they've both said, like, I consider myself a starter and I feel that's where I feel most comfortable. But I'm on board with this. Which is really what Wood said also.
Yeah.
I'm getting to the point, Susan, where I'm feeling pretty good about Ross Stripling as the third starter.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been good. He's been fine.
Since he came off the IL, he's been sharp. Yeah. What's that?
How do you feel about Kyle Harrison?
I'd like to have an idea. I want him to try I want him to be the third. I'd like to see him tomorrow when I'm out there. You know what I mean? That'd be perfect.
Let's do it. We've decided.
Okay, good deal.
Go tell Cap.
Go tell Farhan. I was looking at the schedule here because there is a chance. I mean, they don't bring him up tomorrow. They could wait until after this road trip. They still do come home before the end of August. They're back on Friday the 25th. And they've got, 2 series there against Atlanta and Cincinnati before you get to the end of the month where you'd have to have him on the roster and eligible for the postseason. So if it's not tomorrow, I would still assume it's in that 6-game span, but I'm hoping it's tomorrow.
He's eligible no matter what because he's in the organization. Anybody in the organization by that point is okay because all you have to do is sub out somebody who's on the
40-man,
and they'll have guys on the if somebody's on the 60-man IL, you can swap anyone from the organization for their spot.
So you can transfer to 60-man and then take the 40-man. Gotcha. So they can maneuver it anywhere.
So they'd find a spot easily.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I'd like to see him. So what do we think the piggyback is today? Are we going Jacob Junis and then Sean Manaea? I mean, he's been throwing the ball well.
I think it's Manaea today. Yeah, we kind of lose track a little bit. I think it's Manaea today, Stripling tomorrow. seems about where we are. But I think we've seen from some of the more recent opener games that this might be kind of the season where you get more diminishing returns, because none of these guys are really stretched out now, right? They've been kind of more as bulk innings pitchers for a while, and we're seeing a little less effectiveness. Obviously, Tristan Beck was not at his best yesterday. I think it's tough to maintain this for those bulk guys over a long stretch.
Well, it's fun watching it wasn't fun watching the Giants get pounded, but the Rays can hit. I mean, they put the ball in play. Would they have 18 hits, scored 10 runs, and what'd you say, Copes? 4 extra bases?
It was like 4. It was like a homer, triple, and 2 doubles, right? Was that it?
Yeah, the triple. Was the triple the one Conforto dove after? I was like, bro,
nice catch. Oh, it's still
you're going to
bouncing.
blow out your shoulder diving for a ball. You have no chance.
Oh, no.
No chance to miss that by 2 feet.
That wasn't really
I
close.
appreciate the effort, Susan, but I was like, don't hurt your shoulder on that ball, please. Don't do it.
Yeah, his surgically repaired shoulder.
I was like, don't do it.
Yeah. I love the effort. I really do. But you're right. You know what? I have seen the Rays so many times, obviously, over the years, covering the American League as long as I did. This is what they've always done, man.
Yeah.
They are relentless, pesky. They do everything kind of right. They've always got, good players you've never heard of that either just came up from their system or they picked up from somewhere. They just are good. They're always good. I don't know how they do it. They always have a lower payroll and a great team, and everyone wants to be them, but they still don't get enough recognition for it somehow. I don't get it. People discount them every single year, and then you're like, nope, there they are, right there.
Yeah, I've always wondered this. Like Randy Arozarena, right? He comes over from St. Louis, and you say, oh, man, if they would have had him, they look where – but, would he have turned out to be a Randy Arozarena in St. Louis? Is Tampa Bay, that far advanced where they get players that wouldn't turn out as good somewhere else, and they get them, and they end up being really good baseball players? Not because they're really good baseball players. They might be, but in part because they went through the Rays system, and they do things differently somehow to get these guys to be able to compete at this level and an incredible level.
Yeah, we'll never know. That's a pretty advanced theoretical question. But
that's what I do, Susan.
They do. I mean, they have superb coaching. That's always been the case, even when they lose entire coaching staffs or, guys move up or get promoted or go elsewhere from the minor leagues. They've just always been known as such a solid organization from top to bottom. And you guys know the organizations that are kind of known for the opposite, right? Where you're like, why is that team, despite spending this much money, they're always a mess. They don't win, they might have the best 2 players in the major league.
Hey, there's really no need for that. There's really no need for that. I saw that coming a mile away. That was just
one position, 20 of one position.
A cheap shot. I'm going to give you a yellow card on that one.
All right. I deserve it. I'll own that. But yeah, we all know the teams, right, that kind of maybe are not, that don't have that. The Rays have always had the reputation of solid, top to bottom. They're just doing things right. I mean, that won't be the case forever. Things that eventually change everywhere, but including for your guys. They'll figure it out someday.
Oh, no, they won't. That's okay, though.
Oh, okay.
It's okay, Susan.
For you,
yeah. When you set the bar on the ground, you never disappointed.
They figured it out once, and that was good enough for me. And 7th grade Adam Copeland, all right? Okay. All right, Susan, have a great time tonight, and we will hopefully talk to you next week after Kyle Harrison has made his debut tomorrow.
Ooh, that's the plan. Thanks, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you then. Good stuff from Susan Slusser.
Yeah, just a side swipe.
Who are the organizations, though? But who are the organizations, in sports, where you're like, they're going to screw that guy out? Like the Rockies, they've never produced a pitcher.
Yep.
Never. Where you're like, yeah, that guy's legit.
The Angels have been pretty bad, but, they really haven't had any prospects. I forget Trout. Trout is one of the greatest prospects maybe of all time. But
I want to give him credit for Ohtani. I think they deserve credit for Ohtani because not everybody would have. He was obviously capable of doing this because he was doing it before he got here. But somebody had to take the flyer. Somebody had to say, let's do something different than anybody else has ever done in baseball and make it work. Now, you needed the managers.
I think they got lucky that he chose them.
I think they did. Anybody, wherever he went, you got lucky.
But I think if he'd have come to the Giants, he'd have been same
you wouldn't
player.
have the DH. You wouldn't have been able to use him.
That's why he didn't go. But I'm saying, if I think there are a number of teams he could have gone to and still be Ohtani. I'm talking about guys that you have no idea who they are, until they like pop up. You're like, oh, this guy's pretty good. Where did he come from? And whether they came up through the system or they traded for him. Like you look, where was Yandy Diaz at before Tampa? I can't even remember.
Boy, all I know is he hadn't had it bad in like months before he faced the A's in that wild card game, and he bled off the game like second pitch at a home run.
Yeah, I remember that.
And then he came up again.
I remember that.
Another home run, like second at bat. The Rays are wild, man.
I mean, who else do they have? They have Wander Franco.
And he's been a legit prospect for some time.
Glasnow was a prospect. McClanahan was a prospect.
Who's the guy they traded to Detroit?
I think Glasnow actually might have came from Pittsburgh.
He did. He came from Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Meadows.
Mm-hmm. They got Charlie Morton, didn't they? Also from Pittsburgh Morton. At one point. And then he turned into a guy.
Correct.
For Houston. Diaz was in
Cleveland.
Diaz
was in Cleveland. I mean,
everybody they get is just like a cast off. G-Man Choi was a guy for them last year. Now he's like playing in Seattle. Like they got some money.
Where was Paredes before? Or Paredes?
I think he was in Cleveland too, wasn't he?
What?
Jose Siri was a Giant. Yeah, that's right. Giants had Jose Siri.
Did they?
Yeah, we had him like a couple of years ago. Like in 2021, maybe? Or
I thought I remembered him with being an Astro.
I think he was an Astro.
Was an Astro?
Dude, if the Rays call you and they want somebody, just hang up.
Well, they had Bethencourt. He was an A.
I'm just telling you.
He was an Athletic.
The Rays call you. I'd like.
I mean, that's the thing. You look at this team, you're like, why is that? Like, was the team good? Paredes was Detroit.
Like, what? They got him for good. Who's the guy they traded the center fielder? Meadows? Is that his name?
Could be.
Like 2 years ago, he was like their best center fielder, and he was legit. Austin Meadows, is that his name? Am I blanking on that? Seems like.
Oh, it sounds good to me.
Does that sound good?
I like it.
I feel like I'm nuts because Austin Meadows isn't a guy.
Yeah,
now I'm not getting out until I prove that Austin Meadows.
He's no BJ
Thank you. Austin Meadows traded from the Rays to the Detroit Tigers. You were like surprised by it, Tom. You're like, why would they trade that guy? 27 bombs 2 years ago, driving 100 for the Rays.
Paredes did?
No.
Meadows
Austin
did.
Meadows.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I knew Meadows was good.
That's what I'm saying. Then they flipped him. We're like, what the hell is this
Paredes
about?
any good?
No. He was like, whatever. Before they got. That's why when they traded him, I was like, what? What is it? That's why I said this is way too fishy. If I'm the Tigers, I'm like, there's something's up here.
What do you want to do?
Something's up here, dude. Yeah, all right.
You think this guy's good? We're gonna keep him. We think he's good.
Yeah, they call you, you hang up the phone.
Screw you guys.
What do you like? We're keeping this guy forever.
Yeah.
Not to be confused with Christian Paredes, who plays for Portland Timbers of the MLS.
Thank you.
I was trying to get you some numbers.
Wow,
and now
look at
I
that.
can't. All right.
That's a pull.
We got Giants pregame for you at 5:45, and we have a sound soiree featuring Kevin Harlan and Greg Popovich next. Only here on the Paredes Leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City sports leader.
Former Raider QB Rich Gannon joined Papa and the Waterboy today to discuss his first impressions of Trey Lance in Sunday's game. That podcast and more are trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime. We all know the games can get pretty unpredictable. That's why we love sports. It's the best reality TV going. What you don't need in your Wi-Fi connection is unpredictability. You need a strong, stable, reliable Wi-Fi connection, which is what you get with Xfinity 10G network. That's right. You want the reliability. When you're watching your games, you don't want the ball to be up in the air. It's 4th and 10. Oh, loser. You didn't even get to see it from football to football, everything in between. Hockey, baseball, basketball, all there. You want to watch it. You want to stream it, and you want it streaming seamlessly. All the big plays, all the drama, all the excitement. You can stream it without missing a beat. Looking for even more entertainment? The Xfinity 10G network was made for streaming it all. Enjoy your favorite shows and movies like never before. So treat yourself to front row seats to all the games and get way more into all the sports you're into when you stream on the next generation Xfinity 10G network.
This is Tolbert & Co.'s Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Cheese Myers.
Sound Soiree for Tuesday, August 15th, 2023. By the way, confirmed tomorrow our first Steve Young hit of the 2023 season. Steve Young going to join us tomorrow, 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. for Steve Young tomorrow. And we'll get you your Sound Soiree right now. All right, opening up the Sound Soiree, we had Dave Fleming on a little bit earlier talking about his bat boy performance last night at the Giants game. Unfortunately, the highlight of the night. We got a little bit more sound on Dave from the post-game rap talking about his experience as Giants bat boy.
Oh, my
I can't believe you had to wear the double flap helmet.
The double flap, it's a rule. While the game's going on, the club gets in trouble if the bat boy doesn't wear the double flat helmet. That was like the one non-negotiable thing about the whole thing. Got to keep the helmet on. In between innings, take it off so you stop sweating so much.
Well,
I was
clearly,
so hot.
the same rules apply to our ball dudes and dudettes.
You got to keep it on. Exactly. Brebby offered... He goes, you don't want to go out there with a jersey with no name on it. How about, I think the fans are missing me. Wear my jersey out there. I should have taken him up on that.
That would have been pretty good.
That would have been funny.
58 Brebbia, dude. What he works, 58 or 59, something like that?
That would have been great.
That would have been pretty funny. Jim
59.
That's what I would have gone with.
Well, we asked him if he was allowed to, but I think he just went numberless, right?
Would they let you do 69?
I don't know.
Manfred, no fun, probably would say no.
Yeah, 69. Is there a number 69 in baseball today?
There's got to be.
I don't know.
So many numbers out there.
Baseball might be so lame and sterile that they don't let you.
Like, I don't think there's a 69 in basketball. Football, there has to be. There just has to be.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have somebody? Yeah, I know. I get it. I get that one.
That's my favorite one, dude. Me and my baby had a 69. That's my favorite one. I know it's not what he's saying, but I like to imagine that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Might as well be what he's saying.
No current players in Major League Baseball are wearing number 69.
Really?
I didn't think so.
Wow.
I didn't think so. Football, you get them. NFL has them.
You almost have to.
Yeah, linemen definitely.
Yeah.
Always crash me up, too, when you see them. Like, look at that guy, 69.
Hockey, there's got to be a 69.
Come on, there's got to be.
Check hockey.
Check hockey. We're going back. Yeah, NBA's got to have the.
Yeah, check hockey.
Now, college, I would get why not, because in basketball, like in youth hoops and in high school and college, you have to have a number that fits on one hand. Like 55 is the biggest you can wear.
In college?
College and like high school, I don't know about AAU, but like CYO, that was always the rule. In high school, at least, you couldn't have a number that didn't feel like you couldn't be.
Well, it
number
used to be in the NBA too.
That's what I thought.
And
Yeah,
then they just
got rid of
screw it.
But that was long before I.
Yeah,
I didn't remember a number. Like it made sense to me that you had to have 5.
Well, I wanted to be 93, and they said I couldn't be 93.
Really?
Yeah, and somebody goes, "Why'd you want to be 93?" I go, "Because it's stupid."
It's stupid.
So I said, "Can I be 39?" They go, "Yeah, you can be 39."
So were you 39?
I go, "Yeah." I go, "You guys are idiots. It's the same thing. You still got to do the same thing.
Numbers.
93 or 39." What
Rodman's
difference
91.
does it make? What difference? Well,
That's for 10, right?
I ain't Dennis Rodman.
No, you're not. But I'm like, well, if you could be 91, like I just don't get,
I should have been able to be 93.
You should be able to be 69.
Yeah, I should have been. Well, I didn't want to be 69.
Did anybody ever ask? 69! You can recall?
I don't think so. Because those numbers weren't plentiful. Like you had 7'7". I think Sean Bradley was 7'7". You wear your height, something like that.
7'7".
Yeah, Rodman was 91
for 10, right?
Yeah, I saw. There's double zeros, but that's easy.
Isn't Kuminga wearing 00 now?
I think he is. I thought there were some more 70s, like George Murasaw might have been 76.
Vlad Radmanovic rocked 70-something, I think, at one point.
Yeah, 77.
77 for
77.
Vlad, yeah.
If I played for the 76ers, I'd want to have 76. Spirit of 76. It'd be awesome to have 76 on your Sixer jersey.
Derek says you can't wear 76 if you're a 76.
Oh, you can't?
Is that a thing? Because you can wear 49 on the 49ers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you can't wear 76 if you're a Sixer? I had no idea.
Derek's just making crap up. That's not even real. It's not even a real rule.
He's like hiding behind a damn screen over
dude.
there.
He tucks back there, dude. He tries to squat back behind that counter. It's where Harmony is. She's on the ground usually back there.
Okay.
Moving on here in the sound Soiree. Yeah, she says Harmony wears number 69.
Yeah. That's why there's always a puddle back there.
Okay, all right. Enough with the fluids. All right. Greg Popovich is giving his Hall of Fame induction speech. Dude, they tried to play off Greg Popovich. They were like, you're taking too long. Ahmad Rashad comes out, and Pop's like, no, dude. You ain't playing me off.
Come on, you don't play off Pop.
You don't play off a Hall of Fame speech. Here's Greg Popovich.
Thank you for your patience, but that's the first reason why I'm standing here. The second reason involves one word, so it's going to be quick. That's great, huh? One word, and that word is duh.
Here comes Ahmad Rashad. Come give him a hug. All the inductees are coming over.
I'm not done. I didn't say duh was the end. I just said there's one word to describe why I'm here, and that's duh, those guys. Did you hear the little video where I said, listen? Listening is important.
He's like scolding him, dude. In his,
How long was his speech? Do we have any idea?
How long it was? Derek's going to find out how long it was. 69 seconds, he says. Thank you.
Oh, was it?
No, stop. Thank you.
Wasn't Jaromir Jagr 69? What was he?
Jaromir Jagr was not 69, Tim. If he wasn't, dude, this is going to be bad.
Because Lemieux was 66.
26 minutes was his speech. Dude, that's longer than a sitcom episode. That's a little lengthy, Greg.
Was it 26?
Yeah, it was a 26. Yeah,
wow.
I'd have been ready to play him off, too. Jesus.
But dude. It is Pop. 26
minutes. We're going to get Jaromir Jagr's number here. 68.
68, yes.
Now, we won't apologize to you, Tim. You don't deserve one. Moving on here in the Sound Soiree. How about this one? Kevin Harlan. Dude, he's doing the Packers preseason game, dude. I saw this one. Kevin Harlan's calling the game, dude. He reacts because he sees a woman wearing a bra made of cheese.
Oh, nice.
Not Cheese Myers, cheese bra.
Nice.
Here's Kevin Harlan reacting to the cheese bra.
Cincinnati, a beautiful night and all. Excuse me? A beautiful night in Cincinnati. Tonight's first half highlight.
He couldn't get over the fact that she was wearing a cheese bra.
Oh,
he just like it pans over, he sees it, and he just starts laughing hysterical. One more here from
Cheese Myers.
No. One more here from Shaq, aka DJ Diesel. Shaq Diesel was at Outside Lands. We've gotten great sound from Shaq Diesel before as a DJ, of course, doing the Barkley has no rings, and no, it's not that good, Derek. It's not how my ass tastes, all that. No, here's Shaq Diesel at Outside Lands.
Sorry I'm late. I was chilling with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Where my Warriors fans at? Hands up like it's a championship game.
I gotta take points from Shaq on the cheap thrills of I was hanging with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. I was like, Shaq, you could have came with anything better, dude. They're like bigger celebrities.
I was chilling with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
You might have gotten like more street credit if you're like, I was hanging with Brock Purdy. Like, really, people would have gone nuts for that. Like, Shaq, all right, low hanging fruit, bro. But Shaq, did he run the?
Hey, Tom, ugly bastard.
There we go.
Did he run the music in the locker room?
I don't remember.
No, it wasn't.
I don't remember. It wasn't Skiles. I know that. Would have been listening to Yeehaw Country.
It's not Scotty Skiles.
I don't remember who was running the music back then.
It was me.
It could have been him. Tree Rollins wasn't on the team. Go to the bathroom, Tim.
Tree Rollins.
928 people have donned a jersey in hockey's history. Not one has worn the number 69.
Nobody has ever
Not
worn
one.
69 in the history of the NHL.
That's what this says.
Andrew Desjardins wore it for the Sharks in
did.
2011 and 12.
Well, what this article sucks then?
Well, Tim, why'd you send him this crap article?
Yeah, no, he didn't. No, he didn't send it to me.
Oh,
What,
okay.
68 what?
Yager
Yeah, I knew
68.
that.
We knew that. Tim's
So
telling us that-
Desjardins, 69.
So only one guy in the history of the NHL has worn number 69? And no...
Well, damn, this article sucks.
It's not as rare as you think, Tim. This is very rare. I was like, no, really, no.
Dang.
All right. We're gonna find more 69s. Anyway, KNBR, if you get a 69 in sports, because we've got to get to the bottom of this.
This was 2016. This guy's full of bleep. Then
This guy's full of bleep.
he really did. That's awful.
Somebody says there's a Cincinnati Red pitcher, Silvio Bracco. I remember that guy, Bracco or Bracho. McGlinchey wore 69, didn't he, for the Niners? Like last year?
he?
I think McGlinchey wore 69 for a while. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It was tough because it was always on his back. Oh, all right. When we come on back, we got actually a little soup du jour for you. But there is an awesome story involving Don Nelson, his wife Joy, and their kids out in Maui for the work that they're doing. I just think that we should spend a little bit of time talking about this. Seriously, Don Nelson doing incredible things for the Maui community, giving his own time, his money, his homes, his properties. He and his wife are doing some incredible things for the Maui community in the shadow of what's been a really difficult couple of weeks out there. So we'll talk a little bit about this Don Nelson story on the other side. It's a really cool, heartwarming story in light of what's going on out there in Maui. Tolbert and Cobes, getting you ready coming up at 5:45 for Giants and the Rays, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summer is here, but going fast. Don't fret. Plenty of time for a road trip. That's right. You know, the easy, quick, affordable, those type of road trip. Honda's fuel efficiency means you're not going to spend a whole vacation budget on gas. Stretch that dollar out for maximum MPGs. And at the pump, I pilot regular gas. That's a nice little bonus. You want to be as safe as you can be? Honda, with their high-tech safety features. They got the Honda Lane Watch, the Honda Sensing, the multi-angle rear view cameras. They're going to do everything they can to keep you and your precious cargo safe. Honda has a full lineup of SUVs, all perfect for road trips. The Pilot, I just told you about the Pilot. I love the Pilot. Plenty of room. Passport, rugged, goes anywhere. CRV, versatile, classic, and available as a hybrid. And the HRV is surprisingly roomy and very sporty. So before you hit the road this summer, hit up your NorCal Honda dealer. There are great lease and financing deals happening now on every new model. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com. All right, let's do a little soup. Get my headsets in, be ready to go, and tell you a little story about Home Depot. Chicanery. Theft ring. People were like stealing stuff from Home Depot and then selling it on eBay. Now, this has been going on for over 10 years. Total loss of merchandise, $5 million. Who were the people that were getting this done, who were part of the ring? Well, people from a halfway house. And the guy that recruited them was a former pastor.
Pastor?
A former pastor. Pastor nearly killed her.
Thank you. We're on the same page. Yeah, we got
Robert Dell. They wanted to make sure in the story he's not the current pastor of the Rock Church. Okay. But he was when it was named the Rock Community Church. So he hasn't been the pastor for 2.5 years, but he is a pastor, so to speak. And he is the ringleader of this crime ring. And so what they would do is they would steal the merchandise, bring it to him, and he's the one that would put it on eBay.
The pastor would.
You would put it on eBay.
Was he like an account?
He wouldn't even. Yeah, he did. He wouldn't put it under his own name because that'd be too easy. But the name he used?
Father sells a lot? What did he use?
Anointed Liquidator.
Stop it.
The Anointed Liquidator.
No. Liquidator?
Oh, he nearly killed her. Can use that for everything. That's so good. Nearly killed her. The Anointed Liquidator. That is a beautiful name. That is a beautiful name.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Raging builder whips out chainsaw.
Careful.
On finished extension after owner refuses to. Holy smokes! Wow.
I didn't get this one in my packet.
Wow. So apparently, what happens here? I don't even need to read the story.
Raging builder whips out chainsaw on finished extension after owner refuses to pay.
So he's a contractor.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. He puts on an extension to the house. The owner does not pay for said extension. So my man whips out a chainsaw, and cuts the extension off the house.
Yeah.
That is awesome. Oh, great town name, too. Swords Dublin. In Ireland. I mean, it's perfect. Not quite chainsaw, but Swords is good enough. I want to see
that guy. Live audio?
There's got to be a picture in here, doesn't there, of him like...
I like how they have the contractor's face blurred out as he stands on the roof and takes a chainsaw out of this extension.
So the Irish man was on the roof, plunging his chainsaw into the house. This is what happens when you don't pay the effing bills.
This is what happens when you don't pay the effing bill.
Hey, give me a damn Guinness. I'm sweaty cutting the extension. And I'll cut your arse, too. If you don't give me my damn money. That was the worst Irish accent ever.
That was pretty bad.
I'm not even sure it was Irish.
I'm not even sure what... Yeah,
it could have been Irish, Australian, Swedish. There could have been some Indian in there, too.
There was... I don't know what that was.
This is what happens when you...
No, just get out.
Holy crap.
Yeah, holy crap.
This is what happens when you don't pay the effing bills. Give me some chicken vindaloo.
Oh, no, dude.
Lame as hell.
No.
I don't think that's Irish.
I don't think that was Irish, dude. By the way, not a joke. In North Beach,
give me some stew.
Place called Kennedy's, dude. It's like an Irish pub that's got like Indian cuisine in the back. It's the strangest combination.
Oh, that's incredible.
I've been like, get a chicken tikka masala and a Guinness.
Yeah.
All at the same spot, dude. They got barbecue out back, my
and
dude.
Vindaloo.
No, dude.
And no wheezing the juice.
No wheezing the juice. Mixed up like 70 different.
I mean, I was like, it's a small world at Disneyland. I was like, pretty every country represented.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Like from syllable to syllable. I was just like jumping around. Oh God, my accents are the worst. You have good accents. Mine suck.
I work on the accents. I usually don't throw in like a chicken vindaloo. Just, try.
No, wheezing the juice.
No, wheezing the juice. That's what's up.
Give me some masala.
The one person said to the builder, I saw this builder sitting at a roundabout beside the house in question the other day where he erected several large signs that said the house number, the street name, and they did not pay for their building work. He parked his van beside the roundabout with the same size. So the guy, after he chopped up the extension, he then made sure everybody in the neighborhood knew, this guy doesn't pay for his work.
Wow. I mean, hey, good on him. Pay the man his money.
Pay that man his money.
Pay that worth that. Now, talk about a bad accent. Bad Russian accent.
Worst, yeah. One of the worst.
Come on, Malkovich.
Check. Kid's got the alligator blood.
Can't get rid of him.
Can't get rid of this guy.
Oh, my God. Man breaks into Florida church. Oh, this one we haven't. I don't think we've done.
Against it.
Baptized himself. I love that. Man breaks into the church and baptized himself. I mean, he stole money too, so it wasn't like he just broke in to baptize himself. I think he probably stole the money and said, "You know what?
While I'm here,
I could go to jail for that. I should probably repent. Let me baptize myself, and in the eyes of the Lord, I'm good. I didn't steal this money. Lord's going to say, you're good. You baptized yourself.
You're going to need a reconciliation still, my man.
You are good to go.
You're going to hit all the sacraments.
Caused $8,000 worth of damage to the church. He loaded several electronics, including a television, computer, into his truck, along with the church's money bag. That's always a good touch. Stealing the church's money bag.
They weren't paying taxes on it. It's all good.
My gosh. I mean, what's the church going to use the money bag for? Probably just going to be a lawsuit.
Money bags, dude. Yeah, probably.
Sorry about that.
Probably. I'll go down with you on that one.
Look, I just tell the truth around
13 years of Catholic school. I'll go down on that.
That's all I do.
Or up on that. Never mind.
What? I have another one, but I'm not going to use it.
It's all good, yeah.
Yeah, no. If there's 30 seconds left, I might drop it in there.
We got 7 minutes.
And just get the hell out of here.
We got 7 minutes. We have a funny piece of sound. How about this?
But he did baptize himself, by the way, on the way out. While doing all that, he did baptize himself. It said, now, I got to tell you this. The body cam footage released by the sheriff's officer shows a deputy making contact with Porter, and they clear the church. While inside, the K9 also baptized himself.
Oh, well.
He didn't know what he was doing. He just wanted to beat the heat and cool off in the baptismal. The police dog just chilling in there. What's up? What do you got? Oh, what? My bad. All right. I'll get on out of here. Let me just move it along.
The dog.
Dude. The dog. That dude's baptizing himself, and the dog goes and lays down. That is, yeah.
Not a lot of dogs in the Bible, just from my experience.
I wouldn't know. I didn't read it.
I don't remember a lot of dogs.
I don't know.
Not a lot of
That's
dogs.
why I get all the Bible questions wrong
Tim
in Jeopardy.
Tim's like, stop talking Bible. Why, Tim? It's the most famous book on the planet.
Where were you on that one, dipshit?
Thank you. We got
I just guess Deuteronomy every time and hope I get it right. It'll be pure. It's pure luck if I get something right with the Bible question.
One of the letters to the Corinthians. One of those.
I don't even know who's in the Bible. To be honest with you, I'm pretty. I can make a guess here or there.
There's a lot of characters. There's so many characters in pages that are just characters.
Like that, maybe.
There's a Timothy.
Yeah.
There's a Derek for sure.
There is definitely a Derek.
Derek of Nazareth. Yeah, you don't remember him, Derek? Yeah. He's one of the three kings. I think you brought
that? Having sex in a parking lot?
Well,
for God's sakes, it was a church parking lot.
Tommy Graham. For God's sakes, it's a church parking lot.
It was a frankincense of the myrrh. Right, Tim. We got a piece of sound here from, who is this, Michael Lombardi? He's just giving a take on Trey Lance here, and he's riffing on Trey Lance's, whether or not he has the QB mentality or the QB, what is it, Derek? Yeah, here we go. Here's Michael Lombardi on Trey.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct.
What? When his mom lifted him from the crib?
I don't
understand what they're talking about.
I don't get it.
What the hell was he talking about?
No, wheezing the Jews.
Yeah, let's go back to the Bible jokes.
Let's go back to that. It's a lot better. It's a lot better. What does that mean?
I don't know. I got nothing there. I don't know. He didn't have the QB instinct when his mom. I think he's riffing, think he's being funny, or I don't know what it is. I don't really get it.
I mean, did he not come out of the flume yelling, Mike 46, I got the mic.
Yeah.
I got the mic. Pointing at the doctor? Maybe that's when that's maybe
flume.
Maybe you think you know what? That kid's gonna be a quarterback. He pointed out the mic.
Yeah, dude.
46 to Mike. 46 to Mike.
Derek's like, dude, just say Don Nelson. Just wedge it in. He keeps like wedging. I'm like, Derek, we've gone so far off. I didn't want to be disrespectful and wedge it. He's like, dude, do it, Don Nelson.
Okay, go ahead.
You dumb bastard.
Yeah, there we go. There you go.
Oh my God.
The Nelly story is great.
Yeah,
I thought
it
it's a little off base for what we've been talking about here now. The Nelly story is fantastic. He's living in Maui. He's got 24 properties that I guess are leasable properties that were not damaged or harmed by the fires. And he is, and his wife, Joy, I guess, putting people in them. They're free leasing them to people. His daughters are there. They're cleaning them up for people. Every time one opens up, his daughter goes and cleans it. Then they put somebody else in there. He's driving people to get gas. I mean, the guy's in his 80s. Guy believes it's the most beautiful place in the world. He's growing coffee. He's growing pot. He's growing flowers. Everything else he's doing out there. He loves where he lives. Hasn't left, he said, there in about 8 years. But he said he fell in love with it when he was coaching the Warriors. Stopped there for, I guess he fell in love with it when he was doing tours to Vietnam.
Correct.
Is what he said. And he said he would intentionally miss his flights back so that he could stay longer in Maui. But he's doing incredible things for a community that's really, really torn apart right now.
Great things. I mean, that's just, and look, I knowing Nelly, how I know Nelly, I figured he would do something like that. I mean, he loves Maui, made it his home. I don't know how many properties he has. He's done very, very well for himself in Maui. And I feel, I just knew, I know what kind of heart he has. And I knew he would be the type of guy that says, look, I've done great over here. I got to take care of the people that are over here. I love this place. So that does not surprise me whatsoever. And it's fantastic because what a travesty. I mean, just a tragedy. I'm sorry, travesty and a tragedy. Just those people, the suffering that they're doing, and the loss of life, the loss of housing, Lahaina gone. It just, dang. Yeah, all the history. It's just brutal. It's just absolutely brutal. I think a lot of people, especially that live on the West Coast, were touched by that in one way or the other because a lot of us have been there and been in those shops and been in those restaurants and been on Front Street and saw the the banyan tree.
Yeah,
I mean,
30 trunks or whatever.
My kids climbed on that.
Yeah,
all my kids climbed on that tree, and now it's gone. But for us, it's a small thing because we go there, maybe twice a year. But the people that live there, just heartbreaking. Yeah. Is what it is. Absolutely heartbreaking.
So all right, let's to Nelly.
Absolutely. Well done, Coach. Let's get everybody ready for the game. Let's thank our guests, Susan Slusser, David Shaw. Let me look. Dante Whitner.
Yeah.
Oh, and Dave Fleming.
That's right, yeah.
Dave Fleming, who I guarantee we will not be talking to in about 15 minutes. He's had enough of us. I can guarantee you that. All right, let's get you ready for the Rays and the Giants. Feel free to score a few runs tonight. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Tim. Appreciate it.
You don't have to, though.
Take it away, Dirk.
Oh, my God.